what you are thinking about it.
Well, my view would align generally with what it seems the vast majority of human beings throughout history have held, that there's an intelligent designer that they call God, and he created this environment, this system called the Earth. And the sun, moon, and stars are essentially just like a giant clock above it.
So you also think, so that's like how you think?
Yeah. That's what I think is a logical conclusion to arrive at once you have reviewed the evidence.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like I gotta study a little bit just to understand what you say and
Yeah, you should check out our home server. We've got a lot of resources that you can study.
Yeah, do you have a link or something?
Let me check if the bot is in with the right link.
You can just click on my profile, and there's a link in my profile. Broken Eraser. That's my name.
Yeah, right. How to? Sorry, I'm new to this application.
Just click my name, Broken Eraser, and then you'll see discord.gg/flat earth, and then just click that, and it will take you there.
Maybe it's different. I'm using I'm using my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, if you just click on my name, hold your finger down, and it should come up with like my profile.
Oh yeah. With my finger, yeah. And then
you should see a link, like a link to the home server, discord.gg.
Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me direct you to the information just so you know where to look. So you join that server, yeah?
Yeah.
Now you scroll down the channels about 3/4 of the way. And you'll see there's a lot of channels of different topics, like astronauts, NASA, curvature, gravity. Do you see all those? It's alphabetical. Do you see those channels? Called additional information.
Yeah.
Okay, so now when you want to research, you might say, what about satellites? So you scroll down to S, and you see a channel of satellites. Yeah? And now we save information here that you won't be able to easily find just using Google and YouTube, because they censor the topic. They hide it. So you can research our side of the argument here. Because you need to research both sides of the argument.
Yeah, I will study those.
Good man.
Yeah, it is like still hard for me just to believe all the ideas of yours.
That's okay. We don't want you to just believe. We want you to figure out.
Yeah. Right? So I might be back with additional knowledge, like not just say, I heard that.
You can also listen on YouTube. We are live on YouTube 24/7. You can just type in 247 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, and you'll find our streams. And if you listen to those conversations, you will learn a lot more about the topic.
That's pretty passionate. 24/7.
24/7, 365 days a year. We're even out on. We don't even take a break for Santa. Okay.
Yeah, 366 years on a leap year.
Yeah.
And then we also make culture and other stuff. We're also making music. We have a Flat Earth radio station on our home server.
Yeah, so take your time, explore all the resources. do some research, think up some questions, and then you can come back and speak to us.
Yeah,
you're
right.
welcome.
Yeah, thank you. It was really interesting.
Yeah, you're welcome to come and talk to us anytime, my friend.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. See you.
Peace.
All right. Captain Refractio at your service, my friend. Okay, so yeah, like what Yoda just said, the Eratosthenes test is just based on pre-assumptions. Okay, so you could do the same thing on your flat floor inside your house. Okay, you could put one stick under the light directly, it's not going to have a shadow. And then you could put another stick further away from that stick on the side of the room, and it's going to cast a shadow. Okay, obviously, the floor doesn't have to be curving for that effect to happen. It's just because as the light diverges out from the source, it's going to cast a shadow as things are further away from it due to the angle. Okay, so it's not something that's necessary to have a curved surface. Okay, it's based on what type of assumptions need to be made, and obviously in your house the floor is flat, right? So we know that the light will diverge out in all directions from the source. Okay, so Eratosthenes made two assumptions: that light rays come in perfectly parallel, which has never been observed or validated, and he also made an assumption that the Earth was a globe. He wasn't trying to work out if the Earth was flat or a globe. He already assumed that the Earth was a globe, and he assumed that in his mathematics. So, in fact, the Chinese did the same thing at around the same time, and they concluded that the Earth was flat. But they also made a bunch of assumptions, right? They assumed a flat Earth with a local sun, closer sun, with diverging rays, and they concluded that the Earth was flat. Both of those methodologies have assumptions. Even the mainstream will admit that it's inconclusive based on the assumptions that were made. So glad we could clear that one up. And an event has now been started.
Great, I'm back just in time.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, now I have to drive back home.
Ah, the store must be pretty damn close.
I could walk here from my house. Yeah, and that's what's so dangerous.
Awesome. Yeah, so we just cleared up Eratosthenes. It's
Oh, good.
It's concluded to be invalid due to assumptions that were made.
Yeah, the geometry is actually really interesting because there's a geometric equivalent between a flat Earth and a globe Earth, depending. So the funny thing is about the globe Earth interpretation is they still need a flat surface somewhere. And what I mean by that is in order to assume that the light rays are parallel, they have to put the flat surface up in the sky where the sun is. The sun has to be providing that flat surface for parallel rays. So they can't get around the flat surface part no matter what they do. It's just that they take the flat Earth that we actually see and they transliterate the geometry to put it up with the sun where you can't really see or detect, or you can't go there to find out what the surface is. And that's how they preserve the geometry. The flat surface must exist somewhere. So the flat surface emanating parallel rays from the sun bathe a globe Earth. And so what causes the apparent diverging rays on a globe Earth is the sun's distance and the curving surface. But on a flat Earth, you've got just diverging rays from a point source in the sky, basking a flat Earth in light. And what's really interesting is you can ask yourself which of these two, just based off of these two claims, which of these two comport with how we actually observe the world? Are we observing parallel rays? No. We actually observe diverging rays. We have to in order to get different angle measurements. So why would you assume, not knowing anything else, why would you assume that those rays are parallel when you measure diverging rays in the first instance? Well, that's because if you believe you live on a globe, you're going to need parallel rays to a curving surface. So it's like, okay, so let's measure the surface itself. Where's the curve? Because if the surface is curved, then we're going to have a stronger case for parallel rays. So we try to measure the surface, right? And we can't measure curvature anywhere. So we see diverging rays. We can't measure globe curvature. Why do we assume parallel rays on a curving surface? It's like, no, this doesn't make any sense. It doesn't comport with reality. But the geometry is invariant between the two. The tiebreaker, and choosing which one of these two sets of geometries are correct, the tiebreaker is going to be what you measure in reality. We don't measure a curving surface, folks. We don't measure parallel rays either.
So why do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Well, because we measure the Earth flat, we use it flat, we observe it to be flat, and nobody can experience it any other way, no matter what they do.
If you're there, like man, if you wanna measure the Earth's curvature with lasers, just point one, like at 4.8 kilometers away, and place another piece of sheet over there, like with the same height and the hole at the same place, you will see that the laser won't strike at the exact point. It would be off by a couple like it would be off by like half a centimeter.
You mean if Earth is a globe?
Earth is a globe. That's why it is that's why it is off by 1.5 centimeters. You can try it.
Well, in the demonstration you're referencing, which is a mockumentary called Behind the Curve. It's on Netflix, by the way. They didn't use a laser, first off, and second off, the height adjustments didn't even comport to the globe geometry. And third, because they used a flashlight, every hole that was used in the path of the light became a new source of light, effectively. This is called Huygens' principle.
Okay, so like according to you, how does the gravity work?
What do you mean, how does gravity work? How does gravity work on a globe?
On a flat Earth, it isn't possible, man. If Earth is flat, where's the edge? Like, where is
Why
it?
does there have to be an edge if it measures flat?
So you mean there is no edge, so it is infinite?
I don't know if it is. And it doesn't matter. For the sake of measuring the Earth, we measure it
So
flat.
what? Okay, you are
Yeah.
saying the flat. Yeah, I know, Aisha. Okay, so you believe the Earth is flat, or you are like saying that you know the Earth is flat?
No, we measured it flat. We measured it flat
Yeah.
with lasers.
What do you mean we? Like you measured it flat with laser?
We as our community, 24/7 Flat Earth, our members, have performed laser tests. We've also performed other kinds of tests.
And sorry, what about all the NASA stuff? So, like NASA and all the space agency are spending billions and billions of dollars sending people to space, spacecraft every year, and all the math computation we get from those. tells us about around Earth. So why? I don't know. Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, this is what's so frustrating, bro. Okay, so NASA presents us a globe. They explain that their technology uses a globe, so we go out and fact check them. We measure the Earth directly, and we can't find the curvature that they show us. What are we supposed to do?
Which type of test are you conducting to say so? Because NASA has done plenty of, well, in first place, photos we get from the outside of the Earth. Even if you send like a balloon so high, you can see the curvature of the Earth. More than a visual proof, I don't know what we need of. Maybe
we use high precision lasers with differential GPS aiming devices. And we also use infrared optics from high altitude balloons and from airplanes.
Okay, and what are you exactly doing? Because the first thing I could think about is just, as the guys probably said, to take a laser, point it from a source to a receiver, and see if on long distances the laser gets like a slight offset. I don't know how to say it.
Right. Well, this is exactly what we've done, and our community also has used more sophisticated means than just one laser. We've used multiple laser beams with different optical frequencies. And we pan the lasers horizontally left and right to hit multiple targets. And we can't measure curvature that way either.
Yeah, on which distance parameter? So we are talking about meters, kilometers?
A couple dozen kilometers.
I see.
Up to 40 kilometers. A test was done over 40 kilometers, and there should have been about 90 foot of Earth curvature that should have been obstructing the laser from hitting the target. So that you basically, if you were 40 kilometers away, you should have seen the laser about 90 meters up into the air, but the laser actually hit the target.
And this study is published somewhere? So like I'm talking about peer review or...
No, it's not been peer reviewed necessarily. Okay, so because that's due to the mainstream, right? Peer review would be according to the mainstream. This is a team of field engineers. Okay, and the field engineers went out with about a $30,000 laser, a bunch of weather stations, a whole bunch of equipment, and they did a whole series of laser tests over the surface of the water. Okay, the furthest one was 40 kilometers, and each time the laser hit the target, where it should have been off by hundreds of feet. Okay, 92 meters, I think. So
and
I'm
this
going
study
to
is published where? Oh yeah.
So I'm going to post it for you. I'm going to post it for you now. So they have a 1 hour long video showing the entire process from start to finish, and they also have a 180-page PDF document going over all of the technical specifications that were present during the test. So I'll just post it for you, and you can have a look at it. But we do have less technical and equally as effective tests that we can show you, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about as well. But I will post the technical test that I was just talking about right now. So just give me a second.
Just to take a look at it.
It's called Field Engineers Corps. That's the group of people. That's what they call themselves, Field Engineers Corps. Okay, so I've got the video and the link to the PDF document just here.
Yep, and that's just one. And we've got many, many, many more examples. And here's what's also frustrating. We are looking for the same kind of demonstrations from NASA, from the government, from universities to measure curvature of the Earth. And nobody's able to present anything like this that's ever been done.
Wait, but just using induction. So we observe the universe and we see all other planets being round, like spheres. So we see... Yeah.
That's not inductive.
Well, you see something, then n+1, you see another planet that's round, and you go on like that. That's a method that works in science, physics. We use induction. And so you start
Yeah.
observing the sun is round, Saturn is round, Uranus is round, Pluto is round. Why there should be flat?
Yeah, let me explain why this is not inductive so far. Because you're assuming as a conclusion that Earth is a celestial object. None of us in here as flat earthers accept that Earth is a celestial object. Why? Because Earth bears absolutely nothing in common with any of those celestial objects. Listen, flat Earth is not a space pizza. We don't believe Earth is a planet that is embedded within outer space. Flat Earth is the basement of the universe. This is the floor. This is the foundation of creation.
Okay, I don't understand that. So it should be infinite? I don't.
Well,
in which sense?
The flat Earth may extend for a very long way, maybe infinite. I don't know. However, there is a limit to our experience. That limit is defined by the gas pressure that we're breathing. We exist within a limited pressurized environment. Gas pressure.
And what about all
the?
Yeah, but what all the the fact that if you start from a point and you start straight, at the end you will get back to that point. That is the most basic
why do you think
example
that's
of a sphere. Well, if you are on a sphere and you pinpoint a point, then from there you start going straight. You are walking on the outside of the sphere, and so eventually, if you set the route correctly, you will get back to the point from where you started. And it's super easy to do on Earth.
No, it's not.
America was discovered that way. So why not?
No. So yes, I understand the geometry. For the kids listening, what you're describing is a spherical manifold that has a looping surface.
Yeah.
And the looping is defined by the radius.
Yes.
So the periodicity of your loop is defined by the radius. This is how a great circle distance, or the circumference, is calculated. The problem is nobody's measuring curvature, number one. And number two, nobody's been able to demonstrate that there is a circumference that is looping in the manner that you think. If I were to take a gyroscope and spin it up, and the flywheel is turning and turning and turning, if I lived on a curving ball and I were to take a great circle route, I would be going in one direction, and the gyroscope should start to rotate as if I'm going underneath it. Nobody's ever been able to demonstrate that that's the case at all, ever.
But just make it simple. Think about, I don't know, Christopher Columbus started from Europe, got to America, but if he proceeded on that route, he will be eventually getting back to Europe. I don't know, airplanes do that. They start from Shanghai airport, they do all the flight of the sphere that Earth is, and they eventually get back to Shanghai.
Yeah, well, what you're describing can be done on a flat surface, my friend.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Going in a gigantic circle.
Why should airplane, or I don't know, the entire world fake spheric Earth? Just for which purpose?
Well, I think people believe that the Earth is a globe so much that they will take physical measurements and cram it into the globe.
But it's not the case.
Into a spherical coordinate system.
Yeah, that's what's at play. It's a spherical coordinate system that was developed from sky observations at night.
Okay, but I'm just thinking about, I don't know, going back with history, about ancient Greek measuring shadows from Egypt on the Nile. I don't remember the exact name of the ancient Greek mathematician. Yes. He did so, we can do so, and that is one of the best and most simple proof we have that Earth is a sphere.
What was he trying to prove? What was he trying to prove with the test?
He was trying to he was trying to calculate the radius of the Earth. So if Earth has a
so
radius,
he already
it is a circle, is a sphere.
Yeah, so he already pre-assumed that the Earth is a sphere.
Did you know that
was his ideas?
In China, at the same time as Eratosthenes, there's a Chinese astronomer who did the same thing as Eratosthenes and confirmed that the Earth is flat.
Sorry, what is his name? I don't know anything about it.
I can post some information for you.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
I got it.
You got it?
already
Okay.
ready. Yeah, ready to go. So have a look in the side chat. There's a whole PDF to go along with what Yoda is going to tell you about.
So I have a quote from another document related to this. I'll post that too. Chinese astronomers developed a very ingenious flat Earth cosmological system called Gaitia. The sun rotates, has its counterpart on Earth right underneath it in the subpolar point. The circles described by the sun also have their counterparts on Earth. This means that the tropics and the equator are not only circles in the flat sky, but also circles on the flat Earth. The horizon where the heaven and Earth seem to meet each other is an optical illusion. In Gaitian, that's what it is, Gaitian, I left out the N. In Gaitian reality, Earth and heaven are two planes at a certain distance from each other. Accordingly, the phenomena of sunrise and sunset are optical illusions as well. In reality, the sun does not set but disappears out of sight, just like a man with a torch walking away from us. So there must be some gradual decline by which the sun is seen lowering and attaining the horizon, although in the Gaitian reality, it is always the same distance from the surface of the Earth.
Can you please post that quote in the side chat? Because I would like to steal it from you.
Yep, you got it. And I've got the source document.
Oh, excellent.
Yep, so here we go. All right, so there's a Chinese Eratosthenes, and he performed a very similar test using shadows in the sun. And because they already believed in Gaitian and their flat Earth, the geometry affirmed their flat Earth cosmology. And they remained flat earthers until Roman Catholic Jesuit missionaries spoke to the emperor and brought them a globe. They should have stayed flat earthers. Yep, I don't speak Mandarin or anything, so my apologies for butchering the language. Yep, so for the listener,
was that Puelpo?
I thought so.
Yeah, Puelpo, what do you think about that?
Reading the document, just a second.
Yeah. Go ahead, man. Take your time. Take your time. Don't rush.
So, from the document, A Chinese Eratosthenes of the Flat Earth, a study of a fragment of cosmology. I have a quote. Eratosthenes had two hypotheses of considerable predictive power, despite the fact that he would have found some difficulty in justifying them. First, the Earth is spherical. Second, the Sun is, for practical purposes, at an infinite distance, so that its rays reach the Earth sensibly parallel. As it will appear, the Chinese author believed neither of these things. The lack of instances of arguments for a spherical Earth is, of course, compounded by the lack of instances of any counter-argument at all. The flat Earth remained unquestioned. This situation persisted until well into the 17th century, as can be seen from a letter of the Jesuit missionary Ritchie, written in the year 1595. He notes that the Chinese say the Earth is flat and square, and the sky is a round canopy. They did not succeed in conceiving the possibility of the antipodes, the text of which the translation now follows also naturally assumes a flat Earth. I think it will become evident, however, that it cannot be classed. I'll post that quote as well. And it doesn't end there. We've got some more information to share regarding that. So there's a mathematics department, I think in Washington, Washington State. Let me go find that. As well as a quote from a university in Pennsylvania. Let me go. Give me just a moment while I go through this. I got plenty of quotes actually. So let's see which one to go first. From the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, North Carolina. This is from a journal regarding Eratosthenes. However, his observations would have led him to a very different conclusion if he had used another set of presuppositions in interpreting his observations. So, yes, the other interpretation would include a flat Earth with diverging rays from a point source. It continues, scientists should always remain aware of the fact that finding data which are consistent with a particular hypothesis does not rule out the possibility of other viable hypotheses. So to the earlier point regarding inductive logic, induction, yes, we use induction to build a hypothesis, but then it's tested deductively through experimentation. And that's how you prove or falsify your hypothesis. HO or HA. And this is also the problem of induction. Induction itself cannot prove anything definitively for the reason that was stated here. There could be other possibilities, other viable hypotheses. And our lack of creative ability does not negate the fact that other potentials may exist. So the problem of induction is we have just arrived at a conclusion potentially by one path, but that doesn't mean that there are other paths that can be taken to arrive at the same conclusion. And what happens if these two paths are based off of presuppositions that contradict each other, and only one of them must be true? Well, deductive logic will prove that out.
Excellent information. Can you post what you just went over then as well, please?
Sure. I've got some more. I love this topic so much that I've got a whole resource.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really great information.
Okay, this comes from oc.nps.edu. I wonder what that is. I forgot which one that is. nps.edu. Anyway, I'll post this too. But the quote is, Eratosthenes had observed that on that day of the summer solstice, the midday sun shone to the bottom of a well in the town of Syene. Today that's called Aswan. In figure 1. At the same time, he observed the sun was not directly overhead at Alexandria. It is remarkable that such accuracy was obtained in the view of the fact that most of the known facts and his observations were incorrect.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How do we know Aswan is modern day Syene?
Due to linguistics. You know how in some languages you call the same city two different things, two different words? You know how like in English we butcher foreign words all the time. Like Holy crap! For crying out loud, we call people from the Netherlands Dutch, which is supposed to come from Deutsch, which means German. That doesn't mean they're from the Netherlands. So.
I suppose, but Aswan and Cyan don't sound the same.
No, they don't.
And, to me, like, you know, like
Dutch and
Cyan, right?
Netherlandish don't sound the same either.
Isn't it Holland?
Yeah, or Hollandish.
Cyan and Cayenne, they sound the same though.
Yeah. These lands were conquered by different people too over time. So you had the Hellenistic Greeks that came in and whooped up on some of the barbaric tribes, some Egyptians, who themselves were interbred with Babylonians from before that. And then from the Greeks, you also had the Roman-Greek Civil War, in which the Romans moved in. And then a few hundred years later, you had the Muslim tribes move into northern Africa and take over. And so you have a total like confluence of different languages and cultures dumping in. You're going to get a lot of cities that are renamed different things, or cities that are said different ways because people hear the word in their own language and say it wrong and spell it wrong. That this kind of thing happens. So yeah, I mean, it's not unusual. Okay, next. This is from astronomy.org. Eratosthenes assumed that Earth is a sphere and that the solar rays are parallel when they reach Earth, right? That's one of the foundational assumptions. That's an assumption. More, this is from MAA.org. Eratosthenes' assumptions. 1, that Alexandria and Cyan lie on the same meridian. Well, that's false, according to today. Number 2, that light rays from the sun which strike the Earth are parallel. That's an assumption that has not been proven. Number 3, that the distance between Alexandria and Cyan is 5,000 stadies. Well, how long is a stady? Nobody really knows, because back in the time of Eratosthenes, stadies were not a uniform length of measurement. Stadies were counted out by people walking. Furthermore, number 4, that the angle formed by the shadow of the staff in Alexandria at the summer solstice is equal to 1/50th of a circle. Boy, that's baking in your conclusion to your supposition, isn't it? And number 5, that Earth is a sphere. Yeah, that follows from number 4. Eratosthenes analyzed the observations with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere and the sun is very far away. And let me post that one too.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, thanks for posting that. I'll definitely take that. If you could you read out the screenshot that I just posted as well?
Absolutely, yes. We do have a listening audience. Okay, Captain Refractio posted a screenshot. It says this: I conclude with a remark on a method for measuring large distances, which is often recalled in the context of Eratosthenes' measurement. In most of the popular accounts, we read that the distance between Alexandria and Cyan was reported to Eratosthenes by a bimetist. That's a strange word, but this is a man trained to keep a regular pace when marching and to record the number of steps between places. Oh, today I learned that that's a bimetist. The use of bimetists is often presented as the usual method for measuring large distances in the Greek world. Yes, this includes the Hellenistic era of northern Africa, Egypt. But a search of the Thesaurus Linguae Graecae has yielded the result that the word bimetist is attested only once in the entire corpus of Greek literature. And a passage concerning the method used for measuring the distances traveled by the army during the campaign of Alexander the Great, in circumstances in which surveying was hardly practicable. Fascinating. All right, did I post my thing earlier just now? Yes,
just
I did.
now, yeah, you did. Yeah, excellent.
Great. From DIO, the International Journal of Scientific History. So Eratosthenes was pretending that the sun was 12 times smaller than the Earth. Eratosthenes' experiment was just an indoor theoretical exercise. That's a great journal, by the way, Dio. Ah, crap. There we go. Okay, let me copy and paste Dio. I've got plenty more where this came from, folks. Gosh.
So can you go into just a little bit more about that one? So Eratosthenes was pretending that the sun was 12 times smaller than the Earth?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
And the experiment was just an indoor theoretical exercise?
Yeah, so it's interesting. And this is based off of a reading of original source material. And what is the original source material but third-hand tertiary accounts that refer to secondary accounts that refer to direct first-hand accounts? We do not have the original first-hand account from Eratosthenes anywhere. There's a reference to Eratosthenes by Cleomedes, which is often used as is the furthest upstream of all the sources. And he was said to be a librarian of Alexandria, and this is one of the things he did. But even in the ancient world, I don't think that the ancient world regarded Eratosthenes' experiment as something that was actually done. Rather, it was a thought experiment that you could do this. And this is one way that you could show that Earth is a globe if you could pretend that you can do this.
So,
and
so there's no. Well, hold on 1 second, because that's crazy. So there's absolutely, like, Eratosthenes didn't write any of this down, and we don't have Eratosthenes' writings of his results of the so-called experiment.
Right.
That's literally the first result when you type in who was the first person to measure the Earth to be a globe.
Right. And that's exactly right. And they say, well, of course it was Eratosthenes. And yes, no primary source documents exist of his, not a single one. We don't even know if he was a real guy, and if so, when he actually lived, outside of, I think, Cleomedes' account.
It's interesting, they actually say something similar about Pythagoras.
Yeah, Pythagoras. The guy who practically invented all of geometry and maps and everything. Yeah, one guy developed all of this scientific, technical understanding rather of the known world and geometry and math.
Sorry, why not? At this time, nothing of what he invented was known. So it makes sense that a great philosopher like him would come up with these ideas, formalize them, and get them to our time so we can call all those set of things by his name.
Are you talking about Pythagoras?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. I mean, look, just quickly. Okay, so here's Dr. Piers Bursill Hall from the University of Cambridge talking about how most of what we're told about Pythagoras isn't true. Okay, this is a mainstream history professor from Cambridge. Okay, so I've posted the information in the side chat there. But yeah, most of what we're taught at school about Pythagoras is absolutely false information. In fact, once you actually have a deep dive into Pythagoras and the cult of Pythagoras and the Pythagoreans, you'll find story is very different to what we've been told by the mainstream. But yeah, here's a historian from Cambridge in the side chat who literally says most of what we've been told about Pythagoras is absolutely false.
It was kind of common back then for the Greeks to invent characters that were composites of multiple people over a long period of time, distilling them into one archetype, one person, a persona, a mask.
So is it maybe fair to say that they lacked what we would refer to as a corporate or institutional identity? So they would often, as a project throughout antiquity, generate, say, a pseudonym that would encompass, say, 2 or 3 people in a particular project.
Yeah, and I think it was actually understood by the people at the time that they were doing this, that they were incorporating a body, an idea, to represent that corpus of knowledge. And this makes sense, especially given the curious explosion of the Greek era that took place after the second fall of Babylon. You had all these Babylonians getting run out by the Persian Medes and settling west and heading west, and they came into Europe. They came in through the Bosphorus, and they brought their arts and sciences with them, and they taught people things that lived there, and they tried to rebuild civilization. And then that's kind of where the Greeks inherited much of their knowledge from the Babylonians and the Egyptians. And so how would a proud people trace their heritage back, and how would you encapsulate a corpus of knowledge? I mean, you could do it very easily by encrypting it into one persona. Pythagoras is responsible for this, this, and this, and this. Eratosthenes is responsible for this, 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 and this. And so anytime you use these words, Pythagorean, or invoke Eratosthenes, you immediately can recall the corpus of work that's associated with these personas. This was not unusual for their culture at the time to do this. And I personally don't think that the people at the time believed that these people were real figures.
There's
today we
next to no evidence that they actually were real figures. And the historian in the video I posted, he does explain that as well. He said he said they probably did exist in some sense, but everything that's claimed that they said, that's not able to be determined as true at all.
True. I don't think this practice stopped, by the way.
So I'll give you a good example is the various painters who, even up till recent time, that came out with various paintings, and then they say, oh, then there's this big expose. This painter didn't actually paint this. His assistant painted it. It's like, well, maybe, okay, that certainly is true, but that's clickbait, because at the end of the day, you didn't really have, say, the Art Conservatory of North America. And so what you had was you would have a certain painter's name attached to the studio, and anything that came out of that studio was just by the name of that painter, and probably very few of the art that came out of there. So would you call it if you supervised it and directed it?
Great analogy. I love it. Yeah. So what was Pythagorean was anything that came out of the Pythagorean cult. Whatever remarkable insights or discoveries that corpus, that people brought forth, was considered Pythagorean, and that was attributed to Pythagoras himself, the father of all the information that flowed.
And I'll give you another one. If you go back a little further in history, you and I will take opposite sides of this, and that's okay. But the blessed Martin Luther, there's still works of Martin Luther.
If he was able to write letters to the Byzantines.
No. He published so many books that there's still, from when he died back in the 1500s, there's still books that are in that old German, Heiligen Deutsch, that have not been translated to English.
Right.
So, so there's no way that one man could have been that prolific. I know a pastor who has a collection that at that time it was all the translated works. I don't know if that collection was from the 60s or the 50s, but it was a collection that was given him, and it takes 2 bookcases.
Yeah.
How does one man?
How about Isaac Newton is maybe a more on point example. Isaac freaking Newton, most known for his theory of gravitation and the Newton's laws of motion. And what is he actually interested in but alchemy and reconstructing chronology, time, and history he's got far greater works attributed to these two things than to the mathematics of the physical world relating to modern physics. He was an alchemist. He was an occultist, an astrologer.
And isn't it also Einstein that they admit that there's a work of his that was actually written by a student?
Yeah, or his wife. His wife, who was like a real mathematician or something. Cousin wife. But yeah, I mean, he basically stole like Ampere's equations, and he stole Poincaré's cosmology, and he was like a freaking all-you-can-eat buffet of different ideas that he cherry-picked and glued together. Minkowski space, Lorentz fields, all this shit. And what he created was a sandbox from which all kinds of other modern cosmologies can be invented. If you ever played video games, you know how video games, some of them are considered open sandboxes. One of them is like Half-Life that turned into Gary's mod, or the Unreal Engine, like a video game engine. You create the engine, you create the toolbox, and from there, all kinds of other inventions, all kinds of games and programs and simulations and models can be created. That's really what Einstein did for the world, was he created an open sandbox for people to imagine anything is possible and then apply mathematical rigor to it to lend it some credibility. But yeah, I mean, he's almost like a conglomeration of all kinds of ideas that preceded him. I'm pretty sure Eratosthenes is like an Einstein for the ancient world. And if you include with Einstein all the different 20 to 80 spin-offs of relativity and morphologies, just like with Eratosthenes, I mean, you can attribute so much more to him as well, and Pythagoras. So, yeah, I mean, this is what we do. People do this stuff, I guess, and it's not accurate, but here we are. Let's bring it back on point, though. So, Earth is flat. We measure it like that. We've got laser tests. We've got long-distance observations, both in the optical spectrum and infrared and microwave. Radio. The Earth behaves and appears as if it is flat. It's the craziest thing, folks. I know it's hard to accept. When we go to measure the Earth, the way we observe it, and can't find curvature no matter what we do, the only way to make the curvature exist is with our minds, by applying a model, a conceptual model of the Earth. And this is actually called an ellipsoid, or a datum in geodesy, geodetic surveying, a datum. There's an entire field of surveying that is dedicated to this. They're dedicated to taking physical measurements of Earth, of a flat Earth, and they know it's a flat Earth. They call it that. They call it planar surveys. There's a field that takes planar surveys and mathematically bends them to the idea of a globe, a mathematical datum of a globe, an ellipsoid reference of a globe. They take physical measurements and they break them because they believe so truly that Earth is a globe that their measurements that they physically take have to be wrong somehow. There's no way I could be observing the Earth flat when I do a planar survey. I know Earth is a globe, so let me take these measurements and bend them a little bit within an error tolerance, and I can get a globe out of it. And guess what? If I run out of error tolerance, I create new error tolerances for me to bend it into.
Could I ask a question about
Sure.
the Earth being flat?
Yeah, Miknan, hello.
How would you explain why certain parts of the Earth are nighttime or dark, while others are lit up by the sun? If the Earth was flat, wouldn't the entire Earth be lit up if the sun was above the entire Earth?
Great question, and I understand where you're coming from, because that's one of the questions I used to have. What if the sun is actually not that big at all and provides local light only?
Right, so if it's very small, you're saying?
Yeah. And what if Earth is the floor of the universe?
Well, not the universe in the sense of the heliocentric model, right? But the floor of the system that we live in, essentially.
Yeah, it's a better way to put it. The Earth is the basement. The Earth is the ground, the floor, a flat plane. And we don't think there's anything underneath it. Because the further we dig, it gets hotter and hotter and denser and denser.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is the sun? I mean, the sun is the light in the sky. And it's like this. If you and I are sitting in the same room and there's a light on the ceiling, you stay under that light and I start walking away from it. The light gets lower and lower in my field of view. And if it's a big enough room, let's say it's a warehouse, a gigantic indoor warehouse, I keep walking away, that light is going to go further and further down towards the vanishing line of perspective.
Yeah.
And eventually, I won't see the light anymore because it's too far away.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
sun is
so
far away from the earth.
Sorry, Manu, what was your question?
No, sir. You continue.
Okay. I don't think Earth is in outer space. I don't think flat Earth is a space pizza. If that makes sense to you, flat Earth is not a space pizza. People depict it this way. If you Google what is flat Earth, you're going to see a space pizza. That's not what we think, folks. That's pretty freaking hilarious. It makes fun of us, but we don't actually believe that that's the case at all.
Bro, if the earth is flat, where does gravity
so
come
you're
from?
saying the sun only lights up certain sections of the earth at
Because the
once?
light moves away and illumines the local area where that light is over. You can't see forever. The light doesn't push through the atmosphere forever. There is weather systems, right? You've got weather between you and the sun. The sun goes behind clouds. What if the sun is thousands of miles away and you've got thousands of miles of cloud that blocks out the sun? It gets dark.
Here's another example, just quickly. Okay, so even on like a clear summer day, and just say it's midday and the sun's directly above you, if you go just 200 meters down into the water, usually much less than that, but say 200 meters, okay, it's pitch black at 200 meters deep. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun at all. It's completely absorbed by the medium to the point where it's just pitch black. So the atmosphere acts similar. Obviously, it's not as dense as the water. It doesn't absorb it as the water does, but it's the same kind of logic, right? The same kind of thing happens.
Right, yeah. But it's each day at certain points in the day, it's on average there's roughly the same amount of light at that same place, provided there's no clouds in the way or anything like that. But
yeah, the atmosphere is full of water vapor. I mean, water absorbs electromagnetic radiation.
it's just hard to think like a light so far away from the Earth being able to somehow only light up certain sections of the Earth. Like,
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, it's
think
like a
about
light
the
in a warehouse,
example.
dude.
Yeah, think about the example I just gave you with the sunlight in the ocean. I mean, just 200 meters down, right? They say the sun is like enormous compared to the Earth. Okay, and it's 93 million miles away, but just 200 meters down into the ocean, you can't even see the sun or any effect of the sun. No light whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how big of a difference water makes as opposed to just the standard atmosphere, though. Maybe the water.
Yeah, quite a bit, but there's also a bit of a difference, you know, as the sun moves away from you in the air. Like just say someone walks away from you with a flashlight, and they go to the next town, you know, obviously you're not going to be able to see the flashlight.
Yeah.
Manu, you're hot micing, bro.
Bro,
Manu,
what will
my
happen
friend,
if you go
don't
to
make me mute you, please. I don't want to do it.
How far away do you guys think the
the
sun is from the Earth? Or is it kind of unknown?
It's unknown, fundamentally unknown.
Definitely.
You know, people have tried to triangulate the height of the sun, not just flat earthers, but people do this. And every time they try to triangulate the height of the sun, they come up with a different value each and every time.
Yeah.
It's a mystery in that regard. Now, there could be some very complex optics at play. There could be an optical structure really high up there that is able to focus the light in a different position based off of where you are. There also could be other explanations in this. Where the globe, okay, people who believe in the globe, how they explain it is the light is parallel. Because the sun is so big, the surface of the sun is effectively flat. So the light that it emanates is parallel, and the Earth is so tiny and so circular, depending where you're on the Earth, you're going to see a different angle to the sun, even though the light is parallel. Now, there is a huge problem with this, because if the light is effectively parallel from a flat surface that is much bigger than the surface of the Earth, then we should have parallel angles of arrival to our eyes from that source of light. And we don't see that. If we did, we would only see white everywhere we look up. When we look up to the sky, we should only see white. It should be bathed. It should be like the sun. You can't even see the sun because all of the light is coming in at the same angle in parallel to your eyeball. And that's not what's happening. So people who claim that this is the case for heliocentrism, for a globe that orbits the sun, and say this is happening, it doesn't mathematically, geometrically, or physically make sense. And the people who know enough about this, who still believe it, will be honest with you, and they'll tell you, yeah, we don't quite understand it, but this is how it has to be because we believe that Earth is a globe so much.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because the way we
That
see
is
things,
confusing.
the way we see things is in angles of arrival to the back of our eyeball. There's an image of the world that is painted on the back of your eyeball that is a perfect reflection of what exists outside. And if they claim that the light is coming in parallel, how do you discern its size? How do you tell how far away it is? I mean, we know we can't see how far away it is. Like, that's the other thing. There is absolutely no parallax to the moon or the sun or any of the planets or the stars. So that alone is weird. But at the same time, we know that there's no parallel light because we can differentiate angular relationships in the night sky between things.
I feel
Like they say
a lot of
Polaris.
flat earthers.
But hold
Sorry,
on, they say
continue.
Polaris. Polaris is a gigantic star, a star that is much, 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 much bigger than the sun and is over 400 light years away. And they say that the light from Polaris hits the Earth in parallel fashion. Every source of light in the sky at night, they say, comes from a very, very large object so far away, and it's bathing a globe Earth in parallel light. And I would say, okay, if that's the case, first off, we don't see that that's the case. But maybe my understanding of how we see is not right, because I've never had to deal with such large objects at such distances in reality before. So I don't know that that's true. So let's say, okay, for us to determine whether or not that's true, we're going to go measure the surface of the Earth. So let's go measure the surface of the Earth, because if what you're saying is true, then a necessary condition of this, one of them, is that the surface is curving, that there's a globe, that we're all walking around the outside of a ball. Let's go measure that. What happens when we do? It measures flat.
Was that Mitten that we're talking to? Mitten. Hey, bro. You were gonna say something a minute ago. I feel like all flat earthers, and then
they generally say the sun is very close to the Earth, or the moon is very close to the Earth.
I know.
Yeah, but that's subjective. That's subjective as well. Like, what's very close mean? Like not 93 million miles away. Like, just like what's it really depends
within
on what.
10,000 miles.
Yeah. Well, how about this? What if the sun is an optical effect? That what you see with the sun and the moon are not the source of the sun and the moon. Just like a rainbow, you don't see the rainbow is not a predetermined distance away from you. You cannot triangulate the point of a rainbow. Well, what if the sun is like a rainbow? It's an optical effect, therefore holographic.
I mean, in that case, I'd have no idea how far away it is.
Correct.
If it worked like that.
Yeah, nobody can, whether you believe that Earth is a globe or not, you cannot triangulate the position of the sun. Just like you cannot triangulate the position of the moon, and you cannot triangulate the star, you cannot triangulate the planet, you cannot triangulate a rainbow.
Yeah.
Or a sundog.
Assuming it's not the same as a rainbow.
Why not?
Just assuming it's not. I feel like you could determine that it's not within 10,000 miles, because that would mean that if you're on different places on the Earth, you'd see a noticeable difference in size for the moon or the sun. You don't generally, no matter where you are on Earth, that the size remains the same.
You do actually, yeah. Like if you try to triangulate,
you do, but it's
the height of
very
the sun,
small and indistinguishable.
Well-
but yeah, I guess it would exist slightly.
Yeah, so there are people who are geocentric globers. Do you know what that means?
No.
So there are people, many people today, who believe that Earth is a globe, just like you, just like NASA and everybody else. But the globe is the center of the universe. And the sun and the moon are little orbs, little balls that orbit the globe. So this is called geocentrism. And even if you are a geocentrist, you cannot triangulate the height of the sun or the moon.
Would you be able to explain how that's related?
Yeah, I mean, it's related because nobody, no matter what your cosmology is, flat, geocentric globe, or heliocentric globe, solar system, no matter your cosmology, you cannot triangulate the height of the sun or the moon or the stars or the planets.
Yeah.
No matter what, right? So, period. There are different explanations for this, okay? So if you believe that Earth is a globe,
in a solar system, that's called heliocentrism, then you believe that the reason for this is because the Earth is so tiny and the sun is so big that the surface of the sun is basically flat. Relative to a teeny tiny Earth, the surface of the sun is so big and round that it may as well be flat. And so all the sun rays come down parallel. They say effectively parallel because the sun is so big and round that it's not parallel, but basically relative to a tiny globe Earth, it is in parallel, that the light is in parallel and can be treated as parallel and is flat from a flat surface in the sky. And this is the reason why we can measure different angles to the sun, because Earth is a globe. And as you go around the curvature of the globe, you measure different elevation angles to the sun along those parallel rays, and you get different angles because you're going around a curving surface. And the further you travel north or south or east or west, you're going to get a different angle to the sun because the surface is curving. Now, a geocentrist will say, well, Earth is a globe. We can't triangulate the distance to the sun, moon, or stars because they exist in a heavenly realm. And for whatever reason, God has appointed their position to be observer dependent. That's not too much different from how a flat earther conceives it. So you've got a well-defined explanation from the solar system, and maybe not as a well-defined explanation from the geocentrist or the flat earther. But how do you prove that the heliocentric explanation is true? You've got to go to the surface. You've got to go to the Earth itself. If we measure Earth flat, and we do, then we know that the geocentrist is wrong because they believe in a globe. And we know the heliocentrist is wrong because they also believe in a globe. We measure the Earth flat. What does that leave us? It leaves us with that the sky is a gigantic realm of mystery. And we can make up stories about it all we like. We can take measurements. Okay, I've got my spectroscope, and I'm measuring sodium. I'm measuring nitrogen. I'm measuring oxygen. Like, we got people that can measure the spectra of different elements radiating from the sources of light up there. Doesn't mean that it's actually coming from the source of light. And so people start making up stories. Well, the reason why that this light has more sodium than nitrogen is because of this. The reason why that light has more oxygen than nitrogen is because of that. And the reason why this is that color is because of hydrogen and helium and da-da-da-da-da. I mean, people make up all kinds of crazy stories. And that's what astrophysics is. That's astronomy. It's making up stories based off of the limited amount of measurements that we're actually able to obtain in an observation and an interpretation within a frame of reference that believes in the heliocentric model. And why do people believe in the heliocentric model? Well, because the ancient Greeks imagined the night sky as a gigantic sphere. And that is a subjective interpretation. I can conceive of the sky in any shape, in any form. In fact, the most appropriate way to conceive of the night sky and the motion of the stars and planets is not spherical, but helical, like a spiral, like a slinky. I can get into further detail about that. There are so many problems with the heliocentric concept. It will blow your mind. We in 24/7 Flat Earth, we spend so much time researching this stuff. We find problems with the heliocentric cosmology, the geocentric cosmology, anything involving a ball Earth. And we document these problems. It's almost like if you're a hacker and you find bugs in the code and you're paid to find bugs in the code and exploit them. That's kind of what we do. We find bugs in the heliocentric code. You know, these are the bugs in the code that they don't teach you when you go to college, when you go to your science class. They're not going to teach you all the reasons why the heliocentric Big Bang is wrong. They're going to teach you why it's right. But if you want to learn why it's wrong, you're going to have to go to alternate sources. You're going to have to come talk to people like us. And it's up to you if you want to listen to us further and think about the further research that can be done based off of it. One of the most mind-blowing things I found, I know I've been talking a long time. One of the most mind-blowing revelations that I've had within the past year, I've been doing this about 5 years, 4 to 5 years. What's been so mind-blowing is when I learned about this, the leap year. We've all heard that there's a leap year. The leap year is when you add an extra day in February to account for the rotation of the Earth and its orbit around the sun. We were told that the Earth and its orbit around the sun and its rotation does 364.24, almost 0.25 rotations within its orbit every year before it comes back to where it starts. And as you add these up, it means at the end of every 4 years, you're going to have an extra day. 0.24, 0.24, 0.24, 0.24 is almost an extra day. So then you add that you account for that extra day by adding it to February 29th every year. All right? Here's the truth of it. That's what we're told. And it's based off of this orbital concept of heliocentrism. There's probably a geocentric equivalent to it. But here's what actually happens. If I go out and I look at the sun, let's say I choose a day out of the year. It could be the summer solstice. What is the summer solstice? I chose this day because it is the day that has the longest amount of sunlight. Depending where I live, this could either be in the north or the south, but I'm choosing this day, and I stick a big gigantic stake in the ground, and I measure the length of the shadow, just like Eratosthenes, by the way. And I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to count how many times the sun rises to get to this exact point in time, to where the shadow comes to this point on the ground as I'm measured by the stick. And so I'll count the days, and I will count 365 days, and lo and behold, the shadow casts down at the same exact place it was 365 days ago. I'm like, great, so that's 1 year. Let me count another year. Okay, so 365 days later, it does it again. 365 days later, it does it again. 365 days later, it doesn't do it. I have to wait another day, 366. I have to wait a 366th day for the shadow to appear at the same point on the ground as measured from the stick that I put in 4 years ago. There's an actual extra physical day that takes place every 4 years. And that day doesn't land on the same day as the leap year in our calendar system. That last day, I think, was in 2022. Sometime during that year was that 366th physical day. How does that happen if Earth is a spinning ball in a solar system that actually spins 360, it actually spins, it spins another 0.24 times than 365 over the course of a year. We're told that those 0.24, 0.25 extra orbits accumulate every 4 years, and then we account for it by resetting the calendar with an extra day every 4 years. What actually happens is every 4 years, there are 366 sunrises to get that shadow back to where it was on the ground from the stick that I put into it.
That's interesting. Do you have any documentation of who checked that?
Yeah, I got tons. I'm not ready. I don't have it right here. Now,
oh, that's all right.
I did check it myself, okay? And the data exists within what's called meteorological data. You can go to timeanddate.com. You can go to your local government, whatever weather organization, weather agency, meteorological agency that is local to you, could even be local to your city or town or county. And you can find this data because people are recording this, and you will see it in there, no matter where you live. And it doesn't have to be on the summer solstice. Like I said, you could arbitrarily pick any day out of the year, and you're going to find this is the case. You could pick the equinox, you can pick the winter solstice, you can pick any point in between the two. But I think one of the best ways to do it is to pick one of those days where people know that the sun is at its zenith at a particular point in time that's consistent. So that would be either the solstices or the equinoxes. And use that as a starting point. So you could look up like the summer solstice in your location at your particular point in time and go back through history and count how many sunrises and sunsets happen. And then keep going backwards and keep going backwards and keep going backwards. You'll count 365, 365, 365, 366, 365, 365, 365, 366, 365, 365. It's insane. If you want to know more, there's a flat earther who passed away, sadly. Probably one of the greatest legends. His name was Antonio Subirats. The Book of the Sun. That's the name of his YouTube channel. His daughter maintains the channel. The Book of the Sun. He has done so much research into this. Definitely worth checking out. So I'm going to yield the floor back because I have more.
Sorry?
Yeah.
What was the name? Sorry.
Antonio Subirats. I'm going to post his name in text chat if nobody else has. And I will post his YouTube channel in there. Give me just a second while I pull this up. I've got to do some house cleaning right now. Why? Because my wife's away. So I'm now the wife of the house. Got to do some vacuuming, cleaning the bathroom.
All of that information was great. Much appreciated.
Thanks, man. Right, hold on. Still scrolling. OPQRST, the Book of the Sun. There it is. Okay, copy. There he is. Absolute legend. One of us. He died of cancer. Very friendly, very upbeat and positive. It's really sad. It seems like death prematurely takes the best of us.
You know, when it comes to like, how could all of these scientists and professors and government agencies and whatnot be lying about such a thing, right? And how could they keep it under wraps? Well, I think if you really think about it, right, most people, almost all of the people that you're talking about when you're thinking about the people that are lying or the agencies that are lying, genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Okay, they've probably never questioned it, never tested it. So most people, when it comes to most of your scientists, college professors, even most people that work for NASA, that work for the government, right? It's all compartmentalized, and most people genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. So they're not necessarily lying about it. Okay, it would only have to be a very small amount of people that would actually know. And if you look into the history of how the Earth actually became a globe in the first place, it will all make a lot more sense on why it's not necessarily such a lie, but maybe more of a theories turning into facts, right? It's a whole rabbit hole in itself, so I won't go too deep into it. And yeah, I'll pass the mic over to someone else.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Those people are most likely dead now, but so it just goes on. The lie is just propagated from people who doesn't understand that they're lying because it's just a belief. I mean, your third grade teacher who brought out the globe from her death and told you this is where you live. you didn't have the whereabouts to ask any questions about it. You were like, "Oh, really? Yeah, we're living in on a ball in space. I guess that's right." And she didn't know either. She's preached what she had been told, right? Nobody is taught this; they're just being told it, and it's going to go down for every generation. People are just going to keep saying it, but they actually can't prove it.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Look, server of Aleph. Look, you need to try not to just cut into conversations, please. If you could put yourself on mute and then wait for an opportunity when it's a good time to talk. Then... All right, so I'll help you out with that just for now, and you can let me know in the side chat when you're ready.
Yeah, we're talking to Zess right now. He has some good questions. We're enjoying this conversation a lot. So Aleph, well, okay, he left. But anyway, if anybody else is waiting, just hang on a little bit. We'll get to you. Good chance for you.
I think Yoda was trying to jump in when I interrupted him.
Yeah.
If he's still available.
Yeah, I think DJ set the table there properly. This problem we have does not require a grand conspiracy to keep going. I think a lot of people throughout history just believe in the globe so much that they shoehorn their physical measurements of the earth into a globe concept, into a globe model, and they make it work by any means necessary. This includes people in the aerospace industry. So I don't think NASA exists to hide a flat earth from people. I don't think that's their stated goal, and I don't really think that that's their primary objective even behind the scenes. When you look at what NASA was founded to do, NASA was born out of a psychological warfare program that was run by the president after World War II. It was called the Psychological Coordinating Board and later renamed the Operations Coordinating Board. They staffed NASA before it was funded with people from the intelligence community. And their stated goal was to project American power and technology and progress and discovery. And this was done in order to secure America's place in the world as the victor of World War II, a country that nobody could ever technologically outmatch or militarily beat. This is their stated objective. They include within their founding documents of space policy prior to NASA's founding that they would use technological claims like satellites for psychological effects. You can read this in a document called NSC 5814, National Security Council Memo number 5814. So yeah, they faked the moon landing.
I mean, doesn't take a genius to find that out, right?
Right. And this could also mean that other technology that they claim exists doesn't exist in the way that you think or we think that they operate.
But I have a question.
Technology could operate under completely different principles.
Okay, I have a question if you don't mind. Okay, I'm with you. The U.S. is lying about this shit, and they're just a bunch of. They always done this stuff where they use propaganda to tell you something that isn't true. I'm with you. Why would Russia, China, India, and all the other countries be in on it as well? That's what I want to know.
Well, Russia faked it first with Sputnik. So at the time of the space race, you have to wonder, was Russia and America really against each other? I don't think so. Not in the way we think. Because the space race was the third iteration of an international community's endeavor to explore the Earth. The first iteration was in the late 1800s, funded by the Habsburg Empire, called the International Polar Year. The second one was the International Polar Year in 1933, and the third one was renamed the International Geophysical Year in 1958, and the fourth one was in 2008. So the space race was already part of an Antarctic expedition that had been going on too, as part of a much broader program for discovery. So when this was going on and Russia claimed to orbit Sputnik, then America chomped at the bit and said, well, while we have the space race going on, let's do that too. And then let's also produce technology that's even more grand, seemingly more capable. And I think this psychological arms race was built on a bunch of lies. And I think over decades, the lies were so big they couldn't reverse it anymore. They couldn't go back. There are other countries that did not claim to land men on the moon. They wouldn't even go there. Like the UK was very smart to avoid manned lunar expeditions and get behind any of that. But I think the claims of space got so big that they basically can't reverse them, and they're stuck.
United States, Russia, China, India, Japan, all landed on the moon. Interesting. India, huh? Do they have any footages of that?
I don't know. But here's what I find interesting. Just these countries that claim outer space capabilities also claim to have nuclear weapons. And when you go back to the founding documents of NASA, it almost looks like one of NASA's primary purposes is to provide cover for nuclear weapons development. Why? Because the Saturn rockets that were used for NASA's exploration were also being used for nuclear ICBMs. So if you paint a NASA logo on a nuclear missile, you could test the motor all day. You could test the rocket, the guidance system all day, and nobody would think the wiser. Nobody would suspect that it's actually for weapons development.
Another interesting point to add is that as bad as the NASA footage looks and whatnot, right, and how many technical impossibilities there were behind the moon missions, the footage from these other countries, right? Most people haven't looked into that, right? Have a look at China's footage of when they said that they landed on the dark side of the moon and whatnot. Japan's footage, India's footage is probably the most hilarious on top of China and Russia and the Soviet footage. It's so bad. It's really laughable, and there's like glitches and mistakes, and it's all inconsistent with other countries' footage as well. Like there's some funny...
Captain, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry, but like, do we have
You're right.
None of these countries has ever did a proper vlog going on the moon and showing how things are? None of them?
If you have a look, if you go to YouTube and you type in so this is India's greatest ever achievement, right? So in modern history. Okay, so if you go onto YouTube and you type in footage of India lunar mission or something along those lines, right? You'll see extremely limited, tiny little bit of video footage that looks absolutely ridiculous and laughable. It's completely limited. It's just silly. Even a lot of the Indian people that we get in here also, laugh at it, and they're like, yeah, we probably did fake that. It's ridiculous. The footage is so bad that they actually decided to show the animation rather than the real footage on the TV. So if you look at most people celebrating India landing on the moon, they're looking at an Atari-looking animation. So yeah, it's pretty bad. And we don't even have to say we can prove it's all fake. We can just say it's kind of faith-based, right? We can't validate any of this information. But when we actually go out and empirically test over the surface of the Earth, it doesn't match up with the globe ever. Okay, throughout all of history, there's not a single observation where someone's gone out and actually measured 260 feet of curvature over 20 miles, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. In fact, when we go out and test over 20 miles, there's zero curvature. We can shoot a laser or zoom across with a high-powered camera over to the other side of a 20-mile lake and see the shoreline consistently. So empirical evidence doesn't match. The faith-based so-called space footage it's faith-based, like I just said. And yeah, it just so you get into it a bit more from there. You start looking into it. You'll start learning all about the globe model. Okay, flat earthers tend to know a lot more than the average person about how the globe operates, right? Because it's one of the first things that you need to look into. It's like, okay, they're claiming this. How did that become a claim? Where did that come from? What you're going to find is most things are mathematical models or concepts, you could call them, based off assumptions. Okay, and when you look for empirical validation of the core variables in the equations and whatnot that they're using, you'll find that there isn't any. There isn't any empirical evidence for these.
Can I make a claim?
Yeah.
So okay, so play along with me and just tell me what you think, okay? So I googled the distance of the moon from the Earth, and it's like 400,000 kilometers, roughly. Not exactly, but roughly. Do you think it might be just like there's literally no technology? Oh, my Siri went off. Give me a second.
You're right.
Sorry. Okay, do you think that it just might be like it's so far away that there's literally no technology to get us there, and everybody's like, since America's already faked it, everybody else is trying to fake it so they can claim superpower C?
Yes and no to a bunch of things that you just said. I would say that the vacuum of space and the way that outer space is presented to us in the heliocentric model actually violates a bunch of natural laws. It's scientifically impossible, as we've been told. Okay, when it comes to the distance to the moon, that kind of thing, it's all based on assumptions. It's based on knowing the radius value of the Earth and that the space is a vacuum, and it's all kind of tied in together with the globe model. Now, when it comes to why they would lie about the moon missions for notoriety and power and things like that, yeah, absolutely, that's probably part of the reason. India they want to also be seen by the rest of the world as a country that is very technologically advanced, and they've also done something similar to what the great powerful America has done, and yeah, other countries want a piece of the pie as well, and the pie might just be respect and that kind of thing. How they're perceived on a grand scale. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Where they all figured out that, hey, America used NASA as a cover for weapons development, so we're going to do the same thing and signal back to the Americans.
I'm just listening. I want to see what y'all else have to say.
Right. So suppose it's possible to put something on the moon over a flat Earth. It means that they're doing it in a whole different manner than what we think. All that business about orbits and stuff, all of that would probably have to change.
Yeah, ultimately the claim of the distance to the moon is a claim only. That value, that distance, is predicated on the Earth being a globe. So let's just rip the Band-Aid off for you really quickly. The entire idea of the solar system, the universe that you have in your mind, that you've been fed for most of your life, is complete fantasy, because it has to be a globe for any of that to even remotely be true. So since the Earth is not a globe, you can just forget about the solar system that you were taught about. It is implausible because the Earth would have to be a sphere.
Yeah, so what is the sun? What is the moon, stars, planets? Nobody knows for sure.
The best answer we can give you are lights in the sky. What they are, how they're composed, distances, even if they're physical, we don't know.
This brings me another question. I'm kind of interested now. Big Bang opinion on it. What do you think?
Pseudoscience postulations. It's implausible. That actually violates the first law of thermodynamics, right? So you can't have nothing and then something. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. So you can't get the entire universe and all the things that they feed to you that are in it. You know, the billions and zillions and quadrillions of stars and gases and clouds and all that stuff came from essentially nothing. So that's physically impossible according to the laws of nature.
Okay. What's holding up the sky and the earth?
What's holding it up?
Yeah.
Did you say planet?
No. I said what's holding up the earth and the skies?
Oh, I don't know. No idea.
I don't think a flat Earth is a disk in space. It's described as the floor of the universe.
Okay, I never claimed it to be a disk in space either. But what's?
Yeah.
Okay, if it's the base of the universe, what's all the way down?
I don't know. I mean, it seems like the further you dig, the hotter it gets.
So are you guys like tackling this from a religious perspective, or how, what's the idea here? I'm just like trying to
rational
understand.
empiricism.
Yep. What can be tested, what can be proved, what can be known without any speculation? Well, as far as we know, everybody on the Earth uses and experiences the Earth as a flat and stationary plane within a certain tolerance. So it is flat. 8 miles high, 8 miles deep, in between that, completely flat. So that's what can be known. Now, if you're going to ask us how deep the Earth goes, what's holding it up, all that stuff, no way we could know that. No way anybody could know that. So,
I see.
you know,
I'm sorry, Bob, so I understand the point of view right now. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, you go
I
first.
understand your point of view. You're not trying to make claims, but you're trying to look at existing claims and see whether they hold any validity.
Yeah, basically. But, you know, we can validate what the Earth is. It can be measured. And as far as we can measure, it is flat.
So when you said it was 8 miles deep, 8 miles high, what about, have you ever been on a plane before? I'm just being like genuine.
Yeah, I have been on a plane before many times.
So
I've been on a plane before, and
you're saying the flat Earth is limited to 8 miles high.
No, I didn't say that. I'm talking about the tolerance of flatness. So flatness, the description, typically is a description of something that rests between two parallel planes. The highest mountain on Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 8 miles high. The deepest known trench of the ocean is about 8 miles deep. In between those two parallel points, or parallel lines or planes, the Earth rests between that. So it is completely flat in between that tolerance.
So what do you think is that like? Obviously, if it's flat, so you're saying it's like you go one way, or east and west, go one certain direction. What do you think's at the end of that?
I don't know. What do you mean east and west? On the Earth,
I'm saying if you put it like on a 2D printed out version, you're saying it's flat. So you're saying obviously, do you agree with there's a certain limited space that we live on, right?
I have no idea. I'm not saying that.
So you're saying that you'd agree that the Earth is flat, right? But you're saying, what I'm asking is, what do you think the edge of the Earth is, or?
I don't know. I don't even know where the edge of the Earth is. If there is an edge, I don't know where it's at. If there is a limit, I have not found it.
So you're still saying that there's yet to be more of the planet we live on explored?
I'm not saying that either, and the Earth wouldn't be a planet in that case.
Right. So when we examine the globe, the claims of what the globe is, the claims contradict themselves. What the globe is said to be is not internally consistent whatsoever. That's the problem.
Yo, who has image perms can post something that I want to post? Does anybody? Can I DM somebody?
Sure.
Yeah.
You can DM me. I'll
Can you
post it.
help me with that one?
Yeah, you can DM it to me, man. It's fine. You might have to send me a friend request.
Wait, who said? Who said
Captain Refractio.
that? Okay. Hold on a second.
That's a great name.
So I have like you asked me if I've ever been on a plane. Yes, I have, and there's something weird about being on a plane too. So I want you to like just look at this. These are my own images. I didn't take them from anywhere else. These are literally mine. Yeah, you can post them. We can just. You cannot deliver because you don't share. Okay, I'm gonna have to add you. I'm so sorry about that.
Just it's all right, man. Just add me up. All right, go ahead.
So I even like given you the location too, and where it shows on the computer and everything. There you go. Even out the window, like. Well, first of all, I want to ask, why is the Earth literally purple? That's something I was really curious about.
It's something to do with the plane windows, isn't it, on certain airlines? I noticed that when I was flying from Japan to Europe. It had crazy effects like that on the windows. But yeah, it looks pretty flat.
Is it?
Yeah. Also, when you're taking imagery through a phone, I'm not saying that this is validation that the Earth is flat, because even if the Earth were a globe, you wouldn't be able to see curvature from that height. But yeah, I got a bunch of footage too. And what you'll notice is if the horizon's way above the center of the frame of the camera, then it will look like it's a bit curved. And if it's below the center of the frame, it will look like it's curving the other direction, right? Like the wrong way. So it really depends. And yeah, it wouldn't be a validation either way. Because what I took a bunch of footage because I'm like, damn, I cannot believe it looks so freaking flat. I'm gonna take footage. And then when I looked at the footage when I got home, I'm like, oh, so as I pan the camera around, it's like distorting. It's called lens distortion or barrel distortion. The lower the focal length is on the device, then the more of this distortion that you're going to get. Did you want me to post the image in the side chat as well?
Go for it.
All right.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, why is the Earth purple? People don't even believe this is a real
picture.
image.
I do.
It
like
is
the
a real
picture.
image. That's the
yeah.
thing
No,
about it.
I know. Yeah, definitely.
You could see some of our high altitude balloon footage. I'm going to post a channel to on YouTube here for you to check out.
Sure. Clouds do look interesting from that height. I'm not gonna lie.
There you go, Dan Dimension. Check that out. This is going to blow your mind. And if you can watch YouTube on a big TV, do that and just enjoy.
Yeah, he's got some really cool videos, that's for sure.
I have no issues in looking into stuff. That's interesting. Thank you. Oh, these are all like from 6 years ago. Wow, what happened to this guy?
I have no idea. Haven't heard from him for quite a while, actually.
No,
but yeah, he has some really cool videos. There's one in there that I would recommend. Forget the name of it.
Whereabouts are you boys putting the video link?
Oh, it's in the side chat, man. What's your name? Can you see the side chat?
Yeah, it's the channel chat.
Yeah.
What do you think of all these? Like, let's ignore the recent science, okay? But what do you think about all these like old scientists, like from 3,000 years ago all the way back, who all claimed to be living on a globe?
Yeah. So definitely 3,000 years ago, no one was claiming such a thing. That definitely wasn't the case. All ancient cultures knew that the Earth was a flat, enclosed system that was stationary. It wasn't the first person that's attributed to saying that the Earth was a globe, which is controversial even among mainstream historians, was Pythagoras, who was essentially a weirdo cult leader. Okay, and he thought the Earth was like a musical instrument, and that they kind of worshipped spheres as divine shapes, and it kind of stems out from there. So it's interesting if you look into the history of how the globe actually became a thing, because it wasn't like people went out one day and they're like, okay, well, turns out, guys, I've gone out and done some measurements, and we're actually living on a big globe. Everyone was wrong throughout all of history. Here's my tests. Here's my measurements. You guys can go and check it for yourself. That didn't happen. That's not how the globe became a thing. So most of history, people knew that the Earth was a flat, stationary plane in an enclosed system. And it's not until allegedly Pythagoras, right, was the first person to suggest it, right? And then Plato and the people that came after that, which insinuated the Earth was a globe, not through empirical evidence, but through philosophical reasoning and things like that.
So you're saying ancient civilizations like believe that the Earth was flat?
Yeah, if you have a look at their depictions, Stark just posted an interesting
So what evidence, like historically, that still exists will back that up?
I hate philosophy.
Okay, so it's everyone's. Okay, so the evidence is the water. Obviously, most of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Okay, so it's the objective reality that everyone experiences. Okay, so you experience, I experience a flat, stationary Earth. Okay, that's like the starting point. That's not proof that that's what it is, but that's what we experience. We experience the celestials in the sky, moving like a big clock in the sky, right, in cycles, resetting, and that's just this. That's just the empirical position that we all observe and live with. Okay, so what's the proof of that? Well, we have that, right? Long distance observations, laser tests, infrared camera footage. There's thousands of tests that have been done to validate that there's no curvature.
If the Earth was round, like most society believes it, let's say to a certain point, you'd have if it was flat, I believe it. No matter how far away, if you have powerful enough light, it could be a kilometer away, at the same height, I will see that shine through the same hole. Because it's flat, there's no curvature, correct?
Right, but the atmosphere absorbs light. Okay, and
also,
so even if you put it up high, okay, there's something called the inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the light source, it exponentially diminishes in intensity. Okay, you can look up the inverse square law of light. Each time you double the distance, it gets 4 times dimmer, I think. That's correct. And then the atmosphere also absorbs light. Now think about this. The water, for example, if you have a summer day and the sun's directly above you, just 200 meters down into the ocean, usually much less, it's completely black, pitch black. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun whatsoever because the medium absorbs the light. Okay, so the air is also a medium. Okay, but it's much less dense, obviously, than the water. So it still has the same sort of properties, just over a vaster distance. Okay, so does that make sense?
100%. But what I'm asking is, if the Earth is flat, because I'm still on edge about this, you can agree where if I was to have powerful enough light, well, it'll reach the other point of this same hole, same height setup, be 10 meters in the air. The Earth was round like most people claim, because there's a curvature where you wouldn't be able to see that angle of light. But if the Earth's flat, I could have it 10 meters in the air. Let's say the light is powerful enough to reach that certain point. I should be able to see that same light beam at the same height.
Yeah. We've taken that. That's a great argument, actually, and that's one of the main ways that we do test for it. Okay, so here's an example. We can get extremely high-powered lasers these days, and we've had, for example, teams of field engineers go out and do what you suggested, but using like a $20,000-$30,000 laser. Okay, so that what they'll do is they'll set up the laser on one side of a huge body of water. For example, one of their tests was over 40 kilometers long. Okay, and they shoot the laser across over the surface of the water to hit a target that's the same height on the other side of the body of water. Then we can calculate that if the Earth were a globe, there should be X amount of curvature over that distance, which is many, many hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance. And what they found is that in every single test that they performed, the laser would hit the target. Now, this has been done over and over and over again. Same with the line of sight thing.
Even if I was to set it up in my backyard, are you saying it would be the same thing?
Yeah. If you can, it's good to do it over like somewhere that doesn't have elevation changes. That's why bodies of water or frozen lakes or salt lakes, things like this are very good to use. So if you could find a 10-mile lake, okay, and you stand on one side of the lake, this is what I did. I did it over a 20-kilometer lake. Okay, but just say it's a 10-mile lake. Okay, over that 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature, according to the globe Earth mathematics. Now, if you set up a camera or a light or a laser or whatever you wanted to do, you could even just do a mirror flash or something like that. Okay, or you just say you had a buddy over on the other side of the lake. You shouldn't be able to zoom in across the lake and see your friend standing there on the other side of the lake. You can calculate exactly how much he should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right, the horizon should be a certain distance, and then anything that's beyond that horizon would start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. So your friend should be hidden by about 50 foot of Earth curvature. But what we found is that there's zero curvature over these distances where there must be curvature. We can zoom in across that lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake.
Are you able to link any of those videos or like something to back that up?
Absolutely. Stark just put the laser test I was talking about. That's a really technical one. But what I'll do really quickly is I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about with a real world test.
Because honestly, by the research I've done, is both sides claim that they've done the same test and they've got different results.
Yeah, so this is like after looking into this for 8 years, I guarantee you that once you look into it, you're not going to find any of these tests that match up with the globe. We've been asking for 8 years. We've been asking physicists, engineers, all sorts of people coming through here, and they've not been able to present it.
What was that?
What's an oblique spheroid?
Oblique?
Oblique. I don't know how to spell it.
Oh my goodness.
You know what oblique means, right?
It's that if you ever wonder how like little kids, they hear a word one time and then they try to repeat it. He heard some kind of word about ob something and he's like oblique. Oh yeah, it's an oblique sphere. That's like art. Yeah. That's like painting or glass.
It couldn't be it couldn't be OBLATE by any means.
Yeah, I'm sorry for spelling it wrong. Oh Jesus.
Oblate. Yeah, that's all right. Okay, so Earth, oblate spheroid. Is that your stance? Is that your position?
That the Earth's a sphere, yeah.
What's the size of the Earth?
You want to give me the? You want the radius?
Radius, circumference, diameter. I pick and choose.
I'm pretty sure. Well, hold on, this guy posted it. 3,959 mile radius.
Awesome. So, with something that size, you think we could calculate like drop over distance?
I would say on a local scale you could calculate probably small amounts of drop over distance, yeah, but it'd be difficult to do on like a.
If you're 6 foot tall and you look out over water, how far away is the horizon?
I'm not sure. How far away is it?
Surely we could calculate it, right?
Yeah, you could calculate that, yeah.
I mean, a quick Google search will
Yeah, I'll
confirm
Google it.
it,
I'll
but
Google.
it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So take the square root of 6 and multiply it by 1.22 to get your distance to the horizon.
So it's about 3 miles away. If you're 6 foot tall. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, it's not. It's further. When we go out to test this claim of a geometric horizon that should be at that calculable distance, the horizon does not appear in this location. In most instances, it appears much further than it should do.
Okay.
What do you think about that? If it's further than that, if it's supposed to be in a certain location, but it's not, and it's further, what does that tell you about the shape of the Earth?
It doesn't really tell me anything, really. I mean, there could be multiple explanations for that.
Well, it can't be bigger, because if it's bigger, that means the story they told you about how far away the moon is and what it's doing in the sky is wrong. Like, everything's wrong. The whole story's wrong.
I mean, how far away do you see it then if it's supposed to be further?
Well, hang on a sec, bro. Because in order for you to have a reason why your globe doesn't look like a globe, right, you'd need to know it's a globe in the first place.
So, did you ask how far we see?
No, I didn't actually ask anything. These guys asked me to start talking about the horizon, so.
Okay. I thought you asked how far we do see, like from a flat Earth perspective. But I apologise if
No,
that
we were
wasn't your
just talking
question.
about how far away the horizon was. If you're 6
So,
foot, and that's about 3 miles.
yeah. So the horizon distance is going to change, and that's going to depend on two primary factors. One, the technology you use. You understand that you're probably going to be able to resolve things in the distance better with a telescope or binoculars or a high-powered zoom camera than you are with your eyes, obviously. And the other factor is going to be the weather that you're looking through, right? The meteorological conditions, like fog, rain. If it's clear out, for example, you're going to be able to see further. Now,
Yeah, of
these are
course.
really, apart from how high you are above the surface, these factors are going to determine how far the horizon is going to appear to you. The problem is we're told that the horizon should be at 3 miles away if we're at 6 foot. We can see a horizon with good optical conditions and good high-powered zoom technology like cameras and stuff. We can see a geometric horizon well beyond 3 miles. In some instances, it appears to be about 30. And that's just from about 10 foot above the surface of the water.
And what technology would you be using to see that?
So a high-powered zoom camera, so P900 or 1000, you can use high-powered telescopes. You can actually see further by changing the spectrum of light. We can use the infrared spectrum, which kind of mitigates for the atmospheric hazing effect that we get with distance. So we can cut through that with infrared. And when we view in the infrared, we see much further than we do in the visible spectrum. It's because we have more clarity. That's why.
Yeah, then you find out that the horizon is due to. You find out that the horizon is due to the convergence of perspective, not because of the consequence of curvature.
Yeah, but the zoom of the camera doesn't break the curve. It just enlarges what refraction would let through.
We
And refraction
understand.
never brings back the parts hidden behind the curvature, so.
Well, let's try this one then real quick, Jedi, before you go into it, because I know you want to talk about it. If you lower yourself down to 1 foot of observation height, right, 1.22 times the square root of 1 would give you the distance to the horizon. Maybe we should talk about that kind of an observation.
are you talking to me?
Yeah, how far is the horizon from a 1 foot observer height?
Do you want me to search that up?
I mean, what's the square root of 1 times 1.22?
Man, I'm not good at maths. I couldn't
Square
tell you.
root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.22 is 1.22.
Okay.
Cool. So the distance to the horizon for a 1 foot observer will be 1.22 miles. You just you get the square root of the observer's height. So 1 foot in this instance. So what we can show you, and I'll get around to it a bit, I've just got to deal with this quickly and I'll come back. What we're told is the claim that we can Google to the distance to the horizon. Now, when we go to confirm this claim, we don't see that horizon where it should be. That's the point. You brought up earlier about getting a distance to the horizon. That's kind of hard to do. So we'd have to use like known landmarks to estimate a distance to the horizon. Let's say, for example, we had a landmark out to sea that was 10 miles away, and we could say it's beyond it or in front of it, showing it was less than or more than 10 miles. It will be that type of measurement. You understand?
Yeah.
Cool.
What I would like to say, if we're talking about the horizon here,
Yeah.
let's say we're looking out towards the horizon over water, and we're watching the sunset, and we're standing at the beach with a telescope or something like that, and we're watching the sun set below the horizon, and we're looking through a telescope, and we see it start to set, and then if we get up to a higher altitude, like a hill or something like that, and then we can still see the sun. We can see it again. What would you say about that? Because that's really only possible on the curved surface.
No, one. Right. So we have to understand that when we're making observations, we're using our eyes or an optic. Eyes and optics have limitation of what they can resolve at distance. Quite simply, that's the angular size of the object. So that's the reason why that mountain far away looks small and the one that you're standing next to looks really, really big, right? It's really simple to understand. Things get smaller in the distance. Same things apply to the Earth that you look across horizontally. Eventually, with distance, the angles that you can perceive are going to be too small for you to resolve. This extinction limit is known as the horizon, the limitation of what you can perceive of the surface of the Earth. Now, when you change your angle, climb a mountain, climb a tree, you've changed your angle. That angle with distance opens up because you're further away from the object. It's like putting your hands close to your face. You can't see the entirety of it until you move back a little bit. Same thing like with a huge surface that's thousands and thousands and thousands of miles. You can only perceive 3 miles when you stand up. You can perceive more when you get further away from it. It's like when we were down close to the surface. Like put your face down across the floor, and if you've got a tiled floor, like black and white squares, you'll notice the ones in the distance appear really, really, really small until you can't distinguish the difference until you stand up. Doesn't mean that your floor's curved, just means you've changed your angle. Want to know why you can see the sun again? It's the same answer. You've changed your angle.
Yeah, but where would the sun be going? I don't think it moves away.
Away. Now, again, this is just going to be perspective, as why the sun in the distance appears to go down, where earlier on during the day it was above your head, more or less. So the reason why it appears to go downwards is due to perspective. This is convergence, right? The same reason, like when you look down a hallway or a corridor, the walls appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor appear to get closer together. The ceiling and the floor aren't actually getting closer together, right? They just appear to do so. Same thing with all objects that are above your eye line. when they move away with distance, they will appear to you to descend downwards towards the horizon. So that's
Okay,
why the
but
sun appears like it's going down. It's not.
okay, even if we're standing on that beach and we're watching the sunset, if the sun were just moving away, it would shrink into a tiny dot as it gets farther. But that's not what
Sometimes it
happens.
does.
It stays. No,
Some,
it doesn't. It stays the same all size all day, and then it drops
Oh my
below the
gosh.
horizon.
This
do I know
guy's seen
that?
every sunset apparently. So you've seen every sunset on Earth.
What's that got to do with it? Like, I can go out and watch the
Because
sunset.
you're saying nuh-uh because your experience is that it never happened when you were paying attention. You don't
I've never
realize that
seen the
there are
sun.
other
I've never seen the
situations.
sun.
Yeah, I know you've not seen it. Other people have seen this.
Other people have seen the sun go into a tiny dot. See.
Hey, do me a favor. Look in the side chat. I'm gonna post a GIF for you real quick. All right.
Oh yes, my favorite
Keep in
form of
mind,
evidence: a GIF on Discord.
I know, right?
but
It's
keep in
just a
mind, that wouldn't
video
matter either.
made into a GIF. It's just a time lapse video made into a GIF. A girl is
And where's the
painting
video
on
from?
a high.
Oh, let me guess. YouTube.
A girl is painting while a sunset is happening. She's not a flat
Okay.
earther. She's just painting while the sunset is happening. The sun gets smaller as it moves away.
This is all nonsense, anyways. Though, I mean, if you're going to affirm the consequent with sunsets and sunrises, then you've already lost. At the end of the day, the Earth is flat because everybody measures it and uses it that way. That's how it is. It's measured to be flat. There is no Earth curve measurements. Who cares about the sun? Has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Well, how do different countries see different sun angles at the same time then?
Hey, does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving? Does that have anything to do with whether or not the Earth is curving?
Yeah, because it works exactly on a curved Earth. It doesn't
I'm
work on a flat Earth.
sorry,
Whenever the
it
UK
doesn't.
sees sunset, the New
I'm
York sees afternoon, and
sorry.
Australia sees
Dude,
morning.
you can keep chanting, but you and I both know that
Wait.
that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
The
because
Earth
are you
is
telling me?
measured as flat.
Sorry, Cesar. Yeah, but are you telling me though? Right. Okay. So if you're closer to, let's say, a tower than I am, that we'll both get the same angle to the top of it on a flat surface. On a flat surface, let's say you're closer to a tower than I am, and we both measure an angle to the top of it, and we're on a flat surface, right? Are you saying that we'll both get the same angle?
Oh, I'm saying
Okay.
your version
So
on a flat
from
Earth of
different
sunset
positions on a
and how
flat
the
Earth,
sun works doesn't work.
right? So from different positions on a flat Earth, you can get different elevation angle measurements to the sun.
Sorry, what version of flat Earth are you strawmanning us with? What have we presented you?
Well, the Earth is flat, so what version of flat Earth are you talking about? I mean, it's
Yeah, the
pretty.
Earth being
The one
flat. You said
outside.
Using a model
version.
or anything.
The one outside.
What
That version.
model? Yeah, the Earth under your feet. Yeah, it's flat. It's measured.
Let me ask you, B-Man. The B-Man, right?
Yeah,
Is the surface of water in a swimming pool flat?
it's level.
It's flat, right?
I wouldn't call it flat.
What would you call it then?
I would call it level.
Level is flat, right?
No, level's not flat.
What is level to you?
Level, I believe, is what was the definition of it? I think it's to do with
Having
let
no
me
point
refresh.
higher or lower than another one. That's the definition of level.
It's a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
What's horizontal?
Having no.
What's a plane? What's horizontal? It's all flat. It's perpendicular to plumb.
So what's your point?
So my point is, water on the surface at rest is always flat.
At rest, it's flat. Okay, well, level would mean perpendicular to gravity, not
Right.
Perpendicular
Yeah,
to the ball.
yeah.
You can't have perpendicular to a ball. There's no such thing as
Call-
perpendicular to a curved surface.
Yeah, there is, because
Right.
on a
Call,
globe,
call it gravity
pulls
if you
towards
like,
the
right?
center, so level curves around the Earth.
Right. Perpendicular would be a 90-degree angle. Right. Perpendicular to vertical would mean 90 degrees, yes or no?
I don't know what degrees it is. I just know that it
Yeah, it
tilts
would
towards
be
the center.
a right angle. Perpendicular would be a right to vertical would be a right angle. And if you're saying the surface of water or liquid at rest is perpendicular to vertical, then you're telling us that the surface of that liquid is flat and horizontal, because perpendicular to vertical is horizontal. But horizontal is not curving. Okay? So you're agreeing with us.
No, because you're saying the surface of the water is flat, but it's
Yeah,
not
so are you.
flat.
So are you. If you say that the surface of the liquid is perpendicular to gravity, then you're calling the surface of the liquid horizontal.
No, perpendicular just tells you
Yeah.
the angle at one point. A surface
Yeah,
can be
90
perpendicular
degrees.
to gravity. It can be perpendicular to
Dude,
gravity
you can't have
everywhere.
the, you can't have an angle to the surface of a
That's exactly
ball.
what
You
sphere
cannot
is.
make an angle to the surface of a ball. Try something else.
No, just because a surface being 90 degree to gravity locally doesn't make
You
it
can't
flat
have
on a
90
global
degrees to a
scale.
curve. You can't put
Yes,
a stick
you
onto
can.
the
A
surface
really
of a
big.
ball and call
Have
it
you
an
seen it?
angle.
Have you seen a really big circle? If you
Dude,
zoom in
what's
on
the
one of the
angle
lines, it'll
between a
look flat.
basketball? What's the angle between a basketball and it's sitting on your table? So your basketball's now sitting on your table. What's that angle?
I don't know. You tell me.
Exactly. There's none.
Well, you can
Plus, you're
if you're
begging
using
the
a
question of the
basketball.
ball anyway. There is no sphere Earth. You'd have to have a curvature for that. So if you don't have any curvature of Earth, I'm sorry, you just stuck with flat water, perpendicular.
No, hold on. You're saying you're talking about the basketball, right?
I wasn't talking about a basketball, but someone asked you
We're
about the
talking about a
angular
sphere.
relationship between a flat surface, or you could use a stick. Put a stick and put it on top of the basketball and tell me what angle you get.
Yeah, that's the same exact thing.
Yeah, so saying perpendicular means flat is like
we're
saying a basketball
comparing
flat.
a sphere
Every point
to
on
a
the
flat.
basketball is 90 degree to the center,
Hello.
but the whole surface is still curved.
Comparing the surface of a sphere to the surface of to a flat surface. That's the comparison. Whether we use a basketball for an analogy, a baseball for an analogy, a soccer ball, or the earth, just know that we're talking about the sphere and the lack thereof.
Right. If you have two lines, right, that meet, right, can you have an angle between them if one of those lines is curved? One or more? Is there an angle? Can you measure an angle between the two lines?
I don't know, can you?
No, you can't. An angle will require the intersection of two straight lines. At least two straight lines.
Okay, well, tell me this. You guys believe the Earth is a flat plane? Yeah.
Here we go.
Negative.
Now we're going to
It's not
talk
a
about
belief,
something
bro.
else.
What do you believe in?
It's not a
No,
belief.
sorry, it's not about belief. The Earth is
Okay,
measured to be flat
fine.
by
What do you know?
everybody. We know that the Earth is measured flat by everyone. There is no curvature measurement whatsoever. The Earth is not a sphere. It is indeed flat as it presents itself to be.
So where's the edge, and why has no one found it?
What edge?
Uh-oh.
Well, if
What
it's
edge are you
flat, then
talking
it must
about?
be an edge. Or there
Really?
must be
Says
something.
you? Well, you okay? Well, then you tell me where I should find it.
I don't know, if you just circumnavigate the world, see what
Dude,
happens.
Earth is
Where's
not
the edge?
Well, that's a
Earth is
circle.
not Earth is not floating with your other planets in space. So where's the edge at now?
What's going on? So what's going on then? Where? How can it be flat and there be no edge?
Oh, because it's the floor. Yeah, it's the floor of the universe.
It's the floor of the universe. What is that?
I'm just curious why you think it has to have an edge. Where would this edge be at?
Are you fucking stupid? Have you ever seen something flat? You talk about basketballs and shit like that.
Let me tell you about my floor right here. Are you standing on a
kinda-
floor? Is there edges of your floor in your house?
No, listen to me. If you get the
No,
top of a
listen to me. Have I ever seen
I'm
anything something flat? You said, have I seen something flat? Yes. Okay, so I got this flat floor in here. Where's the edge of my floor at?
whenever it meets the wall.
Oh, okay. So it meets a wall. Okay.
Yeah, where's the fucking
This
wall
one.
in the globe?
Is that an edge or is that a limit?
Sorry, the flat Earth. Where's the wall? Where's the limit? Where can you?
Oh,
Where
I
does
don't
this
know.
fucking
Where do you
wall-
think I ought to find it? I don't know. Where do you think I should find it?
You guys don't know shit because you can't we've
Sorry,
circumnavigated the Earth.
friend. Circumnavigation is in a circle. It's not about going to the limits of anything. It's going in a circle. You should probably think about the words that you use before you say them.
Huh? Yeah, well, if you go from one point on Earth and make a complete circumnavigation of it, and you return back
You'll
to
be
where you were,
it's called a
you'll be
circle.
at the same point. You're not moving around.
Yes.
Can you walk in a circle on your floor?
Wait, you're not moving around something?
You're moving around the fucking.
Can you walk in a
Earth. You're
circle? Can you walk in a circle around your floor and not see your wall and not run into your wall? Can you walk in a circle around your floor?
Yeah, you can, but where's the wall that you guys are talking about?
I don't know. Nobody here said anything about a wall except for you. You brought up the wall. You tell me where it is.
Yeah, because you asked me a question. You said on a flat plane. You were talking about your floor, and I said, "Where's the edge to that?" And I said, "The wall." So how come we've never found the wall? We've explored the
I don't know.
entire.
Have we? How do you know?
So dude, you brought up the wall then, just like you said. We didn't bring up a wall, just like you
Yeah,
said.
I know. I'm bringing it up. We've explored.
I don't know about any walls. We didn't make up a wall. That's on
Okay.
you, dude. We can't answer
where-
your question you made up.
So, let me get this straight. My interpretation of something being flat is there either has to be a limit or there has to be an edge.
Okay.
Or something, okay? Now hear
Okay,
me out
where
here.
is
We've explored the entire planet minus maybe like
No,
a
we
large
haven't.
portion of the ocean, yes.
You don't have
but
any
every
evidence for that.
landmass- every single fucking landmass we've discovered. I mean, come on.
What did you discover?
Yeah, tell us about what you
I never said
discovered.
I discovered anything. I'm talking
Well, you
about
said we.
everyone fucking else in human history.
Okay, what are
we
their names?
pretty much dominated everywhere.
Okay, great. What are their names, and can you tell us where they went and they found the edge?
No, I am not. No, what I'm saying here is I don't know their names. You know, Christopher Columbus, the likes of those sort of guys. You know, Alexander the Great, who went around
yeah.
dominating everything. And we've been to every fucking island, every little nook and cranny of the
Did
planet.
you know that we discovered 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan?
No,
Right off the coast of
didn't know
Japan.
that. Yeah, he didn't
know.
know that they found 7,000 new islands off the coast of Japan because he thinks everything's been discovered already.
7,000 new islands.
Yeah,
that's
look it
correct.
up.
Let me see these islands. Hold on.
This is going to be a surprise to him. He says we already found everything, whoever we is.
Well, flat earthers are
An
stupid.
undersea volcanic eruption created a new island in the Pacific in late 2023. So yeah, it created a new island. not
One
discovered.
island?
They
No,
were
we're
sitting
talking
there and no one
7,000.
discovered.
7,000 islands, bro.
Hold on, 7,000. Let me see this. 1, 2, 3. Japan did not discover 7,000 new islands. What the fuck are you talking about? There's literally no proof of this. Where did this happen?
Oh, he's a skeptic now. Okay, so let me be a skeptic. How do you know we found every piece of dirt on the earth?
1 second. I'm reading into this Japan thing.
He's reading AI. Whatever AI makes up about it.
ENN travel. Yeah, there's multiple reasons to why these islands have not been occupied.
Well, that's probably the only ones that have been. That's probably the only ones that we don't know about, right?
Because of different.
Yeah, I'm sure those are
territorial disputes and shit. But I'm sure someone discovered it at some point in time.
Now he's sure. You hear that?
Oh,
he's sure of it.
1 second.
Just bloviating, dude.
No,
I'm sure somebody went to your edge at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, so
say, okay, you guys are right.
Okay, so the Earth is flat. I'm sorry.
because they discovered 7,000 new islands.
Yes, because you said everything's been discovered already because we live on a ball. And we said, no, the Earth is flat, and they discovered 7,000 new islands. And you said, bullshit. Then you looked it up. You said, they did discover 7,000 new islands, and the Earth is still a ball for some reason. And that doesn't
Want to
make
know
sense
why they
to us.
discovered 7,000 new islands? Because most of them are just small, barren fucking rocks that go underwater half the time. Yeah,
Wow, I can't believe they didn't find those before.
There's still some shit that
So now
pop up
you're
here
giving
and there.
excuses as to why they didn't find them, even though your argument was that we've discovered everything, and now we found out that we haven't discovered everything, and you're giving excuses for that.
See,
How pathetic.
These are little pathetic islands, okay?
Right, little pathetic islands that we didn't
Listen to me.
discover.
We've discovered all of the major land masses, and I'm
Oh,
pretty
okay, sure, no problem.
a wall
I need your
surrounding
evidence for
the
that,
fucking
please.
Earth or an age would
Can you
be
give
a
me the
pretty
evidence
major
for that,
landmass.
please? Sorry, I don't know why you're still talking. I just need the evidence for that, please.
The evidence for that we've discovered all the major land masses and continents.
Yeah,
and
yeah. Yeah.
Look at a map.
Nope, that
Okay,
doesn't
so
work.
It doesn't
It
work.
doesn't work.
No.
No,
I'll
look
tell
at
you why.
Pacific
Why doesn't it
Ocean.
work?
Pacific Ocean doesn't have any land in it.
Yeah, because it's an ocean.
Prove it.
Prove that it's an ocean? Are you stupid?
No, I want you to prove that that's been all explored.
Okay, so let me go to the Pacific Ocean and search for some fucking islands and shit like that. What's in the Pacific Ocean? Like, what does it matter? Where's this big, massive, fuck off wall surrounding the globe? I'm pretty sure.
There's your wall again, dude.
That
Your
one.
wall, dude. Your
Yeah.
wall. You brought up your wall
what's-
again. Your
Yeah,
wall.
exactly.
It's your
I'm
wall, not
saying-
ours.
I'm not saying.
We didn't make up the wall. You did. Why do you want us to talk about your wall?
So what's going on then? I'm just saying, in my reality, on a flat surface, I'm looking at my desk right now. It's pretty flat. There's an edge to it. I'm looking at the floor.
Okay.
The only thing that
How do you know it's flat? How do you know your desk is flat?
Of the floor.
How do you know your desk isn't curving?
Measure it. It looks flat.
Sure, why not? Measure something, goddamn.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But once I go to the other side of my room, I see a wall.
Okay.
There's a.
So you think the Earth has a wall? Okay, well, where is it?
You're the guy. You're the people that believe this shit. If the Earth is flat,
No, I didn't. Did I say that the Earth has a wall? Did I say that?
If the Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat, if the Earth is flat.
Okay, finally.
No, we just said it was flat. Like, we didn't make any claims after that. We just said it was flat.
Yeah, you're saying it needs to have a wall or an edge.
The earliest historical charts of the Ice Age
That's
in
enough.
the Chukchi Sea.
The Ice Age? How long ago was the Ice Age?
Talking about Ice Age. Not talking about that dumb shit.
That was one of you guys that posted that. So.
Sorry, do you think that we say that there's a ring of ice around the world? Is this what you've seen in like media and so on?
No, I know you guys don't believe that shit anymore. So what is surrounding us, or what is stopping us from reaching the edge? Is what I want to know.
No idea.
A dense
No
hydrogen
idea.
ocean prevents anything from leaving the Earth.
Okay, that's interesting, and also a claim that can't be validated. The more honest answer is we don't know.
No, we could definitely make a scientific conclusion that it is a hydrogen
Really,
ocean.
based upon what hypothesis and experiment?
Okay, so on the Earth, we can take hydrogen and get it to
Is this going
extremely
to be a hypothesis and an experiment?
Right. But the difference is if my hypothesis.
Go ahead and talk to the other guy. That guy's retarded.
Cool,
Yeah,
fair enough. I thought he was.
Oh,
argue with each
yeah, don't give up on Phil Platt so soon. I just checked him into our home server.
Oh
Gosh, poor Phil Platt.
He's got to wait his turn.
So
I mean,
anyways.
I'd rather talk to Phil Platt than B Man. I mean, he's been around
for
here
sure.
so long. My
B-Man
goodness.
gave up a long time ago. Yeah, B-Man should just listen now.
I haven't given up. Fuck's it now.
Let me explain it before you dismiss it. I mean, what you're doing is literally what pagans do. If you tried to convince them their worldview is ridiculous, they'd wave you off and say their authority and consensus disagrees. So just listen first before you dismiss.
We're not trying to convince anybody.
Right, but I'm not trying to convince anybody either. I'm just trying to state what I believe it could be, and it's being hand-waved immediately before I even finish.
Oh, yeah, because we don't want to hear about belief systems.
I'm not talking about belief systems. I'm talking about something you
about
could
what you
do
believe.
yourself.
You said you were talking about what you
Phil,
believe.
you
You're not
said it.
saying that that's not a belief system. Hold on. I
saying-
don't want to get off, my friend. I don't want to get
I
off
want
on the
to talk
wrong
about
foot
the
with you.
scientific process, right? You understand that
it's like-
observation, measurement, repeatability is what declares
Obviously,
empirical
doesn't want the
validation,
olive branch. No problem.
right? You understand that, though. That's the empirical process.
The question was.
So get on
just
with the
for
measurements
brevity,
then.
All right, well, this is what I'm saying, is that if we can observe a pressure gradient, then we have to look at the scientific laws. What does a pressure gradient require? It requires containment. Right, so now when we look at the containment, we can see our pressure gradient has hydrogen at the top. There's no reason to assume that hydrogen doesn't continue past the magnetic field. And we know
What
that
measurement is the hydrogen claim based on?
hydrogen claim, I don't know, I could use hostile witnesses all day. None of your model is claiming that hydrogen isn't at the top of the atmosphere. They agree.
What model?
The
Yeah, we don't have a
heliocentric
model.
Are you telling me your
Their
heliocentric
model.
model
We're not.
doesn't believe
Hold on.
a density
Hold on,
gradient
my
in the
friend.
atmosphere?
My friend. Yeah, we talk about gradient. You were
Right.
talking. Sorry,
Is there a
specifically
density
talking about one particular gas, hydrogen.
Right, and there's a special property about that gas, and it's a special
Hold
property
on, before you run
that
off.
is a big
Hold
deal
on,
in its location.
my friend. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot. All right.
I know. I'm
All right.
trying to explain to you an empirical fact, and you're
I
dismissing it
know.
as if it has nothing to do with my
No, I'm
final.
not dismissing it. I'm trying to walk through it slowly. That's why I keep
Right.
kind of mumbling and trying to interrupt because you're going quite fast. So
Right,
slow
okay,
down.
we'll slow it down then. Do you agree with me
So
that,
back to my
that the
question.
atmosphere has a density gradient, and at the higher an
But
altitude
that's not in question.
but we're
Pressure
talking about
and
the
density
firmament, so
gradient.
it's important what elements exist around the firmament.
Is your foot constantly down on the accelerator, or do you think you can just ease it off a little bit?
I don't understand. You're interrupting me, and I'm just trying to explain something.
I've already told you I'm trying to slow down and go through this step by step. That me
Right.
trying to interrupt you is trying to slow you down because I want clarification before we move
Right.
on.
Yeah, I made the claim that it's probably a hydrogen ocean, and then I was trying to explain why I think that, and that's what you keep cutting off.
Someone else can try.
Phil, take a deep breath. We're trying to communicate with you, but you don't have to keep talking over us. Just you say something, and then somebody else will say something back to you.
Right,
It's
but I
that
didn't
simple.
get to say anything.
Okay, go ahead. Go right now, and then stop when you're done.
Okay, what I'm saying is that it would be a hydrogen ocean. We can objectively confirm that we live in a pressure density atmosphere, and that the higher in altitude we go, the lighter the elements are. Hydrogen, under a scientific framework, you can test it in a lab that under extreme cold temperatures, it gets really dense and it liquefies. And the properties of liquid hydrogen is diamagnetism. It is repelled by magnets. And so literally, if we're If outside the magnetic field is a dense hydrogen cold ocean, then it would be at the bottom of an extremely dense ocean, creating a pressure from the magnetic field meeting that diamagnetic hydrogen ocean. That would create a pressure bubble that we exist in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Right. That is empirical.
Well, it's empirical because that's what hydrogen does. We can do that right here on the surface.
That's great.
No.
Hey,
What we
fuck
mean
you.
by empirical is, hold on. What we mean by empirical is so far, lovely
Fuck
story.
your
I
mother.
think we're all, I think we're all kind of nodding along, but at the end of the story, we want validation for it, don't we? So have
What do
you
you mean
been
by
there?
validation? What aren't you
Have you
agreeing
been,
with?
but have you been there to confirm that your hypothesis in this instance, or theory, is probably better, is true?
That's a fallacy. Science is about
No, it's
scalability.
no.
Yeah, it's about
Yeah.
scalability. The fact that you
Hello,
say
guys.
I'm
At
not
the
allowed
moment,
to
hold
prove
on. I'll
anything
try
because
to
I
add
can't
more
go there.
clarity if you'll allow me. Thank you. So at the moment, like I said, we're all nodding along, right?
Right.
We still want verification that this is actually the reality in which we live.
So
So
basically, you
far,
want to
sounds like
flat earthers let's deny
uh,
everything because their whole point is that they don't have the
I'm
resources
really
to
trying
go
my
to the
best to
firmament.
communicate with you, sir.
You're telling me I can't say a word because I can't travel to the firmament.
No, at the moment, I'm really trying to make my point.
Yeah, but you understand that theories can exist in science, but the point is that can't
Oh,
contradict empirical
whoa.
law.
Yes, I agree that theories exist in science if they have undergone hypothesis verification through experiment. You can
So you would
then base
agree
your
that
theory.
I'm just saying you would agree that the heliocentric model saying gravity
Dude.
prevents entropy, it
Dude.
contradicts the scientific law.
Dude, right, I'm literally trying to hold out an olive branch to you. If you'd let me say more than fucking 15 words, you'd agree that I'm trying to reach an agreement with you and hopefully add some clarity. Now, so far, you've given, and I'm like, try my best to steelman you and give you a good representation of what you think you're trying to give. So give me a moment. So far, I'll agree. You're giving me what is probably a good scientific hypothesis. A good scientific theory based on a few hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true. Like you require a container for gas pressure, the observable reality that there is a gas pressure gradient. You're hypothesizing a cause for this, something that you could probably do in a laboratory and say this does cause that. But until you observe the reality and go there, you can't verify this theory of yours to be true, right?
Right. I'm not saying that's why it's a theory. If it was more than a theory, I'd be calling it law.
Yeah, so it's a good idea. I don't think anybody would say that it isn't a good idea.
Right, but I'm not saying it's law. I'm saying it's a theory. You can have theories
Yes.
as long as they don't
Yeah.
contradict law.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just glad we had this conversation so we could add clarity to what's being said. There's no need for us to think that each other's being hostile. We have agreements here, but we also have limitations. This place that you are in at the moment tries to deal with what's empirical. When we get to theories that can't be tested, we must admit that this isn't empirical and underlie it as a good speculation or theory to a probability, an idea.
Right, but a hypothesis is just that. You take your theories and test them against empirical law. If I can
No, you need
reproduce
to
those
get this order.
conditions,
Sorry, sir. Sorry, you need to get this order right. Scientific theories are based on an accumulation of scientific hypotheses that have been demonstrated to be true with verification through experiment. You've basically got to complete the scientific method, have an experiment, and then you can base your theory upon what you've proven to be true, which is what you've done. You've conglomerated a few scientific hypotheses and are basing your theory upon that. Now, at the moment, we must agree that it is just a theory, something you can't actually demonstrate to be true until you go there.
But I could demonstrate the science behind it. That is my point.
Yeah, this is why I said we were all nodding along. Yes, we observe a gas pressure gradient. We were agreeing with you, right? Now, the
Wasn't the
cause
question what could
in your
possibly be doing
supposition,
this?
the cause in your supposition, we would also nodding along to, right? Hydrogen in this state, it acts like this. It could be the limitation to our gas pressure and maybe our whole environment. Okay, so it's a nice idea, like I said, but we can't
All I
go
was
there
doing
to
was providing a
verify
theory.
this theory.
Well, because what I'm understanding is, I heard the question where somebody asked what could, be the firmament or whatever, and I'm trying to give a theory that replaces the debunked theory that gas prevents entropy.
I get you, okay? Maybe, and I'm not being hostile. The question was more specific about the ice wall, the Antarctic ice wall, as in when you go out horizontally. But I will concede eventually you would meet where the sky reaches the earth. So if this is what you were speaking about, yeah, okay. But again, we must caveat it with this is a speculation. And dealing in conversations in this channel where we try to deal with empirical truths, things that we can validate to be true or not, then speculation must be underlined and pointed out.
Well, sure. I'm not claiming that this is fact. I'm claiming that this is this can replace the defunct theory that gravity prevents entropy. That just objectively can't be true.
Well, we don't need other speculations to replace the already existing speculation of gravity holding gas to the Earth.
But that is the exact scientific process. You create those speculations, and they hold if they don't contradict. And there's just still
No,
speculation.
that's not the scientific process. You're
when
that's
you validate
completely
it, it
false.
becomes
I want to
validated.
ask Phil this. I want to ask Phil a question. Phil, do you think your hypothesis could happen over a flat surface as well?
Yes.
Well,
Yes,
then.
in fact, I look at the Earth as a microcosm, macrocosm. I think it's a direct macrocosm of
It's
the
still flat Earth.
hydrogen atom itself. And hydrogen atoms bond to each other, and they would create an inertial plane in between them.
Phil, you don't have any hypotheses.
Well, I'm just saying, you asked me if I believed it could happen over a flat Earth. I told you what I believed.
No, that was a different question. I'm talking about your whole hydrogen ocean.
Yeah.
You don't even have a hypothesis yet. It's not scientific at all.
Well, what do you mean? I can take in a lab and I can take hydrogen, liquefy it, and I can create a magnetic field and watch it repel.
Nobody cares. It's not science. It's not science.
It's literally science.
No, it literally isn't, because if you're going to use the scientific method in natural science in this situation, you would have to have a naturally observed phenomena. Can you give me the naturally observed phenomena?
Yeah, the magnetic field of Earth. And
okay, so
that exists at the top of the density gradient.
No. We're dealing with your original observation. You observe apparently in nature a magnetic field. So what?
So science is
what
about
about it?
Science is about recreating conditions.
That's false.
Right.
That's
to
false.
be
It's
specific.
not about recreating conditions and then
So
manipulating
to
the
be
variables.
specific, when we ask you what you see and you say the magnetic field of the Earth, the next question, because we've got the observed phenomena when creating a hypothesis, is very simply what caused that.
What
So
caused the
do you think
magnetic field?
Yeah.
The Earth. What do you mean? Like, are you saying the Earth doesn't have a magnetic field? Or are we not?
No. Listen, we're agreeing with you that you see this electromagnetic, right? Compasses follow these lines, for example, right? If you're saying that this is the phenomena that you observe, the method's very strict. If this is your independent variable, sorry, your dependent variable, then the independent variable, the cause question must be answered, right? So what caused that? What you
You're
observed?
asking me what causes the Earth to be magnetic.
Yeah, because that's what you gave as your phenomena. Like I said, maybe
magnetism is
hold on, my friend. That's why I asked you. Maybe you want to give a different phenomena, because that one's not going to fit into your hypothesis, dude. Not the
So
one that you're trying to give.
Are you saying that magnetic fields are like personal, like they're different. Like if I create one magnetic field and another one, that they're somehow different.
All right, okay, right. I know I'm English. I know my English is British to you, but I know that everybody else understands what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand why you don't.
It's a scalable. It's about science and doing experiments with scalability.
Okay, first step of the scientific method is the naturally observed phenomena. When questioned about that, you gave the magnetic field of the Earth. The next step is to answer the question, what caused that? Now, you said science. That would be the construction of a hypothesis that we're going to test for experiment. I
So what you're
think so.
saying-
This isn't a thing that you're trying to talk about.
Well, let's put it this way. Isaac Newton came up with the equations to describe the laws of
I'm going to
gravity.
go bang my
He
head against
literally
the wall.
said that he can't tell you what causes it, but he can tell you the laws it must abide by. So are you saying he didn't follow any scientific process?
Yes, that's exactly what we're saying.
So the guy that's responsible for every piece of infrastructure that ever existed on Earth didn't even follow the scientific process to come up with that equation.
What equation?
Scientific process to come up with an equation.
The equation
The
for
only way
gravity.
that you can come up, hold on. The only way that you can come up with an equation, which is the use of language, which is math, to express what has happened within the scientific experiment.
Isaac Newton came up with
So we need the
laws that
experiment then.
gravity must follow. He said he doesn't know
So what was the experiment then?
What was his experiment?
Yeah, what was the experiment the formulae or equation were gained from?
Observation, measurement, and repeatability. He took physical
Okay,
objects.
so what's the hypothesis?
With their
So what's the
gravitational
So what is the hypothesis that Newton gave?
he gave his a mass equal, or I'll look it up so I don't get it wrong. But he definitely gave you a hypothesis.
Okay, when you said you were going to give me an equation, a hypothesis doesn't come in the form of an equation.
Use him as an example. I'm not here to argue that, but I can look it up and argue Newton. I'm just saying that he literally says he doesn't know the cause, but he can tell you the laws that it must obey.
Dude, you're rattling around like one of them balls when they draw the lottery. You got to stick to one thing.
I'm trying to
telling you.
Thing, but you're telling me that I must tell you the cause before I tell you the laws. And I'm pointing out that one of the most prominent scientists ever literally did not do that.
No, you're claiming hydrogen water in the sky, right?
I'm claiming hydrogen is in the sky, and I'm saying that hydrogen at extremely cold temperatures will be dense and it will liquefy. And that we can produce that right here on Earth, and we know its properties.
Cool. So act as a container for the gas pressure, right?
Right.
Cool. So that's not the magnetic field doing that now, is it?
No, it's the magnetic field meeting the hydrogen ocean.
Oh, okay. Dude. So you now need to observe this phenomena.
Right. Like you can create that in a lab.
No. The phenomena in the natural world.
See, you're pretending like I have
dude,
to
I'm pointing out.
The Earth has a magnetic field. It's objective.
Yes.
I don't have to tell you what causes it to say that it has
Phil,
a magnetic field.
I'm gonna steel man you real quick. I'm gonna steel man you, Phil. What you're saying is the magnetic field is encapsulating liquid hydrogen around the outer edge of the atmosphere.
Yeah, a good way to put it is like, I know this is a silly way. Think of like SpongeBob with Sandy under the ocean with her dome. She's inside an ocean. Picture that ocean as a hydrogen ocean, and that the dome is a flat dome, but a magnetic field repelling it.
You have no evidence for it other than just a hypothesis and what you think might be going on in your mind.
Right, that's what I'm trying to give you, a hypothesis, and I can test the hypothesis.
It's not a hypothesis.
I didn't verify it.
It's not
a hypothesis.
That is exactly how science works. You create a hypothesis.
No, it isn't. You can't just make it up as you go. You're making up stuff as you go along.
No,
Give me the naturally
observed
phenomena, and then I want the independent and dependent variables. We're not going to do this anymore. Give me the naturally observed phenomena, and then give me your hypothesis.
Magnetic
we'll see if it's any good.
And hydrogen at the top of the gradient. Those are
okay. So that totally incoherent. Your magnetic field is apparently your observation in nature. You see natural magnetism, and now you're going to claim that the cause of that is what?
Why would I have to explain the cause for it to be real?
Oh my God.
I'm not asking you whether or not it's real. That's not what science adjudicates. It adjudicates cause and effect relationships. So
Right.
the
Right.
effect
I'm
that
not trying
you're
to prove that
observing is
magnetic
the
fields exist.
magnetism. Exactly. You're observing a magnetic field. What
Right.
causes it?
I'm not talking about the magnetic field. I'm talking about
Okay, well
something
then
else that is affected by an existing magnetic field.
nothing else is being affected by it right now. You would have to show me liquid hydrogen being affected by an electromagnetic field or a magnetic field in this scenario.
Yeah, that can be produced on a smaller scale. Why wouldn't you
No,
be able to scale it?
yeah, you can do this on a small scale on your countertop. That's fantastic. We're talking about the grand scale of the Earth, and you don't observe this to be happening. The only thing that you can point to as a naturally occurring phenomena is the gas pressure.
And a magnetic field that the Earth has.
Spot on.
And you cannot connect the two.
I don't have to tell you the cause of something that exists if I'm not trying to explain
hold
to
on,
you what
hold
causes.
on. Hold on. My friend, you were giving us a claim to the edge of the Earth, right? And I use the term loosely, as in what contains us.
Right.
That would be the cause of the gas pressure, wouldn't it?
The cause of the gas pressure, yes. And that is
Yeah, you're saying, so I know we'll follow, you're saying that the electromagnetic field of the Earth meets hydrogen at a high level and creates this container. Yes?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, lovely hypothesis, but every single time we ask you for the phenomena, you don't observe it. We've gotten past it's not the electromagnetic field. The phenomena needs to be the electromagnetic field meeting the hydrogen that you claim,
Right.
because
So
that
I'm
would
not
be the
saying that
cause
the
of the gas
magnetic field
pressure.
creates the containment. I'm saying that
Yeah.
the hydrogen ocean creates the containment. It's being repelled by a magnetic field.
Yeah. So you would need to observe this as the cause for the phenomena of gas pressure.
So you're saying, though, even though I can reproduce it on a smaller scale, that I'm not allowed to scale that up like normal science works, but I'm just supposed to just say it's not a case unless I can travel there?
No. We will reach the conclusion that the gas that's under pressure requires a container. We can't reach a conclusion as to what that container is.
But we can create
We
hypotheses
can make,
about it, and that's what I've
but
done.
we can make theories, best guess.
That's sure. Why
Yeah.
can't I have that?
You can have your best guess, but it's not proof.
Right. I didn't
Here's
say
the thing, Phil.
I'm giving you a replacement
Here's the
theory.
thing. Here's the thing. You create a small scaled down version of that on your countertop. How do you go about proving that up in the sky?
Scalability.
No. You still have to go up to the sky and verify that that's still the thing that you think it is.
Yeah,
Well,
you
how
need to
can
make
how can
14.7
make that
psi
claim?
at gas pressure when you do this. Also, don't forget about that.
How can heliocentrists make that claim when Albert Einstein made his assumptions like in 1905 when they didn't even claim to send a probe up until
Dude, he
1957?
used to stick his tongue out. So don't go by his word.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like the heliocentrists, they have this idea like they're allowed to make all these hypotheses and theories, and nobody's allowed to
No, they're
challenge
not. We already threw them all out.
Oh, then what are we? Oh, we're talking. Well, I'm just creating a theory and a hypothesis. If these are flat earthers, I'm just giving you
But
ideas.
You're not.
Yeah. So sorry, right?
It's definitely scalable. For
Yeah,
instance,
my
the
friend.
claim that gravity can prevent entropy. Like you can produce an experiment right here on Earth that proves that's not possible.
No, you can't.
Yeah, we know.
No, if you create the conditions at the edge of the atmosphere that heliocentrism claims, you can recreate that in a chamber. And then you can put a chamber right on top of that with a vacuum that's not even nearly as strong as the claimed vacuum of space.
No, you can't.
See, now that's just ridiculous. You're just denying the scientific process.
Okay, so let's try this again. Hey, Phil, can you show me that someone has taken a big giant vat of liquid hydrogen and then they've taken some kind of magnetic field and created some kind of magnetic force field to hold back the hydrogen ocean on a small scale? Can you show me that?
I mean, it's producible. There's lots of citations that talk about
Just
it.
get me just get me the study that they did this, please.
Okay. Give me a minute. I'll look it up right now. I mean, this is how I came up with my hypothesis, was looking at this stuff.
Right. So you saw a liquid hydrogen ocean with a hemispherical bubble inside of it created by a magnetic field. Did you?
In a lab, you can produce it. Yeah, you can take hydrogen.
I want you to show it to me. I want you to show me this exact thing.
So let me get this straight. Are you? Are you a flat earther or are you a globe one arguing?
Who cares? I could be an anybody. I could be a flat earther. I could be a glober, and
Well,
this would still be a great question.
You either not understand the scientific process of scalability, or you don't understand what's behind.
I'm not worried about scalability. I'm talking about cause and effect relationships, which is what science is all about.
Listen, dude, you didn't observe an ocean of hydrogen that you're going to scale up to. So,
like a cup of water,
you're already done. You lost me at ocean of hydrogen.
A cup of water is just a cup of water. If you scale that up, you can scale it up to an ocean.
Great.
Are you denying the scalability of?
Don't try to run away from this point. I want you to show me a small liquid hydrogen ocean having a force field of magnetism inside of it, creating a bubble. Let's see that.
So you're denying that liquid hydrogen is diamagnetic.
Haven't seen anything to deny yet.
Didn't deny that at all. You're taking words and twisting them around and making it seem like I'm denying something. I'm asking you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Trying to stillman here. If you're saying that, I know what you're asking me to do, but I'm trying to understand why you need to see something.
You're not going to be able to figure me out. I'm asking you a specific question about your claim. I've made no claims. I want to see your claim in action. Show it to me.
Well, that's the beauty about my claim, is me showing it to you is irrelevant. You can produce it yourself.
Okay, great. How would I go about doing that? Because no one's done this so far, so I'm going to be the pioneer, I guess. You know what? Maybe you should do this.
Liquid hydrogen was diamagnetic.
I didn't ask you anything about the properties of the liquid hydrogen. I asked you to reproduce the thing that you are claiming is happening.
Yeah, you can reproduce it.
Okay, show it to me then. If it's so easy, why don't you just go ahead and show it to me? Don't try to run away from this, Phil. You're not going to be able to filibuster. Show me the thing that you're talking about. I don't want to hear any more words out of you. I want to see the thing that you're talking about.
You're either denying.
Are you still not even steelmanning me? You don't even understand what steelman means. You need to get me the evidence for the thing that I asked for.
So if magnets repel liquid hydrogen, how can you not scale that? How can you not make a stronger magnet?
I just need you to go ahead and show me what it is that you're talking about, since it's so easy.
You're just avoiding.
No, it's totally relevant. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go ahead and talk about your claim again. Let's see how relevant it is. Were you claiming that there is a hydrogen ocean? This is your quote unquote hypothesis or theory, that there is an ocean of hydrogen being held back by a magnetic field of the Earth, creating a bubble that we can live in, like the squirrel and freaking SpongeBob SquarePants. Isn't that your claim?
Yeah, I tried to explain it with an analogy that was as simple as possible.
What I need you to do is, on a small scale, get that demonstration for me.
Yeah, you can just look up any citation about liquid hydrogen.
No, I'm sorry. This is you providing it for me, since it's your claim. You make the claim, you provide the evidence.
You can independently verify it yourself. I'm not a monkey or an authority. These are things
Hold
you
on.
can
This is your claim.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. All right, my friend, you're new to the channel. All right. Now, we welcome you, but we have standards here. One of those standards is if a person makes a claim, they provide the evidence, especially from the flat earth side, right? We don't turn around to people and say to them, go and Google it. You should research yourself. If we make a claim, we're going to provide citation and demonstration. Now, so we all move forward in a good manner. Just remember that, right? If you're going to make a claim, someone, whether it's a flat earther or a globe earther, would probably ask you to provide evidence for it.
Can I ask a quick question? What's the order of the word? Give me the terminology of what I'm supposed to look up. I just looked up liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, and I'm not finding a damn thing. Like, I'm finding videos on diamagnetic demonstration, but it's not creating or producing a bubble or anything like that.
It seems to create a streaming amount of bubbles.
It's got to create a bubble with 14.7 psi inside of it, and then you guys got to measure that too.
This is also a problem when someone says you should go and research it, because people are going to find not what you're talking about, and then you're going to have to wade through the minefield of not what you're talking about. It's easier if you just provide what you're talking about.
I'll provide you something here in a second. Give me a minute. Somebody just knocked on my door, but I'll get it in a second.
No problem. If people need time, 5-10 minutes, that's cool.
Open up, FBI.
I knew it. They busted him for knowing that the sky is liquid hydrogen.
Yeah, he let the secret out. We probably all are in danger now.
I mean, when I look up the liquid hydrogen diamagnetic, like hydrogen is laying flat and level in the petri dish that they're using to test, or the bowl, or whatever. So I'm confused.
How come the bubble just stays there?
What bubble? I don't even see a bubble. Are you talking about when they produce a frequency and then like they got the little drop to hover?
No.
I'm confused. Which bubble? I'm not seeing a bubble.
He says you can use frequency or magnetism to create a bubble in liquid hydrogen. Where's the bubble go?
I want to. That's what I'm trying to look up. Like, give me the exact phrase that I need to look up in order to get this.
You gotta look
Well,
up. Just Google. Let's make shit up. That'll. That
Well,
might get you in the right
remember,
place.
wink, wink. Somebody
Timbo
came to the
coming in
door,
hot.
so he's probably looking it up right now. He's having ChatGPT put it together for him.
Is there a problem with asking GPT to provide any citation for something I'm looking
As
for?
long, sorry, you can ask ChatGPT anything as long as you actually provide that reference and citation, not just what AI says. So you can use it to find stuff, but that stuff better be the reference material where the citation comes from.
I mean, there is a fun little test that he could actually perform. I know it takes a lot of energy to essentially turn hydrogen into a liquid. So if he could just go ahead and get like a small glass of it, right? Just a glass of liquid hydrogen, and then take a magnet that is 0.5 Gauss, right? So that's the strength of the magnet. It's the same as the Earth's
How do you explain gyros?
They spin in a circle.
Yeah, I mean, why?
Because they're like a motor.
Yeah, I understand the motion. I'm saying why do they precess?
Friction.
I don't get what you mean friction.
Of course you don't.
Wouldn't it just spin along its axis without precessing? Like friction would slow it down, but there's no.
Yeah, it causes
not-
weird shit to happen to it. Yep. Vibrates it, does all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why it precesses.
I told you why. And it does it at different processes at different rates too. Isn't that crazy?
But that supports,
especially if you don't calibrate them.
That supports a globe.
That they at different rates.
Yeah.
No, depending on how high you go, shouldn't matter. Should always be that rate.
And you said it
not how
supports.
high,
It supports. Hold on. You said it supports the globe. You're gonna have to produce the evidence of how you made the logical leap from seeing something move around to showing the geometry of the Earth. Go ahead. How did you do that? Show me the magic trick.
Yeah, because the equation for the precession of a spinning gyro relies on a sine function, which comports with a spherical geometry. Because then the rate of angular precession, right? If it doesn't conform to sine, you'd assume it's flat because it would just precess by the same amount at all given radiuses from the center.
Yeah.
Including.
How'd you get the equation, sir?
Well, it's available in textbooks online.
Yeah. How did I know where you get it from? How did somebody get the method to figure out that equation functions within the concept of the idea of the Earth as a giant sphere? Like, where was the correlation to that?
It's what's observed. So
no, it's not. You don't know. Hold on a second. You don't observe a sphere. Okay, so how did somebody equate that formula to that it's a giant sphere? How did somebody do that? Do you know?
No. So you observe.
Huh? You observe something happen. Yeah, we've already covered that. How do you know it leads you to believe that you're on a giant ball?
That's the conclusion.
No, it's not. It's a presumed cause.
No. So
yeah, you think it's a
conclusion.
giant ball. You think it's a giant ball spinning. You didn't see that in the observation of the thing actually doing what it's doing.
Yeah, it's the conclusion of the observation.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're not observing a giant sphere at any time. So
that's
my
what
question, you just said it does. You said it concludes that. What do you mean it doesn't conclude that? All right, so if your formula shows in some manner that it points to a globe, I want to know where does it do that? How did you come up with that? Did you just make it up? Did somebody just make it up?
You could just do it from the observed precession at different latitudes.
Yeah, that's great. But how do you know the latitude, which is referencing a spherical coordinate system, is actually showing that the Earth is a globe? Did you forget that? When you say latitude, what are you referring to? Well, a spherical coordinate system, of course. But how did you get that? Everything leads to another. So you're going to have to peel the onion layer of all the claims that you're stacking down to the very root of how you know the Earth is what you think it is, so that your observation of that thing that you're doing, your precession, is what the formula says that it is of a giant sphere spinning around. So you need to go all the way back to what everything references, like latitude, the spherical coordinate system, and try to figure out how you got to a ball in the first place. So that's what we're asking. So you can't just assume you see something move and then presume that it's a globe. You can't do that. You're begging the question, sir, and a lot of other logical fallacies.
If it's a circle, it has a chance to be a globe.
Yeah, we're not worried about if it's something. We're saying the observation doesn't determine whether it is the thing. Understand? This is going based upon observation and doing a test. You don't determine that the Earth is a globe based on precession, do you?
No, it provides evidence for
No, well then no is the answer. You correctly stated no is the answer. So therefore, therefore you're making an assumption that you think it's a big giant sphere spinning around, causing that thing that you're looking at to move the way it does.
Best working theory. That's what a best working theory is.
Yeah, a best working theory is not what we're asking for. We're asking for the exact conclusion determination test that gives us the understanding that it is that. And you don't have that with something processing. Sorry, not working. You just provided evidence that you can't show that it's an exact giant sphere. So it's a no-go at this point. Non-point, it's moot. Got it?
Well, no, but I guess.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, you got nothing left but a jaw that's wide open right now.
I mean,
Any more?
who cares? Who really cares about like whether I'm pulling like a soy face at the moment or not?
You are,
Like,
dude. You can't even talk.
Yep.
who?
Yeah, you're stuttering, dude. That's just evidence that you ran out of shit to
Well,
say.
Beth,
Your
Beth,
your little shtick doesn't work in here, bro. None of it. None of you guys that come in here claiming shit and
it's not.
can't prove it. None of it's gonna work.
I don't have to prove that gyroscopes
Well,
precise.
then have a seat. Then have a seat. Have a seat and let somebody else try to prove it, huh? How about that? Just have a seat. Listen to somebody else try to prove it. Meanwhile, you eat your Cheerios or whatever it is in the morning you eat.
You have no standard of proof.
Yeah, it's actually
There's no standard of
listen,
acceptance.
yeah, well, standard of acceptance. So you're telling me that all I have to do is believe that this gentleman is telling me that something's moving around, therefore I can conclude that it's a
Oh,
sphere?
no, you're like
Japoria?
totally shut off to the idea
Yeah,
that he's
hold on.
presenting.
No. We're not shutting ideas off. What we're shutting off is people making false conclusions like he was making. Do you think it's
You haven't
Hold
explained
on,
how it's
I'm not
false.
talking to you
You're
anymore.
incorrect,
Put
AB.
your stuff on me, Cosmic. Put your stuff on me. Let me talk to Japoria. So Japoria, do you think it's correct for me to just go ahead and conclude that the Earth is a sphere based on precession? Yes or
No,
no?
no, you can just totally disregard everybody's information that they
No,
come in here
I
with,
want
and
you to
that's the
tell
way this
me.
room
I
usually
want you to
operates.
tell me right now that can I conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on precession? Yes or no?
You're entitled to your own opinion. That's fine. You can do it.
Answer the question, sir. Answer the question.
You're
Can I
entitled to your
conclude?
opinion.
Well, I'm asking you. What is your opinion? Do you think I can conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on a precession? Yes or no?
If your logic can do that, you can. You could, yes.
I'm asking you. You. Not don't project things onto
Oh,
me.
okay.
Yeah, you.
Ask it again.
Can
I'm sorry.
you
You worded it weird.
can you conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on precession?
Based on observation for myself, but
Precession. Based on precession.
precession of the equinox takes so much time. No, that's I don't have
Okay.
evidence for that in
Thank
my
you.
experience.
Thank you. No is
But I
the
do
answer.
believe in the
Correctly
math
answered
of
by
that.
you.
I
Thank
believe
you.
it would
Thank
work
you.
over time.
I don't care.
Oh, you're
I don't
welcome.
care. I
You're
don't care.
welcome. You're welcome, my friend.
You just proved my point. You
Hey,
proved
you're
my
welcome,
point,
buddy.
and so did Cosmic. So thank you.
Hey, but
There you
we
go.
can finally get the fucking conversation a little bit further than where it normally
No,
goes.
it's further. It's been further. You just haven't caught up. You're the one that does the catching up. We're the ones that are already way ahead of you guys, like by light years. You guys are just
Dude, you're
now realizing
down
that.
to earth. I'm up in the stars.
Oh yeah, I know that. That's obvious to everybody in here. Anyways, try your best, guys, because it's not going to be good enough. I guarantee it.
Well, I get you don't like me, but why are you so belligerent to new people?
No. So this is his thing.
Your shtick isn't going to work, dude. He can take whatever he wants from the conversation, but you saying that doesn't make it true. How about that?
Everyone
It's
I've
incredibly difficult to reason somebody out of a position that they have totally reasoned themselves into. Internet
You
persons
have
aren't going to
no
change
reason.
another
Listen
internet
to
person's
this, bro.
mind.
I'm gonna say it like this. There is no reason for anybody to think that the Earth is a giant sphere based on processing of a pendulum. There's no reason. You didn't give one, neither did Cosmic. So I've debunked both of you guys within the matter of what, like 5 minutes?
No,
So
there isn't,
yeah.
because it explains the behavior. It explains the behavior of the gyroscopes.
Yeah, so what? Doesn't tell us we live on a giant ball. Huh?
That's what explanatory power literally is.
Yeah, what telling you how something moves? That's it? You're gonna well the pendulum moves this way and that way.
So
Good
what's
for you.
beyond the Great Ice Wall?
Yeah, what's beyond the great ice wall? I'm sorry, but once again, you're not in a room full of esoteric believers. You're not in that room, bro. You can't come at us with that. We're impervious to that. You have to come at us with facts, with demonstrations, with evidence of what your claim is. Now, you need to bring forth the claim if you think the Earth is a globe. Then have one of us discuss with you about it. Go ahead and produce your claim that the Earth is a globe, Jeforia, if you're able to.
No, I have a claim that you've reasoned yourself into the world is not a globe
Whatever,
so
dude.
badly that you are unwilling to accept any information that
It's
points
not
towards
about
that.
it's not about that. It's not about unwilling to accept it, but it's about you
I'm right.
actually being able to produce information that we can test and
So
validate.
you're saying I'm right.
Can you do that?
You agree with me.
Information. Hey, dude, telling stories is not information. It's just telling stories.
And we've heard all the stories already. We've already digested them, and we've came to this conclusion. You're just telling us the same thing we've already heard.
Just like a little kitty batting around a ball of yarn, dude. Like it's gonna get boring at some time for you guys.
It's
Like
already boring.
put something on the table that you can put your money where your mouth is, instead of just keep running your mouth about how I'm not accepting whatever you're saying, because that's bullshit. If you
No,
produce evidence,
you're unable to accept
if you produce
based on your
evidence
own
of something
logic.
that's actually true, if you produce evidence that something's true, then I would agree with it. Let's just put it that way. But since you can't, then I won't. How about that?
I was kind of agreeing with what J.D. Vance was saying about the progression of the equinox.
Yeah.
However,
So
my personal
what?
experience in my lifetime is so short that's very hard for an individual to measure
Yeah, I
without
know,
further
but
information.
the problem is, so what? It's not telling us that the Earth
Since
is a
you're being
globe,
subjective, I'll be subjective.
which is the premise of this whole discussion, is that it's going to lead us to the knowledge that the Earth is a giant sphere spinning around. We don't give a
No,
shit
it's
what
the
people
other way
think about it
around.
processing.
You're trying to
No,
prove that it's
no.
flat, aren't you?
No, dude, if you're not following the conversation, this guy is trying to say that the only way that things can process is that we're on a giant sphere.
Barely a
You need to be paying
conversation, my
attention.
friend.
Oh, it is, should be. You should be listening and then absorbing what someone's saying and then be able to steel man them when they say it. But you're not doing that, which is obvious because you're confused.
Well, they just listen for keywords now. They don't. If they listen to what we're saying, then something might happen to them. So they only listen for keywords, trigger words, and then they try to come back with that.
I've not heard you explain why it's not good enough.
Because it doesn't lead us to the conclusion that the Earth is a giant sphere, for God's sakes.
What other conclusion is there?
That it's not a giant sphere?
Yeah, but what then
Anything else?
explains the different rates of precession?
Dude, that's a question for people that are trying to investigate what's the cause for the effect. But if you
Dude.
don't know the cause for the effect, you can't assume that it's what you think it is.
No one
So,
would ever take a
as in all the people who
gyroscope
have
to
concluded
prove
that
that
the Earth
there's
is a sphere.
Earth curve. You sound retarded saying gyroscopes prove the curve of the Earth.
I
That's
don't
pretty
care
crazy,
what I
huh?
sound like. You actually need to come up with a sufficient alternative
No, we
explanation.
don't, because
No,
that's
I
not
don't, dude. I
because
already
it
told
doesn't.
you what happens. I already told you why they do it.
Yeah, he doesn't need to come up with an alternative because it's not proving that the Earth is a sphere. What are you not getting? There's no determination that it's a sphere based on precession. I just explained that to you. So why
Where's the
would he need to debunk
contradiction?
that? The contradiction? There is an affirmative. There isn't an affirmative, sir. You can't say it affirms that the Earth is a sphere. So you can't continue to say, well, he's got to debunk that. He doesn't have to because it doesn't affirm it.
No. So
Yeah,
we can
yeah,
say
yeah.
we can say, right, this argument is completely valid. You can
No, it's
say,
not.
well, prove it to the highest possible degree of certainty.
No, that's
Right?
not
And
what we're asking
I
for.
say,
We're not.
I
Sorry,
say,
we're not asking
can
for
you
that.
show
Sorry,
me?
sorry,
Can you
sorry,
show
sorry,
me?
sorry, sorry, sorry. We're not asking for that. We're asking for a conclusion, a determination, a way to understand if the Earth is doing something like in motion, or in your case, that it's a sphere. And you can't prove either one. Either one, dude. You can't show me that it's in motion or that it's a giant sphere. Either one. You didn't come up with any conclusive information. Not the highest probability. We're not going for highest probability. We're going for a deterministic factor here.
And being in motion doesn't mean it has to be a ball either. So you can't just say, well, it's in motion, so it's a ball. That's
A
retarded.
flat Earth in motion wouldn't make sense of the
No,
precession
Earth is
rates we see.
flat and stationary.
Well, not according to the
No.
gyro.
But it doesn't matter, dude. You didn't.
No,
You didn't.
gyros are not detecting Earth motion.
Well, listen, dude. You can't tell me what the Earth is based on something that you see, like a gyroscope. You cannot tell me what the Earth is based on that. That's ridiculous.
No,
And
it
I'm
provides
exposing
evidence
your
for.
ridiculousness. No, it doesn't. No, it does. No, it don't.
Yeah, it does. It has
No.
explanatory power, and it's a real
Yeah,
observation.
what is it? Yeah, what is it? Yeah, so what? You're not telling me what the Earth is based on it. You're just seeing something happen and saying, "Oh, something's happening." Good for you.
Well,
Something's happening. Then what?
yeah, that's the inference. That's how arguments work.
No, it's not. Science doesn't work that way. If you're saying that you're just inferring that the Earth is a globe based on something moving, then the science didn't determine that with a cause and effect relationship. It's just
Science,
some guy waxing philosophical about what he thinks the Earth could be based on an idea. So what?
science is always based on the best working theory. It doesn't make
Bullshit,
absolute
dude.
claims.
That's bullshit. Yes, it does.
What
What are you
does science
talking about?
make it? Okay. What does science make it as an absolute claim?
Dry wood burns based on combustion and other factors that cause the fire to happen. Yep, you can determine that. Dry wood burns, sir.
Do you realize, like, anywhere in science, it's always called the best working theory? There's
Really?
nothing is treated with 100% certainty. Because what
So
if
do
we
you,
found what if we found out something about molecular combustion tomorrow that it wasn't like we thought?
okay, go ahead. I want you to determine that that wasn't the case. Debunk that water
No,
doesn't boil
what
at a certain. Hold on. Determine that water doesn't boil at a certain temperature, even though we know that temperature, based on the way that we observe it, has been proven over and over and time and again. It's a method, sir. Science is a method that gives us a way to understand the physical world in such a way that
Yeah.
we can actually test it, so we don't have to go based on inferences or assumptions.
There's no such thing as an infallible method.
Who says that we're talking about infallible methods? We're talking about being able to determine the cause of an effect. So we can determine. Hold on, dude. Hold on. We're determining cause and effect relationships here. And what you're not getting is that you're not doing that with what you're talking about. You're not determining the cause for an effect. So that's where you're falling short, where I'm telling you that you need to have, when you just say, no, I don't. And when we're saying, yeah, you do. If you're making a claim that the Earth is a giant sphere spinning around in the vacuum of space, you need to be able to determine that with what you're claiming is able to be determined with. And if it's not able to be determined with it, then you need to abandon that and go somewhere else that you can determine it with.
If a method is fallible, it has to be treated with a degree of uncertainty.
And we're not talking about that, though, dude. We're only talking about people that can determine cause and effect relationships, which you have not. You're avoiding the fact that you can't do it by going through this, little sophist roadmap or whatever.
The cause is the explanation for the effect.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You didn't determine that, sir.
No, because then.
Yeah, you could laugh, but you didn't determine that. Did you determine that that's the cause for the effect?
Okay. What?
Did you determine? No, don't escape me. Did you determine that was a cause for the effect? That the Earth spinning around is a cause for that pendulum to be precessing?
Yeah, because that's the conclusion.
Okay, so it's a conclusion based on an inference. It's not based on a deterministic factor that you actually know that's the case. How do you know that's the case, that the Earth is what's causing that to precess?
Because that's the best explanation.
Best explanation. Here we go again. Here we go again. Best explanation.
I say
That-
friction.
My explanation is better than yours.
Did you isolate that cause and determine that it was that, sir? What if it's something else?
I'd say it's the magnets they use to control it.
Yep. It could be anything else. Somebody can come up with an idea of what it could be other than what you just said and debunk your claim. So it wasn't determined that that's the cause for the effect, was it?
Yeah, but you have to substantiate that idea with how that works.
Yeah, but you didn't do it in your case. You're just using an inference. You didn't substantiate it. You just said that's just what it is.
No, it's easy to substantiate.
Yes. No, it isn't. How did you substantiate the fact that the Earth is spinning around, sir?
Not with a magnetic pendulum, that's for sure.
Right.
Probably what's happening. That's why.
Yeah. How did you isolate that that's the cause for the effect? I want to hear this.
Because it's consistent with all our other observations.
No. Don't keep telling me it's consistent. I want to know how you determine that that's the case.
Yeah, that's how I've determined personally that that's
How
the
did
case.
you determine? How did you determine?
Consistent with all our other observations.
Well, consistent from what? What other observations? What are you talking about? What other observations?
Yeah, motions in the sky.
Okay, so stop right
day-night
there. Stop
cycles.
right there. Stop right there. Stop. Day and night cycles are giving you the indication that the Earth is spinning on its axis, giving you the reason to believe that it could be the Earth spinning, and that's what's causing the pendulum to precess. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So the stars are moving around in the sky, the sun and the moon, or whatever you want to look up and say that is going on. How did you determine that the sky isn't moving and the Earth is? How did you do that?
It's not the sky moving around a stationary Earth.
That's what you said. I want to know
'Cause
how you
yeah.
determined that. How did you determine that?
Yeah, because it doesn't line up with any theory that makes
Whoa,
sense.
whoa. It doesn't line up with theory? That's not a deterministic factor, sir. It's just your idea of what doesn't make you feel good.
Theory is by
It
nature
does.
deterministic. It's not
Yeah,
stochastic.
no. You saying so is not deterministic. It has to be something that's observed. So it's not an
It is
observation
observed.
that you. No, it's not. You didn't determine the fact that the stars are moving around or the sun is based on something that you say is the Earth moving. You didn't determine that. You said it's the best explanation, according to you.
So you're looking at what the alternative hypothesis was.
No, we're not talking about alternative. We're not talking about alternatives. We're looking for the affirmative of how you came up with the stars and the sun and moon are moving based on the Earth's rotation. That's what we're looking at. How did you determine that? We're not looking for alternate theories.
Yeah, you can look at the relative motions of lots of bodies, and then
So we're
say,
going to
well, it's
something else. So first of all, we're trying to determine how the Earth's spinning. You went to stars, sun, and moon. Now you're going to determine that the stars, sun, and moon are actually the Earth spinning by going somewhere else again. We're going down a rabbit hole, sir. We're never getting to the conclusive evidence that the Earth is determined to be spinning around. You're looking at other things instead of looking at the Earth, which is what you should have been with your observation of the Earth actually determining that it is in motion by observing it doing what you think it's doing. You're not doing that right now. You're going to other things. You went from star, sun, and moon to something else that you're trying to make a conclusive information about, and you can't even do that. You're not doing that right now. I'm just taking you round and round and showing how you're illogical. It's not even logic. At some point, you're going to run out of steam and you're going to give up. You're going to throw your hands up and say, well, you see, I can't prove it to you. Of course you can, because you can't even prove it to yourself.
You haven't given me a standard of proof.
The
So
standard is you have to observe this in nature somewhere. And if you observe the Earth spinning in nature, then yes, you can make that claim at least from the observational standpoint. And then you can possibly test for it to validate if it's the cause or the effect or not. You haven't done that. So I'm showing the audience how you're just using an inference and your best idea and a subjective opinion. That's all you're doing. You're in no way determining that that's the Earth in motion. In no way. That's all you got to say? Have a seat, sir.
you can look at videos from orbit.
Have a seat, Cosmic.
You can't get to orbit until you tell us how you prove the Earth is a ball and spinning.
Yeah. And you can't do it with precession, obviously, because I just took you through the rigmarole of showing how you can't even do that.
Oh, well.
So now abandon ship, or else, this barrage will not stop, dude. It will continue until I pummel you into oblivion of your incoherent nonsense.
Okay.
You can make your bed if you want, but you're going to have to lie in it, sir. Yeah, playtime is over. 24/7 means serious business, man. They're going to know when we come out of the scene, dude. They're going to step aside.
Except you've entered no serious academic scene whatsoever.
Sure, we will, though. And we'll prove it to the world.
So what do we?
That's what we aim to do.
What do we need to do now?
Couldn't you just do that already if you have all the facts right?
What do you want us to do? I'll get on it.
You guys, there's however many people, literally just submit a paper with all the proof.
To who?
Put it online.
It's
a free. It's
the address. Post the address in here of where I'm sending it.
No, online isn't there's no specific address for on the internet. I'm just saying, if you publish a paper with all your proof.
So you need what kind of proof now? Which one are you looking for?
You're proving that the Earth is flat and stationary, aren't you?
It's measured that way, yeah.
Right. So then you
NASA
just
says that. I'm just going to use NASA's documents.
right. Okay. You don't think NASA will be like, hey, this is why we put this in this paper. Here's the context.
Just
Nope, they say it's flat and stationary. That's the only way you're going to build or fly an airplane.
So NASA is going to say, oh yes, you call
Cosmic, have a seat, dude. You wouldn't know what NASA says. You can't speak for NASA, not even a little, dude. Just sit down. You're an embarrassment. Have a seat, bro.
Were you talking to me or him?
Yeah, but just have a seat because you're just embarrassing
You
yourself.
don't even know that what NASA says. You think that I'm wrong, and that's funny shit. You think they don't contradict themselves.
Yeah, and he wants to speak on the behest of NASA. What a joke.
Just have a seat and try to recognize how you're processing in your chair.
Right. Okay.
Can't even get his way out of this argument.
So do you think the guys that keep coming in here and getting beat up by us, do you think that in real life they actually like that too?
Yeah, they're probably misogynistic for sure. Whipping boys for the narrative. That's all these guys are.
You have such ridiculously high opinions of yourself.
Well, it's not just that. We have evidence or receipts. Like this conversation we just had, that's evidence that we can do what we do and we're good at it. We're fucking damn good at it.
Yeah, we're really good at it. We have high opinions of ourselves. Isn't that awesome? And you have a low self-esteem.
No, I just consider like I'm a flawed human like anyone else who just tries to understand the world the best
Yeah,
they can.
nobody's talking about fallibility here. We're talking about confidence in what we're saying. And that's what we're saying is we got that on lock. So nothing to be worried about there.
We got rid of a bunch of flaws, so we're a little bit better than you now.
Bro, you should hear yourself.
Yeah, it's good. We are. We have a stream that we can record our voices and then play it back whenever we want. Although we don't need to because we lived it, but you probably need to listen back to it to see how badly you got destroyed. And be like, damn, man.
That's great.
They kicked my ass.
Go back and listen to Anon from this morning for the past 4 hours. You'll laugh your ass off. That might be the clip of the year.
They kicked my ass. Holy smokes. What am I doing going in there?
It's just the behavior of a narcissist, to be honest.
Yeah, but you can keep yapping. Well, we got what it takes. You don't, bro. So there's that, right?
It's self-declaration.
Yeah, I told you we have receipts. The evidence of the conversation we just had is a demonstration of what I'm saying is true. I've crushed you and that other clown that was piping in here, Japhoria clown.
Okay, I say back, I crushed you. Well, look.
Yeah, but you didn't. That's the problem.
But
yours
you
is an empty
didn't.
claim. Mine is a validated one.
Yours is.
You can't do what I do, bro.
Mine is a valid one.
You can have a dream that you can do what I do, but you fall short every time you open up your Dorito hole.
Bro, I don't think you're as smart as you think you are.
You don't have to. It's evident. I don't care what you think. The evidence is in how I shut you down, you clown.
That's got to be smarter than him. That doesn't take much.
Do you actually think you guys would survive like 30 seconds in front of like a panel of academics who are like
their mouth would be as gaping wide open. Their mouth would be as gaping wide open as yours.
Yes,
Are
I
you
absolutely
serious?
can. Yes, I sit with them all day long.
You're gonna have nothing left, dude, when you leave this place except for your shame, and maybe a pillow you can cry into.
Yep, total shame. Gonna have to cry into my pillow.
Lay down face down into your pillow. You know what I mean.
Yeah, just gonna be crying all night over this.
You're doing it now. Everybody's listening to you do it now.
This
But
and
you-
other things.
But you guys are you guys are mean, and you think you're gonna be accepted. No one's gonna accept you. Like, shut up, dude. Let us do what we do while you
You've
listen
had
there,
over
eat
100 years.
popcorn and cry on your pillows.
But you've had over 100 years and you've done nothing. Literally. Well over 100 years and nothing.
Yeah, dude, keep cheerleading for the narrative. You like that hunchback guy that comes out on 300 that sides with the Persians. That's like you right now.
I'm talking about like the conspiracy theory angle. Do you guys still subscribe to that or no?
There's lots of conspiracy theories. Can you like elaborate what exactly you're talking about?
Yeah, it's very vague and a kind of a loaded question because you've said still, right, and conspiracy theory.
What do you even?
Well, I'm
What-
talking
what are
about
you
the
trying to
idea
pull,
of the Earth being flat.
How was that a
Or globe.
conspiracy theory?
Or a globe, rather. I'm sorry.
How is any of that a conspiracy theory?
No, well, most of you guys that I talked to, you think is some part
Is
of.
people? Well, let me ask you. A lot of people believe in ghosts. Is that a conspiracy theory?
Well,
This
channel
was
about
brilliant,
ghosts and
Indio. This
how
was the
astronaut-
takedown that
would be a
this
conspiracy
idiot
theory if a
needed.
lot
I
of
hope he
people
never
believe
shows
in
his face
ghosts.
back here again, bro. Sorry to interrupt.
A lot of people believe the Earth is a globe in the same way as believing in ghosts. It's just a belief that's a fantasy. It's not a
Okay,
conspiracy theory. You don't believe it
flat
because of a
earthers,
conspiracy theory, right? You think the Earth's a globe.
No, I'm asking if flat earthers think that the whole thing is a conspiracy.
I think I just answered that. Maybe you didn't comprehend my words.
No, you said a lot there.
Yeah, I said that believing in something doesn't de facto make something a conspiracy.
Well, I get that. That's why I asked the question. So.
It was a weirdly formed question.
Conspiracy theory between who? Who's conspiring?
Okay, I'll rephrase it.
This
Do
is your
flat
idea.
earthers-
This isn't our idea.
I said I'll rephrase it. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Do flat earthers think that the
You
that
flat
the
earthers
idea-
think. How do you know what we think?
I'm trying to ask a question.
That wasn't a question. That was a statement.
You cut me off. So
No, like you flat earthers think can't be formed into a question. Okay.
I'm asking if people who think the Earth is flat think that it's a conspiracy, the idea of the Earth being a globe.
No.
Okay, that's what I was trying to ask before you cut me off. So.
How would you believe the Earth is a globe? It's not a conspiracy.
Oh, okay. You don't think it's a government thing or anything like that, or?
I don't think the government has an official position.
Okay. Huh. So I'm just curious, where does all this stuff online come from about the information relative to the Earth being a sphere? Where does all that come from?
Ignorance.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Where's all this stuff about ghosts come from? Where's all this stuff about elves come from? Where's all this? Where does all that come from?
I don't know. Are there any scientific papers about ghosts and elves, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Probably like for fucking 50 years.
Yeah.
Was it
Does
the
anyone know
Harvard?
what the shape of the Earth is?
What does that mean?
I'm asking
Does
you.
anybody know?
Yeah, in your view, does anyone know?
Well, that's kind of loaded. I don't think anyone knows. Never certain. I don't think anyone's ever been outside the Earth to see it in its entirety.
I see. You don't
If
think
that's
NASA
even a
knows?
possibility, which I doubt it is.
Do you think NASA knows or no?
NASA's not a person. NASA doesn't know things.
I didn't say you were a person. I'm just
You're very sloppy with your language. And
organization.
you're doing it
group,
intentionally
entity.
so that you can speak in generalities and create a narrative. This is very obvious to me. NASA doesn't know things. There's people
Yeah.
at NASA, those people know things. So let's be very specific of what we're talking about. Who knows things? Who's part of conspiracy? Let's be very specific on who these people are. Is it you? Would it be you?
No.
Would it be Matthew
No.
Learns in here?
No, I'm just asking you what you think about certain things.
I don't think about it as I don't anthropomorphize NASA. I don't anthropomorphize the government.
Neither do I.
You just
they're
did
an
twice.
entity. No, I didn't answer.
I don't see you using proper names of human beings.
I don't know anyone who works at NASA. Why would I use a name?
Because those would be the conspirators.
Okay, let's take conspiracy out of it. Do you think people at NASA know what the shape of the Earth is?
No.
Okay, that's all I was asking you. We don't have to be difficult with this.
No, bro. Only 20. Matt corrected me. Only 24 people even claim to know.
Okay. I was just wondering.
Do you realize that, right? Only 24 people claim to have primary knowledge that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
In the history of man, there's 9 billion people on the Earth now, and probably since the space program, probably 9 billion have lived and died. So out of that 18 billion people, 24 people say, yeah, I know the Earth is a globe. I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Are they correct?
No.
How do you know that?
Because we can measure the Earth.
Well, if they said they saw it as a sphere, then
that's not a measurement.
Oh, okay.
It's not a measure. So, how many people saw it as flat? 9 billion?
Can you see ultraviolet light?
No, but 9 billion people saw the Earth as flat. 24 saw it as a sphere. What are we going to go with?
That almost sounds like a genetic fallacy.
No, you obviously don't know what a genetic fallacy is.
No, I do know what a genetic fallacy is.
Okay, tell me what it is.
Well, you essentially you're saying that just because a certain number of people saw something, that's not true.
That would be to appeal to majority. It's not a genetic fallacy.
Well, it could be that too, but you're saying they're not credible because there's only a certain number.
No. What I'm saying is, you asked me if they were wrong. Okay?
Okay.
And you asked me how I know they're wrong. I said because we measure it.
Who's we?
Me. People in this chat. Other people that aren't in this chat.
Okay. So I'm guessing you guys are part of the minority when it comes to measuring stuff, right?
So the argument you just complained about, you just made.
No, I'm asking you. I didn't say you were.
As far as measuring the Earth, no.
Okay. You measured the entire Earth?
You don't need to measure the entire Earth. You only need to measure a subsection. You can extrapolate out.
Huh.
Because of physics of water.
Okay.
So if water's connected, right, it pretty much does the same thing across its surface when it's all connected.
I see.
And the oceans of the Earth are just one giant fucking ocean. It means all the water's connected, and that consumes the majority of the surface of the Earth. So whatever that water does, that's what the Earth does. That we can make a statement about the entire Earth based upon a measurement of subsection of water.
Sure.
Because you could extrapolate out, and that extrapolation is justified because of the physics.
Okay, so your extrapolation tells you that the entire Earth is so-called flat?
It tells us that the water's not curving. And since it's not curving, it can only be the opposite, flat.
Are you talking about the Earth, or are you talking about the water on the Earth? Which one?
The Earth.
Okay.
Not the physical dirt. The Earth as a whole.
Okay. So, with your extrapolation, does it tell you what the dimensions of the Earth is?
No, we don't care.
I'm just curious if it tells you that too.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the question.
I'm just wondering.
This is called a red herring that you're trying to pull now. because you can't
I'm
actually
just
address what I said, and that the surface of the water is flat. You can't actually address that because you know that's true, but you have an ideology which that prohibits that.
no. I'm trying to understand if you can extrapolate that.
Oh,
As
you
flat,
understand.
you
You
can
understand perfectly
extrapolate
well.
what
This is an
the
act you're doing.
the mathematics is behind the Earth. Did your extrapolation give you that too, or
The mathematics that's behind the Earth. What?
yeah, the dimensions of the Earth?
You don't need the dimensions to know if the surface is flat. The only
I didn't say
dimension
you
you need to
needed it.
know
I
is
was
the
wondering if you had it.
all you need to know is the vertical ratio to the horizontal ratio.
I was just wondering if you just had those numbers. That's all. If you don't, that's fine.
Don't need them.
Do you have them?
Don't need them.
Okay. I was just wondering if you had them anyway, though.
How would I have them?
I don't know. You tell me. You either do or you don't. But
How would anybody have them? This is a game you're playing, dude. It's getting
I just
annoying,
asked.
Raiden. You're not
Ask a
clever.
question.
See right through this shit.
I'm not playing a game. I just asked if you
Yeah,
had
you
these
are.
numbers.
You're just asking questions. This is called the sea lion troll, Raiden.
I'm not trolling. I just asked you
The
if you had
sea
the
lion
information.
troll. Why don't you look it up because you're doing it? I'll just read what it is.
Okay.
So everybody knows what you're doing.
I'm not. I just asked a question. I'm not doing
Yeah,
anything.
I know. You're just asking questions.
I mean, I don't care if you don't have them. That's fine.
I'm innocent.
Sea lion troll is a term for a type of trolling called sea lining, which involves persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and discredit an opponent. Sounds familiar.
So me asking you if you have dimensions of the Earth.
So you're going to keep doing it?
No, I'm not going to ask you.
Yeah. Do I need to read the definition again?
No,
Which
I'm
involves
just gonna take it.
persistently asking for evidence and clarification under the guise of civility to exhaust, annoy, and I'll answer your question. Tell me how it's relevant. When you can demonstrate to me that it's relevant to whether the surface of the Earth is flat or curved, then I'll answer.
I never said it was relevant. I was just
Okay, then
wondering
I'm
if
not
you had
answering it. It's irrelevant.
Okay, fair enough. What's for dinner?
Yeah, that's just as irrelevant as the frickin' what the size of the Earth is.
Okay, what's relevant in your view?
Things that observations that answer the question of whether the surface of the Earth is flat or curved. That's what's relevant.
Okay, fair enough. I'm guessing when you say observations, you mean with the naked eye.
Measurements.
Oh, but we're back to numbers again, right?
Yeah, measurements, dude.
But I asked you for numbers, and you said it's not relevant.
No, you asked me for the totality of the dimensions. You asked me for the surface area. That's irrelevant.
Okay.
Unless
That
you're
was
gonna argue we're on this flat spot and the Earth's a fucking giant ball of fucking like 1.6 billion miles in circumference, and we're on a flat spot on that ball.
Okay. Well, I won't press you on it. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, dude. This is just rhetorical gimmicks, dude.
No, it's not a gimmick.
It's very obvious.
I'm not
I
trying
wish you
to
guys
do
would come in here with
anything.
some level of honesty, man. But I guess I'm asking for too much.
Just ask a question. That's all. We don't have
Yeah,
to
I
talk
know,
about
Sea
it.
Lion. I know you're just asking questions under the guise of civility. Yeah, I know.
No, I'm always civil. It's not a guise. So I don't come in here.
No,
calling
you're
you guys
always under the
idiots or anything.
guise. It's always under the guise, dude.
No, I don't berate you guys or anything.
Yeah, I know because you have your guise of civility.
Yeah, got your number.
No, that's who I am. It's not a guise.
Love it.
I don't think you're stupid or crackpots or anything.
Stop sniveling, little
I don't care about that. It's two different questions, dude. You're Mr. Irrelevant, dude. You just go to relevant thing after irrelevant thing.
Alright. Fair enough. Besides Flat Earth, how's your night going?
Yeah, it's going fantastic. So let me ask you. How can you test whether the Earth is flat or oval? What can you do to test it?
That's a good question.
Where's the true dichotomy?
Between those two statements?
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that people claim are a dichotomy, but they could work on either proposition, right? So what can we test that's an actual true dichotomy? That the result of some observation will give you positively ball versus flat.
Well, if I had to pick one thing between those two statements you offered, I would say go as high up as you can and look down.
Is looking objective?
That's all we have. So
That's all we have. No, we have more than that. We have tools, right?
okay,
We have tools that are that do make objective comparisons between things.
Okay. Well, how about
Right.
we use both? How about we use the tools and what you see with your eyes and do a comparison?
Why would you mix something objective with something subjective? Why would you do that?
I can't use both.
Because one's subjective, one's objective. That's like saying I want to mix how tall I am with my favorite color. It makes no sense.
Why can't one corroborate or verify the other?
One is subjective, the other is objective. What aren't you understanding?
No, I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand why you can't use both. And then form an
Dude,
opinion
like how many times you're talking about dichotomy? How can't okay, the law of the excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of identity. That's why. Those three things, dude. The three laws of logic. Objective and subjective are opposite things. You can't integrate them together.
Let me give you an example. Let's say I know what you look like. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Let's say someone gives me a picture of you or a photograph. Okay, and I have it in my hand. I can look at that photograph and then I can turn around and I can look at you and I can say, you know what, that's India. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's wrong with me doing that?
Okay. That's because I'm there. You actually have something. You have a referent to compare it to. But it still wouldn't tell you whether that picture is real or not, because that match that you're doing that is in your mind, right? It's subjective. So you could have a really good artist. I can actually post a picture of. I could post a picture right now of Morgan Freeman. Okay, right now. And you think it was, and brother, you would think it's a photograph. And everyone I've ever shown it to think it's a photograph, when it's actually a photograph of a painting of Morgan Freeman.
It could be, sure.
Well, it is. So even though you'd evaluate that as, dude, that's definitely freaking photograph of Morgan Freeman. It's not Morgan Freeman. It's a painting of a photograph of Morgan Freeman, and a photograph of that. So you're 3 layers, you're 2 layers removed away from the actual subject. That's why it's subjective. Dude, what you're not understanding is your evaluation, your quote unquote match, is a subjective evaluation. There's no metric. There's no objective metric that you're applying to your evaluation. Like, oh, it looks like it to me. Looks similar to me. It might look similar to you and not similar to somebody else.
Well, this is getting pedantic now because
it isn't pedantic. It isn't pedantic. It's the crux of the problem. It's the crux of the problem. See now your civility mask is falling off.
No, what I'm saying is you could say that about anything. You could just say, well, you're just evaluating. You're just evaluating.
No. Everyone can read a tape measure and agree that something is 10 inches fucking long. It isn't subjective.
If someone was being stupid with you, they could say, how do you know what 10 inches is? But I won't do that. Okay.
Oh, Jesus
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude, stop.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, we're assuming they know. We're assuming they know how to fucking count. Okay, and they wouldn't even listen, bro. They wouldn't even need to know how to count. You could just say, hey, you don't even need to read the words. Take a little red marker, put this freaking tape measure against this thing, and when you compare this length to that length, make a little red marker on the tape measure when they're the same. And they're going to be the same for all fucking people in all time, forever and ever. It doesn't matter whether you can read the fucking ruler or not. You're doing a direct comparison between two things. This is what measurement is.
Yeah, it seems like you want to argue with someone tonight. And I'm not arguing with you about anything. You know?
Now you're going to talk about me.
No, it just seems like you're gonna
Don't try to divine my mind, dude. You're just wrong. And you're not getting it. You're fighting it, okay? Subjective looking at things. You don't take the subjective the earth looks flat, do you?
Well, how do you determine if
Do you accept that the earth looks flat?
Yeah, it looks flat, yeah.
Oh, but it's not. Is that why? Is that subjective?
I mean, if you're in the middle of a desert, it can look like you see water in the distance, but that doesn't.
You're not talking about mirages, okay? How do you even know you're seeing mirages? Because you can look at them and say, hey, dude, the world don't look like that. That's a mirage. Good try. That shit don't fly. The earth looks flat. Why don't you accept that?
I didn't say I didn't.
Well, you're not a flat earther.
It appears that way, but I'm not.
Oh, that's all? That's an objective measurement, dude.
In front of me, that's what it looks like. Yeah, as far as I can.
Yeah, no, that's subjective, bro. We just look at it, right? So now, looking at, see, I'm illustrating your hypocrisy.
I can't
right?
see the entire Earth. I can see as far.
Why
as
do you
I
need
can
to see the whole thing?
Well, I can't talk about the whole thing if I can't see the whole thing, right?
Yeah, but you can go in a bunch of different places, and everywhere you look, from wherever place you are, all those places look flat.
As far as I can see, sure.
That's right. If you go to China, if you go to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, all those places look flat.
So why don't you accept it is?
Yeah. Why do you think there's a magic place where that totality of flatness becomes a ball?
I can't justify extrapolating that the entire Earth is flat just based on as far as I can see.
So how do you justify a point of view you've never had? Looking around.
I never said I justified it.
Do you accept that those places you've been are flat?
As far as I can see, they look flat. Yeah.
Yeah,
Looking
but are
into
they
the
flat?
distance, sure.
Are they flat though?
What's your definition of flat?
Right. But you use that standard for other things. Like it looks like that thing, therefore it is that thing. But you go to a place, and as far as you can see, it looks flat, but you don't conclude it is flat because it looks like it.
That's my perspective, sure. As far as I can see, I mean, yeah, that's anybody's perspective. It looks level and flat, and etc. I understand
So
that.
subjective.
I guess you could say anything's subjective. I mean, if you're the one who's looking at it.
No, not everything's subjective, dude. 1 + 1 isn't subjective.
Okay, that's mathematics. That's different. So we're not talking about axioms. We're talking about what you're looking at, right?
Yeah. Any visual observation when you're just looking at something because it's a projection of the 3D world is inherently subjective. Now, what is objective is basically a description of how it looks. You could say, hey, this looks like that, but that doesn't mean it is that.
You know what this reminds me of? Your question reminds me of the Gettier problem. You know what that is, right?
Not at the top of my head.
It's
So I
where-
have
it's
heard of
where-
it.
Yeah, where there's sheep in the field, and then there's a cardboard sheep out there. Someone do you understand now?
There's a sheep in the field and there's a cardboard sheep. Keep going.
Well, I'm just saying, this is just going through it roughly. It's not exactly what it is, but
It's not even close.
I'm just saying, if you look out there, you would see a bunch of sheep, even though one of them's not a sheep. Okay, something else. Oh,
How do you know they're not? It's not a sheep.
how do you know it isn't?
Yeah. How would you tell it whether it's a sheep?
No, that's the problem. You couldn't
You'd
tell
go
one
up
way
to
or the
the
other.
sheep, and you go all the individual units. You'd go test to see if they were a cardboard cutout sheep. What you're saying, this is your position, is I got to get farther away to get a better look. And I'm going to look at the whole herd. And once I can see the fucking whole herd, I'll be able to pick out that sheep that isn't a
Point
sheep.
is, if you look at the whole thing, they all look like sheep.
Dude, the
That's the point.
subjective argument was yours. You're the one who said fly to space, look at the Earth. I said measure it.
What am I measuring in 12 feet in
Whether
front
the
of me?
surface of the Earth is curving. Is it curving? Is it not curving? If curving, ball. If not curving, not ball.
How much of the Earth do I need to measure to make that extrapolation?
Oh, not much.
All right.
Probably a couple. I would say 10 long distance observations, consistent over a period of time.
And you translate that into miles, or
It's not a distance because we know what the water does.
okay.
Have you ever experienced water, a connected body of water, to do something in one place and not in the other at the surface? To any significant degree?
No.
Yeah, so why would we think that somehow the Earth, I measure the water flat here and then goes somewhere else, and that's where it's curving?
What do you mean by measure the water flat? What does that
The
mean?
surface of the water has to curve. So from a level line, horizontally extending out into space, the surface of the Earth should curve away from it, such as eye level. Should curve down and away from eye level.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that means at each increment of distance, there's a separation between that level line and the surface of the Earth. Well, let's call it a horizontal line and the surface of the Earth, because you'll try to conflate fucking level with curved. So let's just say from the horizontal level line, okay, and the surface of the Earth, it should increase in distance. The further you go, the larger the distance, and it should increase exponentially. If that's not happening, then the Earth's not a ball. It's really simple, bro. It's not even complicated.
Okay. I can see how you.
Can you
would
have
see
a
it that
ball
way.
with a flat surface?
If it's big enough, yeah.
Really?
Sure.
Okay. Well, let me tell you how that's not the case. The definition of a sphere is equidistant from the center. A flat surface can't be equidistant from a single point along its length. Okay? So, I don't know if you need to go back to like geometry class, but a straight line and a curved line can't possibly be the same because
No,
of the
those two aren't
properties.
the same now.
Well, because of the properties of a sphere are equidistant from the center, which is a point. And a line can't be equidistant from a point along its length.
A straight line and a curved line are two different things. I agree. But you
Yeah,
said
okay.
flat surface. That's different.
Yeah, that means a straight line, dude.
Okay, when you say straight line, my
I can take
definition is
okay.
180
Let's switch it
degrees.
to a plane. Okay, a 2D fucking plane from a point can't be equidistant from that point, but the surface of a sphere can be equidistant from that point. It must be.
Would you agree there's a difference between a straight line and a line?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with that too. Those aren't the same thing.
Okay. You're trying to just deflect from the point. Okay, and the point is that the surface of the Earth is not curving. measured to be not curving.
And you have a line that's not 180 degrees?
What does that mean? We're talking about a
I'm
straight
asking.
line. No, enough with the red herrings, dude.
Just ask.
We're only talking about the surface of the Earth, dude. Is it curving or is it not?
Well, I think it is because I think it's a sphere, but.
And why is that?
How much time do you have?
No, I'm asking why you think it's a sphere.
That's what I just asked you. How much time do you have?
Yeah, I got plenty of time.
Okay. Well, let's start with everything that we can all see. Let's start with satellite images and go from there.
So, looking at a screen.
Yeah.
What about the world? What about nature?
I don't have any reason to think that they're not real. So.
You don't have any reason to think they are real.
Okay. Well, I guess you could say that about anything, right?
No. So there's two types of claims. There's regular claims and there's fantastic claims. Claiming you have machines zipping around in a fucking vacuum at 17,000 miles per hour is a fantastic claim.
Okay. I can appreciate that.
And there's no reason I should believe them. Can you give me a reason to believe that there's pictures of Earth from space?
No, I can't. I can't convince you in any way.
No, I'm at a reason. What was the reason you believed them? How did you evaluate them is what I'm asking you. Like, you were presented these pictures, someone said, hey, these are pictures from space. What was your evaluation process on that claim?
Well, I didn't vet these images.
What was your evaluation process on that claim?
I just told you I didn't vet these images.
You didn't even for 1 second you didn't do anything.
No, I trusted. I didn't vet it in any way.
I trusted. So you don't actually know the Earth's a globe. You just trust somebody else's claim that it is.
Yeah, if I knew everything, I wouldn't need to do anything. I would just, at some point you have to trust somebody.
What? What do you mean know everything? What's that got to do with anything?
No one is omniscient, so at some point you have to trust someone. Or
no, you don't. Says who?
Yeah,
where's that
that's
written
ridiculous.
down?
Oh, you don't?
You have to trust.
Do you know who your father is?
Well, I know what my mother says. I know what's written on the birth certificate. No, I don't know.
Right, so you don't know. You just know.
No, I don't.
You, right? Okay. Right, exactly.
I don't know what you're thinking. No, I don't know. And who said I trusted what they told me?
Oh, you don't trust what your mom told you?
Not necessarily. You don't know my mother.
Okay, fair enough.
You also don't know your own. You don't even know how old you are. No one in this chat does. Nobody knows how old they are. Nobody.
You're asking if we trust the same people who told us about Santa, the Easter Bunny? Come on.
But even so, trust is not required. You choose to trust or not trust. That's a choice. It's not required. Okay, you're not required to trust.
Right.
You're not required to trust
Exactly.
their claims, dude.
India, you asked me a question. I gave you an honest answer. Now you want to fault me on it?
No. What I said. Listen.
Well, yes,
you
actually.
said you
I do.
must trust somebody. That's not true. You don't have to trust anybody.
Fair enough. You don't have to.
Okay, you choose to. So you don't. The point is, you don't know the Earth is a globe. Okay, I just wanted to get you to say the truth. You believe it because you choose to believe it because you choose to trust in complete fucking strangers and their claims, even though you never evaluated the veracity of the claims by your own admission.
India,
you are a religious zealot.
Nobody knows everything, so at some point
that has nothing to do with this. Whether you know something or not has nothing to do with this.
It doesn't.
We're talking about this very specific thing. Don't try to fucking muddy the water. Where I'm demanding that you know everything. I'm saying this very specific thing. You don't know the Earth is a globe, and the basis that you've admitted that you believe it is because of the claims of other people that you never even evaluated.
I just say I knew what the shape of the Earth was.
Yeah, what a
I just told you
scumbag.
that. I mean, you're arguing against a straw man.
I asked you, and I never said. No, you just straw manned what I said. I never said you knew the shape of the Earth. I asked you why you believed it.
And I told you. So what's the problem?
Yeah. So where's the straw man?
It's like you're fighting against a shadow.
Where's the straw man?
I answered your question.
Where's the straw man? Where was my straw man?
He critiqued it.
No, it just sounds like you're shadow boxing, you know.
Yeah. Now you're gonna talk about me. Gimmick again.
I'm not gimmicking. You asked me a question, and I gave you an intellectually honest answer. So what else
Yeah,
you want me to
you
do?
gave me an honest answer, and I gave you an honest rendition of the whole thing, compactified. Because you're
Okay.
trying to use smoke and mirrors to hide what the situation is. The situation is, some people said something, you chose to believe their words, and you never evaluated it.
All right, shoot me. I mean, what do you want me to do? I don't know everything. I have to believe somebody at some point.
No, you don't.
There he goes again.
Okay, what do
Dude,
you
it's like,
suggest I
do you use these gimmicks like in the other VCs or something?
I'm not trying to gimmick anything.
have to.
I'm not playing any games.
It's a critical
point
gimmick,
you come
dude.
to.
Did you forget I've talked to you before and you did these same things then and the time before that? It's like they're little catchphrases, right? They're little gimmicks.
What do you want me to say to you?
It's not what I want you to say. Okay? This is really simple. You have a belief, you never evaluated whether the belief is true or not. I'm telling you
I
how you
admitted
can
that.
do it, but you you don't care because you'd rather
I
just
do.
believe the claims of strangers. You can test their claims, you know, right?
All right.
Did you know that you could go out into the natural world and test their claims?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe part of it. Yeah, I don't know if I can test
What
all
part?
of it.
What do you mean
When we're
part of it?
talking about, you said test their claims.
Yeah, test their claims that the Earth is a ball.
I can't test satellite images. I don't have the equipment or the money or the resources to do that.
Yeah, you can. Because if what the image depicts doesn't exist in reality, then the image is fake.
Okay.
So if someone showed you a picture of a frickin' pink house in the middle of Times Square, and then you go to Times Square and there's no pink house there, you know the image is fake. You don't have to prove how they faked it. There's no fucking house there. So what they depicted in the picture doesn't exist. In reality, the image has to be fake, right?
That
So
makes
the thing,
sense.
yeah, so the images that they take the picture of show what we've been talking about, curving water. And you can go check in reality whether the water's actually curving. Because the things in that images, like the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, you can go there. Just like I have. I can go down to the Atlantic Ocean, the thing that's in their fucking pictures, and see if the water's curving. But it's not.
Okay.
So you have a picture that doesn't exist. It's not an accurate rendition of nature.
What do you think?
And how do I know? Because I went into nature and tested and looked in nature to see, hey, dude, does that thing exist actually in nature? Is my Atlantic Ocean out there actually curving?
All right. So if what you're saying is true, what do you think we should do going forward?
God, here we go. The call to arms. I think you should go down to like you should find the largest, flattest body of water and hold up a sign that says, "This water doesn't curve," and chant slogans, dude. Like, what the fuck, bro? What do you mean, dude? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying. What do you think we should
We're
do
gonna
with this
protest at the
information?
ocean.
In your view.
Tell people it.
Okay.
A lot of people are misinformed. There's a lot of myths that have been spread through humanity, and this is one of them. This is just a modern day atheist religion. It's a religion without a deity. All the things that people practice in religion, the globe does, but it's minus the deity. It's got a creation story, has a creation of man story. The fundamental claims can't be tested by anybody but the priesthood. You have to just trust what they say. Same way that people read the Bible, only the clergy could read the Bible, and the fucking laymen couldn't read it in the past. It's the same thing. It's esoteric. You have to decipher esoteric symbols on a fucking blackboard, and that actually proves the exact opposite of what you experience in reality. If you understand the symbols, then you understand the true reality. That's like fucking magic, bro. If you look at it for the way it really is, all the things that they say that were left behind by the Enlightenment, they just co-opted with a different type of bullshit.
Fascinating. You sound like someone whose heart is in the right place. You really do.
Well, that being what it may, the fact remains is they have a creation story, Big Bang. They have an origin of man story, right? Frickin' evolutionary fucking black goo. Right? Same with religion. You look at any religion, they have a creation story. And the words say, let there be light. They have a creation of man story. God created Adam from the dust. Right? So it's all the same things. Oh, what does God say? Oh, we don't know. Fucking got to ask the priest. Only they're the ones communing with God, the prophets and all those people. Right? You can't know. The priests know. Oh, what's the evidence for space? Oh, how can I know the Earth's a globe? Oh, you can't know. Only the astronauts can know. See, all these things are analogous. The fundamentals of all this shit are almost identical.
It's fascinating, isn't it? I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun.
I want to ask you one more thing before I go on mute because I don't want to take up too much of the mic time. If you were wrong about something, would you want to know it?
Oh yeah, why not?
Okay, fair enough. That's good.
That's fucking
Glad you said that.
I ain't wrong about this.
No, I didn't say you were. But you answered my question, so we have a good one. Okay.
All right, you too.
All right.
Keep the faith, brother.
Thank
you.
Yeah, we got Axel Steele that just joined us right now. So Axel, if you're there.
Oh, maybe he has a hand up.
Hey, so I guess I do have a
Okay.
question. Hey,
Go
question
ahead.
time. I in another space yesterday I brought this up, and then people got mad at me. So I guess I obviously know I know there's not one single flat Earth model, but but I guess I could ask you specifically. Like in general, do you think that like the Earth's flat and the stars rotate around it, or do you think that the Earth's flat and like the sun and moon never go below the horizon? Like I know those are two distinct models, but I not really quite sure what people believe.
Well, I don't think it's really about belief, Axel. It's about what we witness in everyday life. And we just witness that the stars are moving overhead. We don't feel ourselves moving. And when we have these conversations with a lot of people that do believe in a globe, when we start talking about the stars, they give us that accurate description. Yeah, they tell us, well, we see the sun go overhead, we see the stars move, therefore globe moving. Yeah, but they always give the description that it's the celestial bodies that are moving, not us. And I think that we all, including yourself, this is what we witness in everyday life. It's a leap of logic then to state that it's us that's rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, falling over backwards to see a sunset.
No, I was just asking. In your head, is it that they rotate around a flat plane, or do they
You
rotate
disagree?
within like a flat plane?
Do you disagree that you just see the stars, moon, and sun move over your head?
Well, I see you're not going to answer my question, so I'll mute up.
No, you didn't answer mine. Yeah, when I first spoke with you, I stated that this is what we all see. I gave you the answer to the question. We all just see the celestial bodies moving. This is a description that everybody we speak to gives. This is what everybody sees in reality. So are you denying that you see the sun, moon, and stars move across the sky over your head?
I think I got to sort of disagree with that one to some extent.
Yeah, I know, but we're having a conversation, Doug, with a new person that just joined. So I understand.
But he muted again. If he wants to speak, I'll definitely shut up.
Yeah, but
I
the
do have some
point is,
relevant
yeah, but
information to this
I
one.
know, but see, you're not the main character here. As a guest, you can just wait because we're having this one-on-one with Axel, and sometimes people need to think about the questions. So it's not always we need other people to interject, right? So AJ was giving him some questions, so we need to have like an on. This is basically a moment of honesty for Axel. If he's gonna be honest, he'll answer. If not, he'll just go back to his mute and not listen.
And
But
if I can make it easier for you, Axel, I did answer your question, yeah? I believe, or I know,
Yes.
that we live on a flat plane, and what we witness is the
Okay.
sun, stars, and moon moving across the sky above our head. So, yes, I did answer the question, but I made a statement after that where I stated that this is what everybody sees in reality. This is what we all witness. This is what people come in and describe, right? And it's a leap of logic to then say that it's the Earth that's rotating, not the celestial bodies as we see them. So now I'm asking you, do you disagree? Is that not what you see? We just see the celestial bodies move overhead throughout the day or night?
I mean, yes. I mean, you see the celestial bodies move overhead throughout the night and the day. But I do want to clarify something that you said, because this is the entire reason I came up here. Because I know flat earthers have different opinions, whatever. But do you think that the sun and moon like rotate around a flat plane, or do you think they're always above the horizon? That was the only thing I wanted to have
yeah,
answered.
so it's kind of the way you frame that question. It's framed around this idea that you have a flat Earth model in your mind. So he can't answer it without actually stating something that you have in your mind. So you pigeonholed the question to how you framed it basically how you want him to answer. So he answered it the way he did in the first instance, but you're trying to now frame it in a. It's like, so if the Earth is a disk, how do the sun, moon, and stars rotate around the top of it? So you know what I'm saying? You're trying to make it sound like what you think in your mind what flat Earth is. So what do you think flat Earth is, first of all, Axel? Before he can answer you honestly.
I don't know. That's why I was asking
No. I
the
meant
question.
I know you don't know, but I'm saying, what do you think about when somebody says flat Earth? What is in your mind? Because you're framing it to him like a picture that you have in your mind. So how does it look like to you? So you're asking him specifically to give you an answer that you think about in your. So I want to know what you're thinking about. So maybe he can be like, yeah, I don't think that's what the Earth looks
All
like.
right. Well, I mean, I would say that there's a belief that the Earth is, I guess, basically flat, right? It's I mean, there's hills and valleys and whatnot, but like it's a some sort of object that is much longer in width and length than it is in depth, and it's stationary, and that the celestial objects rotate around it, probably through some like Ptolemy system. But I guess my question just is like, most ancient people that believed in the flat Earth did believe that the sun and moon rotated around the flat Earth, like they, in the Egyptian mythology, there's Ra comes over the day and is the sun, and then he fights Apophis at night, and on the backside of the world or whatever. And so I was just kind of asking if like, is that the general consensus, or is it more like that
So
the sun and moon are always above the horizon? What else?
when we're talking about flat Earth, yeah, we're not giving a shape, a thickness, a depth, anything like that. We're just giving a description of the surface properties that can be measured. Yeah, we view the Earth as flat locally. We utilize the Earth as flat. We build upon it that way, and we actually measure it that way as well. So yes, there's topography, but we're not giving an overall or making a claim to an overall size, dimensions, thicknesses, etc., because this is not something that I'd be able to verify in reality. Even if I presented you some type of model and tried to explain to you how these stars work, there's no way that me or you, can verify this model. Okay, so all I can say to that is that we know we're on a flat plane. Of course, there's topography, and we know that the stars, sun, moon, etc., are cyclical in nature. They follow their path, but I wouldn't be willing to put forward the path over a flat surface that I can't verify.
Okay, so no opinion. All right, I have your answer.
No, he gave you his answer, but it's not the one that you wanted. So it's not. Do you get what's happening here? When you said no opinion, it sounds like you're being a bit dismissive to what he just stated. He didn't give you the answer that you wanted him to tell you, and that's not. He gave you his answer, and so from him, it's kind of funny, right? Because I think it's this kind of like this Jedi mind trick that people that think that the Earth is a globe, you're trying to make it sound kind of like a gotcha. It's a bit weaselly, if you ask me, right? It's a bit underhanded. So you don't have to make it sound like he didn't give you the answer you wanted. You did. It didn't just. It was the way you framed it. You wanted him to answer it specifically like the way you wanted, and he didn't do that. And he stated again specifically how he would declare the way it is. And that's all that it is. And whether you like that answer or not, it's still his answer. So how you're going to square that, it's up to you. But your little chuckle made it sound like you're being dismissive as to like, that's okay. You didn't give me what I wanted. You get
No,
me?
Axel, what I did give you was hang on, Axel. What I did give you is what we can all observe and know. Yeah. Now we can't know or verify any map or model or path that I give to you regardless. So then if I was to do that, we're just going to be debating Narnia, yeah? I'm going to be debating you against your idea of what something is, and you're going to be debating my idea. But we do know that the stars are cyclical in nature. They follow a path. And we also know that the Earth is measured as flat. So yes, obviously they're taking a path above the flat Earth, above our head. Now, that's pretty simple, yeah? It's what we see in reality.
All right. Well, AJ did give me an answer, and I respect your answer, AJ. I wasn't chuckling at him. I was chuckling at your response, Alpha. I thought that was kind of funny. But AJ, you did give me an answer. You know, it's your answer is if I had to be, you don't really know. That's fine. That's a good answer. I don't know a lot of shit, so like that's cool.
So why do you think Earth is a
ask an
globe,
answer.
Axel?
But hang on, my point was, Axel, that none of us can know. You yourself also can't know. You can believe what you're told. You can make assumptions and models in your head of how you think it may work, but this is not something that can be verified. Not just myself, everybody.
Why should I believe that Earth is a globe, Axel?
I'm sorry, who said that?
It's Amish. Why should I think Earth is a globe, Axel?
I don't know. We flew far away from it. We took pictures.
We took pictures? What pictures?
I mean, you can see them. You go around Google right now. Pictures of Earth from space. They got them right there for you.
What makes you think they were taken from space? Google says they took them from airplanes.
I mean, that'd be unlikely because an airplane couldn't get that far away to take a picture like that. So I assume
they
from
took
space.
them from airplanes.
But...
They fly airplanes around and take pictures. They tell you this in the fine print. Go look at it yourself.
If you say so.
Yeah, it's not me. It's Google, and they bought high altitude imagery from balloons. You know, Google sponsored the Google Loon project, right? Turn that over to Starlink.
All right, so
yeah, where's the space pictures of the globe? I asked you for the globe. You don't have a picture from the globe when you look at Google. You have strips, right? You have strips of terrain because they couldn't get high enough.
I mean, they've taken them from Apollo and even from the more recent Artemis missions. There's even from Voyager and stuff. There's plenty more pictures out there.
So you want me to believe?
Tell you.
You want me to believe Earth is a globe because of all these pictures out there?
I mean, it seems like a good reason to believe it.
Well, I can give you a reason why these are not good to believe. Because we can go out and measure Earth flat with lasers. We can send radio signals over flat Earth far beyond the curvature claims at frequencies that shouldn't be allowed. We can see with our own eyes in infrared from high altitude imagery in airplanes, far beyond where any curvature is supposed to be, where infrared is supposed to make the curvature pop at such distances. Can't see it, it's flat. When we build massive infrastructure projects, we survey the Earth flat. When we navigate with the stars, we use flat Earth measurements, taking elevation angles, assuming a flat baseline of the Earth up to the stars. Everything we do and use practically in our world requires a flat Earth. It's what we see and experience. You don't experience the Earth moving either. Nobody does. So why should I believe Earth is the globe? Oh, you say pictures.
Well, why aren't there any pictures where it's flat?
There are. There are plenty of them. I mean, you can go out and see
Why
it
isn't-
yourself. Like you can.
Some would say
Where's
each
the
one.
globe?
Yeah.
Why
so
isn't someone got? Why isn't someone gotten
Axel,
high
hold on.
enough?
Axel, hold on. I just gotta say, pictures aren't the standard for the understanding of the Earth as a globe. I would just say that's pretty weak as an argument for anyone to say that pictures are the standard for what you would declare as evidence, because there's a lot of ways that pictures aren't going to be able to be verified, such as by you, right? You can't verify logistically if you can actually go to the same place and see the same thing that they see, and or you can't compare those images to anything in the physical and natural world when you go outside. The Earth doesn't look like those images when you walk outside the door. And you might say, well, I'm not high enough. I know, back to the logistical problem.
Yeah.
So if you're saying that pictures are a standard for your argument, it's very weak, feeble at best. But then we're going to get into something in academia that's going to put a little meat on the bone, right? How can you tell me from an academic standpoint that they provided evidence that the Earth is a globe, Axel? Reach down in the depths of your knowledge and try to figure this one out.
Yeah. How do you know that the picture was taken from where they said it is? How do I verify that?
Oh, I mean,
How do you verify
I suppose if you want to discount all information, you
No,
can.
no.
How do you verify
It's
it?
been hard
I'm
to have a
not discounting
conversation.
it. I'm trying to verify.
We're just-
Hey, I'm trying to
we're just-
verify the claim. How do I verify it? I can verify Earth is flat. How do you verify that these satellites are up taking pictures from where you think they are?
I mean,
how do you do that?
That doesn't make any sense to me. What do you mean
Well,
by
it
how
does.
do I
And I'm going to
verify it?
state, Axel, for you that I'm going to take that one step further, guys, just to knock this on the head. But what you're claiming are pictures from a violation of natural law. So any picture that you want to invoke that we know is a violation of natural laws, it's going to be tossed out straight away in the first instance.
And we can get into that a little bit more. But I think right now, Axel, I really want you to dig down in any academic resource that you can to figure out how they know that the Earth is a globe. So this is your moment, right?
I mean,
This is
who's
where
they? How do they know?
So where do you get your information from, Axel? The resource, sir. Think about it logically. Where do you get your information that you know the Earth's a globe? Let's put our thinking caps on, right? Where did you get your information?
I get it from walking outside. Where do you get the
No,
information?
no. That's not what I said. If you think that the Earth is a globe, you don't walk outside and see a globe, Axel, do you?
Oh, but you do. 'Cause
Oh,
it is
but
a
you
globe,
do.
and that's
Okay,
what you do see.
Let's take this to that level. When you walk outside, detail to me how you know the Earth is a globe. Go.
Because I can't look west and see the mountains that are 200 miles away from me.
What? You can't see mountains is the reason why the Earth is a geometric shape?
If
What
it was
logical
flat,
reason? Well, no.
if it was flat, I could see the mountains.
Stop. We're not talking about flat Earth. We're talking about evidence for the globe. Now, you are not presenting the affirmation that the Earth is a globe with any academic resources. You said, I go outside and I see a globe. When I said, how do you see a globe? You said, I
told
don't
you.
see mountains. Not seeing mountains is not seeing the globe, sir.
Yeah, if nobody told you that Earth was a globe, how would you come to that conclusion on your own from your observations?
Yeah, so where have you seen the Earth as a globe, Axel? Once again, because not seeing mountains, that doesn't win the day.
Oh,
I need
okay.
you to detail to me how you know the Earth's a globe.
I mean, I can't make you believe my
I'm not asking for
explanations.
you to. I need evidence, sir, empirically.
I told you.
What?
Like, I live close enough to a mountain range in Colorado that if the Earth was flat, I could see
No,
it
it's
from
not
my
flat.
house.
Stop saying that. I didn't tell you to tell me if the Earth was not flat. I'm
He's not
asking
even
you
listening.
to give me the affirmation that the Earth is a globe. Confirm that it's a globe. Where's the empirical evidence? that
Okay,
it's a
well,
globe?
what's your explanation for why I can't
I
see
don't
the
need to.
mountains?
Why are you asking me a question? I'm actually
Party
asking
reversal.
you. I'm actually
Uno
asking you right.
card, number one.
I'm actually asking you right now to detail to me how you know the Earth is a globe.
Right,
Detail
if
to me.
nobody told you, if nobody told you it was, how did you come to the conclusion yourself?
Don't ask me questions. Just give me the affirmation.
Yeah, because the curve of the Earth obscures the mountains from me.
Okay,
So there must be a
that's a
curve.
bold claim. That's a bold claim. Now detail to me at what distance, or excuse me, the drop over the distance between the observer, you, standing at whatever distance away from that mountain. I need drop over distance information. So let's get right down to it. How far away from you are you from the mountains?
Oh, I can't give you exact numbers, nor
Well,
do I
wait a
want
minute.
to.
Hold on a second. We're getting down to the information that should solidify your point.
No.
No, what? No, what, Axel? We're not going to talk about data anymore?
No, because you aren't either.
Axel,
You were doing
This
how
is
do
your
you
claim.
know?
Axel,
Hold
it's
on.
your claim, sir. No, this
Why
is
don't
your
he's trying
claim.
to clarify your hang on. Axel, he's trying to clarify your claim, yeah, because what you've stated is that I can't see these mountains 200 miles away. Therefore, Earth is a globe. Yeah. So this is just a hasty generalization, really. You've just come to a conclusion without any evidence. You haven't actually presented any evidence. It's just an assumption, at best, maybe some type of correlation. It's not empirical evidence. You've just gone, well, can't see those mountains. Earth must be curving away. That must be the reason why. You haven't investigated any other reason. So what you've presented is not evidence in itself. It's really just fallacious reasoning, either begging the question or a hasty generalization.
What other reasons do you think there could
No,
be?
we don't need to ask. Listen, asking us questions doesn't help you understand whether or not you know for sure that it's a globe. You can laugh, and it's a nervous laugh at that. But
It's not. It's not nervous laugh.
Has
It's a contemptuous laugh.
So
Alpha. Hold on a minute.
No, I don't like being interrupted. I don't like being interrupted.
Well, then
I really don't.
I would suggest that what you provided I would classify it as being evidence. I'm not sure that I would say that I would not call.
You're removed. I don't like people interrupting me in the middle of when I'm actually telling this guy whether or not he knows the Earth's a globe. Don't do that. So back to you, Axel. I need specifics, right? We're going to get right down to it. Whether or not you know, you can solidify your point with any data to support what you're saying is true. Now, at what distance did you make that viewing from that where you're at, where the mountain is?
I'm going to ignore that completely.
Why?
And I'm going to bring it back to another point.
No, we're not going to do what you want. You're going to answer my question whether or not you know this data is supported by your claim, sir. Yes.
No, I'm not going to answer your question.
Well, then you can act like a petulant child and cross your arms and go blah blah blah. I'm not listening to you. This is the most important damning evidence that you should bring forward right now. And if you don't have it, you don't have any supportive evidence, sir, that the Earth is a globe. It was your moment to actually show everybody that you know what you're talking about. But since you're crossing your arms and shaking your head like a petulant child, you're not going to tell me, are you?
You're not making any sense at all.
Oh, you bet your ass I'm making sense. I'm showing the whole audience how you're not telling us how the Earth's a globe with supportive data.
Well, why don't you take a poll?
I don't need a poll. I'm just talking to you directly, and you're not demonstrating that you have any knowledge that the Earth is a globe by way of measurement, sir.
Well, you're not letting me.
It.
You're not
just
letting
like
me
AJ.
answer your,
AJ told you.
You're not letting me answer your question. You're just
talking.
talking
Then go
over
ahead.
me.
No, I'm gonna give you the floor. Data, please. Go ahead.
All right. So the thing is you started this with like, if you walk out your door.
Now, I didn't ask you to rekindle what you just told me or what I said.
Okay, you didn't let me talk, Sabat.
I don't need you. Get out of here.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Oh, we got a Glober in here. Hold on. We got Planet.
I love that aliens. Just call 1-800. All right, move on.
Planet Peterson, go ahead. Give your question, please.
Why does the sun set?
I can go over that.
Great question.
Yeah, Larry, if you want to take that.
Doesn't want to.
I can go over that. I'd be willing to share a quick video with you that talks about the Rayleigh criterion. Basically, what it boils down to is you can't see forever, and light doesn't travel forever at the same intensity. So the sun is not a giant ball of gas 93 million miles away, the way that we understand it. So if it's a lot smaller and a lot closer, then it would have what we call the spotlight effect. So if you think about the Earth is tens of thousands of miles in circumference, and the sun only lighting up about 12,000 miles at a time, give or take, then it would be like walking around your backyard with your cell phone light on and not lighting up the whole yard. So the way that we understand it, the Earth is a lot bigger and the sun is a lot smaller. Kind of like the light bulb in a giant warehouse. So would you
sure,
like
there's
to?
so many problems with that, but that doesn't address why it sets. Because
And
if I
why
were in
does that?
an empty warehouse and somebody had a spotlight and they were pointing the spotlight at me, cool. Now if they pointed it 90 degrees to the left, I would be in darkness, but I would still be able to see the light source, obviously. So why is it that the light source visibly goes below a horizon?
Can you see the side chat? I just posted a couple things for you to look at. Take your time and look at both of them, because I don't think you're going to watch the 2-minute video that I'm about to post.
No.
And then why can you see stars on the opposite side of the dome?
But hold on, one thing at a time. So, do you see what I just posted here? Do you want me to go through what's going on with each? Yes.
Yeah, I've seen this lensing effect where it bends the light like that. I am not aware of. Sorry. I mean, if you just want to assert that that's what the atmosphere does, then
So wait,
I mean that's
it's not an
interesting.
assertion.
Yeah, but
You
the
believe in
candle is being
atmospherical-
pushed. But the candle is being pushed towards the lens there. Correct?
No, it's being pulled away on the right side.
No, it's actually being pushed towards it. It's not being pulled away.
I don't think you're watching the same GIF then, because you can obviously see it being pulled away.
Yeah, it's going away.
Going away, dude.
So you said, you basically insinuating that we're assuming that there's this thing called atmospheric refraction. So you don't believe in that?
No, I think that refraction does occur.
Oh, so then why are you saying that we're assuming it? The lensing effect is what you called it?
Yeah, so the lensing effect you get, like so in this experiment you can make that happen, but like I don't know, like I see the demonstration here, so you're just saying that is matter of factly what the atmosphere does. I mean, do you have anything other than this piece of glass lens or whatever with the camera here?
Yeah, I offered you a Brigham Young University video, and you said that you weren't interested. Are you now interested?
Well, I don't think I'm gonna watch a 2-minute video and then get back. It's just like makes the
Then you
conversation.
don't really want to know the answer to your question, then, do you?
Well, if you know, like can't you just explain it?
Yeah, I can.
Go ahead.
If you increase the aperture, you increase the resolvability of light sources. If the further you take it out, even though you've increased the aperture, it's going to happen again where they converge. As things converge, you cannot make them out, right? The further it gets away from you. So, if you got a brick that's 100 yards in front of you, you can make it out with the naked eye. But if you extend that brick out to a mile away from you, eventually you won't be able to distinguish the two bricks. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree, but the sun doesn't visibly get smaller.
Well, look what happens when on the left, look at the apparent size of the sun as it gets away from you without the lens. So that would be like without the atmosphere. When he puts the lens, can I just finish? Can I just finish?
Sure.
Yeah, when you pull away the sun in this second half of the GIF, you can see that it actually looks like it's getting a little bit bigger, right? But it's also going further away from you, so it's cross-canceling, right? It appears to be getting bigger, but it's also getting smaller because there's magnification and distance happening at the same time. Do you know what cross-canceling means?
There's a magnification effect from the lens that is canceling out the fact that it is actually getting farther away from you, right?
Correct.
Okay. Here's an awkward fact. Literally nothing at all does this in our observations. I get how this tabletop setup makes it work that way with the sun or with the candle, but if that's the case, then it must be doing that with everything. So now you have to come up with an explanation for how is the sun, although it's getting farther away, magically being magnified by our atmosphere, while absolutely nothing else gets magnified by the atmosphere.
I take it you've never been swimming at night with a pool that's lit?
Maybe a couple times. I mean, I've been swimming in a lake at dark.
Hold
I
on,
don't know
Planet.
what you're saying.
Planet, give me a second. Moderation coming through. By the way, just like to tell you guys, you're speaking to Planet Peterson on TikTok with 300,000 followers. So he might be streaming or not, who knows? But this is him, the guy on TikTok. I put in the text channel. You'll see how many followers he has and such, and you can follow him on what is it, TikTok, Peterson? Check him out. He's got content or whatever. But anyway, just like to say that's who you're talking to, Larry. Planet Peterson, 300,000 followers on TikTok. Go ahead.
He's also on YouTube.
On YouTube as well, yeah.
That's great. So when I go swimming at night and I'm right in front of the light, so it's like inches from my face, it looks kind of small. But if I swim away from it, the light's going to appear to get bigger and bigger and bigger, right? Because there's light attenuation. But if I were to drain that pool and change the bulb, you would see that the filament is actually quite small. So I would disagree with you in saying that nothing in reality does this. When you're looking at light through very dense water, it's very analogous to looking through, tens of miles through atmosphere, right? It's the same thing is happening. So I think that things do this if you're talking about a really bright light source.
Okay, so if I watch a car, a boat, an airplane, literally anything move away from me, it gets smaller. The sun does not do this. That's a problem. The argument, the thing about water, we're not talking about looking at things in a pool in a backyard. We're talking about in the atmosphere. Now you say bright points of light do this. I would agree that bright points of light very far away, like on a cell phone tower or something like that, the glare they produce looks bigger than the actual light source. However, you can do this with what are they called? Wind towers, because they tend to. Hold on.
Oh,
Look
just
at the text.
Alpha,
Look at the text channel.
sure we talked to him before in the other Discord. I'm
yeah.
pretty sure.
There's a snippet of him putting something up there on his screen.
I think he made a false equivalency there. The sun is not like an airplane or a boat or a car. The sun is very different in the amount of light that it puts out. So I would say that this is not equivalent whatsoever. But if somebody else wants to take over.
Well, I just like the sun doesn't change in angular sizing. That's just patently false. It does. With the solar filter, without a solar filter, it's the same.
Planet Peterson, are you streamed, by the way? Just wondering.
They try to say it doesn't change in angular size because they're just looking at it, right? Looks the same to me, that type deal. But if you actually take any of these videos with a solar filter and actually measure the diameter by counting the pixels, it always gets smaller every single time.
So, anyways, I'll just say one thing and then I'll have to dip. Sorry for that, but. If I were to look at a series of wind turbines, they have those bright lights on top of them. Although they produce a glare, they look bigger the closer they are and smaller the farther away they are. So we don't have something that works here.
Yeah. So here's something you're not considering. Have you ever seen a red hot torch? It's like the heated end of a piece of metal.
Yeah.
They heat it up to red hot.
Yeah.
Why does it look bigger than it actually is?
A glowing piece of metal?
Yeah. So if you heat up the end of a torch to the end of a piece of iron till it's red hot.
Yeah.
If you heat it up till it's glowing hot, why does it look bigger than it actually is?
They don't look bigger to me. I mean, I can imagine that it does because
they do. It's well known that they do.
Okay, well, I've done it before, and to me, they don't. But I suppose the light that it's producing, if it's producing an intense enough light, it might make the edges begin to, or the edges might be like a little fuzzy or whatever because of that intense glow.
No, what happens is the temperature difference causes refraction, right? Because you have a temperature gradient. So this is well known that if you heat something up till it's red hot or glowing hot, that it'll appear bigger than it actually is.
Okay.
So the sun is pretty hot, right?
I thought the sun didn't get smaller the farther away it got because of a lensing effect in the atmosphere. So you disagree, or is it more than
what is
one?
refraction?
The bending of light as it goes through a medium
so
and
that's
changes
lensing,
speed.
right? We make lenses based upon refraction. And when you have a torch, like I just said, that causes refraction, which is effectively a lens to light, and it blows up the size it appears to be, because it's like a lens.
Okay, well, that GIF that was, it's actually pronounced GIF, but that's a different argument. That GIF that was being shared, the heat produced by the candle is not what is making it appear the same size as it travels away. It's the construction of the lens.
Yeah, it's a reverse Fresnel lens, as far as I know, that particular one.
Okay, so
they're looking at through the Fresnel lens, not the typical way. They're looking at it coming from the other direction. Now, there's also a video on Action Labs. Are you aware of that YouTube channel?
I know about it, yeah.
So he actually he takes a fish tank with sugar water, and he puts I think it's like a little sun in it, and you can see just from moving it, right? The object changes size, but the gap between it and the edge of the tank actually appears to shrink, right? So the gap gets smaller. Right, and that's all they do.
Nothing else does this except apparently the sun and moon. That's a huge problem.
No, it's not a problem.
Nothing stays the same size the farther away it gets from you.
It's only a problem if you presuppose that everything in the sky should behave the same way that everything should behave terrestrially. And before the globe model, nobody thought that that was the case.
Okay, so the explanation for why the sun stays the same apparent, what do you call it? Radial. Angular resolution.
The visual angle, or
the angular resolution of the sun and the moon never changes.
Diameter.
So
angular
why
diameter of the sun and moon do change? I don't know why you keep saying they don't change.
Because the moon does. The moon does a little bit because the moon gets closer in front. The moon's a lot closer to us, and so if it gets a few tens of thousands of miles further away.
I have a video on my YouTube channel. It was taken by astronomers at the Chilean observatory in the desert. Now they use a solar filter. They film the sun. It's time lapse. Now you can take that video and you can take a screenshot and you can compare the sun when it's high versus when it's near the horizon, and you can count the number of pixels, and it's 13% smaller at the horizon.
Oh, I doubt it, but
you can doubt all you want. Nuh-uh is not actually a reputation.
Yeah, I know. That's why I asked if you have a link for it.
Yeah, I can post a link in the chat. But I challenge you to do this. All the videos, they can't be the sun is only 2 solar diameters above the horizon. You can't really measure it that way. It has to be a time lapse where the sun is at least 5 degrees above the horizon. Measure it when it's at its highest point by just there's a bunch of software you can measure freaking the amount of pixels something is, and then measure it at its lowest point, and it'll have changed size. Have Globers go, here, look, the sun doesn't change size, and go into it. It does every single time.
Cool. Yeah, send me the link.
Yeah. Hold on. I might actually have screenshots hanging around somewhere, so you don't have to do it.
Well, I'm not going to take screenshots. I need to look at it on my own.
Yeah, no, I'm going to post a video. I was going to give you both, so you don't have to do it.
Well, no, I'm still going to do it on my own.
Planet Peterson, do you often come in here into this channel? And if you do, could you stream some of your stuff in here? And well, I'm asking, is there any way possible that you could stream in your channel? Because some of the guys you face on TikTok are they're just basic bottom shelf, flat earthers. You need to come in here for top shelf arguments. If you're gonna do it right. Don't be arguing those guys over there because they don't know anything. You got to come in here for quality arguments. Now, if you're gonna do that, make sure you step foot in here when you see some of the people from the 24/7 team on here, and then go ahead and start your stream and see how it goes. Because I doubt that you're gonna have the same type of reaction that you do with those TikTok lobers or flat earthers, sorry, or the YouTube flat earthers. Not the same quality as you do when you come in here. So I'm just saying, if you're gonna do it, come in here and do it. We're always up and we're always having people in here. So just saying, if you're gonna do it, you might get a lot of content out of it too. So
yeah, if you're gonna do it right. I hear what you're saying.
I'd say. Because TikTok usually cancels and sorry, I was just gonna say TikTok usually does a lot of canceling on this type of arguing. So I don't know how that fared with you, but from our side, when we do stuff, they canceled some of the channels that we.
I've never had a live stream get shut down when talking about the shape of the Earth, but a lot of flat earthers, they will spout some anti-Semitic or anti-vaccination stuff, and then that does get you in trouble.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying for future reference, and then you could just plug the channel because we'd like to get 24/7 kind of a little bit more acclimated with everybody else that's out there. So, and you can come in here and stream and just say, hey, look, I'm going to debate these flurfs or whatever, and let's see, you know what I'm saying? The people that react to it. Anyways.
The TikTok community
and those were
is
probably
also full
Globe
of
Earth believers, by the way, Peter. Those were probably Globe Earth believers. We just were talking about that earlier, actually.
Really?
That's something that afflicts Globe believers.
Yeah, but I mean, just saying, if he's gonna do it, then do it right. Do it with at least the ability to have people to articulate their points versus these guys that you probably talk to.
For sure.
They just probably think that the Earth is flat. They don't know it, so it's different.
I can't stick around for too much longer, but I would like to hear your guys' response to this because I've talked about it before, but I just made a video about it that flat
just
earther
for the record, I
responded
posted
to,
those videos, 2 videos in the chat. Both of them use solar filters. One was actually used a theodolite, I think. So yeah, they're both in the chat.
I got the first one where it's like dark with a red circle. So
yeah, that's a solar filter, whatever. Yeah.
Okay, I'll open it. I'll take a look.
Solar diameter change while equinox.
Sure, I'll take a look at them later. I think there's another really huge problem with I think there are a lot of problems with the flat Earth model, but one that I think is kind of inescapable. I don't know if you guys have ever heard it before. Interested to see what you have to say about it. If you have two people in the southern hemisphere and they both travel south, they get closer together. And that makes no sense on a flat Earth.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
What flat Earth model have you given us?
Well, it doesn't matter because south is all directions south are radial directions away from a central geographic north. And you can't get closer together if you travel due south on a flat Earth. It cannot happen.
South of the equator than north of the equator. How does that make sense on your globe?
The whole first half of what you said was completely garbled, so I didn't hear any of it.
Yeah,
time zone.
You're working on. Yeah, hold on, Bear.
No, we're not talking about time zones.
Planet, you're working off of an assumption that you have this type of model that you're looking at flat Earth. Like when people say flat Earth, how would you describe it? Just based on what you've heard about it.
That the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I understand, but what do you what comes to mind in what image do you think about?
That it's flat. It doesn't really matter. I know people quarrel and bicker over, well, is there anything beyond the ice wall? We don't know, and so on and so forth. That actually is completely irrelevant. Any flat Earth would have a geographic North Pole. There wouldn't be a South Pole. That just obviously can't happen. And if you travel directly away from that geographic North Pole, going true south, then you would always be traveling. The distance between any two people doing that would always grow. And that happens until you get to the equator, but then you get closer together, which is exactly what you would expect if the geometry of the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, can we ask for your evidence for that, though? We want your actual evidence. We don't want your claim. We know what the claim is. We want the evidence for the claim,
So
right? So you're just saying they get further
So you're just
apart.
saying it's
Okay, do
false?
you have any evidence? Well, I don't have to
Sure.
say anything.
Yeah, you
I need
can
evidence.
you can measure the distances between
No, I
city.
you think it's already happened, so I want the evidence that it already happened.
Yeah, you can measure the distance between.
No, don't tell me what I can do. I want to know what was done already.
So you can measure the distance between.
Why are you just repeating yourself? I don't
Why
want
are
to
you
know what I
interrupting Cow
can't.
says?
Oh, because see, you're giving me a
Interrupting Cow
hypothetical, and you're supporting your
It's not a
hypothetical with another
it's not a
hypothetical.
hypothetical.
Yeah, it is a hypothetical. It is a hypothetical. Until you provide evidence, it's a hypothetical.
Well, I'm just describing to you the matter of fact geographical situation we are in, which is that
The event of someone actually doing it. That would be the fact.
everybody in here has been extremely polite except for this guy. So are you guys going to do anything about it, or do I have to just suffer through this?
Home policing isn't going to help you. It really isn't. I'm asking you. I think you're being dishonest. That's why I'm acting like this.
I'm not being dishonest.
What's the evidence?
The evidence is that cities that are on the same meridian in the southern hemisphere, if you take 4 of them, the 2 in the north are farther apart than the 2 in the south.
Okay. How do you know that?
On the same meridian?
Because it's been met. Yeah, meridians are lines of longitude.
I know what they are, but you said they're on the same. So you're saying that the ones that are north of the equator at 0 degrees latitude are closer together. The ones south of the equator at 0 degrees latitude, they're closer together, are they? On the same meridian line?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't 100% follow what you said there, but you go to the southern hemisphere, you take 2 cities that are on the same meridian, and then you take 2 other cities that are either east or west of them that are on a different meridian, but the same one in relation to each other. The 2 cities north are farther apart than the 2 cities south.
That makes more sense now you said it that way.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
And it's kind of hard to explain without like a picture or something.
What actually is a meridian? Do you know how we define what a meridian is?
A meridian is
what the longitude lines are. What are they? What do they represent?
What do they represent? Well, in my view, they represent a straight line from the geographic north to geographic south pole.
They actually represent the position of the sun.
No. I mean, you can describe them. You can describe them
because
that
the
way.
longitude. There was a whole contest about longitude, and it was about making an accurate clock.
Yeah.
Okay, that's based upon the sun, right? Our time system is based upon the sun.
The sun finds its way through every single meridian in a day, but that's not what meridians are.
Lines of longitude are determined by the sun. This is not debatable.
That's just 100% false.
GMT, 0 line of meridian.
The sun, it's dark where I am, so am I on a meridian?
Yes.
Okay, then it has fuck all to do with the sun.
Dude, we're talking about the sun being at 90 degrees at the zenith, solar noon, and how that's divided.
That changes all the time throughout the year. You look at those figure 8 pictures.
That's
because
why
what you said is incorrect.
That's why, my friends, now you try my patience now. That's why it's divided incrementally.
I'm not scared of you.
Into 24 portions. It's to do with the sun's meridian angle, 90 degrees at the solar noon. Greenwich Mean Time, 0.
Except that literally changes every single day.
Oh my God, it's not getting this.
Oh my God.
Okay, so check this out.
It does. I know you guys have seen the figure 8 photos
try and
of the
find
sun.
my location. I live +1 GMT. Where am I in longitude?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. +1 GMT?
Yeah,
is that general mountain time or Greenwich Mean Time?
Greenwich Mean Time is 0, so I'm now on +1. Where am I?
Does that mean you're to the east then?
Yes.
Yep.
So you would be in Germany or, I mean, anywhere south of that?
No, what's my longitude? You can literally find your longitude by knowing the hour.
Yeah, you can do that.
That's because that's how it was designed. That is what longitude is.
My word.
So -15 or 15 west or 15 east is what they would call it, right?
Yeah, sure.
Because 1 degree per hour, or 15 degrees per hour. So if it's 1 hour
So
difference, then it's 15 degrees.
Sure. What does 15 degrees in relation to what?
360 degrees.
Greenwich Mean Time in this case.
So not the sun. So it's 15 degrees it's a 15 degree angle that's been swept out from a position on the Earth. So it's mapped directly onto the Earth. It's not the sun. So thank you for
it's
trying.
mapped with the sun, right? So we look at the sky. The entire coordinate system is based.
This is
so
stupid.
You could say it's stupid. That's not an actual argument. The entire.
Well, I explained why it's wrong.
Well, I'm gonna explain why it's wrong, dude. Okay.
You don't measure longitude in terms of what time it is. You measure it in degrees, and the degrees are in relation to tracing degrees like a circle around the Earth.
Okay,
it's mapped to the physical Earth.
Let me prove my point. Okay, this is super simple. We black out the sky. You can't see the sun, stars, or anything. How do I find my latitude and longitude?
It's dark outside. You can't see.
Yeah, you can't see anything. There's no stars. There's no sun. There's no moon. There's no planets. It's completely fucking black. How do you find your latitude and longitude?
Oh, I would use GPS.
Jesus Christ, you fucking people are.
What would you do? So you're telling me that GPS can't tell you where you are?
Oh, dude, this is so low tier. GPS uses something called Earth-centered Earth fixed. Okay.
It uses global positioning satellites, but whatever.
It's converted to that, but it uses Earth-centered Earth fixed. It's technically a tangent plane. So, but the point is that you can't find your latitude and longitude because that entire coordinate system is built upon the sky. It's not built upon the Earth. We map the sky to the Earth, ex post facto.
Sure. So we use the sky to determine like the shape of the Earth. Like, for example, you can't see the North Star from the southern hemisphere. Flat Earth debunked. But we use that to create a model of a globe Earth. And what we did was we mapped as we designed that map or globe or whatever of the Earth, we put lines on it, and these longitude lines are measured in degrees. And that is, when we're talking about degrees, we're talking about circles going around what? The sun? No. So it has nothing to do with the sun. You can derive it that way, but that's not what it is.
And how did you find your longitude in the first place on the Earth without the sun?
How did I find, or how
the longitude's been around since Ptolemy. How did they find longitude before GPS?
So if they're traveling, they would use the sun to figure out where they are in relation to other people on the planet. But again, just because you can, what did I say earlier? No, I forgot. You can determine what your longitude is based on the sun, but that's not what longitude is.
Yes, it is.
The lines of longitude are drawn on the Earth.
Yeah, cool. But that doesn't mean they're not based on the sun as the spatial reference from which they're quote unquote drawn on the Earth. There's also lines drawn on the Gleason's map.
Cool. So again, 15 degrees in relation to what?
The sun's movement over 24 hours, completing 360 degrees, 15 degrees per hour, which is your meridian line. Gone through.
So you're telling me 15 degrees means that the sun has moved 15 degrees?
What would you think it fucking means?
It means 15 degrees. So you take the Earth. It doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or a globe, but a circle has 360 degrees. That's why we have 180 degrees to the east, 180 degrees to the west. The degrees are measured either, you could take it from the North Pole for a flat Earth map from that, or for a globe Earth, it'd be kind of weird because you'd be drawing that from like the very center of the Earth. But in either case, it's in reference to or with respect to the geometry of the Earth itself.
Why can they do it from the center of the Earth?
Sorry?
Why can they do it from the center of the Earth?
Why can they? Because Earth is spherical?
Yeah, but if you've deleted the Earth, right?
Deleted the Earth?
If you just delete the Earth's not there. You're in the center of the Earth where the Earth was, and you deleted the Earth. would the entire coordinate system still work? Now you have no Earth.
What the, you
Yeah,
could
the entire
spin
coordinate
for-
system still works because it's in the fucking sky, dude.
Get the sand out of your vagina, dude. Holy
Dude,
shit.
it's in
You
the
could
sky.
you could spin in a circle if there was no Earth. Yes, congratulations.
That's right.
Your
They assume the
profound
Earth
question.
is a point. Listen, they assume the Earth is a point at the origin of
No.
fucking coordinates. Yes, they do. You don't know anything that you're talking about. You really don't. I don't know how you got this many subscribers on TikTok.
Anything
You're fucking
has a
killer on
center.
TikTok.
Because I'm not retarded like you.
Planet.
Yeah, that's a great argument. You haven't refuted a thing I said. You just been in denial. You could fucking
Yes, I
ask
have.
Hold on, Planet.
Chat GPT this shit, dude.
Yeah, it's called the celestial sphere, Planet Peterson. I thought you might have known about this already since you've been in the argument. And so it
The
could be
celestial
concentric.
sphere is a point.
Yeah, it's called celestial sphere. So it could be thought of as concentric to the Earth or the observer. That's the when you type in celestial sphere and you look up the Wikipedia, it's going to tell you that. That's the answer. Concentric to the Earth or the observer. So just as India was saying, it's concentric to you. So essentially, you're like the center of the universe. So radial spokes coming out from your vision, seeing the world around you. You can see at an angle of view to things that are in the sky. So that's exactly how you see things, the world around you. So you could view the Earth that is everything's concentric to you. That's just true. I don't know why you don't know this.
Latitude or longitude?
Because that's how you're making latitude and longitude observations from the celestial bodies like Polaris. Yes?
No.
What do you mean no?
You could use Polaris to find your latitude, not your longitude.
All right, so then that's the point that I'm making. So if you're able to do this, then you can see Polaris at an angle of degree in the sky, depending on your geographic location. But
Yeah, it
all
always
of this
matches your latitude.
Okay, but all of this has to do with what you can see in the sky. This has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere that you think you live on, or anything to do with it. So it has everything to do with how you. Yes.
So I agree that you can map your location using those things, but the lines of longitude and latitude are literally. I mean, we made them up, but they are positioned on the Earth because, again, we went over this so many times. What's 15 degrees in relation to what? Not the sun.
No, it's in relation to the observer. That's what it's. Whoever the observer is, that's in relation to.
False.
But you can't. You can
It's in
say false
relation
all
to
you
a
want.
location.
It literally is a model for predicting where the sun is, when sun rises and sunset times. They're all observer dependent. All of them. It's called the
That's
equation
great.
of time. It's observer
15
dependent.
degrees in relation to what?
The observer.
No, false.
Yes, that's true.
It's like the
No.
only thing you can say. You surely you got something
Planet,
else.
you gotta look this
Okay.
up, man. You're just
So
wrong
let's
on
say-
that point, bro.
Let's say I'm in the.
No, hold on 1 second, because you said something that I want to address. You said that latitude and longitude on the Earth, you cannot create latitude and longitude independent of the celestial sphere. They cannot be created independent of that. If you do not see the sun, stars, moon, all that shit, you cannot create a system of latitude and longitude. It just cannot be done.
You really have to look this up, Planet Peterson. You're just wrong if you're gonna persist. You are, bro. You really have to look it up.
That's great. So let's say we're both on the equator, but in different places.
Why do you persevere, bro? I don't get it. Are you still trying to like barrel through this? You're not gonna win, dude. You're just wrong.
With stubborn-headed people like you
No,
and,
you're stubborn,
and
bro, 'cause
Mr.
you haven't-
Miyagi here probably
Sir,
not.
have you looked into this information? First of all,
I've looked
Do you know
into
what the
every
celestial-
more things than
All
you
right.
could look into in 10
Let's
lifetimes.
then talk about the
There. Are you
celestial
happy?
sphere. Talk about the celestial sphere and make it make sense to how we can see everything in the night sky, according to how we're trying to use either right ascension or declination. I need you to make that make sense to us because it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. To be honest,
Yeah,
bro.
I don't take orders from you. So let's
It's
say
not
we're
that you
both
don't
on
take
the
orders.
equator.
If we're in a good faith discussion, sir, you're going to be able to articulate your point. What do you mean take orders? Are you able to do it or not, Planet Peterson?
So let's say we're both on the equator.
You're not answering my question, and that seems like
Yeah,
you're
and I'm not going
obfuscating.
to. So I
Because
don't
you're
know.
obfuscating.
You know what?
Because you're
I'm
obfuscating.
going to.
No,
There.
you're not going to because you're obfuscating, and everybody who's listening to your 300,000 subscribers should know that you're an obfuscation artist. You just like to run away from the question. Answer it. Do you know
Yeah, I'm
about the
literally not
celestial
going
sphere
to do
or
that.
not? Or not,
I don't
sir?
know what you're talking about when you say that. I may be able to understand it, but I'm going to ask my 15-degree or my question about the
Why?
equator.
If you're running away from this
Because
one, that
I'm
means you
proving
don't understand the premise.
you guys are the ones
that-
running because I've been talking
I
about
don't
the
think
same
so.
thing this whole time.
You don't know how the right ascension or declination is garnered, or longitude and latitude, if you say that it's not from the celestial sphere, because astronomy and celestial navigation are both based upon this. So you are right now
That's
incorrect.
not what I said no to earlier. I said no to it's based on an observer, which is obviously
It
false.
is based on an observer, and it's not false, because if you
I
go
can-
look at the information tells you, planet. Why do you deny that? You go look it up right now.
I can prove
it will
that
say
it's false right now.
How?
Great.
Go ahead.
So
tell
let's
us
say
how.
let's say we have two people. We're both on the equator. Okay. One of us is in, I don't know, on Lake Victoria. I know that's on the equator. And the other person is, I don't know, they're hundreds of miles either east or west. We determine that we are 5 degrees in longitude apart from each other. 5 degrees in relation to what?
Based on the observer.
No.
You got him right there.
From the geographic North Pole in your model.
That's exactly what he was saying.
That there's no observer at the geographic North Pole. So it's not in relation to an observer.
But your example was based on 2 observers.
What the
Oh
very
my
fuck do you
god.
think?
They are not
No,
5 degrees apart from each other.
We're
not making a 5-degree rotation from one person's position to the other person's rotation. In your view, it's from the geographic North Pole. Even in your guys' worldview, that's not how it works. Now, maybe you meant something different by it's based on an observer, but that is not how it works, even given your view.
I wonder what the Greenwich Observatory would have to say about what it measures with regards to meridian lines, the sun, and how we devise time across the Earth. The observatory that looks at the sun.
5 degrees in relation to what?
5 degrees? What are you talking about now?
The exact same thing that I brought up less than 2 minutes ago. We determined our longitude is 5 degrees apart in relation to what?
If you're making the observation and you measure 5 degrees, that's in relation to your measurement of the sun. 5 degrees, it has moved across the sky. If it moves 15 degrees, an hour has passed. It now has another ground position an hour away in an eastward direction.
So me standing on the okay, so great. So this is what would have to be the case in order for your claim to be true. You and I are both on the equator, just like I described earlier. We're both looking at the sun, and if we're 5 degrees apart in longitude on the Earth, that means my angle that means our measured angles of the sun in the sky will be exactly 5 degrees different.
You're measuring angles, yeah.
Okay. Maybe that's the case. Maybe it is not. Let's find out.
Okay. It's quite simple. This is how we derive meridian lines. 15 degrees an hour because of the sun. That's what the thing that's traveling in the degrees that we're measuring. It's the sun.
Do you guys just like literally not agree that if we are, this is assuming the Earth is flat, if our longitude is measured 5 degrees different, that means that the angle from both of our locations to the North Pole is 5 degrees? There's no way you disagree with that.
Are you measuring an angle?
Yeah, 2 points, 2 points the same radius away from the center. Yeah, that's the situation we're in right now.
Cool. As long as we're measuring angles.
Do you agree?
With longitude? You're saying longitude is 5 degrees from the North Pole? From the...
Yeah,
what are you saying?
if we are both on the equator and we determine that
Do you
our
mean
longitude is...
longitude or latitude?
I mean longitude. Those are the lines that go north-south.
The long lines. That would be the sun. No. I don't... Explain yourself.
I feel like I need a picture or something. If we are both on the equator, 5 degrees in longitude apart, what that means is the angle that our positions make, if we connect our positions with lines that go straight north to the North Pole, is a 5-degree angle. I'm not trying to debate this. This is what would be
with longitude.
Yes,
I think you're confusing
exactly.
longitude and latitude.
I am not. I haven't talked about latitude at all tonight.
All right. So when you say they're on the same line of, when they're on the equator on the same line of longitude, 5 degrees apart, these degrees, are they in longitude or latitude?
That's not what I said. I said we're both on the equator, 5 degrees in longitude apart from each other.
Okay, so not on the equator then. This would be
Yes, we are both on the equator. Holy fuck, you guys.
I got you.
Yeah. So what is created is between our positions. If you take our positions and draw straight lines to the geographic North Pole, you have a 5-degree angle.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it means to be 5 degrees in longitude apart from each other. Now, what you guys are also claiming is if we didn't do that, if we didn't look to the North Pole, if instead we each looked to the sun, we're going to be able to create a 5-degree angle. Now, I'm trying to, it's kind of hard to like find a website to find what the positions of the sun are at 2 different spots and talk to you guys at the same time, but that is doable. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Timeanddate.com and suncalc.com. U.S. Naval Observatory.
Oh, yeah, I'm on time and date right now. Yep. But I don't know how to get 2 spots that are... I don't know how to plug in latitude and longitude onto... Oh, you can do location. Okay.
Yeah, so here's the funny thing. That model for predicting where the sun is, it's not a globe. There's no globe in the mathematics. Called the equation of time. And it's observer dependent. Okay, I know you believe something else. I don't know if anyone ever told you it. I doubt it. Didn't correct you either.
About some random website. I don't need some random website.
Equation of time. It's not a random website.
You said the website uses the equation of time, or did I misunderstand?
Okay. Time and Date and SunCalc use the U.S. Naval Observatory's model of the sun, which uses the equation of time.
Okay.
Okay, because
I know this
because
assume the Earth is flat or something. Like, what's the point?
Well, no, because it's based upon the sky. It's not based upon the Earth.
Okay.
Your coordinates, like if you look at the sky, you have that so-called celestial equator, and where you are in relation to that, and where the sun is in relation to that. And if you know the time of year, your date, you can predict when the sun will rise, where it'll be at any particular point in time from your location. Because your location is based upon looking at the sky. Where am I relative to the celestial equator? You don't need to know anything about the Earth at all. You can be a point, you can be whatever.
Okay.
Celestial sphere, which Miggy was, or Alpha was trying to tell you about.
Yep.
The entire coordinate system is based upon this.
Okay.
Astronomy and celestial navigation. Yep.
Yeah, though they use a different convention. Right? They use like right ascension and azimuth or something as opposed to. There are celestial latitude and longitude. I mean, if you get stellarium, do you know what that is? You could actually turn on the grid and it'll show you the latitude and longitude lines in the sky.
Yeah. It's got a function for that.
Cool.
That's because how measured from. They're measured from the sky, right? Latitude are circles of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris, measured in angles. 45 degrees, you measure on your sextant. 45 degrees line of latitude. Angle measurements. Every single longitude and latitude is an angle measurement to something or other in the sky.
Cool.
Observers.
I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Well, without getting back into that, I'm gonna have to go here in a little bit. But so, are you guys just saying that? Let's say we're in Australia. if we have 2 cities, or 4 cities actually, 2 that are on the exact same line of longitude, and then 2 others that are to the east or to the west that are on the exact same line of longitude, you guys are just saying the ones to the north are not actually farther apart than the ones to the south?
Well, first of all, you're basing what you're saying, right, on the Gleason's map, right? Now, the Gleason's map, you think that, like, if I draw, like, 2 points in the south, I can use that as, like, a way to measure distance. That's not how distances are actually measured on the Gleason's map. All the distances are measured from the center. So you would measure from the center to a point, you'd measure to the center to the second point, and then you would do a formula to figure out the distance between those 2 points. You wouldn't draw a straight line between them because the Gleason's map isn't made for navigation. It's made to calculate the sun and longitude. It says it right on it. It says sun, time, and longitude calculator.
That's fine. So was that a yes or a no?
What do you mean? Yes or no to what?
Well, I asked a yes or no question. So are you saying that...
State your question then, because maybe I didn't understand it.
You have 2 cities, 4 cities actually, and we have 2 pairs of cities, okay? 2 of them are on the exact same line of longitude. The other 2 are on a different line of longitude, but the same line of longitude with respect to each other. Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. 2 cities directly north-south of each other, 2 other cities directly north-south of each other. In the southern hemisphere, the 2 northern cities are going to be farther apart than the 2 cities to the south.
No, is this on the globe or the Gleason's map?
Well, on a flat Earth, the ones in the south would have to be farther apart because that's just how south works on a flat Earth. But on a globe, they would get...
I just explained it to you. You're doing distances wrong.
Okay, then you don't... This is just basic geometry. Straight lines going away from the North Pole radially in all directions. They're going to get farther apart.
Those radial lines.
They're going to get farther apart from each other. They never get closer together.
Yeah, they're farther apart on the map, but in reality, if you take that map and do the formulas that are printed on the map, you get the distances. They're not farther apart in actual physical distance.
And why is that? So, in other words, the map is inaccurate.
Pardon me? It's not accurate, then the globe's not accurate.
Yes, it is, because on the globe, it would tell us that the cities to the south are closer together, and that is the case.
Yeah, and if you take the Gleason's map and do what I just told you.
Yeah, but you don't have to do that with the globe model.
No, how would you do it with the
you
globe
have
model?
You have to make your map fit reality, whereas the globe fits reality.
What makes you say that?
Because you just conceded.
What are you talking about?
You just said, if you
the
take the
results that
Gleason
you
map
get-
and then you do some number magic and then whatever, then it does match reality. But on the globe model, you don't have to do that. It already matches reality.
Yeah, you
No,
do.
you don't.
Yeah, you do.
No,
you
you
have to do
don't.
the Haberstein formula. What the fuck are you talking about? If you want to find the distance between 2 points on a fucking globe, you have to do a Haberstein formula. Yeah, dude.
You have to do it. What?
There's something called the Haberstein formula. So if you want the distance between 2 points, the great circle distance, right? So here's your 4 cities, right?
Yeah.
You want to know how far apart they are? How are you going to figure that out?
You could do that. You could literally just use Google Earth or Google Maps as well.
What do you think Google Earth uses and Google Maps uses in software? How do you think it calculates it?
Zeros and ones, probably. So the thing is, when you do this on a globe, map, you don't have to. It gives you the accurate numbers. I don't have to say.
You mean like a physical globe?
Well, you admitted that with your flat Earth projection, the lines are getting farther apart, but in reality they don't. Whereas on the globe model, they do get closer together, and that is the reality of 2 cities that in the southern hemisphere are south of 2 other cities on the same line of longitude. Sorry,
You're confusing something, and I think this is.
I'm not confusing anything. You actually conceded the point.
No, all I said was the distance is identical. because
you said your map is wrong.
Dude,
it's a false
listen,
dichotomy.
stop talking.
No.
Because we're using the same coordinate system, right? So we have a coordinate system that's based upon shit in the sky. And when you use that coordinate system and use it to figure distances, you're going to get the same result. And you apply one formula, the Habersign formula, and the Gleason's map applies a different formula, and they get the same result because they're using the same coordinates. These are geometric transformations. That's all it is.
Do you want to know why as well? Because this map that you keep giving us, this flat Earth map with the ice wall of Antarctica around the outside, is a global projection onto a AE azimuthal map. It's your map. You just squished it out. You're giving it to us like it's ours. It's yours. You just flattened it out.
And give you anything. I just told you the reality that you agree with.
You said your
that
model.
South are that
your model.
lines
Yes,
of longitude are radial lines south going away from the
Planet,
geographic
can you let him
North
finish?
Pole.
Planet. I know you're eager, man. Let him finish, please. Just let
This
him
is
finish,
what I'm
bro.
pointing out. This is what I'm pointing out. This false dichotomy. You said on our model, these meridian lines of longitude, they get further apart. Yes, that's because it's an AE azimuthal projection of a globe. It's a flattened out globe. With the pole in the middle, it's a polar projection, and Antarctica is all the way around the outside. Yes, but that's yours. It's not ours.
So I don't have a different reality where if there's a central point, which we're going to call the geographic North Pole, and we all walk away south from it, where we don't actually, we're getting farther apart from each other, that's a completely unique reality that I constructed, that I impose on you.
Geographic North
That is
Pole
just
is from the
literally, there's literally 5th grade geometry how it works.
5th grade geometry, like angle measurements and stuff, yeah?
Yeah, that's okay. That's how it works.
No, that's how it works conceptually. Okay.
No, literally.
No. Okay. Show us some data. Show us some measures. Show us anything of real world stuff.
Take a circle and draw lines from the center to the edges.
No, I said real world. I can't draw circles on the Earth.
You can draw a circle on a piece of paper. That's part of the real world.
He's talking about the real world.
Real world.
Okay, go to Australia and go south, and notice that you get closer together.
Okay, who did that?
Your model has failed.
Who
utterly
did that?
failed.
Wait.
Apologies to interrupt. Apologies to interrupt.
No one's interrupting. No one's interrupting. And hold on, Elpa. You can go. This could take 1 second. Okay, so you have a model. You're claiming it works. How is that validated? In reality, physical reality, with people and instruments and shit like that.
In the field.
What would you accept? Because I could tell you, you could.
Who cares what I accept? What's there?
Because I'll tell you something, and then you'll just say, "Well, you don't." What you're begging the question. You're
give
using
us the information, Planet.
Go on Google. You could go on Google Maps and do it, or talk to somebody that lives in Australia. Here's another thing: you can actually do this without any formulas. You could do this without any formulas.
Or back into the abstractions. Is science empirical?
Back into the abstractions. Going to Australia is an abstraction.
So
using Google Maps is an abstraction.
Yes, because it uses a coordinate system.
I'm sorry.
It's an abstraction.
You're too fucking retarded to talk to.
Yeah, that's a great argument. So let me ask you: is science empirical?
He's gone.
I just wanted to once you start asking, is science empirical? It's bailing right the fuck out.
Yeah, he was already looking for the door after that last spiral.
He ain't never gonna bring his TikTok on here.
I hope. I just want him. Please, I want him to turn that thing on when he's in here.
That's right, man.
I have a question. I have a question for India.
I want to turn his TikTok on the next day and watch half the subs gone. Then the next day, the subs gone.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Indio, why did you say the Habersign formula is needed?
That guy was so bad, man. And imagine this is why the left is getting destroyed in politics right now. You just see this is the best showcase they have. This is so they're intellectuals, and the dude doesn't even know when he's presenting an AE projection that's a globe.
Yeah, I think dogs are gods. Look at 15 minutes after the hour. There's a little snippet that Into the Break put in there that answers your question. I'll post it again if you want me to.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Not much.
Okay.
What I was trying to say a little bit earlier is I sent two. Although this does not necessarily relate to flat Earth itself, I'm not going to discuss my thoughts and beliefs on that sort of notion. I sent two videos. I sent two videos of one being a sound recording officially released by NASA of a black hole, and then I submitted another video of a test.
Hold on. Let's address the first one first. Okay, so sound from a black hole traveling through a vacuum of space. Is that checking out?
That's not checking out. That's not.
Okay. What was the second thing? What was the second thing?
The second video was a test done here on Earth with a clock.
Oh my god! I have to stop him. He's just so bad at doing this. Like he hasn't thought this through, or he's struggling. Just can you collect your thoughts, Stephen Jobs? And
here, let the
just say it straight out, man.
Marsapo wants to.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I don't have any like points to make. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question for India.
Go ahead. Go.
Like, so I think the planet guy was saying that if you draw lines from the center of like a flat circle to the edges, and then like you follow points along that line, it's going to get further. Versus if you draw lines from the top to the bottom of a sphere, then as the points follow along the lines, they get further away and then they get closer again. We're not disputing that, right?
I understood the argument. Yeah.
Yeah,
But what was the
question?
What
Is
was the
whether that
disconnect?
does that in reality on Earth? That's the problem.
Okay.
Right. So there's a coordinate system, right? We just use a preferred coordinate system. We use a dual polar coordinate system on the globe, and we're just using a single polar coordinate system on flat Earth. That's it. That's the difference, and that's based upon the sky, not the Earth. And he was like, "Hey, like he's thinking like the way he would normally think about a map. Hey, there's this flat Earth map, and these lines of longitude, they're supposed to work this particular way, but they don't work that particular way on the Gleason's map. The Gleason's map, he made it. I mean, there's a whole long video about how he made it. It's very unconventional, I would call it. But that's just a coordinate system, right? And that coordinate system is based upon the celestial sphere. That's not the only coordinate system. It's just one of them. We have a whole bunch of others that you can also use.
And when you said that, I think, I mean, maybe I misunderstood, but I think you said that the coordinate system that he was referencing is just an abstraction, and if we could do the same math,
abstractions.
We could do the same math to like get the same distance from like a flat Earth.
I didn't say same math. I can't remember the formulas off the top of my head. I don't know if it's exactly the same math, but you can get the same distance result that the globe says it is. So if you calculate the great circle route between 2 points, and say Australia and Sydney, right, and that'll do a calculation on how far that is based upon the great circle route. You can also get that same distance on the Gleason's map by measuring from Sydney, or from the center to Santiago, and from the center to Sydney, and doing a formula, and it will give you the distance between those 2 points in nautical miles.
Would this be the shortest distance between those 2 points?
It would be the same distance that the globe says, whatever that is. So
But would it be the shortest distance?
Yeah, it'll be the great circle distance.
A straight line.
So you're saying?
Look, I'm gonna post the video in the chat, and right from the beginning, this guy, like, it's a pretty long video, but it's in 6 parts. So the last 5 parts don't really pertain to the first part. The first part just shows you how to measure distances on the Gleason's map. That all it does, because people ask about this all the time. Right? This is a common refrain from Glovers. Oh, distances don't work on the Gleason's map. The Gleason's map was literally, I mean, not exactly from the globe, because, like I said, the way he made it isn't exactly the term he used He says it's an extortion of the globe, but no one can. I can't really, which means a twisting. So I don't know exactly how that. If you look at the back of the Gleason's map, it says that this is an extortion of the globe, not extortion, extortion, which is like EXSORSION, and you have to look up the old English word for it, and it means it's a twisting of a geometric object.
But
So
when people say that the distances don't work, I don't think they're saying that you can't have. There's definitely like the geometry of a flat circular disc is like a real thing, and it works. It's not like you can't measure distance between 2 points. Like the math is clearly understood, but they're probably just saying you could figure out the distance, but that doesn't map onto what we observe in
no, what they do is
say
they'll
reality.
draw a straight line between Sydney and Santiago and say this is X many miles, but that's not correct. You can't do it that way. You have to measure from the center.
Those guys were so unbelievably stupid.
What do you mean you can't do it that way?
That's a great
I'm
argument.
still confused.
Yeah, welcome back.
Oh,
Planet's back. He freaked out and came back. Welcome back.
Oh, I clicked on the wrong voice thing. That's funny.
He's going to come
I figured
back
out how you could do that Australia thing, though.
Still talking. Just keeps talking through people.
We don't care how you could do it. We want to know what was done because you already.
Yo, I got a
did it
quick
now.
question.
It has been done. You can look up the
Okay,
data.
so tell me who did it, when it was done, and what instruments did they use?
You could get it from your. Well, do you guys trust those websites? The
Wait,
time and
hold on,
date or whatever?
Indu. I have a question.
Shush.
Yeah, shush. Why you keep telling me could? I want to know what happened, not what could
The
happen.
data exists. You can go and look at the data. I'm asking
Why
you.
would I find the evidence for your claim?
I keep trying to tell you, and then you keep interrupting.
Okay,
So
here's your chance. Really
the
simple.
time and
Right
the
now,
time
you're
and date
gonna
websites.
state-
You accept the data that those provide.
It's not data; it's a model.
Do you accept? They put numbers on. That's data, dude. Do you
No,
accept their data or
oh
not?
my god! So is the lottery data?
I just can't believe how stupid you guys are.
No, like I can't believe how fucking lost you are, dude. Data is
On that
something that's
website, they
generated
give you
by
the
like an
data of
experiment.
where the sun is. Are you too fucking stupid to understand that? That's what they do. They put the data of the position of the sun and moon on that website.
Not
You're just calling it
data.
not data.
Okay, so I already
Then
told
that's
you.
why I
they
said you're
get-
too retarded to talk to.
They get their numbers
There's
from the
nothing I
U.S.
can do
Naval.
with you guys.
Yeah, so cool. So they get their numbers from the model used by the U.S. Naval Observatory. Okay, it's on their website. You can email them and ask them. Okay, it's really simple. But also on the U.S. Naval website, it has a section that says for litigation. It says no agency of the U.S. government does observations of the sun, sunset times, sunrise times, or solar noon times, and that we do it from calculation because it's good enough for practical purposes. It's not fucking data. Data is something you collect with instrumentation, and you record an event that happened. Hey, I measured the angle of the sun. It's 15 degrees above the horizon. Write that shit down. Okay, that's data.
Okay. Ouch. I'll talk to some people in Australia and we'll get some numbers for you then.
Planet, you're a clown, bro.
That's brilliant. Every single time you tell this guy that he's categorically wrong with evidence and literature to
I
support it and
told
all
you,
that.
Planet, when you come
You
in
guys
here,
have
man,
provided zero evidence of
bro,
anything.
This is top tier.
You showed
Bro,
a gay little video of a candle on a tabletop. That was the best you ever did.
Planet, don't get in your feelings, bro.
Hold on.
Don't get in your feelings, bro. Just relax.
Hold tight. So this is like just a summary of what happened. You said that suntime.com, that was data. That would be measuring stuff, like Injo pointed out, 15 degrees to the sun. Let's write that shit down.
Yeah.
But they don't do that. What they do is they have a model, and with this model, they have predictions. And with this forecast, they'll be able to tell you, yeah, this is what's happening. You're being told that you're just wrong. That's what's happening.
He ran again.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Yeah, someone made a claim in our other call like 4 days ago, and that's really what I've been thinking about. And I'm like, you know what? And my brain kind of like branched over from that thought just to kind of your call. And then I'm like, you know what? Well, let me go ask this other question. But what would you say to the claim that the Great Pyramid, like the actual latitude of the Great Pyramid, is the same speed of light? Would you say that that's just
What was the
false?
last thing you said? Is the same?
It's the same as the speed of light.
The latitude is the same as the speed of light. What? I don't.
So the Great
understand.
Pyramid of Giza is 29.979, 2458 north, which is the same as the speed of light.
Yeah, I don't-
99,792, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that. It's interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting things about the pyramids and megaliths and things like that, because the ancient cultures, which were all flat Earth cultures, by the way, they were obsessed with the sky, right? And obsessed with, they're the people that originated like predicting eclipses and mapping out the stars and where they would be throughout the years and things like that, and how they correlated with the seasons and with natural occurring events and cycles and things like that. So yeah, you'll find there's a lot of crazy alignments when it comes to the way that the megaliths are related to the to the placement of the stars. But with the latitude, right, that's not something that has anything to do with the Earth being a globe, right? That's to do with the celestial sphere and the way that we have a certain angle to Polaris from that particular point, right? And then that's mapped into like a sky coordinate system based on the angle that we're seeing the stars from different places on the Earth. And that's because they conceptualize the celestial sphere, right, is like a big hemisphere above your head.
Right.
Okay, that's the way that we see things, is in like a big hemisphere above our head for various reasons, including perspective, convergence. Okay, and yeah, that's yeah, it's an interesting topic. I don't know, I haven't heard about the speed of light thing that you're talking about, but I'll definitely have a look into that. How do you think it correlates to a globe in any way, or it's just something interesting?
No, it's just something really interesting. That's all. If it is true, it's interesting. If it's not true, of course, it's just a claim. But I didn't really spend necessarily, I would say, too much time. I haven't divulged into it as much as I probably would want to.
Yeah. There's
when
a
I
lot
find
of
something
crazy
interesting, I'm kind of like
coincidences. A lot of crazy coincidences when it comes to math and so and the way that we view the sky, the motions of the celestials and things like that.
Right.
But yeah, we try to stay away from speculation as much as possible. Like if we don't know something, we'll just say, yeah, we don't know that because we can't empirically test it. But we know it can't be happening above the surface of a globe because we can test the surface of the Earth and it's not curving.
Yeah.
And then there's no evidence that the Earth is in motion as well. Okay, we would say that the sun and the moon and the planets and the stars, right? They're like a big clock above the flat Earth, right? Doing particular motions and cycles in the sky that repeat each cycle. And that we can't validate exactly how the sky works, what medium these lights in the sky are actually in, what distance they are, what size they are, what they're made of. We can't validate that empirically. We also just make observations of it. We can observe it. We can log the observations that this does this and this moves in this certain cycle. But we've all been taught this big giant story about how this light in this particular position, right? That is a burning ball of gas, right? That's a sun, a big burning ball of plasma gas that's X size, and it's made out of this particular thing, and this is the exact distance, and it's in a big giant space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum, and that kind of thing. So we're being fed a big story which we can't validate. It's kind of faith-based, and it's originated on a whole bunch of presuppositions, assumptions.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And then we would say that we're in a contained system, right? Just like all of the ancient cultures depicted. Have you seen the ancient depictions? Yeah, I'll put it in the side chat. Okay, so the ancient cultures all depicted something similar. Even though they allegedly didn't have communication with each other, they all came up with a similar idea of the layout of this system that we live in, which would be a flat surface inside a contained system. Because we have gas pressure, right? Air that we're all breathing, it keeps us alive. And if you start looking into gas law, you'll find that there are a whole bunch of natural laws, rules associated with gas, right? Firstly being that to have gas pressure in the first place, you would need to have a container. It has to be in a contained system because the gas particles, right? The gas pressure is the force that the gas particles exert on the walls of the container, right? Or when they bounce off of each other as well. So you need gas pressure to have you need a container to have gas pressure. There's no evidence that the Earth is in motion, right? Because they tell us, like most people don't realize this, right? They tell us the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. That's faster than a 9mm bullet. That's faster than the speed of sound. On top of that, it's orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. On top of that, right, it's moving in another vector chasing the sun because the sun is shooting through the universe at 480,000 miles per hour. And then there's a whole bunch more motions and speeds on top of that, which is hard for the human brain to even comprehend how fast these motions are. So there's no evidence of all of this. It's just a model, a theoretical mathematical concept, essentially. Yeah. So we're just looking for people to provide evidence of this belief system that they have and that we all had growing up, and that what we're all taught. That's all. And we don't get any empirical evidence. We get explanations. We get a lot of feelings, right? Hurts a lot of people's feelings because it's like their worldview. It's their deeply ingrained belief system. They thought that they were going to go to space one day or something like that. So it triggers a lot of emotion in people. But we're just looking for the evidence and trying to present people with our evidence. Trying to give people a better understanding of exactly what the argument is, and that there isn't actually the type of evidence that people think there is about the globe. Most people have never thought about it. They think, oh, some really smart people worked it out. I never have to think about it.
Yeah.
Hello.
Interesting. Yeah.
Someone said hello. Hello.
Yeah. What's my name?
Oh. Ricky,
I was just
Ricardo?
wondering.
What's up, man?
Yeah, Ricardo. Hi, bro. I was just wondering why you guys believe in flat Earth. If you do.
Wait, you have the same profile picture as an Australian guy that comes in here all the time. What the hell is going on? Is that you?
No, it's not me. I'm a different person.
With the same profile picture, man, that's
Nice.
tripping me out. Yeah, okay, man. What was your question? Say it again.
I was saying that I was wondering why you guys believe in flat Earth theory.
Well, I did just explain all that to Stone. But yeah, because we've gone out and tested for the curvature of the Earth and we can't find any. It's been extensively done. And then when we look for evidence throughout all of history from the globe side, who has actually gone out and empirically validated that the Earth's a globe, you don't find any empirical evidence. You just find assumption-based reasoning and calculations based off those assumptions.
Yeah, but like logically, the Earth has a curvature, and for example, if we move from one country to another, there are some different time zones. That's why.
Yeah, yeah.
If you
Time
keep going,
zones.
like for example, if you keep going towards the west, like you will always be in the past. You understand me?
Well, if you keep
for
going
example, if
west,
you're-
yeah, you could come back to where you started again, potentially.
Yeah,
But yeah,
for
time
example,
zones.
if
Look, this is what you're going to find. A lot of things can be explained on a globe Earth or on a flat Earth. Now, you probably haven't heard the flat Earth explanation for how that could work over a flat surface, which is understandable. But it's not something that's exclusive to the Earth being a globe. Okay, so we don't think that the Earth is a flat planet, right? So people think of outer space, right? That's the globe Earth version of outer space. Then they think of the globe, and then they try to squish it into like a flat disk, and they think that that's what the flat earthers are claiming, like a flat Earth as in a flat disk planet. We don't claim that. Okay, we would say that the Earth, yeah, is that what you were thinking?
no, there are some narratives in my mind.
What do you have in your
That was
mind?
one of them. For example, some people believe that the Earth has four corners. Yeah, I think they believe so because of the Christian perspective.
Yeah, but in the Christian perspective, it says it has four corners, but it also says it's like a circle, like the circle of the Earth. So I don't know. It gets, once you get into like religious texts and things like that, sure, they support the Earth being flat, but it's kind of getting into the weeds a little bit, in my opinion, because it comes to like, well, what did he mean by this? What did he mean by that? What does this verse really mean? Like, how could that work? It's, I don't know. We try to stick with empirical evidence here that we can actually go out and test in reality. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming by flat. When we say flat Earth, we don't, like, flat's not a shape. Flat's the description of a surface area that doesn't have any curvature. So that's what we mean by flat Earth. We don't know the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth. I don't think anybody truly knows that because we can't test it at this stage. And then seasons and time zones and things like that, that's just due to the movement of the sun, right? So we would say the sun, whatever the sun is, right, is much closer, it's much smaller than in the globe model. And it takes particular cycles over the surface of the Earth, right? So its circuit will be responsible for daytime, nighttime, and seasons.
But how do you
also responsible for wind and waves and all that sort of stuff.
But for example, if you keep going to the same direction over and over again, you will come back to the same point. How do you explain this in that theory?
Well, because east and west are actually circles around a north. Okay, so if you have like a just a hypothetical. Okay, if you put a magnet down on the ground, right? So you go outside, you have a big magnet, like a bar magnet, and you stick it in the ground. And then you have a compass. Okay, and you stand next to the bar magnet. The compass is going to point towards the north, right? It's going to be pointing towards the magnet, the north.
Yeah.
Okay, and then if you want to go west, right, you have to go in a circle. You're going to walk around in a circle and have to keep adjusting your path to the north, right? So you're going to have to keep turning left, 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 left. You're going to go around in a circle and you're going to come back to where you started again. Now, you just did that on a flat piece of ground outside, showing that even on a globe or on a flat surface, east and west are just circles. Now, tons of people have circumnavigated east to west, right? But what wouldn't be possible is if, just say, think about that hypothetical out on the ground with the magnet. Now, if you wanted to go south, right, you're going to be walking directly away from that magnet south, right? You're never going to come back to where you started again. Okay, that's not going to be possible on the flat surface. Now, nobody has ever actually done that in reality. No one's ever done a north to south circumnavigation and come back to where they started. But east to west, yes.
But how or where do you think we would go if we keep going in the same direction? Like, ultimately.
I have no idea. You're probably going to eventually hit ice. but nobody.
I heard about
It's
the
not.
ice wall.
It's a hypothetical. Well, I'm not even claiming an ice wall. I said you're most likely going to hit ice if you keep going in a straight line, right? Even if you're on a globe, you're eventually going to hit ice as well. But this is the thing. No one's ever just gone in a straight line. It's not possible. It's not something that's possible to do, because
Why is that
you're gonna need to use a compass to navigate. Okay, and because you have in the ocean, you have ocean currents. In the sky, you have wind currents. And it's just no one's ever done that, right? If you try to look up like who's actually gone in a perfectly straight line for the longest distance, it's not going to be a long distance, right? It's not possible, especially when you're going over the ocean or something like that. Okay, you're going to need to use something to navigate because you're going to be getting blown around and.
Yeah, but you can use, for example, the stars for navigation. Like you can just get it for like.
Yeah, but you can only use them like the stars are also moving constantly, right? As well, so.
No, there are some stars which are like.
Yeah, you might be able to go if you can see the North Star and you go directly towards the North Star, right? It only moves a tiny little bit, the North Star. So if you pick out the North Star and then you start going towards the North Star, sure, you can go in essentially a straight line, but then it's going to become daytime, right? You can't see the stars anymore.
Yeah, but then you can start back to night. Yeah. I mean, it's not impossible.
Yeah, you could stop, put your anchor down, wait for it to end. But then what are you going to do once you reach the geographical North Pole? What are you going to do then?
Go to the opposite direction from the opposite side. Then I'll come back to the same point.
What are you going to use as your reference to keep going in a straight line?
The North Star. So I can go.
No, you're at the North Star. Just say you're at the North Star. It's directly above you at your zenith, above your head. Now what? Now how are you going to keep going in a straight line?
I think it's not impossible, like even theoretically.
This is why no one's ever done it. What you're talking about, I get, like you could imagine it on like a basketball or something like that. You could wrap a straight string around the basketball or use a ruler or something like that. But in reality, on the actual giant globe that's claimed, it's not such an easy task, right? To go in a straight line. It's actually impossible.
I think I never heard of someone who have ever tried to go to like in the direct direction, a straight direction.
Yeah, exactly. That's why most people just use a compass and that kind of thing. Or you can use a sextant for the stars, but once again, all the stars are moving. The North Star only moves a little bit, so you could use that. But that's not going to help you once you get to the North Star. You're just going to find the North.
Yeah, for example, and I think that most of the theories of the flat Earth, like they're just hypothetical.
Well, the same thing would happen on a flat Earth, right? Just say the Earth was flat, right? Just remove the globe from your mind right now, and just say you're on a flat Earth and you want to go in a straight line. You're going to use the North Star. Okay, the same thing, right? It's the same thing. You're just going to go in a straight line. You're going to get to the North Star. You're not going to, and you're not going to have detected any Earth curvature over that trip, right? You're just going to feel like you're going over flat water. And you're going to get to the North Star, and then you're not going to have another reference point to continue going in a straight line. So it's not going to really determine anything.
Yeah, but there are some groups of stars. They're called arcturus. You know, like they're always like directing towards the east. So I think can use them as well.
No, there's no other fixed. There's no other like fixed star. Polaris isn't even fixed. Actually, Polaris is 3 stars. There's 3 Polarises, but they do move a little bit. But yeah, you could think of it like a fixed star. But there's no other fixed star that you can see. Like there isn't a counter star of Polaris in the south, and even if you're at the North Pole, you can't see that far anyway. Like whether even if you're on a flat Earth or on a globe, you still can't see the. Even if there was a South Polaris, you wouldn't even be able to see it anyway. So you'd still be screwed, right? You would have to rely on a compass. And then if you have a look at the magnetic field lines on the Earth, the magnetic field lines don't even match up with the latitude, longitude. They don't match up with the celestial sphere. They don't match up with the globe. right? So magnetic north and magnetic south don't match up with the geographical north and south poles.
Yeah, I
In
get your
fact,
point. For example, I think these contests of stars are like always stable or like the same place in the sky. For example, Orion's belt, like the direction of Orion's belt is always towards the south. So
this is the problem,
I
though.
think
They're going to be at the same place in the sky at a certain time on a certain day. They constantly
yeah, you
move.
can use them for direction. That's why, like almost when back then in time, people who used to stay in the sea, they used to use these stars. Like they didn't have any portals back then or any device.
Yeah, they used the stars, and they thought the Earth was flat as well, right? But this is the thing. It's not going to help you determine if you're going in a perfectly straight line or not. Okay, they don't. You can't say that you're going in a perfectly straight line.
Well,
No one's ever claimed to have gone in a straight line and come back to where they've started. No one's ever even claimed to have done such a thing throughout all of history, because it's impossible to do that. So I get the theoretical idea. If the Earth was a globe and you went in a straight line, you would come back to where you started. Sure, but no one's ever done that.
It's impossible because the vast ocean. That's why, because like it's impossible to go.
Right, it is impossible. It is impossible. So
yeah, but for example, you can go from Morocco to Dubai, for example, and it's proven. Like, some flights go to this direction from Morocco to Dubai, from Moscow to USA. This direction is like
you can do that on a flat surface as well. Like I said before, you're going to be able to do things on a globe or on a flat Earth, depending on what the thing is. Perfectly logical to explain on either. Just say you have a flat surface, right? Like a lake, a giant lake, right? Think of it like the world, like exactly what we experience in the world, as if it was a giant lake, right? All of the oceans are actually just one big ass lake, essentially.
Yeah,
right? They're all connected, and then you've got land masses, right, which are like islands popping up out of the lake in certain areas, and we call them continents in countries and islands. Okay, and then you go from one, and then you go to the other one, and then you can go to a different one, right? And it's all happening over a flat surface. That's the most logical and exactly what we experience.
Yeah, but you know what? For example, like how much do you know? How much do you think the distance from New York to Moscow in a straight line?
I don't think you can't measure that. It's very difficult to measure that. I don't know the exact distance, but you can calculate the distance based off a coordinate system that's based off the sky, right? Which is going to be spread out onto a ground-based map. Okay, so you're not able to measure the exact distance, but we can tell, okay, if we get on a plane and we fly in this direction, the plane flies at approximately whatever speed the planes claim to be flying at, right? And every single time we make the flight, there's a margin of error due to the wind and all sorts of different factors, and we can say, okay, it's approximately this distance away. But you're still using the coordinate system as your reference, so it's very difficult to know the actual layout, like the proper layout and the proper distance, right? To actually know it for sure. One thing that you're not going to find is that it's exclusive to a globe. Yeah, it's not exclusive to a globe. You know what is exclusive to a globe, though? Earth curvature, right? Bending water, right? So if you had a globe, then over 100 miles, you have 6,666 foot of Earth curvature over that distance. That's something that isn't possible on a flat Earth.
But I think even 100 miles isn't enough. Yeah?
Well, 6,666 foot. Right, that's a huge amount of curvature. Even 10 miles is enough, right? 10 miles would have 66 foot of curvature. 66 foot, that's more than a 10-story a 6-story building. A 6-story building.
How can we measure it?
Okay, so if you have, let's say we have a lake, okay, and the lake's 10 miles across.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, let's yeah, let's use the ocean, and I'll show you a example in the real world right now. So just give me a second. Can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
Okay, just a second. I'll just pull up this one observation here. 1 second. Here we go.
Henderson tourism.
Yeah, can you see here's just a clip from a video. 1 second. Did that GIF work? Can you see the GIF?
Okay.
Okay, right. So let's check that. Okay, so we've got an oil platform, 2 oil platforms. Okay, the first platform is 6 miles from the shoreline, called platform C. Okay, the second platform is called platform habitat, and it's 10.1 miles away. Okay, so this is a good example, right? Because we can use a 10-mile distance, like we were just talking about. So the mathematics is pretty simple. Okay, now the observer is standing on the beach, and his height above the water is 8 foot high.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we can calculate how much curvature should there be over 10 miles. The answer is 66 foot, 66.7 foot. That's just the general curvature over that distance. Okay, now we need to take the observer's height into account. So the observer's height is 8 foot above the surface. Right? Now, what should be present in the observation based off that? Okay, the horizon should be at a certain distance away. The horizon should be at 3.46 miles away. So because we have the oil platforms there as distance markers, now we know that the horizon isn't where it should be or where it has to be on a globe. Okay, the horizon's actually far beyond 10 miles. But on a globe, the horizon actually must be at 3.46 miles, halfway to the first oil platform. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water past the horizon line. Okay, the horizon line is the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's the definition of a horizon, the mainstream definition. Okay, and it's a byproduct of... What's that?
The higher the higher you get in the sky, the later the sunset is. Do you know that?
Yeah, because you're changing the angle. You're changing the angle in which you're looking at the object in the distance. Okay, so if you go up higher, you can see further. This is another one of those things that's easy to explain on a globe or on a flat surface. You go higher, you see further. It's common sense, right? On a globe, you would see further over the curvature of the Earth. And the curvature of the Earth is what we're testing here. So if the Earth was curving, then over 10 miles, you would have 66 foot of curvature. That means the horizon would be at 3.46 miles, and the bottom 29 feet of the second oil platform would be hidden behind the horizon. But that's not what matches up with reality, right? If you were to watch a sunset right now in this observation, you would see the sun setting behind a horizon that's halfway to the first oil platform if the Earth were a globe. That doesn't happen. The horizon isn't anything to do with the curvature of the Earth because there is no curvature of the Earth. And long-distance observations and laser... So this is what we're testing. That's the claim, right? The sun sets behind the curvature of the Earth. The boats go over the curvature of the Earth. Things are blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Okay, let's test it. When we test it, that's not what's happening. In fact, the horizon is a byproduct of the way that you see, right? It's a byproduct of perspective convergence and the weather conditions on the particular day. That's why the definition of horizon is the apparent line in which the sky and the ground meet. They don't say it's where the curvature stops you being able to see further, because that's not what the horizon really is.
But also, you know that according to your position on the Earth, according to the globe, okay, the globe theory. For example, in Egypt, you can see the Sirius stars compass, but in South Africa, okay, this star cannot be seen, and the Polaris, the South Star, is appearing there in that location. So in different locations, you can see different stars. Like it's not stable. Like for example, in
that's right.
even in the same continent, in South Africa and in Egypt, like in the north of the continent and the south of the continent. Here it's
Exactly.
same,
So that,
and there is
yeah, I get you. You see, you stand at different places, right, on the Earth, and you look up and you see different lights in the sky.
yeah, but it's only like happens in a spherical or like a round body.
No. It
Like
can be
all-
explained on a spherical Earth, right? And it can also be perfectly explained on a flat Earth as well. It's another one of those things that can be explained on either, right? But the prerequisite, right, the requirement for it to be explained on a globe would require this water that we're looking at here in reality to actually be curving over distance, and that's not happening. So it's impossible for it to be happening above a spherical Earth, okay? Because there's no curvature. You need the curvature to have the spherical Earth in the first place. So yeah, we can explain it quite easily. We have a limited field of view, okay? The atmosphere has extinction, and we don't see forever. You don't see forever. You move far enough away from something due to perspective convergence, right, and the opacity of the air, you're not going to be able to see forever.
But I'm talking about the best conditions, like without any.
Yeah, in the best conditions, you can see 200 miles. 200 miles in the best conditions, which is, we never have the best conditions. It's not even possible. But a technicality, you would be able to see in perfect conditions 200 miles through the medium of the air.
But the moon is much, like way farther than 200 miles. So how can you see?
That's according to a claim that requires the Earth to be a globe, right? That's according to the heliocentric mathematical concept of this place that we live in. It's not something that you're able to validate or that has been validated empirically. The distance to the moon is based off the size of the Earth. It's based off the globe model, okay? The globe model requires the Earth to be curved. The Earth is not curved, right? It requires the space to be a vacuum, and that you have a big rock floating around in a vacuum, right? That's not something that's been empirically validated. It's a belief that you have, and it's an explanation for something that you see in the sky. That's all.
So you're saying that we can see this compass of stars in Egypt because it's kind of close to Egypt and South Africa, yeah?
Yeah, you have a limit. You have a particular way of seeing the sky. Everyone observes the sky in their own unique perspective, depending on where you're standing on the surface of the Earth. But if you're too far away to see what's on a different section of the Earth, right? You can't see forever. You like I just said, you have perspective, and you have a limitation of how far you can see due to the opacity of the atmosphere.
Okay, but there's also one other point that, for example, in the polar, the south and the north polar, sometimes, like during the winter, the sun can last for about 6 months. How do you explain that? It's moving around the flat Earth.
Well, it stays light for about 6 months, but you can only see the sun in the sky for a shorter period of time.
But how do you explain it? Even if it was just like...
Yeah, so there are some flat earthers that do try to explain it using a model, right? But we don't live on a model, and models usually have flaws, right? Just like the globe model has an explanation for why we can see that in the south, right? But the globe model has big flaws as well, doesn't it, right? Like we just went over in this observation. When we test the surface of the Earth, there's no curvature, so it cannot possibly be happening above a globe Earth. Now, everything in the sky works like a big clock. Everything runs in cycles. None of us know exactly how it works, right? None of us know exactly what the sun is, what the stars are, what medium they're in, what distance they are. Okay, we've just been fed a big story about them. That's all. That's as far. So you have a belief that it's happening in a heliocentric model, right, which falls apart at step one, which would be actually having curvature to be able to have the globe in the first place. So whatever's happening in the sky doesn't change that the ground is flat.
What about the shadow of the Earth and the Moon during the eclipse?
Once again, it's something. It's like an assumption based off a spherical Earth. Like you're first having to assume that what you're seeing is caused by a spherical Earth. If we think about this. Okay, if we can measure a surface flat, okay, it doesn't matter what happens above the flat surface. It's not going to make it curve. Okay, it's already been measured flat. Let's say you have a room in your house with a flat floor. Okay, you've tested the floor. The floor's flat. Doesn't matter what you see on your ceiling. It's not going to change that the ground is not curving. Okay, that's the case with the Earth. So whatever's happening in the sky.
The shadow?
How do you? So you're claiming this is your. I don't try to explain things that I can't empirically validate. Okay, it's not logical to do that. Okay, so I could try to give you explanations, but I don't need to because I'm not making a claim about that. The things I'm making a claim about, I can empirically validate right now. Okay, you're claiming that that you're seeing a shadow on the moon and it's caused by the Earth being a globe. Okay, so what evidence do you have that the Earth is actually a globe, right? Because that's the requirement for your claim.
Okay, I'll tell you something. The eclipse of the moon, it only happens when the Earth is between the sun and the moon. That's why we see the shadow of the Earth on the moon.
Yeah, that's the claim, right? So that's what people do here. They claim that the shadow that we see on the moon is caused by the Earth. And then when I ask them to validate that claim, they just give me the explanation in a different way. So all you did was just make the same claim again. I'm asking you to back that claim up. Okay, so what are the requirements for the claim you just made? The Earth has to be a globe, right? Right? For the Earth to be a globe, what do you need to have? You have to have Earth curvature. It has to be there. Okay, so I just showed you an observation where the Earth curvature that has to be there isn't there. Right? And I could show you one after the other, after the other, after the other, laser tests, long distance observations, over and over again, all sorts of different methods that prove that the curvature that would have to be there for your claim to be true is not present in reality.
But come on, you don't even have an explanation for that.
Yeah, you need
He doesn't understand the logic.
Yeah.
What?
It's basic logic, right? So if you don't have
logic is failing you pretty badly right now. Listen, for you to claim that the Earth is getting in the way, producing a shadow, you would need to have measured curvature.
Okay, the curvature we can measure it. I think by the difference of the shadow at the same time at the same cities, for example, in different cities. For example, it has like I think it was done 200 years before Christ. When
how did they do that then?
I think the scientist, his name was Artastonius, something like this. He was Greek. Okay, he noticed the difference in the length of the shadows in two different cities at the same time, and
well, why would that require a curving surface?
Because it's at the same time.
Yeah, but they're two different angles. Why would that prove that the surface is curved if they're two different angles at the same time?
Well, I don't have an answer for that, but I think if we have...
Think about this. Listen, I'll give you an analogy. Let's say it's really, really dark. It's nighttime outside. You're in a parking lot, and there's a big bright light above you in the parking lot. If I go stand 100 meters away, my shadow's going to be very long. But since you're under the parking lot, your shadow's very short, if any shadow.
Yeah. I understand.
That's not on a curved surface, right?
Well, yeah. I can't say any other thing except that. Well, I get your point, but like you can't say 100% that the Earth is flat or it doesn't have any curvature because in that experiment, he didn't measure the curvature of the Earth, but he measured how do you call it? The circumference. Do you get me? Like
you're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows.
Yeah, circumference.
No, yeah, but you're not measuring circumference. You're measuring the length of the shadows.
How did he circumference? How did he go from measuring shadow lengths to circumference? Can you explain the logic?
I think it's something with mathematics. I don't have anything to do with mathematics, honestly, but I think like over almost 2,000 years, if it wasn't true, like we wouldn't have known it. Yeah.
Well, the logic isn't sound. The reason why is because he's making a deductive claim based off of inference. He had to assume the curvature existed in the first place for him to derive a circumference from those angle lengths.
Fair enough.
You couldn't have done it any other way without first assuming. So here's the other thing. If you were to assume no curvature, then you would be able to conclude that the sun is not very far away and that the surface isn't curving.
But another thing, okay, you assume that the sun is like 200 miles away, yeah? I think
I don't know how far away it is. I have no idea what it is.
The person who was talking to me, I don't remember the nickname, but he said that the
Definitely
sun.
didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that. I said nobody knows the distance, the medium, or the size, or what the
Right,
sun's made of, or anything like that. That's what I specifically said.
I said it was 75 miles away. Debunk. I dare you to.
Yeah, so that was just a thought experiment there. The point is, listen, if you're triangulating things, you should be able to get the height of the sun. But we know that you can't do that, flat or globe. You cannot triangulate the height of the sun. You can't do it on a globe because they say that the sun is so far away and the surface is so big that the surface is effectively flat from the sun.
Yeah.
This is why the rays are parallel to a curving Earth that's really tiny. So you can't triangulate that. You can't triangulate the altitude from parallel rays. We say, well, on Earth that is not curving, the angles to the sun do appear to diverge from the sun as a source, but nobody can triangulate its fixed point in 3D space in the sky. Both of these ideas are true. So how do you determine whether or not the sun rays are parallel versus diverging? Well, you measure the surface. If you can't measure the curvature of the Earth directly, then you cannot conclude anything about it being curved.
But even Aristotle, do you know Aristotle? Do you know
So
him?
Eratosthenes is out. Is that it? We're going to toss the knees. We're going to toss him out.
Yeah, but he calculated the circumference of the Earth, like.
Yeah, but we just went through that.
And
we just went through why that's not a proof, right?
But even till today's like the present time, we take into consideration these calculators. Like we don't just ignore them.
Well, no, we don't just ignore them. We ask them to substantiate their claims. People accuse us in here all the time. I'm not saying you're doing it, but all day people accuse us of ignoring evidence. When we do the exact opposite, we're like, no, we're not ignoring it. We're demanding justification and substantiation of that evidence. That's not ignoring. This is saying, let us accept your claim for the moment. Now justify it. Provide us the data. Provide us the logic. And when the Glober comes in, right, and they make a claim and they can't justify, they cannot substantiate the claim, then why should we automatically accept the claim?
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, this is about using logic and empiricism.
Yeah, I'm open to all theories, honestly, but I'm just wondering. That's what I'm talking about. And also, I have a question about the UV light. If the Earth is flat, like, how do you think we're getting protected from the UV light? Otherwise, it would kill us.
I mean, we measure the sun's spectral rays, right? And we get a complete set. We get UV, IR visible. We get gamma, X-ray. We get all kinds of stuff coming off the sun.
Yeah. But how do you
I don't know why.
protect it from them? Because in the globe theory, it's because of the polar, like the North Polar and the South Polar. So they kind of like somehow protect us. But what about the flat theory?
So the question is why does the sun emit a full spectrum of radiation as we measure the Earth to be flat?
No, it wasn't like that. I was saying that if the Earth is flat, so why do we not getting killed by the UV light? Because if it's globe, okay, we can clarify that.
Right, so you're jumping back into flawed logic again. Listen, what DJ is offering you is a flat Earth observation and measurement. And we've got hundreds and hundreds of them.
Okay, how do you explain it as a flat Earth?
Why should we have to explain something that is not necessary?
Yeah, there's explanations. Yeah, hold on, sir. There's explanations. Sir, can you hear me? There's explanations that are already given that explain all of the ideas and like the ways that people talk about light and how we interact with the sunlight. That's already been shown. That has nothing to do with the cosmology aspect, like the size or the shape of the Earth. So the UV light and all that you really want to know about, it's already been told to us how that is. We agree with a lot of the particular science about the nature of the Earth, except for when it comes to when people start making claims of the size of the Earth or what the shape of the Earth is. So there's specific claims that we already agree with. They don't need explanation. That's exactly how we understand things like science and the properties of the Earth and which we understand it to be are the same. It's not like a different Earth that we're talking about. It's the same Earth that you understand with applied science, physics, right? So we're not going to go off into like talking about something else with like UV light. It's going to be the same as you. The only thing we're talking about is what people think of the size of the Earth and the shape of the Earth. That's what's different. Do you understand? Like that's the only difference. Everything else is basically the same. That you know it.
So the only thing you're against the global Earth or just the globe itself, yeah?
Yeah, well,
like
the claim, the claim that it's a giant sphere in the vacuum of space, because that's a huge claim that nobody can substantiate. And that's what we're talking about. Everything else, like the physics of the Earth, like we're experiencing the same thing as you. So it's not like a different Earth. It's the same. The physics are the same. It's just you have an explanation as to what those things are based on a spherical Earth. So we're not basing it on a spherical Earth. Do you understand? Like,
yeah. So the globe is not the consequence of observations. It's not the consequence of measurement. It's not even the consequence of scientific claims.
Okay, but I'll tell you something. For example, people who believe in the like spherical Earth, they believe in the how to say the two polars as well, like the magnetic field. Okay, we cannot have a magnetic field if we have a flat Earth. So how do you explain that?
Again, we measured the Earth. Okay, the surface does not curve anywhere it is measured.
No, I'm talking about
not in accordance with the globe.
point.
Okay, so listen, this is the crux of the matter. All of your questions about how things work beyond that point are not necessary to the claim that the Earth measures and is observed to be flat.
Yeah.
No, I'm just asking for like.
Oh, listen,
knowledge.
We can come up with speculation, right? Because listen, nobody's ever measured the sun to be 93 million miles away. Nobody's measured the sun to be 400 times bigger than the moon.
I think
nobody's measured any of these.
Because, like, if you calculate the light speed and, like, for example, if we, in a certain point of the Earth, we get light after, for example.
Okay, how do you measure? How do you measure? It takes 8.25 minutes for light to get from the sun to the Earth. Does a photon have a little clock on it?
No, it doesn't.
No.
Okay, I get your point.
The reason why people conclude that it takes 8.25 minutes for light to reach the Earth is because people have assumed that Earth is a globe inside of a solar system.
Yep, and that the sun's a specific distance away from the Earth. It's all about calculations. It's not about measurements. These guys are just like making assumptions.
Yeah, it's physics.
It's all assumptions. Listen, and here's one more thought for you, okay? A flat Earth is not inside a space vacuum. There is no space underneath the Earth.
I don't know, bro. I think
Maybe.
you have
We don't know that
a
yet.
certain claim. No, I tell you something. If you have a claim, I think you have you have to have like narrative for that claim. For example, why do we get protected by the magnetic field? If we don't have a magnetic field in the flat Earth, how you get protected then? Okay, that's the point. Another one.
Hold on. How do you get a magnetic field if the Earth isn't a globe? Listen, we already measured the Earth. Why is this question necessary, logically or just philosophically?
But literally, even people who
Do you think they know why Earth has a magnetic field if it's a globe? They don't even understand that.
Why? But they literally have the magnetic field.
We're actually working on that project.
The flat earthers.
Why can't we have a magnetic field on a flat Earth?
Exactly. Why can't we? When nobody knows how a magnetic field is created in a globe, why should we have to answer how it's being done if Earth isn't a globe?
Because the magnetic field is like formed by the iron in the bottom of the Earth. That's why, like the nucleus of the Earth.
All the things, guys.
That's why. But for example, in the flat Earth, you can't explain that.
We can explain it, okay? You just wouldn't like the explanations.
Okay, how explain to me?
And your
I don't care to.
Look, your explanation is just wrong and can't even be right. You understand that metal like iron loses magnetism at high temperatures. It's called hysteresis. So why don't you explain how you even have a magnetic iron core when it's supposed to be thousands and thousands of degrees and a liquid? So the magnetic domains can't even line up in the first place.
That's right. You need dipole alignment. And when everything is vibrating because it's excited due to heat and friction, those dipoles can't align and suspend a magnetic field. That's right.
And it's liquid.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no structure.
I understand.
See, but hey, you got an explanation.
I don't know honestly, but maybe I need to think about it.
You know what they say? The Earth is a giant electromagnet.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, what kick-started it in the first place?
I don't really know.
Right. Well, we demand an explanation. I demand an explanation from you.
No, I'm telling you, I'm not like.
Well, they say the magnetic field creates an electrical current, and that electrical current creates a magnetic field. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
I don't know, but I'm just telling you guys, I'm not embracing a certain theory. I'm just open to like talk about it. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking you.
We're only concerned with one thing: what does the surface of the Earth measure? Because then we can figure out if the Earth is a ball or if it's flat. Looking in the sky and just imagining the Earth is like those things, or should be like those things, or other phenomenological ideas, that can't even prove the Earth is flat as a matter of logic. The only thing that can prove the Earth is flat or a ball is to measure the Earth. That's it. It's your only choice. There are no other choices. If I want to know how tall you are, I'm not going to look at the lights. I'm not going to look at the ceiling. I'm not going to ask your neighbors. I'm not going to look at other people to figure out how tall you are. I'm going to take a tape measure and measure you. That's it. It's really simple. People overcomplicate this.
Okay, but you know what? Even the flat earthers, they have some measurement of the Earth space.
Hmm?
You know what? You know it.
Measurement of what?
The Earth space.
The airspace?
The Earth space.
Earth space? Are you talking about Jaren? Are you talking about that stupid Netflix one, dude?
Okay, I'll tell you what. For example, in people who embrace the flat, the spherical Earth, they believe that the Earth has like 510 million square kilometers,
Yes.
and they're divided into like land area and water area. You know that, yeah?
Yeah.
The water is about 71, and the Earth is about 29. So they literally explain that.
We don't care about the surface area. How does that tell us the surface of the Earth is curved? Has to be curved, right? Not a straight line.
Okay.
The surface
I'll tell you
area don't
something.
matter. All we okay.
I'll tell you something.
Let's do
The
this.
total
So
space.
if you were do you know how much the Earth is supposed to curve?
Yeah, he just told me about 66 feet. Yeah,
Yeah. Do you know how much that is?
about 10.
Like in
10
meters?
foot.
Like 20 meters? Is that it?
Yeah, he just told me. I just
Yeah,
listened to
so
him.
like 20 meters and 15 kilometers. It gets worse than that. So at like 30 kilometers, it's like 120. At 30 kilometers, or not 30, like 40 kilometers, it's 127 meters.
Okay, we're back to that point
Now
again.
think, you're
Like,
three times
how could
farther,
you-
but the amount of curvature increased way more than 3 times, right? And of course,
Yeah,
it increased 6 times.
Look,
This is
okay,
an exponential,
back to the
brother.
same
What I'm
point.
trying to tell you is the curvature is an exponential function. It should easily be visible from the surface of the Earth, or measurable, in fact. But nobody measures it or sees it.
But bro, how could you calculate it? The curvature that you're claiming. If it's 66 feet, how could you calculate it? You should have some physics for that, yeah? So how do you get it? Hello?
So we're not the ones claiming this. This is
Okay, but
the geometric. This is the geometric constraint of the globe.
What does it mean?
Okay, so if Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles on average, then we can use the Pythagorean theorem to derive the distance to the horizon, and also we can derive the curvature rate and approximate it. Right? So we do this by using math, by using geometry, and we can fact check this by visiting astronomy websites, by visiting NASA. They will tell you the same thing that we're telling you right now.
NASA would say that.
Yeah, the drop, that over 10 miles, the drop is about 66 feet.
Could be.
Okay,
Not actually.
That's why the further you go in the sky, for example, in a tower, that's why the further you can see, like in the vision field. Yeah, and the later the sunset will, is it the same reason you're talking about? The same thing.
Well, I mean, you see farther because your angle changes. I mean, that's just obvious. You didn't ever climb the tree because you were trying to look over the curve of the Earth. Okay.
Well, but even it's not.
But you could see farther from the top of the tree, right?
But now we're not talking about the angle itself. We're talking about the later the sunset. Like
What
the
about
sky
the sun?
is already the further you go up in the sky, the later the sunset will be. And the sun
Yeah,
is
and
already up there. Like we're not taking an angle over it. Yeah.
no, but look, what's the sunset? It's when the horizon chops the sun in half, right? Cuts the sun in half, but the horizon is not the edge of the Earth. It's not the edge of the ball. It's not any of those things.
Okay.
You know how we know that? You know how we know that it's not that? Because the horizon moves without you moving. You can stay in the same place and go to the ocean and watch the horizon and see it move around, as in it'll be 3 miles, then 2 hours later it'll be 6 miles, and 6 hours later it'll be 30 miles. So if the horizon itself moves around, that can't be the Earth, unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Unless the Earth is changing. Why you interrupt me every time I talk? This 3 times in a row. Unless the Earth is changing size. Do you understand? Do you think the Earth is changing size?
Of course not.
Okay, then why does the horizon change?
What do you mean the horizon change? How can the horizon change?
One day it'll be like 3 miles away from you, and then another day it'll be 10 miles away from you. Now, when you calculate the curvature of the Earth, the first calculation you have to do is you calculate the tangent, which is the horizon distance. Okay? Now, if the first part of your calculation is moving around,
okay,
then what do you have? You can say, hey man, we watched the sunset. It was cut in half by the horizon. Well, okay, what's the horizon? Well, that's the edge of the Earth cutting the horizon in half. Well, your horizon's moving around. So how's it the edge of the Earth? Is Earth changing size? Is it? No one thinks it's changing size. It just shows that what you think the horizon isn't true.
What is it? Okay, you're keeping moving.
Horizon is purely an optical effect created by a shallow angle of view to the surface of the Earth and the meteorological conditions of the day. That's it. Different weather, different horizon. Different elevation, different horizon. At high elevation, in fact, NASA says that the horizon is not well defined and that it's impossible to measure the distance to the horizon from like an airplane.
Okay, I get your point. I get it, but it also doesn't explain, like, whenever I say that the further we go into the sky, you say that we change the vision angle, like we see further.
Yeah.
But
yeah, dude, I think you're looking at a checkerboard, right? Think of a giant checkerboard, right? And there's squares everywhere. And then the higher you go, the more squares you're going to see down that checkerboard. Right? It all depends on how high you are. If you go really, really high above this infinite checkerboard, you'll see more and more squares. But if you're really, really low, you'll see less and less squares.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt there, guys, but if yeah, nice one, guys. Hottest man, his name is. When you say you get the point, can you please acknowledge that that is an anomaly against the globe? Okay, it means the globe has a problem. You're getting the point, but you're not acknowledging it and you're not registering it. Please, that's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
I just told you that I'm open to all theories, so that's why I'm talking here. If I'm not open,
you don't have a theory, dude. A theory is something like for cause and effect relationships, phenomenon.
Yeah, I think so.
We're talking about what is, not why or how or any of those things. We're just talking about what is, right? Whether something exists or not.
But you don't have
a different type of question. That's all I'm saying, brother.
Okay. Anyway,
right. Theories are for like how and why. In scientific theories are for how and why. How does this happen? Why does this phenomenon happen? It doesn't concern itself with whether something exists or not, unless that existence of that thing is testing a theory of how and why, such as a Higgs boson or something like that. They want to test a theory like the standard model of physics. They go, okay, we need this Higgs boson to exist. Let's test to see if it exists. Okay. So we don't have a theory. We're just saying, hey, dude, you observe the Earth is flat and motionless, and we don't measure any curvature. So now what? And we're not telling you to trust us over NASA or anybody else. We're just saying this, that if you go out and you take what they say the globe is, and then you go out into the to the natural world and you test what they say is there, it's not there. That's what we're telling you. Now, you can do whatever you want with that. You can ignore it. You can stick your head in the sand. You can do whatever. But we're telling you, if you go out into the natural world and test if the Earth is a globe, you'll find out that it isn't.
Okay, bro.
And this is where the rub happens, because people get afraid to test it. They don't want to know.
Yeah.
Because the consequences are too scary for them.
Yeah, I understand you. But also,
well, what if you went out and did a test tomorrow, right? And you could, like, you went to the ocean and you watched the boat, and you watched the boat sail like 50 miles away, and you could 50 kilometers away, and you could still see the ship.
I don't have explanation for that, honestly.
Well, I've done this myself. Yeah. I tracked the ship. I tracked the ship for 3.5 hours, right? So they have an app called Marine Traffic, which tells you where the ship is. So I watched and photographed the ship for 3.5 hours as a cargo ship. And after 3.5 hours, it's 30 miles away, and I can still see it with the naked eye. I even took pictures with a shitty ass iPhone 4S. Okay, still seeing the ship the entire time. Now, if the Earth was a globe of the size they say, that ship should have been 420 feet under the horizon, which is like 130 meters.
Yeah, I understand you.
Yeah, so
that's why I'm yeah.
So that's what I mean. I went out and tested it. I'm like, holy shit, bro! Like, the Earth actually is flat, and not because somebody told me, but because I was like, okay, you guys say it is. I can go test it myself. I'm gonna check, see if you guys are full of shit. Now, let's go with NASA. Can you test what they say?
No, we can't.
Yeah, exactly. You can't even test it. You just got to completely trust them. People that aren't trustworthy.
It's not only NASA. That's the point. It's not only NASA. Like,
Well, you got to trust whoever it is making the clip. You got to trust whoever.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean,
like,
my mom told me never trust strangers, but
You know what this means? You need to ask them to explain. Ask them to explain how Earth suspends a magnetic field, even though we've got contradictory claims. Ask them to explain how space can be an infinitely expanding vacuum and gravity compresses gas down to the surface of planets.
Better yet, ask them what the evidence is, and then you're going to get nothing.
Yeah.
What's the evidence the Earth is a molten iron core? Well, we have this theory based upon plate tectonics, and but I asked for the evidence, like the physical evidence, like what did you do in the lab? What data do you have? And they don't have shit, dude. Nothing.
Okay,
There's more fucking data about schizophrenics in the world than there is about, some molten iron core.
But I had a question. One more, just before I go. You guys, flat earthers, you don't believe that like humans have been on the moon yet?
Hell no. You do?
Some flat earthers think so.
Really?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think people went to the moon, bro?
No.
Not you, the other guy. Really?
Well, we have some rocks from the moon.
Well, can you explain to me this? I'm not going to get into like the various problems with their documentary evidence. Now, you know what telemetry is? Telemetry is like data that tells you exactly where something went.
No,
so the telemetry data for the Apollo program doesn't exist. They said they lost it. So the only thing that would prove they went to the moon, they don't have.
Right. So they can't explain contradictions and provide evidence for said contradiction and claim.
They say they lost it. They say they taped over it because tapes were scarce. And why were data tapes scarce? Because they stopped whaling, and they made the tapes out of something from the whales.
Yeah, I also wanted to add something that when some reporters have asked the astronaut of the Apollo, okay, they asked them if they ever been on the moon, something like that, and they asked them to make a note on the pilot, and they refused to do that. You see that thing?
Yeah, that's astronauts gone wild.
Yeah.
Bro. That's not the only one. One of the guys that accidentally left their wireless microphone in there, his son asked him if he wants to call the CIA to have him whacked.
I was in a globalist space yesterday. Well, it wasn't quite globalist, but it was like a conspiracy group of people. And they're talking about the Apollo program. And the pro-Apollo program people had no clue what year it was, who the president was, how many times they landed. They just kept repeating the mantra, we landed on the moon, science is great, all that crap. And the people who were like, against, or not against it, but like, hey, it didn't happen the same way. They're telling them like, all the story, everything wrong with it, and then finally they had what broke the debate. What finally, after all the discussions going back and forth, this is like the facts, the evidence, all of it. What finally broke it down was that clip from Buzz Aldrin, who says, "We didn't go there." So I'm like, as you like Yola just said, you never know when you talk to these people what is going to be that spark, that click that's going to get them to think, let me reevaluate this position that I went to the moon. The guy who said he did there didn't go there.
Yeah, you made a good point, man. You never know because there's so many things that destroyed the moon landing. It's like, is it going to be the photographs? Is it going to be the frickin' telephone call? Is it going to be just the contradictory nonsense that they said afterwards?
Lack of shielding, lack of protection from the radiation.
Technical reasons. There's technical reasons, but you never know. Some people, like Kurt just said,
the power it would take to transmit from the moon to the Earth.
Yeah, there's so many things. It's like freaking, it's a potpourri. It's like, where do you want me to start? I don't even know where to start. There's just too much.
Yeah, I tried with the whole thing that there was no advancement of humanity. There wasn't a kumbaya moment. There wasn't the overview effect. And I said that you basically had Nixon carpet bombing Cambodia. George or Carl Sagan saying how ironic it was, and their counter was, what does Nixon and Sagan or Cambodia have to do with this at all? And I'm like, what? Wait, so you're trying to say actions taken by Nixon at the same time that Nixon was in office are unconnected to what Nixon had done when Nixon was in office? And they're like, yeah. Completely unrelated. Like they said, if I go to the grocery store on Tuesday, that doesn't mean I can't go to a restaurant on Friday, or I don't know. It was like something that just is bizarre. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna tap out here at that point. It's irrelevant talking about this with you guys. Like you'll never get it. I could spend the rest of my life trying to explain to you the overview effect and whatnot. So then another guy jumped in and tried to talk about like antennas and wavelengths and whatever. Nope, didn't get that. And then here's a clip of Buzz Aldrin. What was the scariest moment about going to the moon? Well, it would have been scary, but it wasn't because we didn't go there. And they're like, oh shit, what does this mean?
Well, there's the other one, like they never tested the LEM. They tested it on the moon, basically. Oh, that thing we're going to land on the moon with, the most crucial part of the trip, we'll test it there. When they couldn't get it to work on Earth, it's just so absurd. If you know anything about humans and how they engineer things, especially, mechanical devices, they at least test them. Especially if you never put anything together. You'd never put like, oh yeah, I'm going to build this thing I never built before. Let's not test it.
Yeah, usually you test it to destruction, and from that destruction point is where you begin to build the new one. You see what I mean? But no, they didn't do that.
Well, even you buy a new car, right? You test drive it, even though you know they manufactured 500,000 of them. You know what I mean? There's still the one that you got.
At least kick the tires, right? Like you're gonna walk.
I want it to be a lemon.
Hey, did you hear how they found out that they knew that they could orbit the Earth? They sprayed and prayed. They just sent something up there and used some trajectory that actually made sense on a model, on an idea, and then they hope for the best. That's what I hear from these guys. They're like, how do you know that you could go around the Earth, like this spheroid that you think exists? Well, we just, they sent things up there and they hope for the best. Have you guys heard that?
You know how you know that method works? Because it works.
Yeah, because they did it.
It's called real good engineering.
That's like you're gonna send a particular craft up there to go around the Earth. How do you know it can go around the Earth? How do you know the Earth is what you're claiming it to be with the calculations? How do you know that? Yeah, that's weird, huh?
Was it easier to fool than to give it to someone they've been fooled? Somebody has an identity that they are smart. They can't fool them. They're wiser than the average bear. Smarter than the average bear. They're the ones who bust the foolings. And then you tell them, dude, you got hoodwinked. They got you coming. They saw you coming.
Yeah, that could be why some of these people, we've seen them who, they'll even accept the moon landings didn't happen. They'll accept alternative versions of events that have been portrayed a certain way in the mainstream media, or they'll realize if any new event happens or is said to happen, assume it didn't happen until demonstrated otherwise. But they can't get to the flat Earth because that also, even that kind of alternative mind set, puts you in a place, of thinking, I can't be fooled again. Because I know for me, that was 2012, the last time I got fooled by a media thing where everybody was crying, and I might have even cried. And then like 2 days after the so-called event, in 2012, I was like, shoot, they did get me again. They are never going to get me again. But then I realized, they got me when I was, first a tiny child with this globe thing. Shoot. So people should be able to humble themselves and say, like, yeah, I got fooled when I was a child. Yeah, and then everything around me reinforced that fooling. Like, that's not, like, it's okay, guys. Like, you were just a child when they indoctrinated you into the globe cult, so it's not your fault. But it is your fault if you keep clinging to it despite having zero evidence. Then you're proving yourself to not be as smart as you thought you were.
I think the globe is like a chink in the armor. It's like a gap that they can always exploit. Because they just use the same type of messaging, and people just like Pavlov's dog just fall into that type of thinking. Because it's already just like a gigantic case study in cognitive dissonance for like all of humanity. Well, you have to think, if you're running around thinking you're in a frickin' illusion, because kids don't believe that crap, so you get brainwashed by adults into thinking it's true, and you have to suppress that cognitive dissonance, otherwise you'll be in crisis. For me, that's why people are mentally freaking ill, because they're holding around this idea, this contradictory idea. Here's life, and they're saying that it's not like this, but the point is that it's like if you're mentally holding on to something that's not true as true, then it's like anything can slip through that door. You have a big hole in your and your intellectual protection. I mean, they got me at 9/11 for. I can't even believe I fell for that shit. For a couple days, at least. Then I realized how ridiculous it was. And other people realized how ridiculous it was.
It was the invincible passport that got you, huh? The one that was on the plane and it.
No, them turning into dust like that.
They found the passport.
No, that is pretty cuckoo. It was the freaking dustification, the turning into nothing.
Oh, yeah. 3 buildings, 2 planes.
Yeah, but there was like nothing left to the buildings.
Yeah. 500,000 tons of material just gone.
Well, and then if you just start thinking about it, okay, say you had a plan. I want to destroy the World Trade Center and turn them into a 3-story pile of dust. We're gonna hire the U.S. military. How many weapons does that take? Like how many whatever their biggest thing is? I think it's like the Moab. How many Moabs is it going to take to flatten the World Trade Center? It would take like 200 of them to turn it to dust. It would take hundreds of them.
Yeah.
If you look at like the war in Ukraine, they got freaking a lot of their buildings. You can't use the Middle Eastern buildings; they're trash. But if you look at the war in Ukraine, these are getting hitting with 300, what they're called Fab 3000. So they're 3,000 kilogram bombs, 6,000 pound bombs. And while they're being destroyed, they're still standing. They're not being turned into dust.
Yeah, they're gutted. Like the exterior walls are kind of up, but everything inside is gone.
Yeah, but the World Trade Center, there was no exterior walls. It's gone. It was freaking gone.
I like how they say the 24,000 gallons of fuel in the airplane is what took it all down. Where the fuck do you put 24,000 gallons of fuel at? In the wings?
Well, I had a friend that said that too. But I said, you had that giant fireball that shot out the back? What was that?
That's impossible. You got to think about how, because of the momentum of the fuel, it's supposed to be going 500 miles in one direction, and then the fuel shoots out an explosion shoots out the back the way the plane came. Would the fuel forget it's going 500 miles an hour? I mean, what really broke it was Web Ferry. There was an article called Muslims violate laws of physics, and it just went through it, just using Newton's laws of motion. That the pancake is impossible, the plane crash is impossible, the fuel explosion is impossible. Like all these things that are just impossible. Just basic 9th grade physics.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm even more embarrassed that I was actually teaching high school physics, watching the towers fall on CNN in the classroom with the students. I'm such a bad teacher. I should have seen it instantly. But I was thinking about all the poor people. I had the emotional, the emotional side. It clouded my brain.
Yeah, they have the lists of the old people. An elderly couple that was married for 70 years. They were high school sweethearts from New Hampshire, and they died in the world. They died crashing in their plane. And then you go, look, because I went through their.
Anyway, Indio, it's fine. They were 70 years they were married. Get rid of them.
Well, their flame never died. It just got brighter in the center of the World Trade Center. I went through the CNN list, all the people they said died, and went and looked in their local, like where they were from, to see if they had an obituaries, see if they owned any property, because you can look at the registry of deeds. I got like 30 into the list, and I hadn't found a single freaking person where that local. And these people are like from small towns. I brought up the old person one because it's an actual one. They said they lived in this town for 80 years, worked in this factory, whatever. There's no obituary in the local newspaper. There's no funeral. There's no, anything that happened like in the school. The freaking city council or mayor or whoever was running that little podunk town. Like nobody did anything. Like they never heard of them. These people. CNN heard of them somehow, but nobody else heard of them. No property records, nothing in either the husband or the wife's name. Because one of them was supposed to be a school teacher. They retired. Nothing from the school was celebrating her, whatever. But if you just go down the list of the names, dude, you won't find anybody. Whether there's an actual like funeral or an obituary about that person.
It makes me wonder, right? This is why archive.org and archive.is and all these others, Wayback Machine, are so detrimental to them. Because taking snapshots of records and images of databases as they appeared in that time is going to be very hard for unscrupulous evildoers to backdate information and start backstopping this stuff. And then having AI run.
Yeah, what did archive.org capture in 2001, though? You know what I mean?
Probably not much yet.
Yeah. And they had those weird freaking web pages that they were hard to scrape because they were running like, what was it? ActiveX or some trash.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, everyone remembers MySpace, right? You can inject all kinds of code into that shit. But we're seeing where people are going through these archives and pulling up information on a lot of these highly visible politicized events and just debunking the narratives of the bad guys that are pulling stuff off.
I know, but it's just whack because the normies will never buy it unless the very people that told them that 9/11 was real also tell them 9/11 is fake. Like that's the conundrum. I mean, how many people we get in here? Like,
right there.
They have to like, well, I'll believe everything you say when the authority says that you're right.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah. I was going to say that when you were talking about the globe. Yeah, when you're talking about the globe, because you were saying how how they had a inherent understanding of the world the way it is, which is flat and stationary, the way they experience it, and then all the smart said, "Oh, you're so silly, ha ha ha! You just think it's flat and stationary, but here's what it's really doing." And then, they put all of their trust in those people. So, you're talking about the cognitive dissonance, because it's like admitting those people were wrong. Yeah, is not only admitting that you were very badly fooled by them, but then it's admitting that the people that you think have all the answers have not only don't have the answers or aren't giving them to you if they have them. That you have to pretty much like start over. It's a very intimidating prospect for these globetards. But I'm going to say, PSA, you don't actually have to start over because you've taken this amazing step of understanding that it's possible to accept the world on the terms by which it presents itself and not have to rely on an external authority. What an amazing life that will be if you choose to accept it. Or you're going to start ahead of the game. You're going to start at the point where you can be as maddening as we are to the globers because you can be 100% confident that there is no globe. And imagine all you can do with that amazing level of confidence. I guess DJ's talking about that image of the flags with the, I guess these are the various alleged moon landings. Okay, yeah, I guess so what we're saying there is the lander should still be there and it's not there. Is that what we're saying in those images?
Those graphics are on par with Nintendo 64.
When we go out and take long distance observations, we can see orders of magnitude further than you should be able to see on a globe. Okay, so if we go to say a 20-mile lake, for example, okay, there should be 293 foot of curvature over 20 miles. Okay, that's quite a lot. So we can go to a 20-mile lake and perform different types of observations and laser tests and things like that, right, to try to find that curvature, right? We're looking for things being hidden by the curvature of the Earth in the distance behind what would be the geometric horizon. Okay, so the horizon should be at a certain distance, and then you should have obstruction of things beyond the horizon due to the curvature of the Earth. When we go out and take these observations, it doesn't match up. Now I have to go in a second, so I can't present much, but I can post a few videos in the side chat that you can have a look at where, you know, people have done the long distance observations. They go over all of the mathematics, all of the details and everything. So
I don't know, but us just casually going out and you can't have these types of observations just with the human eye. Also, we're with our height, we're too low to the ground to discover anything.
Yeah. So we're using high-powered optics for the observations, right? Or we're using high-powered lasers for the laser tests. Okay, and we can calculate how far away the horizon should be. Okay, if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles. Okay, so we can go and test for that horizon that would have to be there at 3 miles. Okay, and it's not there consistently or ever.
But where do you get the info from? The S3 mile.
Okay, so these observations are logged, right? High definition videos, PDF files, right? These are logged, right? And anyone can go and reproduce these themselves. I've done a whole series of long distance observations myself, right? Just to clarify it for myself. But I'm gonna post some for you now, and you can watch the videos if you want, right? And come to your own conclusion.
What is the starting point and ending point of flat Earth? Like if it is flat, there should be a starting point and ending point.
Well, we're not claiming
on the land.
Yeah, we're
land
not
ends.
claiming. We're not. Okay, so you got to remember that flat's not a shape. Okay, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. And what most people do is they try to replace the globe. Okay, they picture the globe model, and then they try to replace the globe with a flat planet. Okay, that's incorrect. Flat earthers are not claiming that the Earth is a flat disc-shaped planet floating around inside the globe Earth version of outer space. It's completely different system, different way of thinking about this system that we live in.
Okay, do you believe in gravity?
How long is this flat bed? Like, do you know?
Yeah, I don't know the size of the Earth in entirety, right? We're just testing the surface and not finding any curvature consistently. Hold on, you're both asking questions. It's hard to answer both at the same time.
Okay.
And look for this video. Right, so in the side chat, this is a really good video. Okay, Dr. John D. Check it out when you have time. Right, this observation is impossible on a globe.
Hey, I have two questions. First is, do flat earthers believe in gravity, and what about you?
Gravity is something that's required to have a globe. Okay, so you guys need to be able to explain how you can have a globe in the first place, okay, floating through space, spinning in all of these different directions at the same time at 1.5 plus million miles per hour. You need to be able to explain how you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning ball. You need to be able to explain how you can have gas pressure on a ball, right, on the outside of a ball that's inside a big giant deep space vacuum. Okay, so all of these things, you guys are going to need some kind of explanation for all of these things that seem to defy logic and common sense. So you have gravity to try to explain all of those. We don't need to have such a thing in reality, okay, because we live on a flat, stationary, enclosed system, okay, where we don't need gravity in the sense that you're thinking of gravity.
Exactly. Then why does stuff fall down rather than any other direction? Like why?
Well, things, not everything goes down, right? Okay, so we have the air, right? That's what everything's in, the medium of air. Okay, so air is a very light medium. It's not very dense. And most matter, most objects are more dense than the air. Okay, so if you pick up a rock, it's more dense than the surrounding medium of air. So if you let it go, it's going to sink down to the ground. If you have a helium... Well, let me get to that. Okay, so if you have a helium balloon, it's going to go upward because it's less dense than the medium. Okay, now why is down, down, and why is up, up, right? These are like two primary directions that things will go, whether they're more or less dense than the medium. Nobody knows why down is down and why up is up. Nobody. Not from the globe side, right? Not from the flat Earth side. But we can easily test and validate, you know, why things are going, like why something will fall and why something will rise without knowing why down is down and why up is up. Okay, down is down for every single person is the same direction on a flat Earth. Whereas on a globe, down is a different direction for everyone depending on where they're located on the globe, and up is a different direction for everyone depending on where they're located on the globe.
Okay, I have another question. Okay, so it's either one of us, like the flat earthers or round earthers, is being gaslit, okay, and scammed, or whatever the word is. Why do you think that? Like, what's the benefit?
Well, I don't think that. For the most part, I think people that genuinely believe the Earth's a globe are not lying. For the most part, right? Like your teachers, your university professors, most scientists, most people that work for the government, even most people that would work for NASA or SpaceX probably genuinely believe that the Earth is a globe. And they're just repeating the information that they were taught, right? And they probably never actually went out and empirically tried to validate that, right? They just, they were just taught that from a young age. They've probably never been presented a solid alternative argument for something else that could be, right? Because they experience the Earth as flat and stationary, but they get told from a young age that, hey, you're just too small. Okay, so you don't see any curvature. You see the Earth as flat, and because you're so small and the Earth's so big, you don't feel it moving. Okay, so everyone experiences a flat, stationary Earth. Most people just believe that they live on a globe because that's what they were taught. Okay, it's a theoretical mathematical model or a concept that most people just blindly believe in, and most people don't really know much about it.
Can you talk about the moon? I don't know how to come up with the question, but like I feel like the moon should say something. Like, why is it just floating there? You said you don't believe in a globe, or like space. Like, what is the moon?
I try not to make claims about things that I can't empirically validate, right? Such as things that are too high for me to test, too high for me to validate, or too far away for me to reach. Okay, so when it comes to the sky, right? Everything in the sky moves in a particular cycle, like a big giant clock in the sky. Okay, so we see the sun, the moon, the planet, the stars, right, all taking particular cycles in an east to west direction over our head and resetting back into the same positions for all verifiable history. Okay, the Earth there's no evidence that the Earth is moving, and the celestials are taking a particular motion above our heads. Now, exactly what they are, what medium they're in, what size they are, what distance they are, etc. I don't think anyone can empirically validate that. So it's going to be speculation, and we kind of try to stay out of speculating about things, right? So I don't know, and I apologize. I don't have a counter explanation for every single claim that the globe side makes. I'll stick with what I can empirically validate, like the surface of water not having curvature.
So you're saying, since you can't reach it, you just don't know if it's denser than air or like lighter than air. Thus,
well, I don't know anything about it, right? I don't know anything about what medium is it in, like what medium is up there. I'm not sure personally. I'm not sure how far away it is. I'm not sure what it's made of. Now, I'm not agreeing with this, but there were actually scientists in the 60s saying that the moon is made out of plasma. I'm not saying that I agree with that, but mainstream scientists were saying that back then. There's different interviews with them talking about that, saying how it's not possible for anyone to ever go and land on the moon because it's plasma. So I'm not sure. People can have different theories about it and different models, right? But what we need is empirical evidence to back up these speculations about the sky.
Alright, who's behind all of this? Like, who's the mastermind to make us all believe that it's rounded?
I have no idea who the mastermind is, right? But it was first proposed, right, by the ancient Greeks, and it was more conceptualized into existence rather than empirically measured or tested. If you look back in history, you need to learn about the way that they viewed the celestials, right, and the way that people observed the sky, and eventually they made a coordinate system out of the way that they viewed the sky, right? The celestial sphere. And they envisioned the heavens as, a big spherical system, okay, where the stars were on the inside of this big giant dome-like sky, right? A way of conceptualizing the way that we view the sky. And later on, they inverted that, right? They said, as above, so below. So the Earth must also be like we see the sky, right? So they inverted that spherical celestial sphere model, right? That they envisioned the sky as a concept, right? And they turned that into a terrestrial sphere. Terrestrial meaning the Earth. Okay, and that's how the globe came to be. And it's a lot more technical than that, but I don't have time to go over all of the technical details at the moment because I'm just about to head off. But yeah, if you have any more questions.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, if the land is flat, how can we have so many different time zones when it is morning in America? Why it is or night at any other place? It should be day every time for every country.
Well, if you that's what I was talking about at the start, right? If you try to picture the flat Earth inside the globe model where you've got a 93 million mile away sun that's really giant, yeah, that wouldn't work. It would always be daytime, right? But that's not what flat earthers are claiming, right? So if you were to speculate that the sun is much smaller, right, than the 93 million mile away globe Earth version of the sun, right? Okay, much smaller sun, much closer sun, taking a particular observational path, right, over the surface of the Earth, it would be lighting up different sections of the Earth at different times. Okay, taking a particular cycle, which would create day and night and seasons. So when you just say it's midday in Australia, right? The sun's going to be directly above you in the sky when you're at, standing in Australia. At the same time, it would be nighttime in Europe. Okay, and then the opposite. Okay, so 12 hours later, it's going to be the opposite of that. Okay, so it's midday in Europe. You're going to see the sun directly above you or close to, right? And you're going to have the opposite in Australia. It's going to be nighttime. So the sun is taking a particular cycle above the surface of the Earth, just like we see the sun move across the sky east to west. Okay, we see it rise and set within our field of view due to perspective, right? The way our eyes work. And it moves away. It moves away from you. And when it's moving away from you, it's taking its light with it. And it's the light from the sun is not able to push through the density of the atmosphere, right? Because a medium like the atmosphere or a medium like the ocean, right? It absorbs light. And then as the light moves away from the source, we also have the inverse square law of light. So the intensity of the light quickly diminishes as it moves away from the source. Okay, so it sort of gets eaten up by the air. Think about this: 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's pitch black. You can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun because the sunlight gets absorbed by the medium because water's quite dense. Okay, and the sun can't travel forever through the medium. Now the air is also a different medium. It's just not as dense as the water. Okay, so it still happens. The same thing happens, but on a larger scale.
So what you're saying is the sun moves further away when it's night and comes closer when it's day. Is that right?
Yeah, the sun's moving over the surface of the Earth and lighting up different sections as it travels overhead.
I have a question, okay? Now, based on my observation and probably any other person listening to me, you can see the sun every day directly to your side or like in front of you, where in your the way you said it, you're only supposed to see it above you or like diagonally going further away, but still above you. But I can literally see it in front of me,
Yeah, so as things move away from you in the distance, they're going to appear to converge with the horizon due to the way perspective works, whether it be a cloud or a bird or a streetlight or a plane. Okay, as things move away from you, they're going to look like they go down, 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 and then eventually they're going to converge at the vanishing point, which is going to be at the horizon.
Oh, that has never been the case with clouds and airplanes.
Yeah, it absolutely is the case with clouds. I actually have a really good video to demonstrate that. Okay, so in the video that I'm gonna try to find it in a second.
Bro.
Okay, so we have a guy. Okay, listen, just for a second, just with the clouds. Okay, so we want to use the clouds as an example. Okay, so when you see clouds in the distance, they look like they're going down and converging with the horizon. That's just due to perspective, and I have a video that proves that. Okay, so in the video that I'm going to find, we have a pilot in a very small plane, and he's standing on the runway. And when he looks down the runway, we can see the clouds in the sky, and we can see the clouds. They look like they're going down and meeting at the horizon. Now, what you'll notice is that he keeps filming and he goes up into the sky with his plane. When he goes up into the sky, you'll see those same clouds that looked like they were going down completely flatten out into a completely flat deck of clouds, because when he goes up to the height of those clouds, he doesn't have that perspective convergence issue anymore that makes the clouds look like they're going down. Similar to the way when we look down a hallway, it looks like the ceiling of the hallway is going down and the floor is going up, right? And then they meet at a vanishing point, which is a point of convergence. The same thing happens on a larger scale with the clouds. So I'll just try to find a video that shows that exact thing happening. Old Dude just posted a little diagram in the side chat just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So you'll see some lines. It's called perspective convergence. It's just the way our eyes work. I'll just try to find this video quickly. Right, so here's just an image, right, while I'm still looking for the video. So this is a hallway, okay, and it's overlaid over a picture of the ocean. Okay, so you can see that it, you can relate the way that perspective makes you see the hallway, and then apply that to the same way that you see the clouds and the water at the ocean. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of images that basically explain what I was saying in the side chat, right? I'm having trouble finding the video at the moment, but I'll find it shortly. Does that explanation make sense?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, you just got to learn about perspective. Like, look at this last image I posted. Okay, so this
sorry, if I compare.
You go ahead, man.
These two, if I compare the way I see the sun move, okay, and change perspective. If I compare that to the thing you're trying to explain, it's not the same, and I think that we can see the difference, and I think it's different. It's very different.
Well, it's actually not that different. If you just scroll up a little bit, scroll up to 57 minutes after the hour. Now, obviously, the sun is much, much further away. Okay, and you're seeing glare, and you're seeing you have a lot of atmosphere between you and the sun. Okay, so it's going to behave different than something that's very close to you. Okay, like looking down a hallway, right? You don't have much atmosphere between point A and point B, right? You don't have a light, right? You're not looking at a light like when you're looking at the sun. So yeah, it's not the same thing, but it's the same concept, right? Still perspective. Okay, have a look at this example. I'm just going to put an example in the side chat. Okay, so here's a straight line. Have a look at what I posted. Okay, so it's someone set up a string going horizontally across their kitchen top counter. Okay, and he's got the camera up at the height of the string. Okay, and you can see that the string is straight. Now what he does is he actually puts the camera down on the ground to represent how we would see something up in the sky based off perspective. And now have a look, right? That straight line that he was pushing that little light across to represent the sun, all of a sudden it looks like it's going downward. Okay, and it looks like that sun's going downward. But it's not, it's just perspective that's making it appear that way. There's a video that shows this entire demonstration with the sun and the countertop, but I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about.
Do you argue that how do you justify the seasons, the summer and winter?
The seasons, I was explaining before how everything in the sky moves in cycles. Okay, so the sun also moves in particular cycles. Okay, so the sun's going to be taking a particular cycle over different sections of the earth during different times of the year, and that's what's going to be creating seasons, right? So if I'm in Australia and it's summertime, the sun's going to be taking a path where at midday, the sun is directly above my head at midday. But during winter, okay, at midday, the sun's going to be much lower in the sky because it's taking a path over a different section of the Earth relative to where I'm standing in Australia. So at midday in summer, directly above my head, at midday in winter, it's going to be much, much lower in the sky. Now, during winter in Australia, when I see the sun much lower in the sky, in the north, where, say, Europe is, okay, so someone's standing in Germany, when it's midday for them, the sun's going to be almost directly above their head at midday, right? So it's moving in a particular cycle, but when it's winter in Germany, right, they're not going to see that sun directly above their head at midday. It's going to be much lower in the sky because it's taking a slightly different circuit over the surface of the Earth, or a different path, a different apparent path. It might be hard to wrap your head around at first because I don't have a diagram really to show you. But old dude just put, you know, it's like a kind of like a time-lapse photography of the analemma, which kind of explains what I was just talking about.
Then why don't the Antarctica ever get sunlight?
It does. It does. So in the north, sometimes, you know, we have the 24-hour sun in the north, and then sometimes we have the 24-hour sun in the south. But when we have the 24-hour sun in the south, it's 24 hours of darkness in the north, right? Because of the particular circuit, or not circuit's probably not the right word, the particular apparent path of the sun, right? It changes. So let's say we're in the north, right? In, say, Iceland. Okay, so when it's winter in Iceland, when it's summer in Iceland, the sun will be taking a particular path that's very close to the north. Okay, so you're going to be able to actually see the sun in the sky for 24 hours during the day. And then it would be at the same time in the south, it would be dark, right? In the far south, like in Antarctica, it's going to be dark 24 hours a day because the sun doesn't go close enough to that particular area for the light to reach it, right? To light it up. And now I'm just explaining. I'm just explaining what everyone observes. I don't know I'm not making a definitive claim about exactly how the entire system of the sky works, right? I'm just kind of explaining what everybody observes and giving you an idea of how it can work over the top of a flat plane. How do we know the plane is flat? Because we go out and we can consistently test the surface of the Earth for curvature, and we can't find any. Right, that's the basis of the argument, is if you have a globe, you have to have curvature. And when we go out and test for curvature, there's zero curvature.
Are you talking about the average, everyday, when you say go out and observe like any person, or like you're talking about scientists or people who do tests with equipment and stuff?
Yeah, people that go out and do tests with equipment. It can be anyone from a scientist to just a general person, right? It's not difficult. Okay, so you just need to find a large body of water. Okay, and if the Earth were a globe, you can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance of water, and then you can test for it, right? Because if it's a globe, then let's just say we have a 10-mile body of water, a 10-mile lake, or a 10-mile section of the ocean. If the Earth's a globe, there has to be 66 foot of curvature over that 10 miles. Okay, so we can go to a 10-mile lake and try to find that curvature. 66 foot's quite a lot. That's 22 meters of curvature. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to set up a camera on one side of that lake and then zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? Because it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But we can do that. Yeah, we can go consistently to this lake and we can zoom in and we can see things that we shouldn't be able to see.
Oh, sorry, you said 66 over how long?
66 feet over 10 miles. But it gets, yeah. You can look that up yourself. You can go on ChatGPT or anything like that. Look, this is what you would do. Go on go on Google and type in Earth curvature calculator, and there's a huge amount of Earth curvature calculators. So you can put in the height of the observer, put in the distance, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be and how much should be hidden over that distance. So over 20 miles, right? It gets bigger as you go further. Okay, so 20 miles, say we have a 20-mile lake, there should be 266 feet of curvature over that distance. So if you're standing at a 20-mile lake on one side of the lake, okay, and the Titanic, right? You know the boat, the Titanic that sunk? Okay, just say the Titanic was docked on the other side of the lake, 20 miles away. You shouldn't be able to see it if the Earth were a globe, right? It would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth because the Titanic was 175 feet tall. But over 20 miles, there's 266 foot of curvature. Okay, so if you're standing 6 foot tall, you just wouldn't be able to see the Titanic, right? It would be hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. But when we go to a 20-mile lake, we can zoom in across the lake and we can't see any curvature. We can see flat water all the way across the lake.
Hey, what should I type on Google again?
Earth curvature calculator. I do have to go in a second. I'm sorry. Appreciate the conversation. Come back another time, or maybe I think someone else can pick up the conversation. So yeah, I appreciate chatting with you guys. I'm gonna head off.
All right.
Have a good evening or day wherever you are. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You too.
Nice one, DJ. What's up, fellow flat earthers?
Yo, guys, he's a nice guy, okay? But please don't believe him, okay?
Don't believe him. Believe what?
Research.
What shouldn't we believe?
I said, I understand that he's a nice guy, and
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
I see honesty in him. He truly believes the Earth is flat. But
well, he just said it measures flat.
I have to believe him.
But he said it measures flat. So if it measures flat, how could I not believe that it's flat?
Do your research.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He says it measures flat.
Okay.
So if it measures flat,
all right,
how could it not be flat?
If it measures flat, then it's flat.
Yeah.
But he says it measures flat.
Yeah, well, it does measure flat.
It's not facts. It doesn't have to be facts.
No, it's not just what he says, though. It's how the Earth is measured when anyone tries to measure it.
Okay, guys. Cyclone is also seems like a nice, honest guy, but guys, don't believe these flat earthers.
I agree. Don't believe me. Don't believe me. Believe the Earth. Go and check with the Earth.
Listen, if it's not meant to look like a rounded, sphere.
Oh, so you believe the government?
Like it.
You believe the government, right?
Not necessarily.
That's who you're believing. You're believing NASA? But not nice old DJ there?
It's not only NASA, bro.
Yeah, it is NASA. They're the one telling you it's a globe. The US military. So that's who you're believing. Not harmless old, polite, honest DJ. The US military. Famous invaders of poor people. Blower-uppers of children. That's who you're believing. I bet DJ's never drone striked a child.
If they say the sky is blue, you're not gonna believe them, right?
Well, if I observe the sky to be blue, I don't have to believe it. I can just observe it, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
But then if they tell you, actually, we're the US military and we're telling you, although it looks blue, the sky is actually green, you would believe that, right?
No.
Yes, you would, because they've told you the Earth looks flat, but it's actually a big ball, and you believe that.
No.
And you've never seen the Earth looking like a big ball. You've just seen it looking flat. But you believe them.
Okay, they probably sometime in their lifetime said that the sky is blue, and you still believe it.
No, it's not a question of belief. I just explained it to you. You observe it. But they've told you that what you observe isn't true and that you should believe their story instead. And that's what you're doing. You're believing a story over your own God-given senses. Why are you doing that?
It just makes sense. It just makes
No, it doesn't make sense because your senses don't detect it. It's nonsense. It doesn't. It's not sense.
It's logical, bro. It's just more logical.
It's not logical though. It doesn't conform with even your base senses, so it can't be logical.
I bet flat earthers think it's flat because when something
Because it's observed, measured. No, because it's observed and measured flat. Like, why would you believe you are 5'9" or whatever you are? Because you're measured to be so. That's it.
But the Earth is not measured flat.
Oh, okay. Is it not? What about a lake? What's a lake? Is that not flat?
It's supposed to be.
Okay, so the lake's flat.
It doesn't.
Yeah, so the water is flat. So the majority of the Earth is covered in water. So the majority of the Earth must be flat.
No, it doesn't have to.
Well, if the water's flat, it does.
Bro, do you comprehend how big the Earth is?
How big do you think it is?
I mean, it's big. It's big.
Well, I agree with that, but I mean that doesn't really mean anything. What does that mean? Earth is big, okay, big and flat.
Oh.
You think saying it's big means it's a ball? Come on, dude.
Bro, you think if the floor in your house is flat, the Earth is flat?
No, I think if the floor in my house is flat, then the floor in my house is flat. Whereas I guess you think it could actually be curved, even though it just looks flat and measures flat and is used flat. It's actually curved. That's your logic. Come on, dude, because the US military told you so.
Listen, the floor in my house looks flat. Sometimes.
Are you like under your bed sheets right now or something, dude? With a little flashlight.
Hey, listen. When you take a closer look, sometimes you find curvatures, even though
Nah, no one finds curvatures. The Earth has no curvature. That's why we're here.
Hence we're here.
That's why we're here, because there's no curve. If the curve was here, we would not be here. But the curve is not here, so we are here. Understand?
Okay, what if there was curve and gravity?
Well, if we imagine the fairy tale globe story is true, then what? Then it's true. No. I mean, you can imagine the globe is true, but when you actually go out and measure it, you'll find it's not true. So you can keep believing it, but why would you?
Okay, that's the same thing with you. Like, why are we here? If the floor, if the Earth is flat, we could just fall sideways or
what?
Upwards.
Fall sideways from upwards. What does that even mean?
I said, or upwards.
We could, if the ground that you're on is flat, you could fall sideways or upwards. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
That makes no sense at all, dude. So if you stand on a table that's flat, you could fall sideways or upwards. Because it's flat. Think about it. What are you talking about?
Bro.
You're just saying shit.
You can only fall down because the gravity is under you.
You don't have down on a ball. You don't believe in down. You believe in inwards and outwards.
No, it's the central point of the Earth.
No, which way is down? Which way is down?
There is no down, yeah.
There you go. So why are you saying down if you don't believe in down? See how the globe fucks you up? You can't even say down anymore. You can't even operate in reality and say up and down. That's how messed up the globe is.
Common sense and not scientific.
Yeah, your common sense tells you that the Earth is flat and motionless. Have you never heard them say it's too big to see the curve? And you can't feel the Earth spinning or moving? So yeah, your senses tell you it's flat and motionless. Then the government tells you it's a big spinning ball.
So, when you're in a train, right?
Oh, here we go.
Miles per hour, and you have a glass of water. Why doesn't it just spill? Everyone goes.
Because it's in a container.
No, even if it's open.
How does that water stay in its container?
Because it's getting, I don't know, but...
Because it's contained, isn't it? Water needs to be contained. The surface will be level.
Like...
Yeah. Think about that in reality.
Why doesn't everyone just fall?
Why doesn't everyone just fall? What, just fall into the ground?
When, no, not fall backwards. When the train is going forward 100 miles per hour.
Because you're in a container, you're in a train. Try sitting on the roof of the train.
No, actually, that's the same thing.
No, it wouldn't be the same thing. So why they don't let you sit on the roof of the train, unless you're in India or something?
But what about, like, roofless cars?
Yeah, same thing. You're in a container. You're shielded from the outside air that you're traveling through. But on the globe, you're supposed to be not in a container, are you? You're on the outside of the object that's moving.
Okay, so you would have to see the container in order to know you're in a container. What if the container was built out of stuff that are not like seen, like not solid, like air or whatever it is? Like, I'm not too advanced with these stuff.
I don't know, dude. I think you're trying too hard for the globe. You should just be looking for some evidence for it. I mean, I get it. You believe in the globe, but it doesn't sound like you've actually got any evidence for it. And that's what you'd need. Because we're not just here to believe shit. I want some evidence.
So I have one last question before I go to bed.
A bedtime question? Okay.
Yeah, before I go to bed, I got one last question and I'll go out. So why does the sun set completely below the horizon instead of just getting smaller and fading away?
Well, it depends, because sometimes you can see the sun appearing to get smaller and fading away. It depends where you are and what the conditions are of the air that day. But yeah, you can observe the sun appearing to sink into the horizon. This is an optical effect. Things will decrease in apparent altitude as they get further away from you. Like, if you're on a long street and you see the street lights, over a distance, it'll look like the ones further away are lower down, closer to the ground. They're actually the same height, but because of the way your vision works and perspective works, everything moves towards the horizon, the vanishing line. And eventually, that light won't be able to reach you. The combination of your perspective and attenuation of light in air means that the light can't travel forever through the air. It eventually blocks it out. It's a combination of things which can result in what looks like the sun sinking down beneath the horizon. But that doesn't tell us the Earth's a ball.
So you are telling me...
I don't think he understood. Because...
So you are telling me...
Because Cyclone, you're...
Hey, dude, raspy dude who's hiding under the bed covers. That guy was asking his question. Let him finish.
No, bro. You're explaining a different thing because he's saying.
No, dude, we're gonna let this guy. This guy needs to go to bed. He's very tired. Let him ask his question and go to bed. Then you can continue to whatever you're doing.
Yeah, go on
Thank
now.
you. Okay, so you're telling me that that I'm seeing an illusion, like it's an illusion that the sun.
Well, it's a function of perspective. Like when you see things in the distance getting smaller as they go away from you, you could call that an illusion because they're not really getting smaller, but you just know that's a function of perspective, right?
But the
Same
sun is
way,
like.
if you see a plane flying away
I can
from
see
you.
it's like, yeah, but I can see it go down, right? So.
Yeah,
I can
because
see it like
things over a distance appear to compress towards the vanishing line, which is the
Yeah, but
horizon.
because so you believe there's a horizon, right? There's
I
a
don't.
point where.
It's not a belief; it's a phenomena that's observed.
So okay, so if there's a horizon, and after
Yeah.
after that point, things start going down. So where?
No.
where
The
is it
horizon
going
isn't
down?
the curve of a ball where the ground is going down. It's an optical limit. It's the limit of your optic. It's not a. It's not a curve. It's not a curve of the ground.
I can still use optical instruments and still see the same thing, right? So
You can see the horizon. Yeah. Because
so
every optic
whether it is
has a limit.
using my eye or using a telescope.
Yes. It's an optical phenomenon that's apparent through any optic, right? But it's not curvature. It's optical. You understand?
No,
An
but why
optical limit, not a
can
physical
we
one.
go in one direction and then end up in the same place?
Is this another guy now? Who's talking? You guys need to keep it straight. I need to know if I'm talking to one person or two or three.
It's fine, but please, before we jump into the next subject, like change the question. Let me just repeat Mahon's question. Mahon, did you forget your question or what? You said that it sinks. It doesn't go away, like go far away. That it meets with the horizon. It actually sinks. You can see half of it, and then you see
Yeah,
quarter, and then like it literally sinks. So based on our observation, there is some curvature around this.
So why are you saying the sun sets?
Why do you call that an illusion when you call like seeing the Earth as flat as?
Well, what's your explanation? Why is the sun setting?
Because
the only explanation is because of a curved Earth.
What does that look like? So the sun is moving downwards. The sun is moving downwards beneath the curvature. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So that's not what they're saying, though.
I mean, the Earth is spinning, so it's the same thing.
Oh, so when you're seeing the sun going down, what are you actually saying is happening?
So yeah, when I'm saying it seems like the Earth is the sun is going down, but it's actually the Earth spinning.
So you're spinning backwards, you think?
Exactly.
Okay. Do you have any evidence for that?
Hey, you don't have to be spinning backwards. Maybe the sun is.
Oh, you do. For the sun to go down, you would need to be tilting backwards.
Like the sun just could be behind you or to your.
So have you got any evidence that you're actually spinning backwards?
I don't have an evidence, but
obviously,
I mean,
you can observe the sun.
Well, you can observe the sun appearing to move downwards, but now you're saying it's not the sun moving downwards; it's you spinning backwards.
No.
So have you got any evidence for that?
If you watch both sunsets and sunrise and sunset, you can see that it's spinning.
You see the sun moving. You're saying you're spinning backwards. So you got any evidence for that?
You can feel it, like when you can feel it moving backwards.
What do you feel? What do you feel?
Like I feel gravity pulling me back.
You feel gravity pulling you back. What does that feel like?
Okay,
I'm just
so
joking.
I feel the earth move under my feet.
Okay, so far you've got a claim that you're spinning backwards, but no evidence for it.
Yeah, we have no evidence, but for flat Earth to be
Well, just dismiss that then.
correct, then the sun has to get smaller and smaller and fade away.
Well, arguably
That's
we
not the
do
case.
have some videos. I'm sure
That's not
folk
the
can post them
case.
in the chat.
I've
That
always,
the sun does decrease in angular size.
I mean, I like seeing the sun fade. So I see it always like setting down and not fading away.
Yeah, but what if that's just because
your
where you
question
live, the conditions make that the case, but if you were somewhere else, you would see something different.
Like where? Something different where?
Like in some places, depending on the atmo conditions, the air conditions, you can see the sun appearing to get smaller as it moves away.
I'm not aware of those instances.
Well, if you look in the side chat, I'm sure people can post some GIFs or videos for you. But needless to say, you're not seeing the sun going down because you're on a big spinning ball and you're falling backwards. That's not happening.
Right. Sorry. They have been. We have been. People have been posting stuff.
Yeah, so there you go. Look in the side chat. Just because you haven't seen something doesn't necessarily mean it never occurs.
Bro, I've been to like 3 countries.
I only believe what I
Never
see.
seen
So
that phenomenon.
yeah.
Yeah, so 3 out of what? How many countries? 200 countries? That's not very many, dude.
How many locations? Like I've been to Europe, Africa, and Asia.
Okay. So
I'm in the equator, so
now listen, it's in the chat. Folk have posted it in the chat. Just go and have a look.
Hey, Demon, the lady in the back already told you to shut up and go to sleep, so why don't you do that?
I hit a nerve with a flat earther or what?
You're about to get slapped by someone in the back, so we don't want that to happen to you. So just mute up, and go to sleep, because everybody's
sleepy though. Okay, emotional kid.
It was the other guy who was going to go to sleep. The guy who's hiding under his bed covers. He's in for the long haul. He's got his flashlight.
There's no one fighting under my bed covers. What are you talking
No,
about?
not you, the other guy who's like, okay, I can't have people hear me, but I'm arguing with the flat earthers at night.
What's up? Bro, I got flat earthers mad, bro.
He's
You
getting
see?
flat.
What's up, twin?
He's gonna get flat smacked by
Wait a
the
minute.
lady.
I remember you from somewhere.
They're just going to hit him with a slipper.
With the
Yo.
flat flip flop.
Holy shit. Didn't you build that children's hospital all by your bare hands, dude? That was crazy.
Yeah, bro, that's me, bro. You remember me, bro?
Yeah,
No,
oh my
we don't
god, bro.
remember you.
Thank you.
No,
You're such
no,
a
we
hero,
don't.
bro. Thank you.
Yo, bro.
You saved my brother's
It's
sister's
just a normal
brother's
Tuesday,
nephew,
man.
bro.
Bro, you're so welcome, man. Like,
All
I do
right.
this, like,
Have a
you know, I
have
just
a
want to help
family
people,
reunion
so...
somewhere else, guys.
Yeah, go to a
Sorry.
different NBC, ladies.
No, thank you. Here with the flat earthers.
So these guys think they're spinning.
Yo, please,
These guys
please,
think
please,
when they
please,
see a
please. But
sunset that they're spinning backwards at 1,000 miles an hour. Has anyone got any evidence for that?
please, guys, man. Please, bro, I have a conversation with a fan, yeah? You can't disturb us, you know? So please, for 1 moment.
Yeah, put yourself on mute, dude.
Do you want an autograph, man?
So have you guys given up on the globe already? Is that a concession? Sounds like it. What's the best globe proof? Let's hear it.
Alright. I'm back, guys. You miss me.
All right, what's your best globe proof?
Huh?
What's your best globe proof?
Globe proof?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Oh, so why'd you
never been
believe it?
So.
But you believe you live on a big spinning ball?
I mean, yeah, kinda.
Why, if you don't have any evidence?
Well, low-key, all the other planets are balls, so...
How'd you know that?
Because NASA said so.
Oh, so the U.S. government told you so it must be true. Because they don't lie, do they?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know. I'm not from the U.S.
So you wouldn't know. So the U.S. government must be telling the truth because you don't know.
I don't know, probably.
Probably. That sounds like a smart way to base your entire worldview on.
I don't know, bro. I've never been to space.
Yeah, so why would you believe their fairy tale Hollywood stories about it?
Because, like, I don't know.
Because you're lazy.
Is
you
NASA
don't
run
think.
by the government? I thought it was a private organization.
Yeah, come on, dude. It's the U.S. It's part of the U.S. military,
from the
basically.
U.S. What do you expect?
You don't have to be from the U.S. to understand that NASA is a government organization.
I'm not from the U.S.
But like, why would they lie to us about that?
Yeah, why would the government lie, guys? The government doesn't lie.
Why, like, all the governments say that?
Governments don't lie, do they, guys?
No, they don't lie. I don't think they lie, man.
Has been
Yeah, governments can't lie.
all the way
I
since
think
like
a useless topic to
ancient
lie
times, though. With like,
Yeah,
fact,
well, why would they want
never
to?
lied.
Well, yeah, why would the government
I
want to
wouldn't know. I
control
wasn't
your
alive back
entire
then.
worldview and belief system? Why would they want to do that? It doesn't make sense.
Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
It's not a belief. I experience it every day. Go outside.
No, man. But
I am
like,
outside.
Okay,
not
you'll
right now,
notice.
but I
You'll
do go
notice.
outside.
You'll notice that the ground isn't spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Then.
Yeah, no shit. We're spinning with it.
Oh, are we? So it is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's low-key how physics work.
Okay, so how do you know you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour?
I don't know. Science said so.
Science said so. Is science a person? Who's that? Mr.
I
Science.
don't know. Scientists.
You talking about Bill Nye?
You just saw a cartoon on TV
Yeah,
and
Bill
believed
Nye
it.
said so. He's the goat. He knows everything.
I don't know is a good answer.
Yeah, Bill Nye
said
also
so. I believe
thinks.
everything what Bill Nye says.
Well, Bill Nye also says that men can get pregnant. So.
No,
Good
he
luck with
doesn't.
that.
No,
Yeah, he
no,
does.
I haven't watched Bill Nye, so I wouldn't know anything about
Okay.
that.
So it's fair to say that you've got no idea what the Earth is. You just believe it's a ball because you were told so.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't know because I've never been to space, but like.
Well, maybe you should use your brain and think about it.
no,
But you
I'm
can
thinking
see
that
the
it's a ball.
curvature when you're on a plane, bro.
Yo,
Like, that's
everyone.
why
So
you see
now
that.
now you've realized that you think it's a ball, maybe you should try and find some evidence for that.
I don't want to. Playing Battlefield is low-key fun. More
Okay,
fun than this.
put yourself on mute then.
No, thank you.
No,
Stay
man.
lazy
Bro.
brained.
Bro, Erson, I have
No,
a
thank you.
question.
Playing
No,
Silent Hill F is
bro.
That's
better.
okay. Well, we can do
doing
it.
research.
We can do it for you.
Imagine doing research in the Big 25.
So,
Yeah.
Boo.
See,
Boo.
you revel in your own
Boo.
ignorance. Of course, you're a globe believer. A perfect demonstration. Doesn't know anything about the globe. Just believes it. Doesn't even want to
what's the
challenge
radius?
it. Doesn't even want to investigate it.
Cyclone.
I don't know. They taught us that in school, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, you've forgotten all the fairy tales that you're supposed to believe, but you still believe them.
I mean, yeah, Bill Nye said so. It's like
Yeah, the
science.
TV, government
stuff.
and TV said so.
You know,
so it must be true.
Like Jesse Pinkman said, you know, yeah, Mr. White, yes, science.
Yeah, you're watching too much TV. That's why you're lost in
I'm not.
reality. Yeah, that's why you don't understand
TV. I watch
reality.
it on my PC.
Because you're
I
stuck
don't
on
watch TV.
TV. Yeah, you're a
I don't
TV
watch
watcher.
TV. I don't watch
Yeah, your
TV.
head is
I
a
watch it on my
TV.
PC on Netflix.
Oh,
My
whoa,
PC is not
okay. Must
my
be
PC
very
is not a
different
TV,
then.
but okay.
That's a highly intellectual difference.
television program.
I'm low-key smarter than you anyway.
You're a TV guy.
that's true, man. That's true. He's smarter than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he blindly believes government
No, man.
cartoons
What's 2 plus
and
1?
fairy tales.
No,
That's so
man.
smart. It's so
1?
smart. Why would the
I have a
government lie?
fact.
That's so smart.
Now I have a fact, guys. Why the Earth is round, you know? So, if the Earth was flat, why
No,
is
that's your wrong start. You're starting wrong.
no, man.
You're
Why
starting
is
wrong.
Bro, let him speak, bro.
one side of the Earth night and the other side day? You know what I mean? It doesn't make
Okay,
sense.
prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. This is radical. The sun moves. Whoa. You notice
I
that?
have a question for the cyclone. Can I ask my question?
Is it about why the sun moves?
No, it's something else.
Have you guys, let me ask first, have you guys noticed that the sun moves?
I got you. I mean, no, in my opinion, the Earth moves and the
Yeah.
sun, it still moves,
But when you
like,
go
not
outside,
around the Earth.
you see the sun moving, right?
No, but
Well,
the Earth is moving. He's
that's just
right.
the Earth
The Earth
moving.
is moving. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true.
No, you're only observing the sun moving, though.
Okay, so can I ask my question now?
Well, once we get to the bottom of this, because
No,
you
please,
guys are
please,
saying you
just really
see
quickly. I'll
the Earth
let you
moving,
finish
but
your
you
story.
don't.
Scattergooding.
It's quick.
You don't see
It's quick,
the. You
please,
don't.
please.
Hold on. You don't see the Earth
Alright,
moving. You just see the sun moving, right?
I mean, I'm not in space, so I don't know.
Yeah. So you just see the sun moving from your perspective.
I mean, I guess.
Okay. So is it possible that the sun is moving?
Yeah, for all I know, I've never been to space, so.
Well, there you go. That's what's happening. The sun's moving. The Earth isn't. Pretty simple.
Okay, that's cool. Can I ask my question now?
Sure.
What's 2 + 1?
Wow. That's what you had to get out.
Yeah, please answer it.
Is this a deflection from you
No,
realizing
no,
that
no.
the sun's moving?
No, please answer it, like, actually.
Just put yourself on mute, dude. If you're this upset, you can't discuss it.
No,
Just put yourself on mute.
actually, please, just please answer it, and I'll put myself on mute after.
Nah, we'll put you on mute if you don't want to put yourself on mute.
Yeah, we'll just put you on
No.
mute. That's fine.
Bro,
That's a
this is like so
concession.
weak.
Answer my question.
That's a nice concession.
Fuck.
Simple. So who was the other guy
Me.
that doesn't understand? Okay, so you see this.
I
You
don't
see the sun moving, yeah?
Yeah, like I see this. Yeah, for me, it looks like the sun is moving, but
Okay,
the Earth
so
is
why?
moving.
But you don't believe it's the sun moving, is that right?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
So when you see the sun moving, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because like in every
Wow.
book, in every school, you learn that the
Every
Earth
book.
is moving around the sun.
But when you
know?
go outside, you only have evidence for the sun moving.
Yeah, but it's like it's because of how is it called? Like
The sun moving.
it looks like the sun is moving, but the Earth is moving. You know what I mean?
You know better. You know
Perspective,
better.
yeah, perspective.
So how do you know better that it's actually you moving? How did you figure that out?
Wait again. How do I know that the Earth is moving?
Yeah, when you see the sun moving, you say no, it's not the sun moving, it's me moving. What makes you think that?
Because I'm gay.
Okay, another concession. See how school has just brainwashed you and you have no idea why you believe what you think you believe? That's not something to be proud of.
Let me say something to their age level. Low key, you guys are sus. Don't know what it means.
6, 7.
6, 7.
Yeah, that's a tap. So we can move on. The sun moving always trips them up, isn't that funny? Just blatant reality makes them spiral. Any other globe believers confused about the sun moving? Hmm.
Well, what about found? Or were you talking to found?
No, you weren't.
Okay, your time to shine.
I guess. I mean, when I'm in a plane, I can see the curvature. Like people say that the Earth looks flat in the horizon, but I can see the curvature.
You think you see the curvature from a plane?
Yes.
Well, then you're not arguing for the globe model then, because the globe model says it's too big to see it from a plane. So I don't know what globe you're believing in, dude. Some tiny Rick and Morty planet.
No, look. There are people in the chat who said the Earth is like a plate. I don't believe
Yeah,
in that.
no one here is saying it's like a plate. We're saying that there's no curvature,
you
so it can't be a ball. There's no curvature, so it can't be a ball. It measures
So
flat.
what is it then? Is it like cube or like what?
Well, flat, I don't know. Flat isn't a shape. Flat's a description of the surface. What shape is a lake?
So you mean it's like maybe like a ball that's been squeezed?
No,
and
it
it's
can't be a ball
flat.
because balls by necessity have a
No, you
curved
didn't
surface.
understand me right. It's like you mean it's not totally flat, but it's like a flat object.
Well, the land, the hills and the valleys, they're not flat, but the water's all flat. Yeah.
Wait,
The
so
water
which,
that all the
like,
land's sticking
what
out
kind
of,
of form
that's
is
flat.
the Earth then?
It's a motionless topographical plane.
A what? Can you repeat?
Motionless. Yeah. Not moving.
Yeah.
Topographical. Hills and
What
valleys.
does topographical mean?
Like hills and valleys.
rough.
Elevation difference from sea level.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Motionless topographical plane. So the general nature of the surface is that there's no curvature to it.
Are you guys actually debating about if the Earth is flat or not?
No, it's not a debate.
We're just explaining to him what we're saying, which is that there's no
You're
curvature.
sure of that?
Yeah, of
Like,
course.
How come that you're so sure of that?
Because that's how it's observed, measured, and practically used in reality. The surface, flat, motionless. You can't get much more sure than that. It's like, how are you sure that you're 5'11"? Well, because you measure it. You know your height.
Mm-hmm.
You do the same with the Earth. You measure it.
Yeah, that's right.
Because a ball has to have a curving surface, remember?
So
And they never measured that.
Like no, like the measurements of the Earth don't make sense. Like
No, they never.
No, they make sense. They make sense, but they just measure flat, no curve, no ball. No ball's ever been measured. There's never been any
tell you how
curve
big-
measured.
so all the
They tell you how big it is.
are fake, and all the
Yeah, at school they tell you how big it is, right? The size of it. You can even Google it right now. But they don't. They've never measured it to be that size. They're just giving some numbers there, and you guys are just saying like, "Oh, the Earth is this big," and just believing it.
Yeah, it's just a fantasy story.
They lie to us. Like every government on the Earth is lying to their people.
Nah, because most of those governments they just believe it too.
Round.
It's just a belief, dude. Everyone's believing the same thing.
Okay. So the people don't know. That's what you say.
Yeah, most people are just like you. They just like heard the story and believed it.
Yeah, but why? Like, where's the other part of these people? Like, some people must know, in your opinion. So why are they trying to hide it?
Maybe they want to control. Maybe they want to control your worldview and how you think and how you believe.
But
maybe.
let me just say something very clear. They're not trying to hide it because it's nature outside. You can't hide nature. You can go see a flat level horizon any day. They're not hiding that. You just believe that flat level horizon is actually a globe somehow.
Yeah, but why are they saying then that it's like round?
Because they believe it, just like you. They're doing the same thing you are.
Okay.
Well, they in effect they create this source of truth, quote unquote, in an organization like NASA, and so hold on. Let me finish this thought. Let me finish this thought. No, hold on. I'm gonna finish this thought, dude.
Please let me.
No, dude, I'm gonna finish this thought. I'm gonna finish this thought, dude. Pop yourself on mute for a second,
thing, like the only
or you'll
thing
be
I
put
want to
on
say.
mute.
But
No, dude.
What's happening?
I'm about to explain an important part of this. right? So
Yeah, but I was
they've
just asking
created
your
an
question.
organization which is beyond reproach. They've created an organization in NASA which, if it comes out with any story, you're going to believe it. And you do so because they've told you that you can't experience reality, only we can. We have access to what the Earth actually is, you don't. So if they tell you Uranus is raining diamonds and farting out gas into space, you'll just believe it because you believe anything they say. So the government's managed
I
to
don't
create
even
a
believe
source
it.
of truth.
I just I believe that you don't know anything, so you can't be 100% sure of anything. There's like an equal chance that it's not like I think.
Nah, that's no use. That's no use. You do know
Yeah,
some
but it's
things.
like so.
You know you're on
You
Discord.
think the Earth is not
Solipsism is not a good
explored.
worldview to hold, brother. You
Wait,
can't just say
one
that.
second. You think the Earth is not explored totally?
No, I told you
That's
is the
not a
Earth's
claim.
surface has no curvature and so cannot be a ball, like they've told you.
Okay.
Don't
Okay,
try not
that's
to
it.
take the solipsis.
If
Yeah,
you want to
sir.
think it, it's
Yeah,
fine.
sir. Try not to take the solipsis worldview where you can't know anything, because that's gonna undermine anything you can know. So
Well,
this
it's not, and it's not just what I think. That's how the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used. Flat, not curved. So you saying, "Oh, well, you can think that." Okay, well, if you think otherwise, show us some
I mean,
evidence.
I trust like the scientists and like these people more than
You don't know.
some
You're
guy
not
on
trusting
Discord,
anyone.
but
There's
it's
no.
like
If I asked you who you're trusting, you couldn't tell me a single person. You're not trusting a person. You're just believing an idea. What
Yep.
scientist do you trust?
You don't
Which
know, right?
I mean, you're
Which
kind of
scientist
right
proved the
about
globe?
that, but it's like
Yes,
the
you see,
general
you
knowledge.
told yourself that you're appealing to some scientific truth, but in reality, you couldn't even name a single scientist that you think's proven this. You don't know
Yeah,
who
it's just
you're
the
appealing
idea.
to. It is just the concept, the idea that you're appealing to. So I would suggest you go and do some research and then come back and follow up on what I told you. The Earth's surface has no
Is
curvature.
it even
So it
like
can be a
does it
ball.
matter if the Earth is flat or
Yes,
not?
reality and the nature of it matter. That's why human beings have spent their entire existence pondering the question. So yes, it matters.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, we make some solid points, man. Just for you to think, just like when you leave here, just think about what we're saying. You don't have to like, oh, the Earth is flat, like tomorrow. Just think about what we're saying. Yeah, a lot of people just believe that the Earth is a globe based on an idea. That's it.
I mean, okay. It's like it's a solid thing. Like, I mean, you can think about it.
You don't. It's not only that you can think about it; you can go outside and experience it, because that's what we're talking about. We're
But
talking
it's like
about
I
what is
see
experienced in reality.
the curvature when I was on a plane. That's why I
No,
believe
you
it.
didn't see any curvature.
I did.
If you saw curvature, it would be measurable. So who's measured it?
Yeah, that's true.
What kind of measurable? I see when it's round.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
you see
know.
it's round. So give us a measurement of this curvature that supposedly exists.
And somebody
Bro,
should
it's
be
like
able to come back down to the ground and measure it if you saw it up in the air. Somebody can measure it on the ground.
you just say I didn't see it right.
No, dude, he's saying if you
Well, yeah,
saw
because
curvature, then you
it
could
doesn't
come back
exist.
down to the ground and measure it. If it's truly
Yeah.
what you saw.
But it's like a common thing.
Okay, let's say I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying you're mistaken, right? So the windows on a plane are curved anyway. So maybe you saw it at a particular angle where the window curved the horizon. That's
Why do you see
possible.
the curvature also when people are like skydiving?
You don't. Well, if they're filming through a camera that curves the image, then you might. If they're using a GoPro,
Why does
you could
the
see that
curvature
curve.
don't appear
It's
on the
not
camera
curvature
when
of
you
the
film
Earth.
on the ground?
Yeah, that's
Because
the
there
problem
is
though.
no curvature.
You're just
There is
saying
no
that people
curvature.
see it. Yeah, listen, dude. You're just saying that people see it from wherever you are, skydiving, from an airplane window, from a space shuttle. It doesn't matter where you said you see it from. If it's true, that's a globe. You can come back down to the ground and measure it. That should be something you can do if you saw it, right? Or
Yeah,
no?
and they're not seeing it, dude. It's just a camera. It's a lens effect.
Yeah, but if
But
you
you
go
have to
down on
ask.
the Earth, it's like
You have to ask
you are
yourself
so
that.
small in comparison to the Earth that it appears to be flat.
No,
No,
bro,
dude.
you can't do that. Like, if somebody saw curvature and they didn't measure it, that's a problem. They should be able to if it is
Oh,
curving. Yeah.
What you need to do is you need to understand the curvature claim, because at the moment you're just thinking of curvature. You're not actually thinking what the numbers are. So take a 10-mile stretch, for example. That's a simple one. How much curvature do you think exists, A to B, according to the globe concept?
Wait, a 10-mile stretch.
Over 10 miles. 10-mile stretch, how much curvature in feet? Like a drop from A
In
to B.
feet, bro, I don't know about feet. That's not the measurement I
Okay,
use.
centimeters,
Centimeters? Oh,
whatever.
fuck, that's like a little measurement. Wait, let me think.
10 miles. 1 centimeter, 10
miles.
centimeters, have a guess.
Like the... Okay.
The drop. The surface is
so
supposed to be dropping down and away from you in all directions because you're on a ball. So over 10 miles, how much has the surface dropped due to curvature?
I mean...
Just have a guess. I don't expect school has taught you.
I think you would say none, but I think...
No, I said according to the globe idea,
Oh,
right?
okay,
Because
according
they
to the
tell you what size this ball is, so they tell you how much curvature there's supposed to be.
Okay, I would say... Bro, that's like so hard to guess. Bro, I can't guess
Just
that.
have a
Can you
guess.
tell me what they think?
I'll tell you after you guess.
Bro, I don't know. Like,
What
how
is it?
would I know
Half
that?
a centimeter, an inch, 10 centimeters, 20? Just ballpark it.
I
What do you
would
think?
say like little, like really little.
Like a millimeter?
No, not this. Maybe a centimeter.
A centimeter. Right. Okay. Well, actually, they say it's about 66 feet.
What is that in meters?
What, 20, 22 meters, something like that?
Okay. And how do
Okay,
you...
so that's a lot more than 1 centimeter, isn't it? Well,
how do you prove them wrong?
Well, because I ask, who's ever measured 22 meters of curvature over 10 miles? And do you know what they say?
Tell me.
Nobody.
No one has.
Wait, but so they just claim that, and it's like not true.
Yeah, nobody's ever checked, dude. Who's checked it? Nobody's
Exactly.
But it's also
There's
like
nobody
the
That's it.
Earth isn't.
Hold on. Just let me.
Like that,
I'm just going to leave you with that. Now they claim it's like this basically perfect ball. That's what they're showing cartoons of.
It's
So
not
that
a
is what
perfect
they're
ball. The
saying.
surface is like, one second.
That's
One
what they're
question.
saying. No,
Let
hold
me
on.
ask you
That
this.
is what they're saying. That is
If you ask
basically
me
what they're
question,
saying.
let me ask a reply on that.
Because I'm just a way to head off. I'm just saying good night, but I'll leave you with that. And you
Bro,
need to focus
you're just
on what I
avoiding
just
this right
left. No. What I said
okay,
was
if you're not avoiding this, then
no
let me
one's
tell you
measured the
this one
22 meters,
will
right?
take only a minute.
Hold on, no one's measured the 22 meters of drop over 10 miles. Do you understand that?
Okay, if you don't want to tell me that, I will leave. But if
Well, I'm leaving. I'm gonna go on listen mode, dude. I'm just saying bye, but I'm saying this is what you need to focus on. No one's measured that 22 meters over 10 miles
because it doesn't
or
make sense.
any. Yes, exactly. The globe does not make
it
sense.
makes no sense because the Earth's surface is like
Anyway.
not a perfect ball.
Good chat.
That's like
Okay, good chat. You think it's like a lumpy potato, even though they're showing you pictures of a perfect ball in space. Cool story. Okay, anyway, have a good night, guys. Enjoy. Miggy or someone else pick this up.
man.
Okay, bye. If you don't want to get
Oh,
into
good
this.
chat. It was a good
Like
chat, bro.
everybody has to leave sometime. Like, geez, you can't stay here
I
forever.
mean, I see it's a good point of conversation to leave, I guess.
Well, I mean, obviously, but anyway, yeah, nobody's ever measured that, so
because
we
it makes
can
no
rest
sense.
assured.
Because like, let me like say that it makes
Yeah,
no
go ahead.
sense because there are like the Earth's surface is not as round like as a perfect shaped ball.
How do you know that? How do you know that, bro?
Because I see it.
From where? Where do you see it like that?
I see it from my perspective. I can even see that.
Yeah,
like you
I know,
can
but
see
what?
that there's like mountains and little like differences in the height of the
Yeah,
ground.
brother. From your perspective, where were you standing where you saw it like that? Like it's not a perfect sphere.
Like on the ground, on the ground, like on the street. I can even see it on the street. Like,
Are
why
you
would
kidding
it
me?
make sense to measure a point
Oh, okay.
where a hill
All right.
could be or something like that?
No. Because you're saying that land topography, like a hill, is the curvature of the earth. No. What we're talking about is.
I didn't say that.
All right. So what are you saying?
I'm saying
What are you
that
saying that you saw the earth?
probably measure it, but you would have to have a earth ball that is perfectly shaped, like
No, that's not the point, bro. That's not the point. The point we're getting to is that nobody, not even in like the school, that they told you that somebody's actually measured the surface. Nobody's
because it
ever done
doesn't
that.
matter. Like it won't be like it won't even make sense to measure it because of the shape. Like
what? Dude,
So
then why
you're
are they
making it
telling us?
even more
Right.
difficult for yourself.
Yeah, then why are they
nah,
telling us that it's a certain?
bro,
Jesus,
it makes no
dude.
sense. Will you?
It's hard
What?
enough to measure bumpy Earth, and you're going to say they can measure curvature on top of bumpy Earth?
It
Yeah,
has
it's
to be like it has to do something with perspective.
what? No, bro. Like you're not. Okay,
That's the
all right, man.
problem.
Oh my god. Listen,
Yeah,
bro.
they
If you're
hijacked
I mean,
perspective
I
and
let
called
you
it curve.
believe that, but it's fine.
no, I mean, obviously, if you think it's perspective,
Like
what's the
I
argument?
don't think it's wrong to doubt things. It's not
No,
wrong.
but it's wrong for you to say things that are not correct too, right? You can't say
I mean,
that
it's
and
my
then just think
belief.
everybody.
It's
Yeah,
the
but your
same as
belief
your
is not.
belief,
Listen,
so it's
I'll
not
tell you
wrong
like
to
this:
say that.
if your belief had any merit, then it would stand, right? But you can't
I mean,
even
if I
say
could
how.
talk to you in my first language, like you would talk to me in English, I would probably be better at explaining it. But it's my perspective, so
I mean, you could say it's your perspective, but it's not. That doesn't measure the surface to have like the curvature that you think exists
but you
on a
can't do that either,
on a lumpy
right?
Earth. It's not. Don't say that I can't do it either. It's not my claim. I'm not saying the Earth's a giant ball, sir. You
But what are
think
you
that it
saying?
is,
You're saying
not
the Earth
me.
is flat, right?
Yeah, and so you think that there's curvature, and I'm saying that cannot be measured because all you notice
But
is
you
the
just
Earth
say you
looking.
can't
Yeah,
because it's flat.
yeah. So there's no
And I
curvature
say
measured
I can
except for
see
you.
it, and that's because
Yeah, where do you,
because of
brother?
that I
Where do
think
you
it's
see
not
the
flat.
lumpy Earth? Where do you see lumpy Earth at, bro? Like
So
honestly,
we
like you're
both
not making
make
any sense.
assumptions, and we don't really know it for sure, right?
Yeah. Do you see
I'm
a
not
lumpy
making.
lake?
Yeah, hold on, dude. I'm not making an assumption. You are.
What else?
You're the one making the assumption. I'm not. There's no
Why?
assumption here. Yeah, you're assuming that there's lumpy Earth, and you're seeing lumpy Earth. You're not seeing lumpy Earth, dude. If you see anything that's
What
lumpy,
is
that's
lumpy?
probably a
What does
hill.
lumpy mean?
That means that the Earth is not perfectly a sphere. It's got a
What is
regular, like
weird?
a regular shape. Like a ball.
Okay.
Hold on. Sorry, I know I said I was going, but just very quickly, I would like to suggest that he's, I think, confusing just general land elevation, confusing this
Yeah.
22 meters drop.
No,
So
I'm not.
what we're
I'm not
saying is,
confusing.
what we're
I'm really
saying
not,
is,
because
you could
I
do this
know what
over
you
a lake.
mean, but it makes no sense to measure.
You can do this over a lake, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about the hills and the valleys. Do it over a lake, and that lake is supposed to be level with the earth, right? So it would be following the curve. Yeah. So that water is supposed to be dropping 22 meters. Where's that been measured? Show us a curvy lake. That's the position.
Yeah, over water. Yeah.
But the lakes all measure flat, so people are going out and looking for this 22 meters, but they're finding that it doesn't exist. And there you go, flat earthers, because there's no
Wait,
curve.
let me one second. I have to research something.
Someone show him some examples. Just show him some laser tests, explain it to him. He sounds like he could understand it.
Yeah.
And don't worry about the language. Your English is pretty decent. And if you don't understand something, just ask us to explain it or simplify the language. We're happy to do that. But anyway,
Okay,
have a good night, guys.
I want to see it, man. I want them to give the old college try because it's always good for them to actually put their best efforts if they're thinking that they have an answer. Because if we shut them down and just give them what flat Earth is, then they're going to be left with I can prove it, but all this other stuff. So they gotta do their best, or at least try attempt to. Anyway, I mean, But currently, I think he's just going to go look for something. I'm going to actually be leaving here.
I'm just searching for because of my language,
It's like it's not a perfect sphere.
I mean, okay. It's hard to it's probably not measured when you see it on the river. You mean the river, right?
No, I mean any large body of water. There's
So
no
also the
convexity over that
ocean,
large
you
body.
mean?
Yeah, any large body, sir. Any
So
large
if
body.
you're on the ocean with a boat, and then there's another boat in front of you, but way farther, you can only see the upper part of the boat because of the curvature. Why is
That's
that?
incorrect. That's incorrect. You just
No, it's
your
not.
statement is, yeah, it is. Have you ever made this observation yourself?
Yes,
Okay, how many times have you made this observation?
I think 3 times because I was on 3 times I was on a cruise, and I see that.
When you saw the ship disappear from the bottom up?
Yeah, no,
What dis-
I was looking with what is it called? These glasses, you know,
Okay, what distance away from you were to the ship?
a large distance.
How far away were you?
I
And
mean, how
like,
could I measure?
mind
No, I
you,
don't know.
it's important. Well, it's important because if you're seeing the ship move away from you and it's going a distance away, we're going to want to know what the distance is to that ship, because if it's farther than the predicted
It's
amount
kilometers.
of
It's
Earth curvature,
many
the
kilometers.
what? Many kilometers is not an actual numeric value, sir. And it's important. Like, it's specifically
It has to
important.
be
Like
an
I said,
American measurement or what?
no, just like a distance away. You could
I
meters
would
or
say 50 kilometers or something or more,
50 kilometers.
or even more. I think I don't have a good I
Yeah,
can't
I mean,
guess
yeah, yeah.
I don't really know the distance from an ocean
Well,
perspective.
so the
It's kind
hard
of
thing
hard to
about
guess
what you're
that.
saying, well, the hard thing that you're saying right now is that nobody can actually put to the test
But
the distance away.
one thing, why could I see the ship from
Bro,
up
you're not
but not
listening to
down?
me. You're jumping on what I'm saying. You're not listening. Just hear what I'm saying, okay?
Okay, I will hear.
The important thing about the distance is if you tell us that it's really close or far away, specifically what distance, then we can know if it's like what you're saying could be validated, that you're saying, hey, I'm making a case for the Earth being a globe, so that the distance away is going to be this specific distance, and then the curvature should be appearing because I'm really far away. So that's the curve. So then we could talk about it. But if you don't give us any information, we don't know if you're like a mile away. We couldn't tell. But if you're saying it's really far away and you don't give us a numeric value like distance, that makes it difficult
An
for us to
American
even
value.
know numerical, like numbers. You can't just say something like it's far away or it's close. That's not something specific. But if you say it's 10 meters away or it's 1,000 meters away, like that's something specific. You're giving a number value to how far away it is.
Well, I think it's maybe even 20 kilometers or something.
Okay. Well, at least that's something to work with. I mean, it sounds like you really don't know, but then it's going to be difficult because if we're saying there's a specific amount of Earth curvature that should be present, and then we got to find out how
But
high off
isn't
the
this
ground.
a common thing? It
What?
doesn't does this not contradict your statement that the Earth on an ocean or in a river that you can see the curvature when you see only the upper part of the ship?
No,
Why not?
because it's an optical phenomena that occurs that can cause that, and also it could be
What
the angle
causes
that.
that? What causes
Bro,
that?
you're not
What
allowing
causes
me
it?
to finish,
Up
bro. You have to stop talking when I'm talking, brother.
Oh, let
You
me
have to at least let me.
make this
Dude,
further.
okay,
What
you
causes
go
this
ahead. Finish what you're
besides
saying, because
Earth curvature?
obviously I can't finish what I'm saying.
Okay, tell me now.
No, you finish what because I don't want you to interrupt me. Go.
Okay,
Tell me what you're gonna say.
Okay, then I will finish it. What does that cause besides the Earth curvature? You must know if you say it's not that.
What does that cause? What do you mean?
Yeah, what does
It's
the
hard.
optical illusion cause?
You're. Can anybody understand what he's trying to ask? What does that cause? What
Yeah, I'm
causes it? Is
asking
that what you're
what the
saying?
optical illusion is caused by besides the Earth curvature, and you're saying it's not the Earth curvature.
Yeah, there's optical phenomena like mirages that occur over distance. So there's a lot of effects that occur, and including the distance you are from the ground. So what
But can you
angle you're viewing,
exactly explain them?
brother? I am in the middle of telling you. Why do you keep interrupting me? Stop doing that.
You paused.
I pause so that I can it's called taking a breath, bro. Can I do that?
Yeah, you can do that.
All
I
right.
just asked a quick question.
Oh my God! Just keep going, dude. Somebody else take it. I can't deal with this guy.
I tried.
You may never. Yeah, no, I tried.
Hey,
I mean,
hey
it's
buddy.
I
But
don't blame you
you
for.
have to control the diarrhea of the mouth, bro. You can't just be doing that to people. Come on.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, talking to you.
I
Because you
was.
know there's other people
I wasn't
listening. There's
like
other
under
people
like I wasn't
listening.
even interrupting him
There's
back.
other people listening, and you are interrupting other people. So that's not how communication works. You have to
Well, okay,
wait
I
for
will not
someone.
speak
No, you
for
have
the
to
next.
wait for someone to finish what they're saying. Then you reply. You don't do it in the middle of their sentences.
Fine.
That's how
Then you can
communication
speak
works.
now.
You know this, right?
Now you interrupted me.
The guy interrupting say he's being interrupted, huh?
It's fine. Like I don't
No, it's
take
not
that
fine.
bad. But he can speak now if he wants. I think
Nah,
he
he
heard
doesn't
my
want to
question.
talk to you. He doesn't want to talk to you because he knows now that you're gonna be interrupted.
He won't.
When someone is in the middle of their sentence, that's not a
I
cue for you
know
to
that.
start speaking. No, you don't know that.
Okay. Then well, you don't talk to me, right?
No.
That's fine.
No, if you just gonna behave like that, we don't want to talk to you. Whenever you learn and you know that you cannot be speaking in the middle of someone else's sentences, then we might be able to speak to you. But before that, once you learn that, then you
You
might
don't
be
need
able to
to
have a
tell me
conversation.
that. I already know that.
But he told you like 5 times and you still don't get it. I don't
But he
believe you
interrupted
get
me
it yet.
too.
I don't believe you get it. I don't believe it
Okay,
until
then.
you demonstrate it.
Okay. Okay. I mean, it's quiet now. You can talk if you want.
Okay, so you believe that's the only reason that a boat is going away from your view, it has to be because of the curvature of the earth. There's no other reason.
Can I talk now?
You just did. Can I
Okay.
talk now?
Wait, you are asking me a question, right? Shouldn't I answer?
I mean, if you want to, you don't have to.
Yeah. I mean, it seems to be the most reasonable solution.
How many of the other reasonable, less you said that's the most reasonable, what are the other ones that you discarded and checked out and said this one is not reasonable, this one is less reasonable, this one is less than the other one, and this one is the final lesser of all of them, and then you came to the most reasonable, the curvature? How many did you checked, how many variables did you check and discarded before coming to the conclusion that it has to be the curvature of the earth?
So, it's like it's reasonable because I can compare it to different scenarios. When I would be on a mountain.
How many variables did you check?
Wait,
Tell
let
me the
let
other
me finish.
variables.
Bro, you are like criticizing me.
The variables. Give me a
Okay, no,
list
I'm
of
not
how many
speaking to
you
you if
checked.
you're interrupting me after you're like making a big thing out of this.
So are you gonna answer my question or no?
Nah, I'm not talking to you now.
Okay, so you're not gonna answer
I mean,
my question. All right.
if you would learn to not interrupt people, maybe then.
Are you gonna have a follow up? Are you gonna answer a question or no?
Yeah, it's like you guys are having two separate conversations. The audience is getting a little frustrated. Not your fault, Jamesy.
It might be a language barrier.
Nah, I don't even think so. Bro, okay. If you're on the mountain and you are on the peak of the mountain and you go down a little bit and the other person is going like down also a little bit, but on the other side, then you would only see the upper part of the person, right? And it's the same with the ocean. When you see the upper part of the ship, that's why I think that this is the solution. And I don't really compare much with it because it's a thing that makes sense.
Joder, you wanna reply?
I mean, I'm not sure what you're getting at here. Are you saying that the two people walk away from each other and the mountain stays where it is and the people just see the mountain getting smaller relative to how far they are from the
No, you
mountain?
didn't get me
I'm
right.
really trying to struggle to figure out what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that there's two people on a peak of a mountain and then they go in different directions and go down the mountain until
Yeah.
they only see the upper part of the other person because of the curvature. And it's the same with the water when you see another
Oh.
ship in the distance.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
Okay, then you never be like on the ocean and see that.
No, I
That's
used to
fine,
live in
but
Hawaii,
it
across
is
the
like
street
that.
from the beach. I used to watch ships sail out of Pearl Harbor every day,
Okay,
and into.
maybe you didn't see them like far enough, but
Oh, I mean, I saw them very far away.
okay, then we have different experiences. That's fine.
Yeah, like, and I've never seen anybody show me ships going over the curvature of the Earth in any video or picture or anything otherwise.
Okay, then look it up, search it. You will
I
find
have,
enough pictures of it.
and I know what I'm seeing, and I know in all cases, it absolutely is not presenting me globe curvature.
Why not?
Well, first off, people don't present anything that seems to be causing globe curvature where the globe should be curving. What
Why
people do
shouldn't the globe
present
curve?
are things like waves and shoaling and miraging effects of boats as they're getting squished and stretched in the distance. I've never seen globe curvature.
I feel like this is more a thing of you don't want to believe it.
No, I've been searching for globe curvature for about 5 years now. Can't find it.
So what did you find?
That nobody is able to demonstrate globe curvature, and
But I just
all
did.
evidence is on the contrary. Everything looks flat. It's crazy, but it's true.
Yeah, it's because of perspective.
Yeah, it's not curvature, there's perspective.
Yeah, it appears flat because it's like such a big thing.
So your evidence for the globe is how flat it looks?
Nah. My evidence of the globe is what I said earlier, that I can see the curvature if I'm high enough, and I can also see satellite pictures, which I believe are true. I mean, I don't blame you if you don't believe they are true. And I can see things from upper perspective when I'm in the ocean, like ships.
I've seen satellite images of a flat horizon. I've seen images from CloudSat. CloudSat is or was a constellation of weather satellites. They have sideways looking cameras, not looking straight down at Earth only, but also looking out the side at the horizon. And they show a flat horizon,
Like, who published
1,120
them?
kilometers, flat Earth. It's beautiful.
Like, who
And it's
published
in
them?
infrared.
Who published them? Like, who?
Organization in the United States called NOAA, NOAA, the
And
National
these people
Oceanographic
believe that the Earth is flat.
Aeronautic Administration.
Oh, they are government, like government stuff.
Yeah, and it's a joint program between NASA and NOAA.
So they like posted something where you see the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that guy you were talking to earlier, his name's Jemsy. He's got a ton of information about this. It's really great.
Did he also like bring you into this?
And into flat Earth, no.
But you okay?
I found out it was flat myself.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you think you have evidence for a globe, it becomes obvious really quickly that it's not.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. I would say it's pretty obvious that it is, but
well, can
I
you find
think we
a
just have
particular
different.
case?
We want to have different beliefs. It seems like more
No,
than
I mean, it's true.
what makes it true? Like, you don't even have a proof. I mean, I don't have much proof either, but I would say I have much better proof than you.
I don't think so. We got a server with terabytes of evidence.
Yeah, but we have like
Discord.gg/flat earth.
more evidence against it, probably.
Well, that's a funny thing. What you think is evidence against is actually evidence for. Most of our evidence for flat earth seems to come from official sources.
Okay. I think it's
Right.
like it's a perspective thing, but it's fine. I'm just like, I will stay here and listen to you a little bit more.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we're not going anywhere. We're here 24/7.
Yeah, I
We've
believe
got
that.
people all over the world, and we've got the best laser tests on Earth.
Cool.
One of the best places to do a test for curvature is over water, over frozen water, or over a salt lake or a salt bed that has been recently rained upon, so it produces a mirror, a flush mirror image of the sky. Not once has curvature ever been measured over such things. We got flat earthers that take infrared cameras on airplanes and zoom in on the horizon. No globe there. What does the globe side present? Well, they present surveys of the Earth. They present surveys where they survey the Earth flat, and then they pick a globe model, and then they contort their flat Earth measurements to fit the model, and they call that a globe measurement. This happens all the time. There's a whole field dedicated to this called geodesy, Geodesy. Geodesy. It's when you measure Earth flat, and then you mangle your measurements with calculations on a fake globe model ball. It's the most insane thing. Not a single surveyor in this entire field of geodesy is able to measure the Earth directly as a sphere. They have to mathematically contort it to fit a globe model. And they've got hundreds and hundreds of different models of the globe. And they're not all the same, which means they aren't fully compatible with each other, which means nobody has a true map or a true concept of what the globe is or what it even ought to be. Within about a year or so of looking into this, I decided that I needed to look at what the surveyors are doing, the people who claim to actually measure the Earth for a living. And it was quite a frustrating endeavor. Nobody's actually measured curvature in accordance with the radius of the globe. They take models of the globe and they bend their measurements to it. It's almost like taking a texture map in a 3D program and wrapping it around a ball. And this is what they do over and over again, and everybody's fine with it. And everybody pretends that they're measuring the globe, and they're not. It's crazy. Like, what the hell is wrong with everybody? It's funny because they don't exactly tell it like that, but that's exactly what they do. It's the process they describe. They think that the globe model that they select in order to contort their measurements onto, that globe model itself has arisen iteratively after many, many measurements over many years, this, that, and the other. It's just not true.
ultimately, their globe models come from measuring angles to stars in the sky at night. That's right. That's how they created the globe. If they could demonstrate that they were measuring the globe itself, then they wouldn't need what's called a reference ellipsoid to make it work. So this invites a lot of questions like, well, does that mean that they're purposefully mangling the true distances and even the orientation of things? The answer is yes. Yes, they are actually. I mean, does this mean that our flat Earth laser tests are debunking globe Earth distances between continents? Why, yes, absolutely. You see, when you use latitude and longitude on a globe, you're calculating distances on a map. You're not measuring distances when you look at two places. Like if you say New York is at this latitude and longitude, and Los Angeles is at that latitude and longitude, you can calculate the distance between the two, but that doesn't mean it lines up in reality that way. When they claim that there is a relationship where 1 degree of angular displacement of a star in the sky on a great circle route happens when you travel 69 miles or 60 nautical miles over the surface of the Earth, that has never been measured. That's a calculation. Sure, they can measure the angle. Fine, I'm not disputing that they can measure angles. But it's the angle distance relationship that has never been substantiated via measurement. Has anybody proven that? I've never seen anything but an extrapolation within an unspecified margin of error to substantiate the 69-to-1 rule. I've only seen extrapolations. I've seen people measure arc seconds or arc minutes of degree in the sky and then extrapolate that out to a full degree. But nope, never an actual measurement. So this means, I mean, does that relationship hold everywhere on the globe? And the answer is no. Like even with globe Earth geometry and mathematics and surveying, astrogeodetic surveying, the 69-to-1 rule is a rule of thumb. It doesn't even hold true in the globe paradigm everywhere consistently around the world. Why is that? Well, they've got a lumpy geoid. They pretend that Earth has this potato shape of a gravity field, and this screws up everybody's ability to get plumb measurements that are parallel to each other, or radial out from a common center, I should say. And this will have an effect on your distance calculations. That's one issue. You know, and they figure this out when they try to establish the 69-to-1 rule, and they go to look at a star to see where it should be, and it's not. They're like, oh crap, okay, it must be Earth's gravity field bending the starlight. That's what the geoid does. So they make all these ad hoc patch corrections here and there, salvage some kind of semblance of a working model. But yeah, I mean, I don't accept a 69-to-1 relationship at all. I mean, beyond just a map distance, calculated map distance. That's all that is. You know, measuring angles to stars is another challenge because within all the manuals, they tell you for practical purposes, you don't want to take angles above like 60 degrees of elevation. If you're looking straight overhead, you're going to have a problem. And you don't want to use the very narrow low angles to the horizon due to what they claim is astronomical refraction or terrestrial refraction even. And so you got to use the meaty middle of your field of view, somewhere down below from directly overhead and somewhere above from directly in front of you. That's where the stars are that you want to take elevation angles to. But the assumption is that every star you're taking an elevation angle to has a GP that corresponds, and you can work that out with the geometry. And yeah, you probably can work it out geometrically, conceptually. But if you're not really taking 90-degree zenith angles to these stars, because it's impractical for many reasons. And, what are the chances of you being directly underneath a star perfectly 90 degrees? And then for how long does that last? These things are always moving in the sky. I mean, is it possible that you could even claim that, or counterclaim that that nobody's been able to establish a 90-degree zenith angle to any star at any time in human history? It's just assume that that's the case, especially Polaris. I mean, has anybody stood underneath Polaris? I mean, what, from a dinghy in the Arctic waters? Yeah, good luck doing that. But I mean, this is what our maps are all based off of, latitude and longitude. This is how the globe was constructed. Just got one belief after another and a lot of geometry and ad hoc explanations. Meanwhile, flat earthers take lasers out and infrared optics out, and we observe and measure Earth flat every time. Crazy world. Suppose that you thought you lived on a globe, right? Let's say you're looking northward. You see Polaris, right, in the Big Dipper, and that's beautiful right in front of you. Suppose, I don't know, then you're at a particular location, 45 degrees north latitude. All right, so you're looking directly north. You're at 45 degrees north latitude. So Polaris is assumed to be about, 45 degrees up in elevation in the sky. Let's say from there you look directly west. You turn 90 degrees west. And then you look straight up to get an elevation to a star. That star is in the south. I hate to tell you, Globers. Think you got this figured out? Yeah, it's pretty funny, I think, because you're facing 90 degrees west. But you got to remember, at 45 degrees north latitude, that's a circle. So really, when you go to look due west, that line of latitude is curving to the right off into the distance and bending down. So if you take an elevation while looking 90 degrees to the west, and you look 45 degrees north and grab a star there, that thing is way over the south somewhere. And it's also not going to be moving at 15 degrees per hour in your field of view. So how do you know where you are? How do you know that you're going to be following a great circle route, especially when all these stars are moving? How do you actually stay on your 45-degree north latitude and travel along that? How do you use stars to do that? Because that's not a great circle route. Does anybody really have an appreciation for how difficult this is?
Welcome, Big Hoss. What was your interest in flat Earth? Like, have you heard anything about it before?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a few things. I'm not trying to be like a hater or anything. I just kind of want to see what you guys are talking about.
Well, I mean, the topic. We're an intervention program. Most people can't admit that the globe Earth, as far as personally as far as they're concerned, is a belief, and they won't admit that. So it's a problem, right? It's because you first got to admit that you just have a belief. So, for instance, if I ask you or anybody, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And don't tell me how you think somebody else knows it. Like how they know
Sure. So you're
personally
saying,
what their primary information is, and they don't have any.
yeah, no, I think I know what you're saying. You're saying that like if you're going to be like, oh, well, trust the science or whatever, it's kind of just like
Yeah.
taking it at faith.
Yeah, but well, even that is saying they know. It's not saying you know. You're saying they know, right? The scientists know it's a globe. You don't personally know.
Sure,
They
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
So for you personally, it's a belief, and they have a hard time just admitting that simple thing.
Yeah, I can do that.
Which kind of like pulls the rug out from the whole I can't believe you guys are flat earthers, when all they're really saying is I can't believe you don't believe what I believe, which sounds crazy, right?
Yeah.
And then they start rationalizing it, and they say, if the Earth is flat, how does this work? If the Earth is flat, how does that work?
They've never said
Yeah.
if the Earth is a globe, how does this work? They've never said that to themselves.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
I have this funny question I ask people to see how honest they can be. I say, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what? And your answer would be what?
Flat.
99%, I wouldn't say 90, at least 90% of the time.
It's over 70. There's no doubt it's
For
over
sure.
70.
You just want me to say flat, or, but it is curving. And it's like, you can't even be honest about it.
Wow.
It's like painful for them to just say, yeah, dude, the Earth would be flat if it's not curving. But it's a hypothetical. You know what I mean? No one's saying, hey, you're admitting the Earth is flat. We're just saying, hey, hypothetically, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, what is it? And they can't even say it would be flat because they're, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Don't you find that a little strange?
It is pretty funny, yeah, because like, people will say things like, "Oh, what if the moon were made of cheese?" You know what I mean? And nobody has a real problem with that, or just silly things. So, what if the cow jumped over the moon? Yeah, and if flat Earth is supposed to be so ridiculous and outrageous, like, why is it so hard to even just say those little words? It is pretty weird.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the case with like a lot of
Hold on a
different
second.
belief
You just
systems.
entered the chat. I just want to check and make sure we don't have anybody else in here. If you just entered the chat, don't leave because you can't talk. You have to be manually unmuted if you don't have a role. So I will manually unmute you. So Big Hoss, when you leave and come back, nobody has to manually unmute you because you have the BC verified role. Just to tell you.
Nice. Appreciate that. Well, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. Baby.
Well, I'll Kajo, what's his name here? KO. Let's see what KO has to say. What's up, KO? You're unmuted if you want to speak. Hey, he's got our tag. Coolio.
I have nothing to say. I'm just listening.
Okay. Well, hey, I can give you the VC verified role if you just follow a couple simple steps.
I'm driving on my phone right now, so maybe later.
Oh, okay. Well, they're verbal, dude. Like all you got to do is agree that you're going to read the rules and abide by them. That's it.
Yeah, for sure. Then I'll do that. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, word.
Hey, Big Hoss, do you think the surface of the Earth is measurable?
Hypothetically, I guess if you took if you had like an infinitely long ruler or something, I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to get at, to be honest.
Well, Earth as a globe is like a geometry claim. Saying, hey, it's a ball, that's like geometry. And in geometry, to figure out whether something is a particular figure or form, we measure it. Do you think we can measure the Earth to figure out what its figure is or its form is? Do you think it's possible?
Well,
not even in its totality, but a section, even, to figure out one or the other.
I haven't really thought about it.
Does it help that most of the surface of the Earth is water?
Yeah, I guess it's hard to measure, like, a fluid, just fluid. Yeah, that's what water is.
Well, I mean, the good thing about the water being most of the surface and it being fluid is that dynamic, you can extend that out, extrapolate that out to the entire surface of the water. So if the water's not curving, then the Earth can't be a ball because water isn't going to be flat in one place and curved in another place. If that water's connected. Right. So in reality, even though we call it the seven oceans, right? The seven oceans, there's only one world ocean.
Four oceans.
Yeah, that's it. There's just one ocean, dude.
Yeah.
They're all connected. Well, the seven oceans are connected as in one ocean. So whatever any part of that ocean, the entire ocean should reflect that part. Now, of course, there's going to be some variation. The tide height, the size of the waves, the currents, there'll be some variation, but like the vertical compared to the horizontal, like the ratio is like that ratio wouldn't mean a fuck of a difference because it's like in the seventh decimal point the difference is. Like if what we call the Pacific is higher than the Atlantic by 50 feet, even it doesn't mean anything as far as whether the surface of the Earth is curving or not. It doesn't confound the result, is what I'm saying.
Sorry, I think hot micing a little.
It's all right for now. You think we went to the moon, dude?
I don't know. I guess I don't have an opinion on that one. I don't know.
What if I told you that even now they're still saying it, that it would take multiple rockets to get to the moon because you'd have to put the fuel into orbit. It would burn all its fuel up just trying to get into orbit. They're saying it now still, even today. That the Artemis needs like what was it? 15 rockets need to be launched.
Yeah.
Fuel cargo, basically. So they launch the Artemis, they fuel it up with 15 other rockets of fuel, and then they fly it to the moon. Von Braun said he would need 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building, and then to fuel those up. Elon Musk has also said it would take 7 rockets or something, 7 starships. So it's turning out to be like if they're actually trying to get to the moon, that there's the story that human beings went to the moon on a single rocket in 1969 is utter horseshit.
Yeah, do you think when Werner von Braun said that, like, was he at that time still thinking like it was possible to get there? You know what I mean? Like, was he taking it seriously, do you think?
I don't know. No, I know the context when he said that it was actually a production by Walt Disney. Yeah, when he had it was like he was giving like a presentation at Walt Disney did the production. He had little model rockets that he was showing, like in like a model space station. It's pretty weird. I'd probably find it.
Yeah, because that's one thing. I mean, of course, we'll never know the answer. I'm just speculating, but I just wonder, like, at one point they must have actually been like, yeah, let's try to get up there. That'd be cool. Like, at what point did they, people who actually have control of this technology and were trying to do things realize, like, oh, yeah, we really can't do this. Let's just fake it. That'll be cool. I just wonder at what point that happened historically.
Hey, Big Hoss, do you know who Werner von Braun is?
Actually, don't. I'm kind of here just to learn.
That's why we asked you if you knew. Sometimes we talk
Yeah.
about things we assume people know, but then we find out that they don't. So, like Werner von Braun, he was brought over from Nazi Germany. He was the creator of the V2 rockets, if I'm not mistaken, and he was one of the people that helped found NASA and good friends with Walt Disney. Yeah, brought over here on Operation Paperclip.
What's the Operation Paperclip?
It was after World War II. The U.S. government put paper clips on Nazi German members' files, people that would have been good choices to bring into our government to use for basically propaganda, because that was one thing Nazi Germany was supposedly really good at, was propaganda.
Oh, by the way, the Russians got the other half of the Nazi scientists, and they headed up the Russian space program. So you had Nazis on both sides playing propaganda.
Nazis actually dictated, defeated Nazis partially dictated the post-war narrative of what even happened during World War II. I mean, Hitler was Time Man of the Year in 1932. Which a lot of people don't know. He was a friend until he was the enemy.
They hosted the Olympics too when he was in power.
They loved Hitler. Shit, dude, there was a Nazi frickin' rally at Madison Square Garden. They took out full-page ads in the New York Times, front pages. All that history has been memory holes, as usual.
Let me ask you, Big Hoss, if you could find out how to determine whether or not the Earth is actually curving or not, would you care?
I don't know. I guess it probably doesn't really affect my life one way or another, but it's still interesting, I think.
Why do you think it wouldn't affect your life?
Because I mean, what is it going to change for me, like in my day-to-day life? I guess.
I mean, you'll know a little bit more about the place of where you live. It's kind of like you buy a house with like 1,000 acres on it, right? And you know nothing about the land that you live on or the home that you live on, and all you do is stay in one room and you believe that everything else is something else, right? But instead you could go out and learn more about it, right? Go look at the wall, see if there's any cracks in it, fix it, grow some plants, uh, domesticate some animals,
Yeah.
live a happier life.
I mean, I feel like it's kind of the same as like knowing what happens after you die. Like, does it really matter? At least to me.
I mean, I guess you won't know until you know, right?
Yeah.
But if you choose to remain ignorant, then you'll never know.
Well, like I said, I'm here to learn. So.
Somebody new come in yet? Truth Revolution 101.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth. I think it is valuable to know that you don't live on a globe. I mean, there's no verifiable evidence of a globe. There's no measurements of curvature, because it can help you to trust your own experience. Whereas one thing the globe propaganda does is, from a very young age, make you think that the way you experience the world is not really right. Like, that's basically what you're told. That's what all children are told. Oh, yeah, seems like it's not moving, but it's really moving at a high rate of speed. Seems like it's flat, but it's really not. So you're totally wrong about that too. So you just have to trust these experts, to tell you how it really is. And then when it turns out these experts are wrong, or these experts actually have no verifiable documented evidence to back up their claims, because people were introduced to the globe idea at such a young age, they're looking for another expert to tell them. I mean, I'm not saying this is you, Big Hoss. I'm just saying what I've observed over time is, especially people who are very resistant to the globe, to leaving the globe behind, to just discarding a failed model. People who are resistant to that, they just need somebody else to tell them, now it's time to get rid of the model. Now it's time to go back to actually believing that reality is the way it presents itself. And you don't need an expert to tell you that, because if the experts who originally told you not to trust your own experience, which is the Earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears, and we see things in the distance that would be impossible to see if we were on a globe of radius of 3,959 miles, you don't need somebody else to tell you that. You can just figure that out for yourself.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I mean, would you consider yourselves to be like experts as well, or as what you're trying to say is like do your own research, basically?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I consider the people here to be experts on debunking the globe for sure. Yeah, because people here that have been around here for a while, have spent many years studying the issue, figuring out the mathematics of what the globe predicts, debunking that based on thousands of different long distance observations, horizon observations, and so on. So yeah, I think that's the case. But that's the thing. But we also don't want people. We don't want people to just take our word for it. We don't want to be the new experts. Like I just said, you can go out and figure that out for yourself. I mean, that's what I did. That's what other people here did. So even though it's true that in one sense, yes, we become experts on debunking the globe, like you too can become an expert. It doesn't even really take that long. I mean, the math is not really that complicated, and it's better just to become your own expert.
Yeah, that makes sense. Seems reasonable.
Have you seen the long distance observations, Big House?
Long distance observations. Are you talking about like the thing with the laser over the water or whatever? I'm actually like not that familiar. So.
Well, you're familiar enough to say that, so yeah, you must have seen one of them. Yeah, I mean that's the crux of the flat Earth argument, that there's a whole bunch. I mean, laser tests are one part of the long distance observation. You can do it without lasers, but the ones that are most carefully documented, some of the most carefully documented observations are laser tests. For example, one of the FE core laser tests where the laser hit the target at a distance of 25 miles when the predicted curvature there would have been having that target hidden by 297 feet of non-existent curvature. So that's cool. Yeah, so you understand the main argument then, or you've heard it before. That's great.
Cool. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of it, so let me send it. My energy is low right now.
Oh yeah, I understand. Mine is too. So yeah, no judgment here. We're just glad you're here. So that's fine. Did you have any questions about anything else about the flat Earth?
Not in particular, no. I was kind of trying to just listen for a minute.
Sounds cool.
Cool.
Josh Ingersoll is here.
Who is that?
He's a satellite person.
Welcome, Josh. Very interesting.
Is it?
Well, he's supposed to wait to speak to me before he rejoins. So clearly can't follow
this group or
directions.
the other one? I mean, I didn't
All
know
of
anything about this one. If you did, that's whatever you said.
Yeah, that's why I flagged that I was in here. I'm just listening, but happy to chat.
No worries, dude. Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll move you to a channel, then I'll talk to you. Then you can come back.
Depending on what his response is.
Oh yeah, AI talking to him in the channel. Yeah, it's scary. But he's already gone, so no time for a warning.
Did you move him or did he just bounce?
I was trying to move him, but then it didn't show, so he must have
Oh,
not
too
been paying attention.
bad. Yeah.
I wanted to ask him about the 22 rockets. Because he
Yeah.
said he's a moon believer. I wanted to grill him on that.
Well, tell him to come back and ask him whatever it was you're going to ask him. I'm not supposed to talk to him. That's my personal commitment to myself. I guess since it's only to myself, I could break the commitment to myself, right? Because
Yeah, but then you'd be mad at yourself.
No, that's fine. Just listen. And you'll ask him about
probably
the
for the
rockets.
best.
It'll be
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Vintage wants to know what's up with Josh. Josh is a product manager for Amazon. They changed the name. It was Cooper, and now they changed it to like Leo or something. They changed the name. So they're trying to do an imitation of Starlink, basically, and have satellite internet. And Josh is the
Well, I got his
glorified
bio.
fucking salesman, basically.
I screenshotted his bio, so let's
Oh,
see.
yeah.
He's got uncut rocket footage and some ISS pressure sensor, space lasers, and laws.
ISS external pressure sensor. Oh, my Yoder must have hurt him somewhere.
Hey guys, sorry, I invited my friend Jones. I don't know if you guys can like unmute him and like ask him the questions or like agree to the TOS or whatever. Jones Stones.
Oh, okay. What's up, Chone Stones? What a weird name.
Hey man. Hey guys. Yeah, it is a weird name, I think. Sorry guys. It's funny.
Yeah, what's up?
Me.
Here to ask questions.
Wait, we're asking questions. Who's
I mean,
answering?
I don't know. I don't know why he invited
Who's
you here.
answering? Who's
The
answering?
big house bring in here.
I thought it'd be
You're-
interesting. So,
You're a Glober, Sean?
No, I'm a flatter, but I'm a flurf. But if you want to fucking answer questions, go ahead.
Oh, he's a flatter and a flurf. Do you have a boy band called the Five Flatters?
I do. I love them. I love when they kick their legs up in the air.
Must be Ocasio Falls.
Right. So, if you want to start
Yeah,
having
just
a conversation, what do you want to talk about? The ice wall, or do you want to talk about the
ice
firmament?
wall. Who the fuck?
Oh, you're so gonna get wrecked in here.
No, I'm just wondering who believes in an ice wall.
Don't talk about getting wrecked.
What do you think the origin of the ice wall is? The origin of that
The
idea.
origin?
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
The
I
idea
don't
of an
think
ice
the
wall
origin has
perimetering the
anything
Earth.
more to do with with life than it does with God.
No. It came from.
No, it came from God.
It came from
And
Captain
if
Cook.
you
No,
think-
it came from bro. It came from Captain Cook. If you look on old maps, they'll say Great Ice Barrier.
There's
right.
waterfalls.
Captain Cook tried to find a way into Antarctica and sailed for 60,000 miles and couldn't find one. So they called it the Great Ice Barrier. Ice wall comes from globetards. It doesn't come from us. So that's what I'm asking.
not
Like
true.
ice
That's
wall,
actually
who
not
believes in
true.
that?
It's
Yeah.
It's waterfalls.
No, the idea originated with globetards. Originated.
Well, fuck you then. I'm not a globetard. I don't.
He's
I'm
not
just
calling.
then why are you getting
Relax.
upset? Because if you're not a globetard, there's a saying: if you throw a rock in a pack of dogs, the one that yelps is the one you hit. If you're not a globetard, what are you whining for?
Yeah, he's just telling you where the idea of ice wall came from. It came from globe believers, okay? We're not saying it came from you. We're saying where the idea came from. It didn't come from our community. We never claimed any ice walls.
Okay. All right. So, fair enough. Don't believe that you had a hand in deciding all of this, but
If there was an ice wall, would it mean the Earth is flat? I mean, even if there was one. No, it wouldn't mean anything. So let's get to the brass tacks. What would mean the Earth is flat?
Sorry, it would actually mean that.
So if there's an ice wall, therefore flat Earth. Walk me through that logic.
Okay, so if there are boundaries around the world, the world,
well, maybe it's a boundary on the globe.
No, there's no globe.
No, if it was a globe, there could be a
flat
boundary on the
plate.
globe, right? Like say the Arctic Circle was a giant fucking ice wall. Around the ring, the whole Arctic Circle is a big fucking ice wall, right? So there could be an ice wall and it would still be a globe.
No, I don't agree with that.
So that's not possible?
Well, I guess
that's what they say
possible.
exists right now.
Well, I don't think the world is a globe. That's what I'm trying to.
No, what I'm saying is right now they say that there's...
Why am I being...
I'm just explaining things to you, dude. Are you drunk?
Yeah, I'm a little drunk.
Okay, so
Yeah,
slow
you don't
down.
need to take it personally. He's trying to explain things to you so you understand them.
So right now they say Antarctica is a giant ice sheet, okay?
Yeah.
And that ice sheet extends out way into the ocean.
It's
and
not
that
a
if you,
continent.
and that if you sail south, you're going to run into this giant ice wall, this giant glacier that is on top of the landmass that's Antarctica. So they have an ice wall, okay? And the globe has an ice wall. So there can be an ice wall and the Earth can still be a globe. Okay.
Yeah,
So
okay, that's
it doesn't
fine.
decide it
I don't
either
have
way. What does
I don't have to
decide it
argue
is whether
against
the Earth is flat or curved. That decides it. It's the only thing that can ever decide.
No, it doesn't decide it at all. I don't think, in my opinion, that.
Well, what do you think would decide it?
None of that is is an explanation or a proof. I don't
No,
feel.
I don't care about explanations. I would care about what would decide it one way or another.
Well,
flat or globe.
not that. Is what I would think.
What?
What do you mean what?
Right. What
no.
specific observation can we make that would prove flat or globe?
Well,
Observation or measurement?
Okay, you could talk about laser experiments. You could talk
Yeah.
about a few other
There we go.
things. But
Yeah.
I'm not saying the ice wall is proving anything. I'm saying that like that's just like one way to talk about something that like is obviously like a that's not something that like is a disproving or like gotcha. You know what I mean? Like we can have other conversations about things that exist. The ice walls is not one, but I do think that is the truth. Okay, so fine. Let's talk about
He's
something
just trying to explain to you that the ice wall is just a description of the coastline of Antarctica.
Okay, that's perfectly fine on either side. I don't necessarily
Exactly.
think that like
So it
one
can't
way.
decide anything. That's the point I was trying to make. We're
Okay,
we're
well
only
that's fair.
concerned
That's
in
fair. That's
well,
fair.
hold on. We're only concerned in the evidence which will prove one way or another which one it is. We don't care about the things which could work either way. Why fixate on them if they can work either way? They're not going to tell us anything. We're just
I
wasting
don't
our
know.
time
I
arguing
don't know
about.
why. I don't know why that.
Well, I'm just saying,
became
dude.
like
You don't. Why? You got to be cocked, dude, because you're taking everything personally for no reason, dude.
I'm cocked.
No, dude, it's not personal. I'm just giving you information, dude. You're obviously new to this topic, so.
No, I don't think I'm new to this topic. I've seen,
Mm,
I've read a lot. I've thought about it a lot.
That's okay. There's a lot of people
Relatively
who
new.
talk about this topic. The point here that India is trying to tell you is the arbiter of if your floor is flat is the measurements of your floor. If your floor is curved, you would discover that by measuring it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you wouldn't look at your ceiling lights or talk about whether your wall is made of ice or talk about it's warm or cold some time of the day and not some other time, right?
No, okay.
None of those
Fair enough.
things can
Fair enough.
determine whether your floor is flat or curved. Now, you can make up stories about why one matches one shape versus the other, which are just bullshit stories. So,
I guess I have to agree with that, but I don't necessarily think that like okay, so some of this is conversations about like I do get misdirected like questions or like oh here's my first argument of whatever, right? Like I don't think that's I think that I have to argue against some of the bullshit quickly until I can make an argument against like something that's like more nuanced. So anyway,
okay.
like yeah. So
look, this topic isn't an argument at this point. Like we're way past that. Like, I mean, we've been talking about this in here.
Well,
everybody
haven't.
you
I've
can
never
think
been
of
in
from
here, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I
Listen, bro.
don't want to be
Josh,
a dick. I'm just like
well,
saying,
listen,
like, hey.
listen. We got a dude named Josh. He was just in here. He's a satellite person for Amazon. So all this is verified. He's worked for the UN with their little space nonsense, and we've interrogated him many times. He doesn't
Does he
actually know
understand
anything.
triangulation?
Well, hold on. And we've talked to him many times, and the best he can do is show government cartoons. Right? He doesn't know anything. If we ask him how any of this shit works, he doesn't know anything. Okay, so the point is that at this point in time, in this so-called flat Earth, globe Earth debate, it's a done deal. It's already over. People just haven't woke up to the fact that the conversation's already done.
Well, I don't think I have a disagreement then with any of y'all.
Well, you don't. I mean, what I'm saying is, you don't have to debate anybody. Because I can ask Josh right here. How do you know the Earth is a globe, Josh?
I thought I was coming in here talking to prove my point and type of thing. You know what I mean?
No, what we're trying to tell you is that you actually have the high ground. They have the burden of proof all the evidence is on your side, so you never need to shy away from anything they say. Just look into it, and you'll figure out, whoa, well,
Okay,
they have a problem here.
So here's a question, and that's actually like a really nice like of a point to make, because I really appreciate that. So I have a really actually I have a concern. So when we talk about triangulation, when it comes to the idea that
What?
like we have satellites, right? We have
They
satellites
don't
that
use
do
They don't use triangulation. They use what's called trilateration. It's a different thing.
trilateration. Okay,
Yeah.
you're right on that. And that's actually true. That's true. So
And also doesn't use a globe.
my concern is okay. So I've had several conversations with people about like triangulation and trilateration, which you're correct to use the term. How do I guess like have this argument about like, okay, there's a method to like put define a point on the globe. The globe
They're
tards
not
are
using a globe. They're not finding a
right.
point on the globe.
I know, but
no,
you have
no,
to
no, no,
understand.
no. Listen, brother. What you don't understand is even though you look on your phone and it shows the globe and says latitude and longitude, that's not how the GPS itself functions. That is shown to you in a coordinate transformation within the receiver. It changes the coordinate system from Earth-centered, Earth-fixed to a geodetic reference system. Okay, so it changes it. That's not how the receiver actually works and functions within it.
I don't understand that. Okay, so
I know
like,
you
make
don't.
that clear to me.
Okay,
Make
so
that clear
find
to
your
me. Like,
position on a plane.
how do you make point A to point B make sense if you're not like using that method? And that's what's frustrating to me, because I keep trying to like figure it out. I just don't get it.
Okay, I know things are hard. They're using a coordinate system called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, right? Which is a plane. So the
What is
actual
it?
coordinate.
What is it? Earth what?
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed.
Okay.
Okay, but the coordinate that they're putting you on is on top of that, on top of a plane. They're not actually measuring any of that. They're not measuring any globe. They're not measuring any of that crap. So GPS is a passive one-way beacon with a timestamp inside of it. Your receiver picks up that timestamp and says, hey, it took this long for the signal. Hold on. Took this long for the signal to get here. I must be this far away because of the speed of light. And then it does this with multiple, transmitters, beacons. Okay. They can be in the sky. They can be on the ground. They can be anywhere. Okay. Now you have a bunch of overlapping circles, and that's where it puts your position, but it doesn't put your position on top of a globe. It puts it on top of something called Earth-centered,
Like a flat
Earth-fixed.
map.
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. No, these are listen, you're trying to reify a mathematical model and say, hey, dude, this mathematical model, there must be reality. No, dude, we do this all the time. This is well known in all sorts of engineering of everything, is that we'll use a mathematical model, but that mathematical model doesn't have any ultimate reality to it, right? Other than the output. What happens in the guts between the input and the output?
Word reification.
It's called a reification fallacy. When you make an abstract
I love
idea,
that. It's beautiful. I love that.
say it's real.
I'm gonna say it to my friends.
There's a
So
bunch
it's
of
well
stuff you
known.
can
There's
learn
things
about
like
logic,
different.
and if you just
go ahead.
listen, you can actually learn a lot about how these things work.
Yeah, we have a whole channel, like if you go down, there's information channels with all these topics at infinitum. From not just like these aren't like flat earthers. We're using official sources of how they say it works in the guts of it. Now, there's always two different narratives to this stuff. There's the way people think it works, and like second order people will talk about how they work. And then when you look into the guts of the devices and how they actually work, it's often quite different.
Okay.
Yeah, so like they're all functioning on the same plane of existence that we're functioning on. So they're drawing angles from a flat surface to a horizon, and they're calling it locally flat, and they're using horizontal planes. Right? That's just the base of what they're using, and then after the fact, they turn it into a globe because that's what you expect to see.
Can you see in the chat?
Do
you see the live?
Are you
Do
talking
you
to
see the
me?
text channel that's right above this voice channel? It's called a Livestream voice text.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I could see chat, but I don't see.
I don't know if you even have the BC verified role. Hold on, let me give it to you.
I'm not. I don't think I'm. I don't think I'm.
Yeah, you got it.
No,
So
Chill, they're
there's a
not talking
text.
about the side chat. They're talking about the one above it.
Yeah, someone pinged you in it.
Wait. Oh, somebody
Right
else.
above here.
Something else.
It's not the embedded chat. It's the chat above it, above this one.
Okay, hold on. Let me look. Does it say
Yeah,
lobby?
if you lower,
Someone just pinged you in it.
no, yeah, if you lower this window and then look up right above it.
Is this the one with the Nazi stuff?
Nazi stuff.
What?
All right, can I help y'all out real quick?
Written-
Let me help you. Hey, guys, let me help you out. If you open the embedded chat, there's literally a disclaimer with the link straight to the live stream voice text chat.
German Nazis. Which is it? Right there.
Yeah, scroll down. We were talking about
Okay,
Project
hold on.
Paperclip.
I just found it. I just found it. Okay, now I got tagged. Okay, so and again, this isn't stuff that I'm like unaware of. Like I've looked this stuff up like a lot. I don't get this part of it. This equator slash like the X axiom and the Z north
You see the? Do you
grifter.
see the? Look. Do you
What
see
does
the?
it say?
I'm gonna.
Griff Z.
Okay, look. I'm gonna post it again. Look at the image the diagram I posted. You see that?
Okay,
With a
I'm
little
looking
square.
at it.
You see the ball with the square on it?
I see the ball. What
With the square.
that's
There's a little
globe.
square on it that says. You don't see the little ball with the square on it in the
I
chat
do.
right now.
I see it already, and that
So
square is confusing.
where the coordinate system actually is on that square. It's not on the ball.
Well, yeah, obviously. I
Okay.
see that.
Okay, so they take this coordinate system and do what's called a coordinate transformation or a geometric transformation and convert it all into latitude and longitude and then show it on your phone with a little image of a globe. That's how GPS works.
The actual observer is in the middle of this imaginary globe. The globe doesn't actually exist.
Oh, okay. So, like, but again, though, like, I've looked at this stuff. Like, I think I get it. Like, I think I understand, the idea behind this. But they just
Well, think, how do they get so you have the origin of coordinates, right? The center of that sphere and the square.
Yeah.
How do they get the height, the distance of the square to the center? You think they measure that? Of course not. Okay. They presuppose the distance of they just add.
They add?
They just add 3959 to the height of the satellite.
That.
Satellite, whatever it is, right? Or they can use a pseudo range, and if it's a fixed ground station, they can just add a height to that. Because there's all this stuff is black box. You can't like open one of these GPS receivers and see what it's actually doing.
Because I don't actually get like what the plate is. Like that at the end of the day, like I think that okay, are we talking about the O?
The point was GPS don't prove a globe. It doesn't even use a globe, and it's been around before satellites existed.
What?
Yeah. So did you know that? Like LORAN was a system used. It's the same as GPS, except for they admit it's radio towers. Okay, it's existed before satellites existed.
No. I disagree
Yeah,
with you
and
here.
the best part
Warren,
about
you
it.
Here's an
disagree?
interesting point. Here's an interesting point.
Sorry. There's no disagreeing. LORAN worked
There's no
before GPS
disagreeing.
and satellites, and LORAN was known to transmit beyond the geometric curve. So,
Wait, what?
Yeah, 1,800 miles, dude.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's supposed to be the Earth's supposed to be a big ball, right? So you should
Yeah,
only have a
I
line of sight.
understand that you can use lasers to like disprove what you could disprove the globe Earth theory.
Yeah,
I get
but
that.
this
I
is
get that.
using radio waves. That the radio waves, you're getting the position of about 1,800 miles out to sea from a ground-based radio station. Right? The curve of the Earth should be in the way. There should be something like, I don't know, 1,800 miles, probably like 100, 200 feet of curve, 200 miles of curve in the way. Meaning there should be a 200-mile mountain between you and the boat.
And?
Yeah, but there ain't one.
Huh? Of course there is.
There isn't one because they did this for navigation.
I agree with you. I get that. So what are we arguing about?
That GPS, tell your buddies or whoever you're debating, that GPS existed before satellites.
Okay.
Before satellites. Before the first rocket was ever launched. Before Sputnik.
Again, my question is, how do they do it? How do they make it fake? Like, how do they make?
They put a little frickin'. I told you they do a coordinate transformation and show a little ball on your phone.
yeah, they also have so-called geostationary
Dude, look at this way.
satellites.
Okay, so hold on, Andres. So on your phone, they can make an app called GPS, right? And instead of showing you a globe, it could be frickin' Super Mario. And they could plot your position based upon the coordinates, because Mario is actually just like a wireframe coordinate system. And whatever your phone says your position is, they could map that to Mario. And you could think you live on a fucking 3D Mario.
Yep.
I guess.
Not I guess. That's the way it is, dude. Just because they show you a fucking cartoon don't mean nothing.
Well, I think it looks pretty professional, but I'm not saying
it's
that
so good. This is how good it is. Okay, listen. Black out all your car windows and drive using just the GPS. Just stick the GPS in the dashboard and take the turns when the GPS says the turn.
If you're saying that these are fake images, I want you to tell me why they are, and that's also part of the things that I have arguments with my friends about. Is like, why are these fake? Well, I don't actually have a
Because
good
they
argument.
depict something that's impossible.
Well, then I will tell them that. But
you see
I don't
images
have
of Santa, right? Santa Claus, right?
Dude,
you've seen
you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm
Listen
talking about.
closely. Have you seen images of Santa?
Have you seen images of the globe?
No.
Okay, well, first of all, give me permission.
The point is, listen. You're trying to think of your excuse before you actually listen. Okay.
No.
So really
Let me
simple.
show pictures, and you could tell me how they're wrong.
I am. I'm working. I'm trying to build up logically to that, but you won't let me.
Okay.
It's really simple. Are all images of Santa fake? Is there really a Santa?
I think there's probably pictures of Santa.
Okay, here comes the cope. Listen, brother. Someone doesn't need to prove how every image of Santa Claus was faked. We know Santa's a fictional character.
I mean, you could easily do it for like 1 or 2. And then the ones that I actually care about.
Every single image of Santa is fake, bro.
You would help me to make that argument to my
friend. Every single image of Santa's fake. Every one.
I know,
there is no
what
Santa
about
Claus.
the globe?
There is no globe, and every single one is fake.
Then tell me, do
you want to know how we know every single one is fake?
Yeah,
because
I do.
Okay. Here we go. Because
I'm
all
giving
those
you an
globes.
option. I'm gonna
Are you gonna let me
I'm gonna
answer?
post
Or are you
one
gonna
or
keep
two
talking?
pictures
You gotta ask me a question and
of the
talk? Is
group.
that your idea? Why are you asking me a question and talking?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so this is how we know every single one of those is fake. All those images depict an ocean that on it has curving water. The water curves into the shape of a ball. We can go to the ocean and try to measure this curve, right? Because it has to be curving. If
with
the
a
picture,
laser, though,
listen,
right?
if the picture shows curving water, then when I go to the ocean, what's supposed to be in that picture is the ocean of the earth. I should be able to go to the ocean and measure that curve to see if it actually exists. The thing is, that curve doesn't actually exist in reality. It only exists in a stupid image somewhere.
Listen, I agree with you 100%. I've seen that
Just like
video.
if they
I've
showed an
seen that
image and there
video,
was
and
spikes of freaking quartz crystal sticking out of their freaking image of the earth, I could just go to where those spikes are, and if there's no spike there, I know that image is bullshit because what it depicts doesn't exist in reality. That's how we know they're all fake, okay? Because what it depicts doesn't exist in reality.
Well, okay. I don't disagree because I saw that laser video and I thought it was.
There's way more than
I
one
thought it was
laser test,
damaging.
dude.
I thought it was damaging, and I'm not fucking mad about
There's
that.
way more than one.
Well, I saw one.
And there's way more than those distances. There's 800, dude. There's a 10,000-mile radio transmissions.
I have
Did you hear that correctly? 10,000 miles, the United Kingdom to Australia. Radio transmissions before satellites existed. Now, how do you do that on a ball?
Well, okay, so here's a good point.
You certainly
because
can't do that over curving water.
brother. I agree with you in that term. Like here's what I'm gonna say.
I don't know. It kind of makes sense to me. What are you saying?
I have friends who I can make the same arguments at, and then they're gonna tell me, well, here's a picture of the globe.
Yeah, and you ask them one question. Okay, how can we test that image to see if that's actually what the Earth looks like from space? What if the Earth is a cube from space? What if the Earth is a freaking pyramid from space? How do we know that what's in the image is what the Earth looks like from space? Okay?
I mean, I guess
how can listen, you ask them, how can we test it? The only way you can test the authenticity of the image is to see if what's in the image actually exists on Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can't. Okay, so here's the thing. I can't make an argument against like
What if they showed a Great Wall of China on the East Coast? You need to prove how they faked the image? Can't you just go to the East Coast and see there's no wall there?
But it's frustrating. Okay, so what's my
I know
argument?
it makes too much sense.
I
know it's painful.
I have a problem fucking making the right argument. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
It isn't our argument. They're auto believing in something, and why should anybody else believe it? See, they're doing something called reversal of the burden of proof. They're saying, "Hey, dude, these are images of the Earth to space." Well, that's begging the question. How do you know any of that?
Well,
how do you know that that's an image of Earth from space? Just because someone said, here's an image of Earth from space. So what?
Yeah, I agreed. I don't.
So are all images true unless disproven?
I mean, okay,
why do they deserve to be believed? Let me ask you this: why do the people that claim that those are images of the Earth from space? Why should you believe them?
Well, because they're the ones. They're okay. So I get
yeah,
the
should.
idea
I want the should thing. No, stay on the should. Don't try to run away from it. I want the should. I want the should. Why should you believe them? Give me one good reason.
You need to support the evidence. If you make the claim, you need to support the evidence. Wait,
no, but why should you believe them?
Well, I don't. But then,
well, why should anybody?
Okay, well, let me. I'll show you a couple of like pictures.
Why do your friends believe them? Hold on, let me ask you this: your buddies.
They look right. They look correct. They look like.
How do you know that? How do you know they look correct when you've never seen the Earth from that point?
Man,
Bro,
I'm just trying to tell you.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Shh. Stop talking for a second. How would they know if they're correct when they've never seen the Earth from that point of view?
Well, that's part of my first argument then. How would you know if you've never seen the
No,
Earth from that point of view?
no. Well, people say we've heard people say, well, they look realistic. Well, how do they know they look realistic? How do they know what real is when they've never been there to see what it really looks like, right? They have nothing to compare it to. This is the problem, and this is why they bring it up, is because those images can only be believed and trusted. Look at the title of this chat, Globe Believer Intervention Program. We are here to point out that the globe Earth is just a belief. And if your evidence is government cartoons because people said, I went to space and took a picture, and you simply believed what they said as holy writ and can't even say why anybody should believe that shit in the first place. Why should anybody else believe it?
And but again, like I struggle to make these arguments because I just like don't know how to
Dude, the
argue
space
against
images,
some of
that's a
these
very simple
pictures.
argument. Why should you believe it? Like, yeah, they claim these are images from space. Yeah, so what? Why should I believe them?
Yeah,
Give one
I
good
mean,
reason why you should believe them. I can't think of a good reason.
But okay, well, I could say that all day and say I don't believe that that's a real.
No, I didn't say claim you don't believe it. I said ask them what. Listen, brother, you're getting confused. Ask
Let me
them the
show you a picture.
question.
I'm
Listen,
specifically talking about
yep. Ask them the question why you should believe it. I didn't say you don't believe it. Say, hey, I'm open-minded. I want to believe them, but why should I? Really simple.
Yeah.
But why should you?
I have asked them. I got mad.
And what was the and should believe them?
They told me I was a dipshit.
Well, so they didn't have an answer. They didn't give you any reason you should believe them.
Yeah, they told me I was retarded. And I didn't have an answer. And I felt...
You felt like an idiot about what?
I told them that I didn't believe it was a real picture. Then they
Why
told me
should
I was
you?
retarded.
I'm going to ask you like for the 10th time. Listen very closely. Why should you?
Because it's a really good picture. It's like a...
How do you know that?
I don't know. You tell me, dude. I don't...
No, I want you to tell me. I want the people that claim they're real to tell me why I should believe it.
Well, I don't know how to do it.
To ask a question of why you should believe it?
Yeah.
Look, if someone comes up to you and says, I rode a unicorn and I was riding Bigfoot double on the back. Isn't it fair to ask? Hold on. Isn't it fair to ask them why should you believe them?
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
Okay,
I guess.
so
I
if someone
don't
says,
know
"Hey,
how to
this is an
ask that
image from
question.
Earth from
That's what I'm
space,"
trying to explain
it
to
is
you. I don't know how
completely
to
fair
ask
to
the
go,
question.
"Well, why should I believe that?" What? That's completely rational, fair question. This is why you don't like it, and this is why it's not a liked question. People don't like this question because when these things that are based completely on faith, when you ask, "Hey, why should I follow your faith?" Because that's all it is. You're following their belief because they have no knowledge if that image is real. They didn't take the picture. They don't know if that's what the Earth
And
looks
I don't
like.
even.
They don't know any of those
I don't
things.
think it's real at all.
Listen,
But
all
I
they're
don't
trying
know
to
how
do
to
is
tell
to
them it's
get you
not
to.
real.
Well, all they're trying to do, you don't know if it's real or not.
I
Neither
know
do
it's not
they.
real.
That's the point.
I know it's not real.
He's teaching you the vulnerability of their argument. He's not critiquing you. He's showing you
No, I know
how
he's not
their
critiquing me,
arguments
but
are vulnerable.
I'm
So just try to
frustrated because I'm
follow what
trying to
he's saying.
I'm trying to tell him
Look, what they
how
try
I
to.
can't. I'm struggling with the argument,
I'm
and I
tr-
don't
they,
know how
they're-
to.
they don't have an argument. That's what I'm trying to point out. They're trying to get you to assume that what they're saying is true. This is an image of Earth from space. They're trying to get you to agree to that.
Yeah, they're
But
saying
they haven't demonstrated that that's actually the case. That that's even true in the first place.
They're saying this is an image of space. Prove it's not. That's what they're trying to get you to do.
Basically, yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, they're shifting the burden of proof onto you, and we're trying to help you realize that that's not your burden to bear, and you can just simply be like, oh well, your image is showing
can't see
the water curving here. Where is it curving in reality?
Wait, I can't see the picture.
Picture what?
I thought you were saying this is a picture of Earth.
Oh, you want a bunch of pictures of the Earth from space? Oh, I got a whole
No,
shit. Come on.
Well, that's my problem. That's hard. That's like
It's
half
not a
my
problem.
issue.
That's what we're teaching
They don't
you.
even look the same, dude. It's not a problem. It's a problem for y'all, for freaking globetards.
I'm not. First of all, I'm not a globetrotter, but also I just don't know how to like say the right stuff to like tell this person like, hey, you're actually not like looking at this realistically.
Yeah, don't let those people get you down. Sounds like, I mean, you're the one who has the higher ground here. They're just
I don't think I do.
resorting
I
to
feel
insults.
bad about myself. Like I feel like I can't do it. I feel like I can't make
Hey.
a good argument when they
Car-
show me the what?
Which one? Which image did they show you? Look in the chat. Look at all these Earths. Which is the actual?
Can't
What is
see
the?
anything in chat. I can't see anything. I don't even know what.
I don't believe you, dude.
Okay.
You already
just
seen
real-
it. You already said you could see it.
No, I
You
never
were
said I
reading it
could see it.
earlier.
Yeah, I said you see the square, and you talked about it. Remember?
Yeah, I know what picture you're talking about. I don't know. I
Okay.
can't see
So there's
any.
an animated GIF that has a bunch of globes flashing. Which is the? Which one does the Earth actually look like? Because none of these look the same. The animated GIF that says "busted."
Hold on, let me find it.
It's only up like 5 posts, man.
Are these in, oh, they're in the above chat, not in the side chat.
I don't think I'm allowed in the chat or something. Like I don't see
You
it.
are.
What's it called? What's a chat called or
It's
something?
directly above where all the people are in the live stream. There's another
Live stream
little-
voice text.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Oh, yeah. Definitely seen that one. Okay, so when the
Can you
Clidio
tell
one,
us which one of these is the one that looks like Earth? Because none of them look the same.
well, I believe actually that none of them do actually have any sort of like.
Well, what about your friend?
Well, again,
No, we're just-
I
I'm trying to pull up the images, still haven't gotten there.
I could copy and paste these to my friends who would just like laugh at them and go like, "Hey, that's not like."
So they're all real?
NASA.
Why
That's
do
not
they look
real
different?
NASA images. And I'll be mad. I get pissed off about it, you know?
Well, how did they? If they believe in these images, how can they explain the inconsistency?
Well, I don't
They
think they
all
believe
can't be
in all
real,
the images.
dude.
I don't think they
Some
actually
have to
believe
be
in all
fake.
the images.
Okay, yeah, I can see how there's like the two totally different perspectives there. That's kind of like a.
Yeah, I think the
Doesn't
problem
really
is
match
you need to realize that you don't need to play defensive. You need to play
Yeah,
offensive.
I need to be offensive.
Yeah, you need to realize that the ball you don't have the burden of proof. You experience the world as flat and stationary. That is their experience as well. That is the starting axiom. So they have a claim that's contrary to all observable reality as we experience it. And so they have a very high, extraordinary burden they carry. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So where's their evidence?
Wait,
Now
who said
they
that?
have
Who
to
said
start
that? Who
presenting
said that?
evidence, and they don't
Carl
have
Sagan.
any valid evidence.
Wait, Carl Sagan said that?
Yes.
Wait, Carl Sagan? Guy who like a astrophysicist?
He also said,
he thought the world was round, yeah.
yeah, he's a dingbat.
Yeah, but
It's
this
like,
is why you
listen,
need to learn logic,
It's
bro.
like an all or nothing fallacy, though, dude. Just you don't. There isn't 100% right in anybody.
Of course not.
Yeah, if you learn logic, you'll understand when they're trying to pull these sneaky tricks. They're trying to use all or nothing fallacies, or trying to pigeonhole you into something, trying to flip the burden, use a straw man, and you can be like, "No, I'm not claiming that. No, I am being super logical and reasonable." And that just makes them be the unreasonable ones, and they start being like, "Wait, maybe I should pull back on this unreasonableness, and we can have a proper discussion."
Let's take it one step further. Like
Yeah,
you said,
you get
appeals
one
to authority.
step further that way.
Yeah, so appeals to authority. Here's something else Carl Sagan also said. One of the great commandments of science is mistrust arguments from authority. Too many such arguments have proved too painfully wrong. Authorities must prove their contentions like everybody else.
Yeah, use the hostile witnesses of their own religion that they look up to. They think they're standing on the shoulders of giants, but Newton actually called them
Wait,
not,
that's what he
not
said
able
too.
to.
That's what he said too.
Yeah, Newton basically thought
Standing on
that
the
anybody
shoulders
who
of
would
giants.
fall for the theory of gravity and believe it would not have the capacity for philosophical thinking.
Okay. Well,
This,
so
Jones,
I,
just so you know, brother, just so you know, this is what's called a hostile witness. We're holding their own words against them.
oh, that's smart. That's a good idea. I never thought about that.
Yeah, you
Hostile
don't need
witness.
to defend anything. You're just looking at reality. Reality is presenting itself to you like this, and they have this claim that's contrary to all that, so they need to prove it.
All right. So, end of the day, they need to prove why their picture. Because again, this is the thing that like gets me fucked up. They need to prove why their pictures of the Earth are like real pictures
Oh,
and
you can do
not
it
the
really
other way
simply,
around.
bro. Just take when they post a picture, you just look at the picture and say like, look at that edge where it's curving the water over there, and they're like, yeah, it's curving, and then you're like, where's that in reality? The checkmate right there. They don't have that.
Checkmate him. I'm gonna checkmate him by saying, "Hey, do you see that? How this isn't really real life or real water?"
What if it was an image of the Earth, right? And they showed the Great Lakes in Mexico City. Right? We can
Well,
go to Mexico City and see if the Great Lakes are there, right?
yeah.
We don't
I
need to
guess.
prove how that image was fake at all. We go, hey, dude, we went to Mexico City. There ain't no Great Lakes there. That image is bunk.
Yeah, but I was saying like we can't go to like your average person or like maybe nobody can like go to space and like take a picture of the Earth, and so you can't like objectively see that with your own eyes.
Whether you could or
we
not,
can't
even those
replicate that.
images still need validation with the Earth.
Yeah, we can't replicate their fakery, but we can test their
listen,
claims
sorry to
within the
interrupt.
images. So if
Sorry
the
to
image
interrupt.
is showing curved water, that curved water would be in reality, and we can go back to the ground and check if the ground is actually curving. The ground isn't curving, so they die.
This is exactly the
That makes
argument I
sense
was
to me.
trying to find out. I was trying to figure out this. I was trying to figure out a way to explain this. And now I think I understand it. So like basically like when I like look at a picture of the Earth from like NASA or whatever, it's on the onus is on them to explain how that's true and also
Yeah, how do
this.
they verify that? How do you get to verify that photo and take the same photo just to verify it?
Yeah, I would I guess I don't know how they could ever like agree or say that it's true.
Yeah, they'll believe it's true. That's very common. What you can just tell them
It's very common, yeah.
like we can't go there and we can check that. That's fine. But can we somehow like see if this image is true? Like, is the water curving? Oh yeah, it's curving. Well, then let's go check in reality if the water is curving. Oh, damn, it's not curving. I guess the Earth is flat after all. Damn it.
Oh shit! Yeah, I guess I fundamentally missed that point.
Well, actually, I think it makes sense for them to say it is curving. But I can say it's
Well,
your job.
based on the photo,
Your
but then
job
like
to prove that. It's your job to prove that, not mine. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you don't want to be like it's your job to prove it's curving because they'll just be like, well, I believe in the astronauts and that's the proof
Yeah,
of
but
the curving.
that's
But
bullshit.
you
I could tell
you
them
should question the evidence they're presenting because they also just believe in this evidence. It's not actually empirical, something you can test for yourself. You can't go up there and see the Earth like that. You can't verify it's actually curving like that. But through going there. But what you can do is actually look at the surface and see if it conforms to the curve they're showing. A lot of the times when you look at ISS footage and they're showing you like high altitude balloon footage or whatever it is, just pay attention. Don't ignore what they're showing you. At the beginning of the on a balloon launches, you'll always see the horizon is curved because they're using fissile lenses. So you just stop at the beginning of the video and just be like, "Bro, are you kidding me? Your
Yeah,
Earth
I
is
mean,
so,
look,
so
that's
small.
what I've
If
been
this is
thinking.
the Earth curve, you cannot have all the continents of the Earth. So this is nonsense. So if you go higher up, you're still going to be just as curved. It's not actually Earth curve; it's the curve of the lens.
Okay,
And
but
so you can
all right.
dismantle all of their arguments if you want, but at the core of it, you can always just drag it back to the Earth being curved or not, which is the measurements of the surface. And that's where you win, because that's the deciding factor. Is it curved or not? Did you measure a table to be flat or to be curved? You measured it to be flat, well, then it's not curved. That's basic logic.
And I do think that that's a really good way to like respond, but also like I'm gonna have
That
to come
actually
back
made a
to
ton
you.
of sense to me.
I'm gonna have to come back to you guys with some arguments because I have friends who are like very like
Oh,
they
we get you,
have a lot
bro.
of
We
they
get
have a
you.
lot of
We've dealt with globe zealots like for over 10 years. So this is nothing new to us. You can bring
yeah.
every single arguments they think works. We'll show you where the logical fallacy is. We'll teach you how the fallacy works, and then you can just dismantle their stupid arguments, which are actually non-arguments. And then you can
Yep.
present an argument they can't refute, and then they'll just be like stuttering idiots like normal.
Well, all right. Thanks, Drake. Drake, is your name Drake or Drace?
It's Trace AI.
Drace AI. Are you wait? Are you AI?
He could be.
No, but a lot of Globers think I am.
Goodness. Well, that's funny. Also, I like Huawei Jeopardy.
Do you guys have any like resources? Like
I have
I guess
necklace was
never mind. You said there was resources in the text channel. I'm sorry.
At the very bottom of the server.
all of that Flower of Life circle that I had. I used to have that whole thing made out of silver on my as a necklace on my chest. Then it got broken. Oh, he left. Oh man, what the hell? Is Dr. Jordan Peterson in this too? Okay, well, anyway, we'll talk later. Thanks for helping me out. I don't really know what else I would.
Yeah, you can always invite your Globe Zealot buddies in here, or
Well, that's
like
what I
Drace.
don't want
Yeah.
to do. That's what
Oh,
I
you
don't.
don't want him in here. Okay. Well, that
No,
Drace's plan was good. Yeah. Yeah, Drace's plan was good to practice. You know, you could bring in if they have a decent, if what they think is a decent argument, then you could bring it in here, and we could
They have a
teach you how to
decent.
dismantle it. Yeah.
Don't think that. I think that I have to have a good one to them. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna do. Oh shit! I dropped my guitar.
Oh, don't do
Ugh.
that.
Oh no, it's fine.
Okay, good.
But anyway,
Don't
all right.
break it.
Have a good night, Joe.
Thanks for talking to me. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, good to talk to you. Come back again.
Yeah. After listening to y'all, I've adopted your tag. I don't know.
Good. Yeah. Yeah, I heard you say you saw the inconsistencies. I think that was what old dude posted in the two different globe images there. That's what we were trying to show your buddy there, but I don't know if you ever actually looked at them, but you did, so that's cool.
Well, yeah. He's a little inebriated, so I give him a second chance. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's all about second chances here.
Mm.
Isn't that right, Josh? Oh, he's not. But yeah, no, the devil's in the details, really, at the end of the day, right? Like the more you dig into it, the more you start seeing how they went about, and sometimes they take the short way around, sometimes they take the long way around, and they always try to put a bunch of smoke screens up. So you just got to pay attention to the devil's in the details.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things to do is I'll give them everything. I'll give them all their explanations, and I'll say, "How big is the Earth?" Like, what do you mean? Then we have to go down that whole rabbit hole about how big it is, and then the next question is, how far away is the horizon from a 6-foot observer? And then that's really what screws people over after that, because most people who believe it's a globe, they understand that when they've gone out to like large bodies of water, they've seen things like 15, 20 miles away.
Yeah. Isn't
And
like
that becomes an issue.
isn't like the measuring of the coastline, like bodies of water, kind of all about what, like fractal geometry is about?
How so?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like that's just always what I've heard. Like fractal geometry is like how you measure like something that is immeasurable, like just kind of
Yeah,
made up, you
that's
know?
just that's why they say the coastlines are immeasurable, is because the water keeps rising and falling and the coastlines keep changing, and so uh, the closer you draw in the boundary along the how when the land recedes inwards. I don't have good English for this.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, the closer you go
High
to the
tide, low
actual
tide.
landmass, the longer the distance around the landmass is. So it becomes retarded way. You can't really define it by its distance without having an arbitrary standard.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, it's getting kind of late for me. I might have to bow out, but it's been nice talking to you guys. I'll definitely be back in this VC if you'll have me.
For sure. Come back anytime.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also have the English Hub and Politics server where we have outposts and we go out and talk to as many globe believers as we can, because that's kind of what we are, the globe outreach community where we try to help the globers accomplish some form of rational thinking.
What's up?
I don't know. I'm just bored, and I want to learn English.
Well, you've stumbled into the Flat Earth room. Have you heard about Flat Earth?
Yeah, I know that thing, but I don't know. I'm just curious about the flat Earth.
Yeah, well, we're here in the English Hub to help widen people's vocabulary by talking about the flat Earth, talking about science
Yeah.
and
That interesting
empirical.
topic. Yeah,
Yeah.
that interesting topic.
Yeah, so our position is that the flat Earth is it's actually empirical evidence. It's not a belief. It's not a model, or we're not telling you the shape of the Earth. What we're telling you is that the Earth is actually measured, utilized, and experienced as a flat topographical plane, or you could say planar. So we don't actually have any
Yeah.
evidence.
I see.
We don't have any evidence of curvature or rotation on the Earth. Were you aware of that?
Yeah. I see. I heard that flat Earth society about the kind of geometric theory or something like that.
The what theory?
Geometric theory
Oh,
about sun
geocentric.
running into Earth. Just
Yeah, so the geocentric idea
that's what
basically.
I mean. Geocentric theory.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you look at the sky, it doesn't matter whether you're, heliocentric or geocentric, the sky would do the same thing, so it's no way to tell really.
So where's the others about this opinion? I want to hear that, and I want to hear about a flat Earth. Is that community or something like that, or just a theory and theory and theory? If there's something about scientific evidence, it's kind of interesting, just like that. I'm just saying.
Hey man, sorry dude. The door went. I missed what you said. Can you repeat what you said?
I need to know about the scientific evidence like that. I'm just saying, the flat Earth theory is that a bigger community, or there's the movement about the happening right now. I'm just saying. I don't know. Where's the other opinion?
Yeah, flat earthers there's a lot of people. There is a lot of people all over the world who are flat earthers. There's actually quite a lot of people who don't tell you, or you would never know, are flat earthers, because it's the type of topic that can attract a lot of controversy. But in terms of us guys here, we basically are what you would call empiricists. Do you know what empiricism is?
I don't know. I'm just new
No, I mean,
in this
have you
topic.
heard of the term empiricist, or sorry, empiricism?